In the village of Konoha, within the Hyuga clan's branch family, a modest residence houses a 5-year-old boy named Hyuga Yintian, who harbors a sense of dissatisfaction as he gazes at his diminutive physique. Though his body is that of a child, his mind is that of an adult with 5 wives, leading to his discontent with the limitations imposed by his physical form. Despite his grievances, Hyuga Yintian must acquiesce to the circumstances dictated by the system, feeling powerless to resist its design. Perched on the steps before his home, he watches as the first rays of dawn unfurl across the sky. Gradually, he begins to accept his body and contemplates the assistance the system has bestowed upon him. Within his mind, Yuntian starts to comprehend the new system's regulations, a reinforcement system that allows for the enhancement of all things in the world. After a moment's reflection, he decides to augment his physical strength, eager to discover the system's response. Please recharge 1 million currency, it prompts. Beep, beep, beep. Host current funds are insufficient. The task system is now activating. Beep, beep, beep. Task system initiated. Completing a task will grant 1 reinforcement of the body. Task: eliminate 1 ordinary chunin to reinforce the body once. Hyuga Yintian is taken aback for a minute. This new system encompasses both recharging and task mechanics, proving to be rather commendable. However, the requirement to eliminate a chunin poses a significant dilemma for him. Merely 5 years of age. He barely reaches the level of a genin. How could he possibly slay a chunin? Such a notion is utterly fanciful. After some contemplation, Yintian mutters to himself while seated on the steps. Perhaps it is more prudent to focus on earning money, that I refuse to believe that with my experience from past life, I cannot amass 1 million currency. What do you need 1 million currency for, Yintian? A calm voice inquires from behind him. Without needing to turn, Yintian recognizes the voice of his mother, Hinata Mikamura, as she is the only other inhabitant of their dwelling. The information in his mind reveals that his father, Hinata Ryu, passed away 3 years prior during a mission, leaving him with his widowed mother. Uncertain of how to respond to Mikamura's question, Yuntian hesitates. He is not the genuine Hyuga Yuntian. Rather, he is a soul that has attached itself to Yunshin's body the previous night, and he is unfamiliar with Mikamura beyond knowing her as his mother. Speaking carelessly could arouse suspicion, especially in the world of Naruto, where the phenomenon of soul possession exists. After some reflection, he refrains from turning around, instead gazing up at the radiant red light in the sky, and replies to his mother, "Dear mother, I am contemplating how to earn money to improve our lives. I believe that 1 million should suffice." As Hinata finished speaking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain on the top of his head, as if someone had struck him with a fist. Before he could turn around to investigate, he heard the somewhat irate voice of Hinata Michiru. "What are you thinking about making money? Have I not provided you with pocket money? If only you could train as diligently as Hinata Niji, I would be willing to withdraw all of our savings for you." Hinata felt somewhat helpless. He had yet to sort through the myriad of information left in his mind by the original Hinata It was only after being struck by Hinata Michiru that he recalled from his memories that she was indeed a rather violent person. It would be prudent to engage in minimal conversation with Hinata Michiru that he decided to find a place to organize the information swirling in his mind, lest he reveal any inconsistencies. With that thought, Hinata stood up and rushed toward the door, saying as he ran, "Mother, I'm going out for a bit. He'll be back for lunch, so don't look for me. You rascal, come back. You haven't had breakfast or completed your morning exercises." Upon hearing Hinata Michiru's furious shout, Hinata ran even faster than before. He was not keen on encountering any outsiders at the moment. His sole focus was on finding a secluded place to clarify his current circumstances. Even though Hinata possessed a system, his lack of funds for enhancement meant he had no combat power. Should anyone discover his peculiarities, it could spell great danger. Thus, it was imperative that he first ascertain the situation. The Hinata clan is regarded as a prestigious family within Konoha, boasting a vast residential area. Although Hinata belonged to the branch family, he still had a small territory of his own. Following his memories, he made his way to a small grove where he often played. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the grove was deserted. Hinata selected a relatively easy tree to climb that he swiftly ascended, finding a suitable spot to sit, and began organizing the information that had surfaced in his mind. Given Hinata Kuntian's tender age, the vital information stored in his mind was scarce, primarily comprising gifts exchanged with playmates. Among the details he extracted were: the time was the summer of the 54th year of Konoha, a period of relative peace. Hinata Kuntian felt satisfied, as he still had time to improve himself. Otherwise, if he were to appear amidst a ninja world war, his life might be in jeopardy. Mother, Hinata Michiru, a not particularly beautiful but violent young woman, growing up in the Hinata family. She had been indoctrinated with the belief that power is paramount, which led to her aggressive demeanor. Hinata Michiru's attitude towards Hinata Kuntian is one of wanting him to become as strong as his father, which is her ultimate goal. Hinata Kuntian's father, once a jonin of the Hinata clan, had not returned after a mission 3 years ago. The report from Konoha stated that he had perished and compensation was awarded. Regarding his father, Hinata Kuntian felt little, as he was merely 2 years old 3 years ago and was entirely unaware of the situation surrounding his father. Hinata Kuntian is merely an ordinary 5-year-old child, possessing a notable interest in play. While his enthusiasm for training is rather tepid, he only attends the afternoon drills of the Hyuga branch family out of obligation. In truth, Hinata Kuntian has little desire to participate in the drills. Yet attendance is mandatory for all family disciples. If he were to abstain, his little friends would still go, leaving him without playmates, thus compelling him to join in the training. Hinata Ichiro, Hinata Heijing, and Hinata Hueijio are his companions, frequently engaging in play together. They are all children aged between 5 and 8, with Hinata Hueijio being the sole girl among the boys. Lastly, concerning the village of Konohagakure, Hinata Kuntian possesses scant knowledge about it, having grown up within the confines of the Hyuga clan. Most of his playmates are also children of the Hyuga family, which has rendered him somewhat unfamiliar with the broader village. Within the confines of Hinata Kuntian's youthful mind, he is aware that it is currently the year 54 of the Hidden Leaf Village, and that the Uchiha clan still exists, though he lacks clarity on many other matters. Sitting quietly atop the tree for 2 hours, the sun had illuminated the entire forest. After making a decision in his heart, Hinata Kuntian descended from the great tree, preparing to return home to discuss matters with Hinata Matsuin. "Hey, Kuntian, why are you here so early?" Hinata Kuntian had not ventured far when he encountered his friend, Hinata Pingjing, who greeted him. This left Kuntian somewhat at a loss for words. Deep within, Kuntian was no mere child. He had once been a formidable ruler. How could he indulge in childish antics? After a moment of silence, Kuntian calmly replied, "Brother Pingjing, I came early today to inform you and Sister Hueijio, as well as Brother Irong, that I intend to leave the Hinata clan to attend classes at the Konoha school. I wish to diligently train and become a ninja like my father." Hinata Pingjing stared at Kuntian in bewilderment, unable to contain himself as he approached and gently touched Kuntian's forehead, questioning, "This doesn't make sense. You, of all people, are the one who loves to play. How could you possibly want to train? Have you bumped your head?" Kuntian found this utterly exasperating, yet he was too weary to explain to a child. He simply brushed aside Pingjing's hand and said sternly, "I will say this once more. I have come to bid you farewell. I am going to the Konoha school to become a powerful ninja." Pingjing, struggling to comprehend, asked, "If you want to become a strong ninja, why go to the Konoha school? Our Hinata clan specializes in gentle fist techniques. Attending Konoha school would be of no use." Kuntian, of course, would not divulge that his motivation for attending the Konoha school stemmed from a desire to escape the confines of the Hinata clan and to earn money in Konoha village to enhance his abilities. He merely replied dismissively, "You don't understand. I wish to learn new ninjutsu, so I can become stronger. If I solely study the clan's martial arts, I will never surpass Hinata Niji." Although young, Pingjing knew that Niji was the strongest child under 10 in their branch family. Hearing Kuntian's words, he began to see the reasoning behind them, but the thought of losing a good friend made Pingjing somewhat disheartened. He said to Kuntian, "Kuntian, can't you reconsider? The Konoha school isn't that fun." Kuntian resolutely replied, "Brother Pingjing, I am going to train, not to play. Do not misinterpret my intentions." After a moment of hesitation, Pingjing grasped Kuntian's arm and asked, "Kuntian, will you return to the Hinata clan?" Kuntian nodded affirmatively, "Of course. Isn't Hinata Niji studying at the Konoha school as well? He returns every night. I will do the same and come back here to sleep." Upon hearing this, Kuntian noticed Pingjing's expression relax, and he quickly added, "Brother Pingjing, if I attend school, I may come home quite late and want to have time to play with you. Only during the 2 days of vacation each month will I have the opportunity to spend time with you." Hinata Hikyu felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, muttering, "Honestly, if we play ninja games in the future, no one will take on the role of the villain. Kiku and Ikaru certainly won't play the bad guys." It seemed that Hinata Hikyu's reluctance stemmed from the fact that he always played the antagonist in their games. Hinata couldn't, feeling a mix of exasperation and gloom, thought it unworthy to engage further with someone so young. He simply bid farewell, saying, "All right, I must return home to discuss matters with mother. Please inform Ikaru and Kiku for me later." With that, Hinata couldn't paid no further heed to Hikyu and hastened back to his residence, preparing to speak with Hinata Mibin about attending school. 10 minutes later, upon returning home, Hinata couldn't search the estate and eventually found his mother in the kitchen, venting her frustrations on some vegetables. Standing at the door, he couldn't help but feel sympathy for the poor vegetables that had been mercilessly chopped into bits. Despite his mother still being in a foul mood, Hinata couldn't deliberately nudge the door, creating a noise that caught Hinata Mibin's attention. Upon turning to see her son, she was infuriated and brandished a kitchen knife, ready to reprimand him. Seeing his mother's menacing stance, Hinata couldn't quickly spoke up, "Mother, I've come to request your permission to attend Konoha Academy. I am determined to study diligently and become a powerful ninja." As Hinata Mibin stood just a meter from the kitchen door, she halted, taken aback by her son's serious demeanor. Ultimately, unable to resist, she tossed aside the knife and approached the doorway, playfully pinching Kuten's slightly round face, exclaiming, "Are you truly my son? Am I dreaming?" Hinata Kuten, feeling quite exasperated, brushed aside his mother's hand and replied, "Mother, I am being completely serious. Please stop jesting and simply tell me whether you will send me to school." His earnest plea jolted Hinata Mibin back to reality. Observing her son with an odd gaze, she remarked, "I am willing to grant your request. But if you wish to become stronger, you should focus on mastering the gentle fist. You won't learn our family's most formidable techniques at Konoha Academy." Hinata Kuten, employing the same ruse he had used with Hikyu, countered, "I believe I lack the talent for the gentle fist and would benefit from learning other ninjutsu to enhance my abilities. Perhaps then, I might even surpass Hinata Niji." At this point, he looked directly into Hinata Mibin's eyes and added, "Furthermore, Hinata Niji is also studying at Konoha Academy. Why can't I go? I must surpass him." Seeing her son exhibit such determination, Hinata Mibin felt compelled to support him. Dismissing any thoughts about his sudden ambition to excel and surpass Niji, she embraced him and planted a kiss on his cheek, joyfully declaring, "All right, tomorrow I will take you to Konoha Academy. Today, we shall report to Lord Hokage. So you can start classes tomorrow." Hinata Kunien was somewhat dissatisfied when Hinata Mijuin planted a kiss on him. However, he thought that since he had already achieved his goal of entering the Konoha Academy, he would allow Hinata Mijuin to tease him a little. Hinata Mijuin was in excellent spirits. The more she looked at Hinata Kunien, the more pleased she became. After setting him down, she picked up the kitchen knife she had discarded earlier and said, "Kunien, go wait in the hall for a moment. I will prepare a delicious meal for you. And then we shall go to see the clan leader and the third Hokage." Hinata Kunien was aware that within the Hyuga clan, the clan leader's authority surpassed that of the third Hokage. To pursue his studies at the Ninja Frog School, he needed the clan leader's approval. Nevertheless, Hinata Kunien believed that the clan leader would likely not refuse him, for he was already bound by a cursed seal, rendering him incapable of betraying the Hyuga family. Moreover, given his lack of exceptional talent, the clan leader might not even recognize him as a mere nameless individual, let alone make an effort to retain him. In the grand hall of Hyuga Kaiden's residence, he gazed helplessly at the peculiar assortment of food piled in Hinata Miku's bowl. Faced with this culinary conundrum, he found himself at an impasse, neither able to eat nor to refuse. After a moment's hesitation, he reluctantly consumed the unpalatable dishes in a hurried fashion. Alas, his predicament stemmed from his reliance on others, rendering Kaiten quite exasperated. In truth, Miku's culinary skills were commendable. Yet the presence of numerous raw delicacies did not align with Kaiten's palate as a denizen of another realm, which rendered the meal rather unappetizing for him. "Very well. I shall eat more." Upon witnessing Kaiten finish all the food she had served, Miku's delight propelled her to load even more onto his plate. Kaiten, sensing her intentions, quickly interjected, "Dear mother, please stop. I am quite full now. Our priority should be to seek out the clan leader and the Hokage. That is of utmost importance." Mika paused, taken aback. You seem rather mature today, Kaiten. Has something happened? You appear somewhat different. After uttering this, she affectionately patted Kaiten's head, gazing at him with a curious expression, which rendered him speechless for fear of deepening her suspicions. Kaiten remained silent, meeting her gaze with resolute eyes. Miku, reassured by his steadfast demeanor, ultimately dismissed her doubts, saying, Very well. I shall tidy up, and then we will head to see the clan leader. With this confirmation, Kaiten rose and stated, Mother, I shall return to my room to change my attire. Though Mika felt his clothing was not particularly dirty and did not warrant a change, she refrained from opposing him and simply replied, Let us meet at the front gate in 20 minutes and proceed to the clan leader's residence together. After affirmatively nodding, Kaiten hurried back to his room, eager to avoid prolonged interaction with Miku, the one person most familiar to him, lest her suspicions grow. He intended to steer clear of those who knew him well, hoping that with the passage of time, his new persona would become familiar, alleviating any doubts regarding his identity. Upon reaching his quarters, Kaiten swiftly changed into a fresh set of clothing and sat contemplatively, devising strategies for engaging with the clan leader and the third Hokage, seeking their acceptance. As he revisited the plot of Naruto in his mind, he settled on a plan and emerged from his room, brimming with newfound confidence as he made his way to the entrance to reunite with Miku. Come quickly, Kaiten. Before he could reach the door, Miku's voice called out, prompting him to conceal his confident expression and adopt a facade of cheerfulness as he rushed to join her. Yet within, Kaiten couldn't help but sigh repeatedly, finding the charade of childhood quite exhausting. After reuniting with Hinata Misura, she took Hinata Yuntian's hand and they exited the house, making their way towards the residence of the Hinata clan leader. The environment surrounding the Hinata clan was quite pleasant as they walked to the clan leader's estate. Lush green trees lined the path, providing ample shade and rendering the heat almost imperceptible, leaving Yutian feeling rather refreshed. Along the way, Yutian encountered several adults from the Hinata family, but they were all in a hurry, merely exchanging brief greetings with Misura, completely oblivious to his presence. However, this suited Yutian just fine. The less he spoke, the fewer mistakes he would make, and he preferred to avoid conversation altogether. Upon reaching the clan leader's estate, they were intercepted by 4 guards at the entrance. One of the guards, who recognized Misura, inquired, Misura, what brings you here? It turned out to be Brother Zhongyan. I came to discuss a matter with the clan leader regarding a reward. I seek permission for Yutian to attend classes at Konoha School, Misura replied with a smile, explaining her purpose for coming. The guard, referred to as Zhongyan, glanced at Yutian and stated, Such trivial matters need not trouble the clan leader. First, take Yutian to see Lord Hokage. The clan leader is currently instructing the young lady. Once the clan leader takes a break, I shall convey your request. Oh, would that be inappropriate? Misura asked, somewhat taken aback. Zhongyan shook his head and reassured her, it's nothing. The clan leader will not hold it against you for such trivialities. If anything arises, you may attribute it to me. After a moment's hesitation, Misura nodded. Then I shall count on you, Brother Zhongyan. I will invite you over for dinner sometime. Zhongyan sighed and replied, No need for that. I was once part of the same team as Brother Leiyu. Assisting your family requires no repayment. I only hope Yuntian can hone his skills once he enters the village school. At the mention of Hinata Leiyu, Misura fell silent, ultimately bowing to Zhongyan. Thank you for your assistance, Brother Zhongyan. I will take Yuntian to see Lord Hokage now. We shall take our leave. Go ahead. I still have duties to attend to. Zhongyan responded. After bidding farewell to Zhongyan, Misura led Yuntian towards the heart of Konoha village, the scenery evoking a sense of nostalgia in him. As for not meeting the clan leader, Yuntian was indifferent. He could discern from Zhongyan's gaze that he did not hold him in high regard, perhaps even looked down upon him. This made it clear that a child like him, deemed talentless, was of little consequence to the Hinata clan. One less was inconsequential. Since he was already looked down upon, Yuntian saw no need to engage further. He cast aside the perfunctory words he had contemplated for the clan leader and instead focused on appreciating the shops and sights in Konoha that he had previously encountered in comics. From time to time, Hinata Yuntian would catch glimpses of familiar faces from the world of Naruto, which piqued his curiosity as he scanned the surroundings in search of characters frequently depicted in the manga. Regrettably, upon arriving at the Hokage building, he found no sign of figures such as Kakashi, Might Guy, Asuma Saratobi, or Kurenai Yuhi, nor any of the famed Konoha 12, leaving him thoroughly disheartened. Disappointment aside, the prospect of soon meeting the astute third Hokage prompted him to regain his composure. He knew that if his disguise were to be unveiled by the third Hokage, it could lead to a myriad of complications. At the entrance of the Hokage building, Hinata Matsuin was once again halted by two guards. However, due to the presence of the two pairs of Byakugan from the Hinata clan, the guards exhibited great courtesy, expressing their respect for the esteemed clan. One of the guards approached and inquired, "May I ask what brings you here?" Hinata Matsuin held the Hokage in high regard, and in response to the guards, she earnestly stated, "Please inform the Hokage that Hinata Matsuin wishes to discuss a matter concerning her child's enrollment at the Konoha Academy." The guards were taken aback. The Hinata clan traditionally trained their disciples internally and seldom permitted them to attend the Konoha Ninja Academy. The request for a member of the Hinata clan to pursue education at the academy was a rare occurrence in the village, as those who had attended previously were typically sent by their respective families as a demonstration of loyalty to Konoha. The more gifted children were generally retained within their clans for training, making it nearly inconceivable for them to be sent to the academy. After a brief moment of hesitation, the guard quickly regained his composure and said, "Please wait a moment. I will notify the Hokage." "Thank you," Hinata Matsuin replied. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage leisurely puffed on his pipe, gazing out at the serene landscape beyond. Over the past few years, Konoha had enjoyed a period of tranquility, a state he relished, even wishing for it to last indefinitely. Yet, the third Hokage understood that peace was merely ephemeral, war was the prevailing theme of the world, and the role of a ninja was to serve in such conflicts. Thus, amidst his relaxation, he remained diligently committed to his duties, determined not to tarnish the legacy left by the first and second Hokage. Knock, knock, knock. "Hokage-sama, Yinjin requests an audience." The sound of knocking disrupted the third Hokage's tranquil reverie. Resuming his position behind the desk, he called out, "Yinjin, you may enter." With that, Yinjin pushed the door open. Observing Yinjin's peculiar expression, the third Hokage inquired, "Yinjin, is there something amiss? You seem rather perturbed." Approaching the desk, Yinjin nodded and replied, "Hokage-sama, there is a woman outside by the name of Hinata Matsuin who wishes to enroll her child in the Konoha Academy. I found this rather peculiar." The third Hokage was somewhat taken aback. Typically, the Hyuga and Uchiha clans would send a few disciples to the Konoha Academy at designated times each year, demonstrating their concession to the Hidden Leaf Village. However, it was not the enrollment period, and yet a disciple from the Hyuga clan expressed a willingness to attend school. He hesitated and inquired, "Is this child of considerable age? Surely, they cannot be too old. The academy is quite challenging to manage." The third Hokage's concerns stemmed from the notion that the Konoha Academy was designed to nurture loyal ninjas devoted to the village. He was reluctant to accept older children, as their perspectives would have already been shaped, making it arduous to alter their beliefs. He did not wish to cultivate a child loyal solely to their clan, neglecting their allegiance to Konoha. Yajin pondered for a moment about Hyuga Yuntian's appearance and replied, "Lord Hokage, I believe this child has yet to reach the age for enrollment. They should be around 5 years old. I think Konoha Academy could accept them." The third Hokage sighed in relief. A 5-year-old could indeed be admitted. Even if the child was not inherently loyal to Konoha, they could be nurtured gradually. Accepting an older child would pose complications. It would be inappropriate to cultivate them. Yet rejecting them could offend the Hyuga clan, putting him in a difficult position. After some consideration, the third Hokage remarked, "Please have them come in to speak. I wish to meet them and assess the situation before making a decision." Yajin nodded. "Please wait a moment. Lord Hokage, I will bring them up immediately." "Go on," the third Hokage said, intrigued by the child who voluntarily wished to attend the Ninja Academy. He wondered about the child's circumstances. Could it be that they were being ostracized within the Hyuga clan, prompting their choice of Konoha Academy? 2 minutes passed, and while contemplating his thoughts, the third Hokage noticed two individuals entering the room. He quickly scrutinized Hyuga Makura and Hyuga Yutian. The third Hokage, wise from experience, immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of Hyuga Yuntian. The calm expression on his face bore a unique confidence, one that was not typical of an ordinary child, but rather a trait of a formidable individual. This perplexed the third Hokage. How could a child possess such a gaze? He found himself enveloped in a profound sense of bewilderment. "Lord Hokage, Lord Hokage, Lord Hokage." Hyuga Makura, feeling somewhat exasperated, had approached the third Hokage but found him fixated on Hyuga Yutian, seemingly oblivious to her repeated calls. Not wanting to directly tap on the Hokage's desk, she decided to step in front of Yuntian, blocking the third Hokage's line of sight. With Yuntian now obscured from view, the third Hokage finally returned to his senses, meeting the stern expression of Hyuga Makura. Ahem, ahem, ahem. The third Hokage, feeling a tad embarrassed, cleared his throat and feigned composure, asking, Miss Hyuga Makura, are you truly intent on enrolling Hyuga Ution in the Ninja Academy? I fear he may not yet be of appropriate age for admission. Hinata Makura nodded and brought Hinata Ution before the third Hokage, saying, This is Ution, a child who has expressed a desire to become a powerful ninja like his father. I believe he lacks talent for gentle fist, so I have sought the clan leader's permission for him to attend the Leaf Village Academy, where he may become stronger. The third Hokage glanced at the silent Hinata Ution, took a couple of leisurely puffs from his pipe, and finally nodded, saying, Very well, Miss Makura. You may return to rest for now. I need to confer with Hizashi, and will have someone inform you of our decision. Please await our news at home. Hinata Makura felt a twinge of disappointment, as the third Hokage's lack of immediate acceptance suggested that Yuntian's enrollment might face obstacles. However, since the third Hokage had already spoken, she refrained from further comments, simply responding, Hokage-sama, we shall await your news. Should you reach a decision, please send someone to inform me. The third Hokage cast another glance at the quiet Hinata Ution and replied, Rest assured, I will notify you at the earliest opportunity. With that promise made, Hinata Makura felt it best not to press further, and she led the still-silent Hinata Ution out of the Hokage's office. As Hinata Kuniin and Hinata Matsuin emerged from the Hokage's office, Kuniin could not suppress the cold sweat that had formed on his brow. Simultaneously, he reflected inwardly, Indeed, the Hokage is truly remarkable. I am still quite inexperienced. Prior to his encounter with the third Hokage, Kuniin had been contemplating how to feign normalcy in order to convince the Hokage of his status as an ordinary child. However, a mere exchange of glances with the third Hokage made it abundantly clear that his disguise could not deceive the astute leader. Consequently, he lowered his gaze in silence, wary of exacerbating his predicament. At this juncture, Kuniin no longer yearned for admission to the Leaf Academy. Instead, his primary concern was to alleviate the Hokage's suspicions regarding his identity. Following the troubled Hinata Matsuin, Kuniin pondered his situation as they made their way back to the Hinata clan's residence. Throughout their journey home, neither Matsuin nor Kuniin uttered a word. Matsuin felt a twinge of embarrassment for failing to facilitate Kunin's enrollment in the Leaf Academy, while Kunin contemplated whether he should even pursue that path. In the Hokage's office, after observing Kunin and Matsuin depart, the third Hokage stood by the window, watching them fade into the distance before turning back to his desk. Hikage, come forth, he called after a moment of silence. Upon his command, a shadow leaped through the window, revealing a dark-clad ninja adorned with an umbu mask. Lord Hokage, how may I assist you? The umbu ninja, Hikage, inquired. The third Hokage lifted his pipe, took a contemplative puff, and instructed, investigate the backgrounds of Hinata Kunin and Hinata Matsuin. You have 6 hours. Ensure the details are as thorough as possible. Understood. Hikage replied succinctly before vanishing in a plume of smoke. After Hikage's departure, the third Hokage sat in contemplation for 5 minutes before speaking again. Kakashi, step forward. I have a task for you. Visit the Hinata clan and inquire discreetly with Hizashi about the true nature of Hinata Kunin. Be cautious not to raise suspicions. With a sudden puff of smoke, Kakashi, his white hair partially obscuring his face, appeared in the Hokage's office, lazily inquiring, Lord Hokage, is it not a bit excessive to be so cautious regarding a mere child? The third Hokage shook his head emphatically, stating, you have yet to face that child directly. You would not share my unique intuition. In him, I sense a confidence reminiscent of the first Hokage, an assurance characteristic of an extraordinary individual. I am certain of it. He is destined to become a remarkable ninja. Such commendation seems excessive, Kakashi mused silently. The third Hokage glanced back at Kakashi and sensed his skepticism regarding his words. However, he chose not to elaborate, calmly stating, please pay a visit to the Hyuga clan. You need not concern yourself with other matters, simply inquire about Hyuga Yuntian's situation. Having issued the command, Kakashi could only nod in agreement, assuring, rest assured, Lord Hokage, I will fulfill the task. While I trust you to execute your duties, it is imperative that you do not squander my time. You must return to report before 4 in the afternoon, the third Hokage stipulated. Kakashi, somewhat resigned to his fate, acknowledged his reputation as the late king, aware that the third Hokage was keenly aware of this and had preemptively warned him. I shall take my leave now, Kakashi stated awkwardly, swiftly dissipating into a cloud of smoke. After Kakashi's departure, the third Hokage ascended to the rooftop of the Hokage building. He gazed contemplatively at the statues of his predecessors, murmuring, Hyuga Ution, Hyuga Ution. I wonder what changes this young man's arrival will bring to the village of Konoha. The tranquil demeanor of the third Hokage shifted upon his first encounter with Hyuga Ution. He instinctively recognized the significance of this individual, disrupting his previously relaxed state of mind. Standing atop the building, he pondered for 2 hours before returning to his office to resume his daily responsibilities. At exactly 3 o'clock, a wisp of smoke flitted through the building. Black Wind, how goes the investigation? The third Hokage inquired, setting aside his documents, his expression serious. Kneeling partially, Black Wind responded calmly, Lord Hokage, Hyuga Ution is the son of Hyuga Matsuin, the wife of Hyuga Reo. Hyuga Reo met his untimely demise 3 years ago during an A-rank mission in the Land of Lightning. Subsequently, you provided a substantial compensation to Hyuga Matsuin. For the past 3 years, Hyuga Matsuin has diligently trained Hyuga Ution, aspiring for him to follow in his father's ninja footsteps. However, it appears that Hyuga Ution lacks the aptitude for gentle fist techniques and exhibits a rather mischievous nature, rendering him an ordinary child. Upon hearing Black Wind's report, the third Hokage furrowed his brow and inquired, is that all the information? Surely, there must be more detailed insights. After a moment's contemplation, Black Wind replied, I managed to gather some information from 3 children who play with Hyuga Ution. One of them mentioned that Hyuga Ution has resolved to train diligently to become a powerful ninja and intends to cease playing with them. Beyond that, no further intelligence was obtained. The third Hokage felt a sense of frustration. The information regarding Hyuga Ution seemed exceedingly mundane, depicting him as an ordinary child and making it challenging to correlate him with the confident gaze and distinctive aura he had sensed. Troubled, the third Hokage began to rhythmically tap his pipe against the desk. After 3 minutes of this, he took a deep puff from his pipe and commanded, You may leave for now. Continue to investigate matters concerning Hyuga Ution and maintain confidentiality. Do not let anyone else become aware. Understood. Black Wind replied before vanishing in a swirl of smoke. The third Hokage found himself in a quandary, uncertain whether to permit Hinata Ution's admission into the Ninja Academy. He resolved to await Kakashi's return for a report before making a decision, and thus continued to attend to his unfinished paperwork. An hour passed, and Kakashi arrived 10 minutes later than scheduled. However, the third Hokage, familiar with Kakashi's disposition, considered a 10-minute delay quite standard and promptly inquired, Kakashi, what intelligence have you gathered? The third Hokage's concern for Hinata Ution left Kakashi somewhat exasperated. Based on his investigations, he perceived Hinata Ution as merely an ordinary child from the Hyuga clan, hardly warranting excessive attention. Yet, with the inquiry already made, Kakashi proceeded to relay the details of his visit to the Hyuga clan to the third Hokage, awaiting his decision in silence. Kakashi recounted that upon arriving at the Hyuga clan, he was swiftly greeted by the guards and met with Hyuga Hizashi. He subtly inquired about Hinata Ution, leaning Hizashi's indifferent attitude towards the child. Hizashi had nearly forgotten about Hinata Ution, recalling only that a guard had mentioned the boy to him. To Hizashi, a clan member lacking talent in gentle fist would naturally be sent to the Leaf Academy by the age of 7, regardless of whether he applied or not, as a concession to the village. Ultimately, Hizashi assured Kakashi that the third Hokage need not worry about his stance. Accepting Hinata Ution would be perfectly acceptable. Kakashi, hesitant to pry further, exchanged pleasantries with Hizashi for an hour before expressing a desire to explore the Hyuga compound, embarking on a quest to eavesdrop for information about Hinata Ution. Unfortunately, the child's presence was so faint that after several hours of wandering, Kakashi acquired little concrete intelligence about him, though he did manage to gather some details regarding Hyuga Miku and Hyuga Ryu. Hyuga Ryu was a jonin of the Hyuga clan, possessing a degree of standing, and had perished on a mission for the Leaf Village, prompting the clan to extend considerable care towards his wife and children. As time slipped away, Kakashi found himself with no choice but to return to the Hokage Tower and report his findings to the third Hokage. Upon hearing Kakashi's account, the third Hokage felt a deeper sense of helplessness. He had hoped to await some substantial news from Kakashi before determining the course of action regarding Hinata Ution. Yet now, with no significant insights gained, only the knowledge of the child's lack of status within the Hyuga clan, he found himself in a state of indecision. Observing the Hokage's hesitation, Kakashi could not restrain himself from suggesting, Hokage-sama, he is merely 5 years old. There is no need for such concern. I believe it would be best to allow him to attend the Leaf Academy, perhaps assigning him to an appropriate class for his studies. A single phrase can awaken the dreamer. Upon hearing Kakashi's account, the third Hokage recalled that Hinata Ution was merely 5 years old. Even if the child might evolve into a formidable warrior, the prospect lay in the future. If guided properly, he could potentially become a tremendous asset for Konoha. With this thought, the third Hokage's spirits lifted. Based on his extensive experience, he was convinced that Hinata Uchion would forge bonds within Konoha. He tapped his desk and proclaimed, "Kakashi, you are correct. I need not worry excessively about Hinata Uchion. Here is what I propose. Return to the Hinata clan and inform Hinata Mikura that I hold Hinata Uchion's aspirations in high regard and intend to enroll him in the elite class." Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, for the elite class comprised either well-connected individuals or exceptionally talented scions from various clans. Given that Hinata Uchion possessed only average talent, it was surprising that the third Hokage would consider him for such an esteemed program. Very well, Kakashi, do not overthink this. Simply relay my message. The third Hokage commanded with rare assertiveness. Faced with the Hokage's serious demeanor, Kakashi promptly accepted his orders and vanished in a puff of smoke from the Hokage's office. Meanwhile, within the Hinata clan, Hinata Mikura was feeling disheartened as she prepared dinner. Her child, having finally developed a strong desire to attend the Konoha Academy, found her unable to assist with the enrollment process, which soured her mood further. Additionally, since Hinata Uchion had returned home and sequestered himself in his room, Mikura felt a growing sense of guilt, believing she was failing to support her child and inadvertently causing his despondency. Knock, knock, knock. Miss Mikura, I am Kakashi, sent by Lord Hokage to inform you that you are to bring Hinata Uchion to school tomorrow. As Mikura wallowed in her gloom, the sudden sound of knocking and Kakashi's voice electrified her. Setting aside her cooking instruments, she quickly tidied herself and rushed to greet him. Kakashi's name was well known throughout Konoha, and Mikura recognized him as a highly esteemed elite jonin favored by the third Hokage. The fact that Kakashi had come to her with such news left her both honored and flabbergasted, prompting her to hurry to the door. In his room, Hinata Uchion heard Kakashi's announcement, but found himself torn between the decision to attend the Konoha Academy or remain within the Hinata clan. As he grappled with his uncertainty, Hinata Mikura met with Kakashi, who conveyed the third Hokage's decision. Hinata Uchion was to be enrolled in the elite class at the academy. Upon hearing this, Mikura's eyes gleamed with excitement, and she insisted on keeping Kakashi for dinner, unwilling to let him depart without sharing a meal. Kakashi, however, declined her invitation, citing that the third Hokage awaited his return for a report. With a polite refusal, he transformed into a plume of smoke, vanishing from the threshold of Hinata Mikura's residence. After Kakashi's departure, Hinata Mika ran excitedly to Hinata Uchion's room and addressed the contemplative Uchion with enthusiasm. Uchion, just now the third Hokage sent someone to inform me that you are to join the elite class, and you can begin your lessons tomorrow. The mention of the elite class took Hinata Uchion by surprise. While Kakashi had been conversing with Hinata Miku, the distance and Kakashi's quieter tone had rendered Uchion oblivious to their discussion. Now, upon hearing Mika mention that the third Hokage had arranged for him to attend the elite class, the astute Uchion quickly grasped the Hokage's intentions to establish his ties to Konohagakure, ensuring that no matter how he changed, he would always hold a piece of affection for the village. This was a common method employed by the third Hokage to cultivate loyal talents. With this realization, Hinata Uchion exhaled a sigh of relief, feigning delight as he replied to Hinata Miku, "That's wonderful, mother. I will certainly study diligently and strive to surpass Hinata Niji." Hinata Mika felt a surge of excitement and enveloped Uchion in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "Good child. Tomorrow, you must learn to be independent in your studies in life. Today, I shall teach you how to become a qualified ninja." Subsequently, Uchion found himself reluctantly enduring Miku's incessant chatter, which began to wear on his patience, making him yearn for a breath of fresh air outside. Unfortunately, he could not escape, as Hinata Mika held onto him tightly, and despite his desires to break free, he remained ensnared in her maternal grip, obliged to listen to her endless discourse. The residence of the Hyuga clan is the abode of Hyuga Hizashi. After Hyuga Hizashi dismissed Kakashi, he grew increasingly perplexed. It struck him as odd that the third Hokage would send Kakashi to inquire about such a trivial matter regarding Hyuga Uchion. There must be some underlying issue at play. Consequently, Hizashi sought information about Hyuga Uchion and Hyuga Mikura, only to discover they were merely ordinary members of the Hyuga clan, devoid of any remarkable traits. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, just as Hizashi had set aside thoughts of Hyuga Uchion, he received further news from his guards. Kakashi had been dispatched by the third Hokage to inform Hyuga Mikura that she was to bring Hyuga Uchion to the elite class at the Konoha Ninja Academy the following day. Hizashi pondered whether the third Hokage was deliberately attempting to co-opt the branch family, aiming to diminish the strength of the main family. However, he quickly cast aside this notion, reasoning that the curse mark of the caged bird rendered the branch family incapable of betraying the main family. Thus, the third Hokage likely had different motives. Regrettably, Hizashi could not fathom what qualities in Hyuga Yution might attract the third Hokage's attention. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to send some living essentials and money to Hyuga Mikura's family, congratulating them on Hyuga Yution's opportunity to study in the elite class. Hizashi's rationale was that, regardless of Yution's innate talents, the gifts he bestowed would signify that the Hyuga clan had not neglected him. Thus, should Yution achieve success in the future, he would undoubtedly feel grateful. At the Hyuga Mikura residence, Hyuga Yution seized the opportunity presented by Hizashi's gift delivery to escape the incessant chatter of Hyuga Mikura. He sought a quiet place to rest and prepare for his upcoming day at the ninja school. Yution began to devise a plan to first target the children at Konoha Academy, intending to gradually amass their allowances. As his strength grew, he would expand his ventures throughout the village, ultimately seeking to establish influence in the ninja world. If this plan unfolded as envisioned, he believed a decade would suffice to conquer the entire realm, allowing him to reunite with his 5 wives. With this thought, Yution returned to his room, satisfied, and even used the excuse of preparing for school to evade dinner with Hyuga Mikura, avoiding further conversation with her. The next morning, Hyuga Mikura escorted Hyuga Yution to the entrance of the Konoha Ninja Academy, where they stood gazing at the grand gates. Mikura was lost in thought, realizing she had no knowledge of where the elite class was located and could only observe other children entering the academy, hoping to discern the direction of their classrooms. Meanwhile, Yution reflected on the differences between the Konoha Ninja Academy he had seen in anime and the real institution before him, noting some distinctions, though they were not particularly significant. As Hinata Mikura and Hinata Yution were lost in thought, a middle-aged ninja, clad in chunin attire and unfamiliar to Yution, approached them with courtesy. "You must be Miss Hinata Mikura and classmate Hinata Yution," he said politely. "I am the receptionist of the Ninja Academy, and Lord Hokage has instructed me to welcome you both and escort you to the office to wait for the elite class teacher, who will take classmate Yution to his lessons." With a smile, the middle-aged ninja added, "After all, Yution is still quite young. Lord Hokage wishes for the teacher to provide him with an introduction, facilitating his interaction with other classmates and helping him integrate into the class." "Oh, I see. Lord Hokage truly cares for my child Yution. I must express my gratitude to him later," Mikura exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. The middle-aged ninja shook his head gently, saying, "Lord Hokage is exceedingly busy. It would be best not to disturb him over such a minor matter. There is no need for you to concern yourself, Miss Mikura." "Very well then," Mikura replied, somewhat resigned. It was already 6:30 in the morning, and children were beginning to make their way to the Konoha Ninja Academy. The middle-aged ninja glanced at the curious children watching them and quickly urged Mikura, "Miss Mikura, let us proceed to the office for a moment. A teacher will soon arrive to take Yution to class." Desiring not to attract attention, especially from young children, Mikura nodded. Taking Yution by the hand as they followed the ninja to a private office, they settled onto a nearby sofa to rest. After arranging seats for Mikura and Yution, the ninja stated, "Please wait here for a moment. I have matters to attend to. The elite class teacher, Irika, will come shortly to take classmate Yution to his class. If you have any inquiries, Miss Mikura, you may discuss them with teacher Irika." Since he mentioned having business to attend to, Mikura refrained from asking further questions, nodding for him to leave. Once the room was left with just her and Yution, she began to chatter about how he should build good relationships with the other children, causing Yution to feel drowsy and yawn repeatedly. After half an hour of Mikura's ramblings, Yution finally heard the sound of the door opening. He quickly turned to see who it was, eager to meet Irika, a character he recognized as having appeared numerous times in Naruto. As the door swung open, Yution instantly recognized Irika, having watched Naruto several times. He would never forget Irika's distinctive attire and hairstyle. "Are you teacher Irika?" Mikura immediately stood to warmly greet Irika as he entered. Irika, slightly taken aback by Mikura's enthusiasm, quickly regained his composure and responded, "You must be Miss Mikura. I am Irika, here to escort classmate Yution to his lessons." Hinata Mikura would not easily let go of Irika, who was about to become her child's teacher. She mysteriously produced a small gift box from somewhere and presented it to Irika, saying, "Irika-sensei, my child Yution is still quite young. I hope you can look after him in the future. These are homemade cookies. Please do not hesitate to enjoy them." Upon seeing the gift from Hinata Mikura, Irika initially hesitated, fearing it might be something valuable that he would be reluctant to accept. However, upon learning that it was merely some homemade cookies, he reluctantly accepted them, swayed by the resolute determination reflected in Hinata Mikura's eyes, which seemed to convey that she would not take no for an answer. Once Irika accepted the gift, Hinata Mikura became even more enthusiastic about conversing with him. Yet, Irika, sensing her intention to engage in polite conversation, preemptively interjected, "Mikura-san, the other students in class are still waiting for me. I should take Yution to class first. You may rest here or return home. I will personally escort Yution home this evening and discuss with you what he accomplished today." As Irika prepared to head to class and promised to visit her later, Hinata Mikura found it difficult to impede Irika from taking Yution away. She grasped Yuntian's hand and reiterated her thoughts for 2 more minutes, finally relenting under Irika's resigned gaze, allowing them to depart. In the Hidden Leaf Village, at the Ninja Academy's elite class, Irika walked towards the classroom with the composed Yution. He had hoped to engage Yution in conversation to help ease his mind. However, observing Yuntian's calm demeanor, one that surpassed that of an adult, Irika found himself at a loss for words and could only sigh internally as he led Yution into the classroom. Upon arriving at the entrance to the elite class, Yution immediately spotted some familiar faces within, including Niji Hyuga, whom he aspired to surpass, along with his partners Rock Lee and Tintin. As for the other faces, Yution did not recognize many and was disappointed not to see the individuals he longed to meet, such as Naruto Uzumaki, the master of verbal dueling, Sasuke Uchiha, and the rest of the formidable 12. It dawned on him that Hinata and the others were merely 6 years old, a year away from starting school, which meant Yution had arrived too early. With no one of particular interest to meet, Yuntian's enthusiasm waned. Upon entering the classroom ahead of Irika, he boldly introduced himself at the podium, declaring, "I am Hinata Yution, and from now on, I shall be your leader. You all must heed my commands, understood?" Irika was left speechless, contemplating the trouble that the third Hokage had inadvertently bestowed upon him, along with the responsibility of caring for Yution, who, in his opinion, hardly needed any oversight given his audacious demeanor. Irika felt a throbbing headache as he observed the chaos unfolding in the elite class. The students, all scions of prestigious families, were accustomed to rigorous training, and being mere children, how could they possibly accept a newcomer as their superior? Consequently, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of voices. "Who was that little brat? Such arrogance is truly infuriating," a child from the Inuzuka clan exclaimed, visibly agitated. "Indeed, Inuzuka Hyuki, show him what you're made of after class," chimed in 2 companions seated beside him. "All right, just watch me," Inuzuka Hyuki replied with a sense of pride. Meanwhile, 2 children sitting beside Hyuga Niji approached him, inquiring, "Hey Niji, is that brash fellow truly formidable? Why is he even more arrogant than you?" Niji furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Hyuga Kunien. Regrettably lacking any recollection of this audacious newcomer, he was perplexed as to when the Hyuga clan produced such an insolent individual. Nevertheless, sharing the same lineage, Niji felt compelled to protect Kunien from being bullied, especially by the 2 members of the Uchiha clan who were glaring at him from a distance. Thus, he stood and beckoned to Kunien. "We are both of the Hyuga clan. Come sit beside me, so we can look out for one another." The 2 Uchiha children, upon hearing Niji's invitation, recognized that their plan to confront Kunien would not be as straightforward, for Niji held the esteemed position of the elite class's top student, and they lacked confidence in their ability to best him. Unfortunately, Kunien was ungrateful for the assistance offered. After casting a disdainful glance at Niji, he strode to the 3rd row of seats and declared to Inuzuka Hyuki, "That seat now belongs to me. You should move to the back row. Don't make me resort to force." Inuzuka Hyuki was incensed. Kunien's audacity was intolerable. As one of the top 10 students in the elite class, he found it unacceptable to be chastised by a mere newcomer. The 2 children sitting behind Hyuki, witnessing this affront, eagerly chimed in, "Hyuki, if you don't take action, you'll lose your standing in the elite class and become just another lackey." Furious, Hyuki, spurred on by his peers, disregarded Irika, who was still present in the classroom, and stood up, launching a punch at Kunien. "Hyuki, stop." Irika, who had been stunned into silence by Kunien's antics, finally snapped back to reality and urgently intervened. Unfortunately, Hyuki was consumed by rage, paying no heed to Irika's plea. All he desired was to pummel the insufferable face of Hyuga Kunien to vent his frustration. Thus, he continued his assault, disregarding the teacher entirely. In the elite class, the children were all under the age of 11, and there were no lower-ranked ninjas among them. Even if they possessed some strength, it was hardly formidable, especially when compared to the seasoned Hinata Yuntian. Although Hinata Yuntian's current power was minimal, even less than that of Inuzuka Hyokai, his combat experience far surpassed that of any ordinary Genin, and even Chunin could not boast of such extensive battle knowledge. With a mere flick of his wrist, he effortlessly thwarted Inuzuka Hyokai, sending him crashing to the ground in a most humiliating manner. In a moment of inertia, Inuzuka Hyokai tumbled headfirst, landing with a thud that elicited a pained cry. As he turned around, the entire class beheld his reddened nose, which was now profusely bleeding. Inuzuka Hyokai, upon realizing he was bleeding, began to panic, desperately attempting to stanch the flow, but his frantic efforts were in vain, nearly reducing him to tears. Had it not been for his pride as a member of the Inuzuka clan, he would have certainly succumbed to sorrow, humiliated by being bested by a mere child. Irika was equally taken aback, unable to fathom that the 10-year-old Inuzuka Hyokai could be so swiftly defeated by Hinata Yuntian. This unexpected turn of events altered Irika's perception of Hinata Yuntian. However, this was not the time to confront him. He hurried to Inuzuka Hyokai's side and addressed the rest of the class, instructing them to continue their self-study while he escorted Hyokai to the infirmary. His authoritative tone commanded respect, and the students averted their gazes, feigning ignorance of the earlier incident. Once the children settled down, Irika swiftly carried Inuzuka Hyokai away, seeking to attend to his injuries. Comically, Inuzuka Hyokai seemed reluctant to be taken for treatment, struggling and shouting at Hinata Yuntian. Hinata Yuntian, just you wait. I challenge you to a duel at noon. That was merely an accident. Hinata Yuntian, dismissive, merely shrugged and remarked to the departing Hyokai, little brat. Go home and drink some milk. You need to grow stronger if you wish to defeat me. You still have plenty of milk to consume. Curse you. I'll kill you. Inuzuka Hyokai, infuriated by Hinata Yuntian's words, began to thrash against Irika's back, demanding to be set free to seek vengeance. Yet Irika was unwavering, firmly escorting Hyokai away until they vanished outside the classroom. With Inuzuka Hyokai and Irika gone, Hinata Yuntian nonchalantly took a seat at Hyokai's desk, exuding a demeanor of self-assuredness, capturing the attention of the entire class. However, at present, no one dares to casually provoke Hinata Kuntian, for he has unequivocally demonstrated his prowess. In the elite class, Inuzuka Hyokai may not be the strongest student, yet he ranks among the top 10. Even the children of the Uchiha clan or Niji Hyuga would find it challenging to defeat him in just a few moves. The technique utilized by Hinata Kuntian earlier evidently bore traces of the Hinata clan's secret arts and was capable of effortlessly vanquishing Inuzuka Hyokai. Students lacking confidence would refrain from challenging Hinata Kuntian. Among the entire class, only Niji Hyuga furrowed his brow at Hinata Kuntian. For the technique he had just witnessed was unfamiliar to him. It was certainly not one of the Hinata clan's moves. Yet, the softness of the fist technique suggested a connection to the Hinata clan's distinguished arts, plunging Niji into profound contemplation. With a fervent desire to grow stronger, Niji began to ponder Hinata Kuntian. He believed that if he could master the technique Kuntian had just demonstrated, his strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. However, Niji was somewhat reluctant to speak up, as Hinata Kuntian's dismissive demeanor made it difficult for him to approach, and his pride prevented him from humbly inquiring. As for the thoughts of the elite class students, Hinata Kuntian paid them no heed. He dismissed Inuzuka Hyokai primarily because Hyokai was seated beside Tenten, the affluent heiress of the Hidden Leaf Village. Hinata Kuntian sought to capitalize on his proximity to her. Once he occupied Hyokai's seat, he grinned and leaned toward Tenten, asking, Fair lady, what is your name? Would you be interested in joining me for some fun? Tenten found Hinata Kuntian intriguing, not due to his handsome appearance, but rather his formidable abilities. In response to his inquiry, she lifted her chin and declared, I am Tenten. If you wish to play with me, you must possess the strength to be the top of the class. Otherwise, I shan't entertain you. Hinata Kuntian raised an eyebrow and confidently patted his chest, saying, Merely being the top is a trivial matter. I shall achieve that by tomorrow. Do not forget your words. Tenten rolled her eyes in exasperation and retorted, Let us see you earn that first place before boasting. No more idle claims here. Well, Tenten was rather arrogant, and Hinata Kuntian could not easily placate her, so he merely agreed for the time being. Turning to address the entire class, he coldly announced, You all heard our conversation, right? Surrender and acknowledge me as your leader, or when I teach you a lesson later, don't come crying to me. I can't hold back any longer. This fellow is insufferably arrogant. A chubby boy could no longer contain himself, pointing an accusatory finger at Hinata Kuntian and exclaiming, Hinata Kuntian, don't get too cocky. I challenge you to a duel right now. I've tolerated you long enough. Casting a glance at the rotund figure before him, Hinata Yuntian remarked nonchalantly, "Ah, so it is the chubby one from the Akimichi clan. You are hardly worthy of a one-on-one duel with me. Perhaps you should gather 5 or 6 companions to challenge me together. How dare you? My name is Akimichi Daisher, not Chubby One. You insolent fool," Akimichi Daisher exclaimed, his anger palpable as he leapt onto the table, launching himself towards Hinata Yuntian, intent on crushing him beneath his considerable bulk. Chuckling, Hinata Yuntian raised a hand to intercept the descending Akimichi Daisher, seizing him by his ample midsection. With a deft maneuver reminiscent of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, he spun in midair before hurling Daisher forward. Ah, that hurts. The startled Akimichi Daisher landed near the first row of seats, inadvertently crushing 2 classmates beneath him, eliciting simultaneous cries of pain from all 3. The spectacle of Hinata Yuntian effortlessly dealing with Akimichi Daisher did not go unnoticed by the entire class. They quickly grasped that Hinata Yuntian was not to be trifled with, and it was best to avoid provoking someone of such evident strength. Consequently, the gaze of the entire class shifted to the 2 scions of the Uchiha clan. The entirety of Konoha was aware of the long-standing animosity between the Uchiha and Hinata clans, and they were eager to witness how the Uchiha would respond to Hinata Yuntian's audacity. Feeling the weight of their peers' scrutiny, the Uchiha siblings recognized that failing to act could lead to rumors spreading throughout the school, casting them as cowards who feared the Hinata clan. Such gossip would undoubtedly bring disdain upon their return to the Uchiha clan. "Oh, Hachiro, let us confront him together. This fellow is no easy adversary," one of the older Uchiha siblings urged the younger. "Very well, brother Nintaka, we Uchiha must never concede defeat," Hachiro replied resolutely. With their minds made up, the 2 rose and approached Hinata Yuntian, stating earnestly, "Uchiha Nintaka and Uchiha Hachiro challenge you." Hinata Yuntian had been observing the 2 Uchiha, and upon their challenge, he smiled lightly, saying, "By all means, do proceed. If you manage to displace me from my seat, I shall concede your victory. You look down upon us." Uchiha Nintaka retorted, clearly displeased. "Heh, and what do you think?" Hinata Yuntian responded with an air of disdain. Fueled by anger, Uchiha Nintaka turned to Hachiro and declared, "Let us attack from both sides. I refuse to believe we cannot force him from his seat." "Agreed, brother," Hachiro replied, equally incensed. Thus, Uchiha Nintaka sprang onto the table in front of Hinata Yuntian, while Hachiro leapt onto the table behind him, both launching an assault aimed directly at Hinata Yuntian's head. Hinata Yuntian sat in his seat, smiled, and then extended both hands to grasp the fists of Uchiha Ba and Uchiha Shinga. Employing the principles of Tai Chi, he effortlessly hurled them in the opposite direction, sending them flying over 10 meters away. Uchiha Ba and Uchiha Shinga fell much farther than Akimichi Dashi would have, owing to their greater strength. The technique Yuntian utilized was rooted in Tai Chi. The stronger the force directed at him, the greater the recoil he experienced. Thus, Uchiha Shinga and Uchiha Ba brought this upon themselves. As for Yuntian's proficiency in Tai Chi, it was self-taught, a testament to his extensive combat experience. A mere technique of leveraging force was within his grasp. After being thrown to the ground, Uchiha Ba and Uchiha Shinga merely groaned softly as they gradually rose, their expressions dark as they glared at Yuntian. Yuntian smirked and remarked, "You 2 are not so bad. At least you didn't cry out in pain like that little chubby one. I suggest you refrain from seeking further trouble and find a doctor to treat your injuries. I believe you are aware of your condition." Uchiha Shinga glared at Yuntian with resentment before turning to Uchiha Ba, saying, "Hachiro, let us return to tend to our wounds. We will avenge this affront. Let us leave." "What about class?" Uchiha Ba asked, clearly conflicted. "Class, do you want to become a laughingstock?" Uchiha Shinga scolded vehemently, urging him to follow. Uchiha Ba hesitated for a moment before hastily following Uchiha Shinga out of the classroom, their figures vanishing in an instant. "TCH, how dull," Yuntian muttered, turning to Tian and saying, "Beautiful lady, do you wish to play with me now? I have claimed the top position." Tian, surprised by Yuntian's prowess, hesitated to agree outright and pointed to the other classmates, stating, "They haven't surrendered yet. You are not the first just yet." Yuntian was at a loss for words. This little girl was rather formidable. After contemplating for a moment, he stood up and cast a fierce glance over the entire class before declaring, "You have 5 minutes to either surrender and acknowledge your defeat or end up like those 2 Uchiha fellows, thrown out of here." with Uchiha clan members subdued by Yuntian. The other students were understandably hesitant to provoke him. Yet, pride held them back from conceding. After one student took the lead and dashed out of the classroom, the remaining children followed suit in a frantic rush, leaving Yuntian utterly bemused. In the brief 5 minutes following Irika's departure, only Hinata Yuntian, Tian, and Hinata Niji, who was reluctant to concede, remained, eager to test the prowess of Yuntian's martial skills. Tian found herself momentarily dazed, unable to comprehend that her single remark had caused all her classmates to flee, leaving her in a state of helplessness as she gazed at Hinata Yuntian and said, "What should we do now? If Irika comes, we three will surely be in trouble." Hinata Yuntian replied with disdain, "Only troublesome students skip class and get reprimanded by the teacher. We haven't skipped class at all. Why should we be in trouble?" Tian was momentarily at a loss for words and shot a glance at the nonchalant Hinata Yuntian, saying, "Forget it. I promise to play with you. But you mustn't cause any more trouble. If Irika-sensei blames me, it won't be good. I never caused trouble." Hinata Yuntian replied in a nonchalant tone. "Weren't you just causing trouble?" Tian questioned, perplexed. Hinata Yuntian shrugged and countered, "Did I initiate anything? I only acted out of necessity. You can't blame me for that." Tian, defeated by Hinata Yuntian's shamelessness, stood up and declared, "Everyone has already gone home. I think I shall do the same. Otherwise, if Irika comes, he will surely be furious." With that, she turned on her heel and dashed towards the door. "Hey, don't leave. Didn't you promise to play with me?" Hinata Yuntian called out, trailing after her. In an instant, the classroom was left with only Hyuga Niji, who sat there, caught in a state of confusion, unsure whether to leave or stay. After 5 minutes of sitting in the empty classroom, Irika returned with Inuzuka Pakin, who had completed his treatment. He stared blankly at the desolate room, only to find Hyuga Niji present, and asked in bewilderment, "Niji, where have the other students gone?" Hyuga Niji, wanting to learn the new gentle fist technique from Hinata Yuntian and wishing to avoid offending him, replied softly, "Irika-sensei. They all said they had matters to attend to at home and left." Irika, furious, felt the urge to reprimand, realizing Niji was clearly lying. It was implausible that the entire class had urgent affairs at home. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "These brats have gone too far. I must report this to Lord Hokage. This is infuriating." With that, Irika, in his rage, forgot about Inuzuka Pakin and Hyuga Niji, turning abruptly to leave the classroom and seek out the Hokage. Inuzuka Pakin, bewildered, watched Irika vanish and turned to Hyuga Niji, asking, "What should we do now?" Hyuga Niji glanced at Inuzuka Pakin and picked up a book, saying, "It's up to you. If you want to go home, go ahead. If you wish to stay, that is your choice. It has nothing to do with me. After all, there won't be any class today." Inuzuka Pakin hesitated for a moment before suddenly feeling elated, turning to dash out of the classroom, eager to enjoy the rare holiday. As for Hinata Yuntian's antics, the young Inuzuka Pakin had momentarily forgotten them. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage listened with a sense of resignation to Irika's furious report, reassuring him, "Irika, I am already aware of this matter. Take the day to rest. I will handle it, so you need not concern yourself further." The third Hokage had already expressed his thoughts, and Irika felt it inappropriate to inquire further about how the Hokage would handle the truancy of the students. He respectfully bid farewell, saying, "Hokage-sama, while I usually do not mind when some children skip class, the fact that the entire class has done so this time is simply outrageous. I kindly ask you to educate them, otherwise I will find it difficult to continue as their teacher." Very well, Irika. I understand. You may return now." The third Hokage replied with a hint of exasperation as he dismissed Irika. Unaware of the Hokage's thoughts, Irika, after a few more complaints, left the Hokage's office in a fit of anger. Once Irika had departed, the third Hokage took out his pipe and after a few puffs, mused, "Does Hinata Yuntian truly possess a new style of gentle fist? Can we ascertain whether it is a secret technique of the Hyuga clan?" At that moment, a cold voice echoed in the Hokage's office, responding, "Hokage-sama, if the Hyuga clan had such a technique, they would not conceal it. I believe that what Hinata Yuntian is using is a new form of gentle fist, seemingly designed specifically to counter strength-type ninjas." "I see." The third Hokage replied after a moment of contemplation. "Continue to monitor Hinata Yuntian and also investigate whether he has been in contact with any particular individuals recently. He may have acquired this new gentle fist style from someone else." The mysterious voice answered, "Hokage-sama, such a new technique could not possibly be created by an outsider. It is likely a new form developed internally by the Hyuga clan, as outsiders find it challenging to comprehend the intricacies of their techniques. The third Hokage nodded. I share your sentiment. However, we must avoid confronting the Hyuga clan directly, as it would disrupt the peace of Konohagakure. Please take the trouble to investigate whom Hinata Yuntian associates with, in order to identify the most likely creator of this new gentle fist. Understood. The mysterious voice responded before falling silent. The third Hokage set down his pipe and approached the window, gazing out over the vast expanse of Konohagakure, murmuring to himself, "What a tumultuous autumn this is." Meanwhile, within the village, Hinata Yuntian followed Tintin as they exited the school. "Why are you following me? I'm heading home," Tintin said with a hint of displeasure. Driven by a shameless desire for profit, Hinata Yuntian replied earnestly, "I wish to visit your parents, so that I may play with you in the future and ensure that they recognize me." Tintin, feeling quite exasperated, thought to herself that she did not want to bring a younger boy home. Upon reaching a fork in the road, she exclaimed, "Stop following me. I do not want you at my house. Go back to your own home. My family does not welcome you. Are you abandoning me?" Hinata Yuntian regarded her with earnest eyes. "What do you mean by abandoning? I just met you today. Please don't cling to me. Go back to your own home." Tintin retorted in frustration. "You promised to play with me." Hinata Yuntian insisted resolutely. "I only agreed to play with you, but I never said I would today." Tian replied with a glare. "You are being unreasonable." Hinata Yuntian expressed his dissatisfaction. "What? You say I am being unreasonable?" Tian laughed at Hinata Yuntian's shamelessness, decisively shaking her head. "I've decided not to play with you anymore. You should hurry back home. I am going home now." With that, Tian turned sharply to the left, ignoring Hinata Yuntian entirely. Kids these days are truly difficult to deceive, Hinata Yuntian sighed, no longer following Tian. After glancing around, he turned back to the ninja academy, intending to take a nap before returning home in the evening. Otherwise, if he went back too early, Hinata Makoto would surely scold him. Upon returning to the ninja academy, Hinata Yuntian discovered that the entire class had already dispersed, and even Hinata Niji was nowhere to be found. He casually found a spot to lie down, ready to rest and contemplate his next course of action. From the moment he arrived at school today, Hinata Yuntian had deliberately established his authority, aiming to garner greater attention from the third Hokage. This way, should he act out in the future within the Hidden Leaf Village, the third Hokage would protect him, recognizing his potential as a worthy investment. Additionally, he was aware that after today's incident, even if the third Hokage suppressed the news, Hinata Hizashi would inevitably learn of it. Consequently, Hinata Hizashi would regard him with increased significance, hoping to acquire the techniques of the new gentle fist from him. Thus, positioned between Hinata Hizashi and the third Hokage, he could secure the greatest advantages and ensure his own safety. Of course, this was predicated on the notion that Hinata Yuntian held value for the Hidden Leaf Village. Only then would the third Hokage assist him. Otherwise, the third Hokage would not risk offending Hinata Hizashi to aid him. Hinata Yuntian's strategy was, in essence, a necessity. He needed to earn money, which would inevitably attract the attention of both the third Hokage and Hinata Hizashi. It was wiser to initially present some bait to garner their interest, allowing him to act without restraint and leverage these relationships for profit. However, if the third Hokage and Hinata Hizashi were ruthless, akin to Shimura Danzo, Hinata Yuntian would not dare to employ such a scheme. This plan was only applicable to the third Hokage and Hinata Hizashi, for they were competent politicians rather than mere opportunists. They would compromise for mutual benefit rather than resorting to reckless gambits. After resting and reflecting for a while, Hinata Yuntian's frustration from being dismissed by Tian eased somewhat. He began to ponder when Hinata Hizashi and the third Hokage would approach him regarding the new gentle fist, as this would present an opportunity for him to gain a measure of profit and enhance his strength. As time passed gradually, noon arrived, signaling lunch hour. Hinata Yuntian could have eaten at school, but now that his classmates were absent, he had no idea where the cafeteria was located. Contemplating his next adventure, Hinata Kunian resolved to visit the renowned Ichiraku Ramen in Konoha, eager to ascertain whether the famed noodles truly lived up to their reputation. The cost of the ramen was of no concern to him, for earlier that morning, Hinata Michin had bestowed upon him a generous sum, intended to win over his peers. Now that those children had been frightened away by Hinata Kunian, the funds had fortuitously fallen into his hands, perfectly suited for indulging in a delectable meal at Ichiraku Ramen. With determination, he exited the classroom and made his way toward the school gates. At noon, the students of Konoha School enjoyed a 3-hour respite, a precious interlude for lunch and relaxation. By 3 o'clock, they would engage in outdoor training sessions, primarily focusing on physical conditioning and basic martial arts, as the more advanced ninjutsu was not part of the curriculum. Despite this limitation, many commoners eagerly sent their children to the Ninja Academy, for it was there that they could learn the ways of ninjutsu and aspire to become true ninjas. The profession of a ninja was not to be taken lightly. Even a mere genin could potentially earn a substantial income, while the average citizen struggled to make ends meet, often capping at a meager 50,000 a month. This disparity explained the fervent desire among many to pursue the ninja path. As Hinata Kunian stepped into the plaza of the Ninja Academy, he beheld a gathering of students playfully interacting, their camaraderie painting a picture of harmony amid the often ruthless world of ninjas. In the tranquil haven of Konoha, he reflected on how, had he been born in a different country or ninja village, he might have been robbed of any opportunity to earn a living. Lost in contemplation, he unwittingly attracted the attention of several children, two of whom approached him with eager curiosity. Sensing their intent, Hinata Kunian turned to leave, disinterested in engaging with a group of young children. Yet, the two children pursued him, calling out, "Wait, we just want to ask if you're Hinata Kunian, the one who defeated the entire elite class. Please don't walk away so quickly." Taken aback, Hinata Kunian realized that news of his morning exploits had swiftly spread throughout Konoha School, leaving him somewhat astonished. He had assumed that the third Hokage might have suppressed the information, but it appeared he had not done so. It seemed he would soon find himself under the scrutiny of Hinata Hisashi, a prospect that filled him with dread, as he was uncertain whether the third Hokage would support him in the long run. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Hinata Kunian was determined not to linger at Konoha School any longer, unwilling to entertain the trivial inquiries of the children. Upon leaving the Ninja Academy, he inquired with passers-by about the location of Ichiraka Ramen and soon found his way to the esteemed noodle shop. Gazing at the sign in front of Ichiraka Ramen, Hinata Yuntian reminisced about the plot of Naruto, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him as he prepared to step into the ramen shop. Just as he was about to enter, a familiar voice called out from behind, "You're just a kid. What else with the solemnity? Do you have a problem?" Hinata instantly turned around, wearing a cheerful expression as he addressed the girl. Tian, how did you know I was here? Did you come specifically to find me?" "I'm so delighted." Tian rolled her eyes at Hinata and replied curtly, "Don't get ahead of yourself. I'm merely here to pick up lunch for my parents. They're exceptionally busy today and can't return home to eat." "Really, Tian, couldn't you offer me a bit of comfort?" Hinata sighed, venting his thoughts to her. "Just move aside. I need to get in. Don't waste my time. I still have to deliver their lunch." Tian bluntly dismissed Hinata. All right, you go ahead." Hinata stepped aside to let her enter Ichiraka Ramen, following closely behind. The interior of the ramen shop was modest, accommodating only about 10 patrons. However, considering its proximity to the Hokage building, Hinata understood that space was at a premium. If the shop were any larger, it would struggle to turn a profit. Once inside, Tian confidently approached the ramen chef, saying, "Boss, 3 large bowls of chicken bone udon ramen." "Oh, it's you again, coming to fetch lunch for your father." The chef, clearly familiar with Tian, didn't even need to ask if she wanted takeout. He already knew she intended to bring it home. After placing the order, the chef glanced at Hinata standing behind Tian and remarked, "So, you've brought a friend along?" Tian proudly declared, "He is not my friend. He is a new student in our class. We're not close, so don't worry about him. Just hurry up with the ramen. I need to deliver lunch." The chef chuckled, shaking his head before turning to Hinata. "Young man, take a look at the menu. Let me know what you'd like. I'll prepare Tian's ramen first. Just wait a moment." As Hinata observed the chef's demeanor, he began to ponder some peculiar notions, recalling tales of the chef being a major antagonist in Naruto, supposedly hiding within the village of Konoha. Now, upon encountering him in person, Hinata discerned that such tales were mere fabrications, judging by his appearance. The chef was at most a low-ranking ninja, far from being any clandestine figure. Realizing the chef was waiting for his order, Hinata snapped back to the present and pointed to a dish on the wall menu, saying, "I'll have the seafood trifecta ramen, please. I'm eager to taste the quality of your ramen shop." The chef paused, a hint of surprise on his face, and replied, "Very well. Prepare to be impressed by the skill of Ichiraka Ramen. If you find it delicious, do remember to spread the word. You certainly possess a knack for business." Hinata Kunian remarked, casting a glance at the ramen chef. In Hinata Kunian's eyes, the chef did not belittle him due to his youth. Rather, he had even allowed him to assist in promoting the ramen shop, which showcased his exceptional interpersonal skills, and it was no wonder the ramen business thrived. The chef, amused by Hinata Kunion's little adult demeanor, chuckled and replied, "Very well, esteemed guest, please wait a moment. The seafood ramen will be ready shortly. You may take a seat in that corner designated for children." Hinata Kuntion glanced at Tintin, who seemed disinclined to engage with him, and shook his head, taking a seat at the high table reserved for youngsters while awaiting his seafood ramen. As he waited, the clan leader of the Hyuga family, Hyuga Hizashi, was preoccupied. He had received intelligence indicating that Hinata Kunien had mastered a new gentle fist technique, defeating all the students of the elite class at the Leaf Academy, including his prodigious nephew, Hinata Niji, who appeared hesitant to confront Hinata Kunien. A new gentle fist technique? Hyuga Hizashi furrowed his brow, harboring skepticism about this claim. The techniques of the Hyuga clan were honed through rigorous training, and the creation of a new technique was no simple feat. The notion that a mere 5-year-old had developed such a technique seemed implausible. He suspected it was the work of an adult, passed down to Hinata Kunien. With this thought in mind, Hyuga Hizashi issued a command akin to that of the third Hokage, instructing his men to investigate whether Hinata Kunien had recently interacted with any clan members. Simultaneously, he ordered his guards to deliver a generous gift to the Hinata family. Hyuga Hizashi's rationale for these actions was clear. Since Hinata Kunien possessed the ability to best the elite class students, it indicated that he had some innate talent, distinguishing him from the inept and unworthy disciples. Thus, he deemed it worthwhile to invest in Hinata Kunien. Furthermore, as a member of the Hyuga clan, it was imperative for him to ensure that Hinata Kunien did not become swayed by the third Hokage, as any future loyalty to Konoha over the Hyuga clan would be detrimental. Therefore, he needed to make his intentions clear. Once these orders were dispatched, Hyuga Hizashi turned to his attendant, saying, "Hinata J, please seek out Niji and inquire about today's events to ascertain whether Hinata Kunien indeed employed a new technique." Hinata J, a J-nin in Hyuga Hizashi's close guard as well as his cousin, understood the fraught relationship between Hyuga Hizashi and Niji, which illuminated Hizashi's request for him to approach Niji. However, Hinata J sighed softly, responding, "The actions taken by the clan leader were not voluntary. Why not seize this opportunity to explain matters to Niji? This could facilitate his return to the clan, and Niji is indeed a talent of worth." Hyuga Hizashi shook his head, replying, "Let it be. He is still young. Whatever I say now would be incomprehensible to him. I shall wait until he matures and can discern right from wrong before elucidating everything." Hinata Hizashi paused for a moment and said, "Very well. I shall deliver something to Niji and, in passing, inquire about Hinata Kunien. However, my relationship with him is rather ordinary. He may not divulge any information." Hizashi sighed. "I am aware, but among our clan, you share the closest bond with him. I fear that others might be dismissed by Niji. Please make the effort to go." "Then I shall," replied Hizashi. At Ichiraku Ramen, after completing his 3 servings of ramen, Naruto disregarded Hinata Kunien entirely, casting him a disdainful glance before departing. Hinata Kunien sighed, noting the child's distinct personality, and awaited his lunch, savoring the ramen from the esteemed Ichiraku ramen shop. The flavor was indeed delightful. The noodles were firm and the broth rich and delicious. After thoroughly enjoying every drop of the soup, he contentedly set down his bowl and exited the ramen shop. Feeling satisfied, having resolved his lunch, it was merely a little past 1 in the afternoon. Hinata Kunien contemplated taking a stroll around Konoha village, planning to return home by 5, thereby familiarizing himself with the surroundings. The village was enveloped by a vast forest, creating a serene environment, further secured by a formidable barrier. As Hinata Kunien wandered through Konoha, he attracted considerable attention from passers-by, primarily due to his renowned Byakugan. Many ordinary villagers hesitated to greet him, while ninjas preferred to avoid him, wary of potential trouble. Konoha was expansive, and it was implausible for Hinata Kunien to explore every corner. Instead, he leisurely traversed some bustling streets before returning to a nearby clearing in front of the Ninja Academy to rest. This area served as a waiting spot for parents coming to collect their children from school. By the time Hinata Kunien arrived, it was already past 4, and several parents were gathered, awaiting the end of classes. As Hinata Kunien settled down, he became the focus of many curious glances from the parents. The Hyuga clan was prestigious, and although Hinata Kunien was still quite young, he garnered significant attention. Most of the parents were the wives of ordinary ninjas, their statuses starkly contrasting with that of the Hyuga clan, and they regarded Hinata Kunien with envy. Uninterested in the women, Hinata Kunien chose a spot beneath a large tree, preparing to close his eyes and rest until his mother arrived to take him home. Just as he was about to doze off, he spotted the legendary protagonist hiding behind a tree in the distance, gazing enviously at the Konoha Ninja Academy. An idea struck Hinata Kunten, and he waved at Naruto, gesturing for him to come over, repeating the invitation 3 times. As usual, Naruto stood outside the academy, enviously watching the students being picked up by their parents or enjoying time with friends. At first, when he saw Hinata Yution waving at him, he mistakenly believed that the greeting was intended for someone behind him, as he was acutely aware of his unpopularity in the Hidden Leaf Village. However, after Hinata Yution waved twice more, beckoning him to come over, he realized that the young boy was indeed calling for him. Naruto Uzumaki's heart leaped with joy. It was the first time someone had actively sought him out. Although the boy appeared to be slightly younger and was presumably from the esteemed Hyuga clan, Naruto paid no mind to his lineage or the disdainful glances from the parents of younger children. He eagerly dashed over to the large tree where Hinata Yution was seated and inquired, "What do you need? Do you want to play with me?" Hinata Yution cast a sidelong glance at the exuberant Naruto and replied in a nonchalant tone, "I am Hinata Yution, the foremost expert at the Hidden Leaf Ninja Academy. How could I possibly play with a mere child like you? I summoned you here to run an errand for me. Go and fetch me an ice cream." "That is impossible. You can't be the top expert at the academy," Naruto exclaimed in shock, completely disregarding the latter part of Hinata's statement. Hinata Yution shrugged dismissively, saying, "You may inquire around, and you will find that I, Hinata Yution, do not lie. Hurry and get me that ice cream. If the students are released from school before you return, I shall lose my appetite." Naruto was at a loss for words. He shot a glance at the resting Hinata Yution and protested, "But you haven't given me any money. How can I buy it? I certainly don't have that much." Hinata Yution glared at him, retorting, "This is an opportunity for you to be my subordinate. How dare you ask your leader for money? Is there no respect left?" Naruto was momentarily stunned. Then, after a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly replied, "Fine, I'll get you the ice cream. But you must acknowledge me as your little brother, and you have to take me along whenever you go out to have fun." Hinata Yution nodded in satisfaction. "That is acceptable, but remember, when the leader goes out, the subordinate pays. Do you have enough money for that?" At this point, Naruto felt like crying. It seemed he had encountered a rather demanding individual in Hinata Yution, and his wallet was destined to become increasingly lighter. Nevertheless, despite this predicament, Naruto was unwilling to lose the chance to forge a new friendship. He perceived no hostility in Hinata Yution's gaze, indicating that he was not deceiving him. "All right, I agree. I will go buy the ice cream for you right now," Naruto exclaimed, a mix of anxiety and excitement propelling him out of the scene. Once Naruto had left, Hinata Yution resumed a more mature demeanor, casting a glance at the bored young women who were observing them. He leaned back against the tree, closing his eyes to rest. To be honest, the women of the Hidden Leaf Village were quite appealing. The reason for this was the lucrative salaries of ninjas. Women from across the Land of Fire were eager to marry them, ensuring a life free from want, while also providing a sense of security in these tumultuous times. This phenomenon had led to an influx of beautiful women flocking to the Hidden Leaf Village. Moreover, women aspire for their offspring to achieve greatness, and in this aristocratic-dominated world, it is exceedingly difficult for commoners to ascend to nobility. The only viable path appears to be becoming a ninja, which may offer a chance for a better status. Hinata Yution, however, harbored little interest in the women of Konoha Village. His thoughts were consumed with enhancing his prowess to fulfill his ambition of becoming the strongest in the world, for only then could he reunite with his wives. After resting for approximately 7 minutes beneath a grand tree, Uzumaki Naruto scampered over to Hinata Yution, presenting an ice cream as if it were a treasured gift. "Boss, what do you think? I brought the ice cream. Do you acknowledge me as your subordinate?" Hinata Yution declined the ice cream, replying with a satisfied demeanor, "Since you are so devoted, I shall accept you as my junior. However, you may enjoy the ice cream yourself. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Brother, you are truly too kind to me." Uzumaki Naruto, somewhat touched, retracted the ice cream, unable to resist taking a lick. Yet, just as Naruto was basking in his emotions, he was taken aback to witness Hinata Yution, who had just risen, being abruptly seized by an emerging woman, who yanked his ear and dragged him away while chastising him incessantly. Naruto, glancing at his melting ice cream, felt a pang of disbelief. It was not that Hinata Yution rejected the treat, but rather that his mother had arrived, leaving him no opportunity to indulge. With a sigh, Naruto swiftly finished the melting ice cream in a few bites, casting an envious glance at Hinata Yution, being led away by the ear. Wishing that he too had someone to pull his ear and offer a lesson. Hinata Mikamura's emotions today were truly mercurial. In the early morning, she sent Hinata Kyuten off to school with a tinge of anxiety, fearing that he might be bullied in the elite class. She shared numerous strategies for him to foster good relationships with his peers. Once Kyuten began his classes, she returned home, yet her worries persisted, leaving her in a restless state. She contemplated visiting Konoha school, but recalling the rules that prohibited parental interference, she suppressed the urge to check on her son. After enduring the midday hours, her emotions finally began to settle, and she prepared to rest before picking Kyuten up from school. However, before she could steal a moment's nap, an array of gifts from Hinata Hizashi arrived at her doorstep. With no explanation given, he merely congratulated her and departed, leaving her utterly bewildered. Once Hizashi's envoy had left, Mikamura hurried to inquire within the village about the unexpected delivery, only to be astounded by the revelations she uncovered. She was well aware of her own child's character. So when she heard that Hinata Kyuten had triumphed over the elite students at Konoha Ninja School, outshining even the prodigious Hinata Niji, her mind struggled to comprehend this astonishing feat. After pondering for over an hour in her estate, she realized that school was about to let out and rush to the ninja school. Arriving at the gates a good 10 minutes early, as she approached, she spotted Kyuten leisurely resting, a fellow student fawning over him with an ice cream in hand, which ignited her ire. She stormed over and yanked Kyuten by the ear, dragging him home. During their hurried journey, Mikamura refrained from questioning him, as her mind was overwhelmed with inquiries, and she intended to interrogate him thoroughly once they were home. Upon reaching the estate, she seated Kyuten in the hall, her eyes wide as she observed his nonchalant demeanor. At a loss for where to begin, she remained silent until Kyuten broke the ice. "Mother, I'm hungry. Did you not prepare dinner?" "Dinner," she exclaimed, nearly forgetting in her agitation. As if a light bulb had gone off, she glared at Kyuten, her anger flaring. "What mischief did you engage in at school today? Wasn't I clear about getting along with your classmates? Why did you end up in a fight?" Kyuten, having anticipated his mother's admonishment, quickly defended himself. "Mother, I did not start it. They attacked first. I merely drove them away. Who would have thought the elite class would be so inept? I defeated them with just one move. Is that so?" Hinata Mika pondered over her confusion for a moment before erupting in anger. "Do not speak such nonsense. How could a student from the elite class be defeated by you in a single move? It seems I must teach you a lesson today. Return to your room at once." Hinata Yuntian immediately raised his hands high, speaking earnestly. "Mother, I assure you I am not lying. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with Hinata Niji. He has witnessed everything." "Niji? Could it be that what you said earlier is true?" Hinata Mika found herself somewhat convinced by Yuntian's words, as she recognized Niji's brilliance and integrity. Yuntian quickly nodded. "We can go seek Niji now. You will see that I merely retaliated passively and did not attack any classmates." "Ah, is that so? Then I shall take you to him and ask," Hinata Mika replied. No. If I go, Niji will surely feel embarrassed to speak." "It is better if you inquire yourself, Mother," Yuntian insisted, shaking his head. "What could be so embarrassing?" Hinata Miku began, but then fell silent. She recalled the village gossip that claimed Yuntian had defeated the entire class, including Niji, and realized that bringing Yuntian to confront Niji was indeed inappropriate. After a moment of silence, Hinata Mika hesitated before asking, "Yuntian, have you truly defeated Hinata Niji?" Yuntian quickly shook his head. "How could that be? Niji and I did not engage in combat. I only sparred with 2 members of the Uchiha clan, and the others fled on their own." Hinata Mika instantly felt relieved, joyfully patting Yuntian's head. "So that is the case. I thought you had actually defeated Niji, but it was merely those 2 Uchiha children. It is only natural that you could best them. You performed admirably today. I shall not reprimand you. Now, rest well while I prepare dinner for you." With that, Hinata Miku, in a cheerful mood, hummed a tune as she headed to the kitchen. In truth, Hinata Miku was aware that the Uchiha children were not weak. Otherwise, she would not be so delighted to prepare a lavish feast for Yuntian, rewarding both his achievements and her years of guidance that had transformed him into a formidable ninja. In the hall of their residence, once Hinata Mika was distracted, Yuntian resumed his adult demeanor, strolling back to his room to change clothes and rest, preparing to continue his charade as a child for Hinata Miku. For Yuntian, it was relatively easy to deceive Hinata Miku. However, had he encountered a cunning figure like the 3rd Hokage, his disguise would surely have faltered. He would likely have to negotiate with the 3rd Hokage, as that would be the only viable strategy to manage such a shrewd individual. After 2 days in the Hidden Leaf Village, Yintian finally felt integrated into the community. Although some still harbored suspicions, the current situation could be deemed quite satisfactory. In the forthcoming period, as long as he adeptly manages his interactions with the third Hokage and Hinata Hisashi, he can establish a stable existence in the Hidden Leaf Village, gradually amassing wealth and enhancing his combat prowess, ultimately aspiring to conquer the ninja world. However, Hinata Yuntian harbors the ambition of subjugating the ninja realm before the onset of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Otherwise, the emergence of figures like Kagaya Otsutsuki and the Sage of Six Paths would undoubtedly complicate matters significantly. At precisely 8 o'clock in the evening, after dining with Niji and Hinata Mikoto, Hinata Yuntian returned to his room, somewhat despondent, clutching a stack of banknotes. These notes were a gift from Hinata Hisashi, conveyed through Hinata Mikoto, who had generously bestowed 1/10 of the total amount upon Yuntian. The source of his discontent stemmed from the fact that he had only received this fraction, amounting to 100,000 yen, while the full sum would have been 1 million yen, just sufficient to fortify his physique. Regrettably, Hinata Mikoto had concealed the remaining 900,000 yen, leaving Yuntian unable to procure it. The rationale behind Mikoto's withholding was that it was intended as savings for Yuntian's future bride, which left the 5-year-old Yuntian utterly speechless. Upon returning to his resting quarters, Yuntian cast a glance at the 100,000 yen in his possession and promptly deposited it into the system, thereby augmenting his wealth. Just as he completed the transaction and prepared to recline for rest, he was abruptly alerted by the system notification, which left him momentarily stunned. The system indicated that he could enhance his ninjutsu, the shadow clone technique, the body replacement technique, and the transformation technique. Yuntian felt a twinge of confusion. He was indeed familiar with these ninja arts, yet his chakra reserves were insufficient for their execution. The peculiar nature of the system's prompted a moment of contemplation. Yet he remained undecided about whether to proceed with the enhancement. During the formative years from ages 1 to 10, ninja training predominantly emphasizes physical conditioning, with only a secondary focus on chakra refinement, as the mere ability to perform the 3 body technique suffices. It is not until the age of 11 that true chakra cultivation commences. This approach is predicated on the understanding that chakra training demands a considerable expenditure of physical stamina and energy, which most children aged 1 to 10 are unable to withstand. Naturally, this does not apply to offspring of noble clans or those with inherently robust physiques, as these children benefit from familial resources that provide necessary nutrition, allowing them to withstand the rigors of chakra training. In the case of Hinata Yuntian, whose talents are rather ordinary and lacking familial support, it is customary for such children to begin chakra training around the age of 7. Consequently, although Yuntian possesses knowledge of the 3 body techniques, he currently lacks the requisite chakra for their application. Furthermore, during times of war, in a bid to cultivate combat-ready forces, many ninja villages mandate that 5-year-old children commence chakra training, enabling them to swiftly prepare for battle. However, those who undertake chakra training prematurely without adequate resources typically find their potential limited to that of elite genin at best, making the prospect of attaining the rank of J-nin virtually unattainable, effectively rendering them as expendable assets in the grand scheme of conflict. Hinata Kunian sat in contemplation for a full hour before ultimately deciding to enhance his ninjutsu skills. After careful consideration, he chose the body replacement technique, as it significantly increased his chances of escape when executed proficiently, thus ensuring his safety. With an investment of 100,000 to augment a D-rank body replacement technique, Hinata Kunian promptly began his experimentation within the confines of his room, and the results left him quite satisfied. The system-enhanced body replacement technique was remarkably perfect, seemingly bolstering his chakra to a level sufficient for its application. Moreover, the technique was executed with a precision that rendered it infallible. As long as he mastered the timing and positioning, it would be executed flawlessly. The only source of frustration for Hinata Kunian was the modest increase in his chakra reserves, which only allowed him to perform the body replacement technique 10 consecutive times before depleting his chakra, necessitating a period of recovery to replenish it for further use. He had contemplated enhancing his chakra as well, yet was disheartened by the exorbitant cost of 10 million berries per enhancement, leaving him perplexed as to why it was so prohibitively expensive. Ultimately, he resigned himself to this reality and began experimenting with the shadow clone technique and transformation technique in his room. To his dismay, his talent for ninjutsu training proved to be rather lackluster. Both techniques were executed with a certain clumsiness, resulting in the creation of only a single clone that could scarcely maintain its balance. and the transformation bore no resemblance to his intended form. With a resigned sigh, Hinata Kunian acknowledged that relying on the modest chakra provided by the enhanced body replacement technique would not suffice for the complete execution of either the shadow clone technique or transformation technique. Thus, he decided to forego further training, waiting for the opportunity to earn money for direct enhancements to those techniques, which would render his mastery of them far more exquisite. After 2 hours of toil, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Hinata Kunian lay in bed, pondering how to extract 200,000 berries from Hinata Matsuin, ensuring he could fully upgrade his shadow clone technique. After an hour of deliberation, he devised 3 satisfactory plans before drifting off to sleep, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to present them to Hinata Matsuin the following day. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Hinata Kunian rose and ventured to the rear courtyard of the estate in search of Hinata Matsuin, where she practiced for an hour each morning in a small training area designated for her as a chunin. Though Hinata Matsuin, as a chunin, was typically assigned missions, the regulations of Konoha village permitted female ninjas with children under the age of 7 to abstain from missions during peacetime, while still receiving certain allowances from the village. Additionally, as a member of the Hyuga clan, she benefited from supplementary support from both Konoha village and the clan itself, allowing her to live comfortably without the need for work over the past 3 years. However, the support provided by Konoha village and the Hyuga clan was merely sufficient for a modest lifestyle, making it impossible for her to enjoy a life of luxury. Fortunately, Hinata Makura is a woman of formidable strength, unperturbed by the pleasures of life. The financial assistance from Konoha village and the Hyuga clan suffices for her to sustain a tranquil existence alongside her child, Hinata Kunian. One day, as Hinata Kunian approached a small clearing in the backyard, he observed Hinata Makura diligently practicing the gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan. He stood quietly for a moment, watching her. The power of the gentle fist is not inherently great. However, when combined with the unique ocular prowess of the Byakugan, its potency is amplified tenfold. Without activating his Byakugan, Hinata Kunian was unable to perceive the intricate network of his mother's chakra pathways, rendering her gentle yet ineffective strikes somewhat mundane in his eyes. He called out to her, "Mother." With her Byakugan activated, Hinata Makura had already sensed Kunian's arrival. Yet, as her training was not yet complete, she chose to remain focused and ignore him. Upon hearing his call, she reluctantly concluded her practice and inquired, "What is it? Can't you see I am training? If there is nothing important, do not disturb me. Hurry back and prepare. I will take you to school shortly." Hinata Miku suddenly erupted in anger, leaving Hinata Ution utterly speechless. Just yesterday, she had displayed an attitude of complete obedience towards him, yet today, her demeanor had shifted dramatically, as if yesterday's praises had become mere relics of the past. Though he felt disheartened, he knew he must address the matter at hand. "Mother, may I request 200,000 yuan? I need to purchase." Before he could finish, Hinata Miku interrupted, "Didn't I give you 100,000 yesterday? What do you need so much money for?" "No." Hinata Yuntian, feeling frustrated, implored, "Mother, could you please let me finish? I assure you, the money is for a valid purpose." I am curious to hear what a child like you needs with such a sum," Hinata Miku replied, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. Yuntian hastened to clarify, "Mother, I have begun studying ninjutsu at school, and I have already mastered the body replacement technique. Therefore, I need to purchase some supplements daily. There is a member of the Nara clan in my class, and I've heard their medicinal herbs are quite effective. I intend to buy some." "You've started learning ninjutsu?" Hinata Miku looked at him in astonishment, then furrowed her brow, expressing her discontent. "What are your teachers thinking, allowing you to study ninjutsu at such a young age? It's not beneficial for your development." Yuntian retorted, "All my classmates are already learning ninjutsu. If I don't, I'll be left behind." Mika was momentarily at a loss for words. The elite students in the class were all scions of prestigious clans, naturally abundant in training resources, so their early training in ninjutsu posed no issue. However, her family was merely a branch of the Hyuga clan, and a rather ordinary one at that, lacking the resources to support Yuntian's training. This left Hinata Miku in a quandary, contemplating whether she would need to undertake missions in the future to earn some money. Suddenly, a spark of excitement illuminated her face as she exclaimed, "Yuntian, you just mentioned you've mastered the body replacement technique, correct?" "Indeed. Is there a problem?" Yuntian feigned confusion in his response. Hinata Miku was elated, never having anticipated that her son was a prodigy in ninjutsu. She exclaimed, "Wonderful. Quickly demonstrate the body replacement technique for me." Yuntian nodded and said, "All right, Mother, please strike me, and I will show you a flawless replacement." Flawless, you say? Such bravado. Without hesitation, Hinata Mika swung her hand towards Yution's head, skeptical that a technique learned in just a day could be anything close to perfect. However, she soon found herself in shock. As her hand made contact with Yution's head, there was a loud bang, and he vanished without a trace, leaving only a piece of wood on the ground. Hinata Mika stood frozen in astonishment, realizing that the body replacement technique had been executed with remarkable perfection. As a Chunin, she had not detected a single flaw. As she glanced around, Hinata Maitsuin noticed Hinata Yution, who was grinning at her misfortune from behind a small tree. Incensed by his audacity to mock her, she bellowed, "Come here at once, or you'll see how I deal with you." While scolding Yution, Maitsuin's mind was occupied with thoughts of how to procure funds for Yution's training resources. After all, with his remarkable talent, it would be a travesty if he were to squander it due to a lack of materials. When Yution approached her, Maitsuin declared, "I will handle the transaction for medicinal herbs with the Nara clan. You should focus on attending school." However, Yution was reluctant to let his mother take on this task, as it would jeopardize his scheme to acquire funds. He quickly replied, "Mother, I have already arranged with my classmate from the Nara clan. He will bring some herbs to school for me to purchase directly from him. They are specifically prepared by his father for him to sell." Momentarily taken aback, Maitsuin did not reject Yution's proposal, understanding that while the Nara clan might sell herbs casually, those meant for their child would certainly be of the highest quality, meticulously selected. After a brief silence, she glanced at the excited Yution and said, "Fine, I can bring 20,000 to school for you, but if you dare deceive me, you will never see a single coin from me again." "I would never deceive you, mother," Yution promised earnestly, thumping his chest. Maitsuin nodded, satisfied, and said, "Let us return home for now. I will give you the money when we arrive at school." Yution felt somewhat exasperated but dared not contradict her. Knowing that inciting her displeasure could result in losing the money altogether, he resolved to endure the hour-long journey to school. Acknowledging her son's talent for ninjutsu, Maitsuin decided to prioritize taking Yution to school before returning to train herself. She contemplated the prospect of accepting tasks near Konoha village in the future to earn some income for Yution's expenses. With her thoughts settled, Maitsuin led Yution away from the Hyuga clan, stopping in the village to buy breakfast for him before continuing on to the ninja academy. Upon their arrival at the school entrance, they encountered numerous parents escorting their children, and Maitsuin reveled in the envious glances cast in her direction. However, she maintained a facade of maternal authority, frequently admonishing Yution as they stood at the academy's entrance. The events of the previous day, having circulated throughout the small village overnight, had made Yution a topic of conversation among the villagers, particularly in this peaceful era, where the emergence of a young genius in Konoha was indeed noteworthy. Parents with children attending the Ninja Academy naturally hold a deep admiration for Hinata Mikura, coupled with the esteemed status of the Hinata clan. They feel an insurmountable gap that renders them hesitant to approach her, choosing instead to admire her from afar. At the entrance of the Ninja Academy, the only one feeling somewhat dejected is Hinata Yution, as his mother is in an exuberant mood, chattering incessantly. He dares not interject, forced to endure her ramblings. Eventually, unable to withstand her monologue any longer, he spots Hinata Niji approaching from a distance and seizes the opportunity to interrupt, saying, "Mother, Niji is coming. I must prepare to enter the school." Hinata Mikura turns to glance at Niji and ceases her chatter, handing Yution a bundle of 200,000 ryo. "Do not be deceived," she warns, "be cautious when acquiring medicinal herbs." Yution replies with resignation, "The Nara clan has a solid reputation. He would hardly risk exposure by selling me counterfeit goods." Mikura contemplates this and, agreeing, refrains from further admonishing her son. She ushers him toward the academy entrance and waves him goodbye, hurrying back to the Hinata compound. At the entrance of the Leaf Ninja Academy, Hinata Niji observes Yution being ushered inside by Mikura. He quickens his pace, intent on catching up with Yution for a conversation. The previous afternoon, upon returning home from school, Niji had encountered Hinata Hizashi at his doorstep. Hizashi often delivered supplies to Niji's home, and they had cultivated a certain familiarity. However, yesterday was not a designated delivery day, which made Niji suspect that Hizashi's visit was purposeful. As Niji anticipated, Hizashi, after placing the items down, inquired about Yution's activities at school. Niji, not one to be easily fooled, recognized that Hizashi was acting on behalf of Hinata Hayashi. Given Niji's disdain for the Hinata main house, he had no intention of divulging the truth and merely offered evasive replies before dismissing Hizashi. Once Hizashi departed, Niji pondered the reason behind Hayashi's interest in him and concluded that it likely pertained to Yuntian's newly developed gentle fist technique, which was surely deserving of Hayashi's attention. This realization ignited within him an eagerness to discuss the new technique with Yuntian, as it would allow him to present himself favorably before Hayashi and potentially acquire the training methods, thereby achieving a rare victory over Hayashi and alleviating his resentment. However, Niji could not simply venture to Yuntian's home in the middle of the night, so he resolved to wait until the next day at school to seek him out. Upon arriving at the academy entrance, Niji was determined to approach Yuntian, but with Mikura still present, he hesitated. Maintaining his usual pace, he made his way toward the ninja academy. As soon as Mikura departed, he swiftly pursued Yuntian, calling out, "Hinata Yuntian, wait for me." Hinata Yuntian had just acquired 200,000 yuan and was completely disinterested in Hinata Niji. As he moved forward, he promptly recharged the amount into the system, immediately learning the clone technique and transformation technique. After mastering these two new ninjutsu, Hinata Yuntian felt compelled to put them to the test. Just as Hinata Niji caught up, Yuntian utilized the clone technique, creating 3 replicas of himself. Subsequently, the 3 Hinata Yunshins transformed into 3 Hinata Nijis and dashed off in different directions. Hinata Niji had been on the verge of catching up to Hinata Yuntian, but the sudden use of the clone technique, followed by the transformation technique, left him astounded. Niji, not one to be easily fooled, recognized that despite Hinata Yuntian being merely 5 years old, his execution of the techniques was impeccable, beyond even his own capabilities, marking Yuntian as a true prodigy. Pausing, Hinata Niji observed the 3 distant figures of Hinata Yuntian. He chose not to pursue them further, uncertain of whether they would acknowledge him, deciding instead to wait until class to gauge Yuntian's attitude. As he mulled over the situation while advancing, Niji soon noticed several children near the teaching building casting peculiar glances in his direction, which left him perplexed about the unfolding events. Upon entering the classroom, Niji encountered 3 children from the Uchiha clan, who glared at him with indignation. "You scoundrel, Hinata Niji. Don't think you can bully us just because you're stronger. Today, we're here to teach you a lesson." Niji furrowed his brow. Addressing the 3 strangers, "Who are you? I don't know any of you. Why are you causing me trouble?" One of the Uchiha children, hearing Niji's protest, became enraged. "You fool. Just moments ago, you charged at us without listening, knocked us to the ground, and robbed us of all our money. Now you dare to play the fool? We're going to settle this with you." Niji was momentarily speechless, realizing that the troublemaker was none other than the transformed Hinata Yuntian. Although he considered explaining the misunderstanding, the 3 Uchiha children had already charged at him. His proud demeanor would not allow him to back down, and he engaged them in a brawl right there in the corridor. True to his reputation as a genius, Niji dispatched the 3 unwise Uchiha children with ease, defeating them in less than 5 exchanges. With a cold huff, he left the 3 despondent Uchiha members behind and made his way to the classroom. Having been delayed by the Uchiha children, Niji arrived in the elite class just as a student was already present. Among them were Inuzuka Hyojetsu and Akimichi Yoshir, both of whom glared at Hinata Yuntian with palpable anger. Inuzuka Hyojetsu was particularly furious, for his seat had been usurped by Hinata Yuntian, forcing him to settle for a spot at the back of the room. After surveying the entire classroom, Hyuga Niji calmly approached Hyuga Yuntian, who was somewhat bored. Resting his head on the desk, "Hyuga Yuntian," he stated, "what you did earlier was inappropriate. I wish to discuss it with you under the large tree in the plaza after lunch." Hyuga Yuntian glanced up at Niji and replied indifferently, "Are you eager to learn my new gentle fist technique? If so, bring me some money, and I shall teach you. Without payment, I have no interest in your company. Hurry home to gather the funds." Niji's lips twitched, momentarily at a loss for words, until he finally managed to utter, "All right, how much do you require for your instruction? Just name your price." After a moment's contemplation, Hyuga Yuntian responded, "Given your apparent wealth, I shall charge you 100,000. This is a special price." 100,000 was not an exorbitant sum for Hyuga Niji. He nodded affirmatively. "Very well, I will pay. I do not have that much on me at present, but I will return shortly with the money. Please wait for half an hour." Fearing that Hyuga Yuntian might change his mind, Niji dashed out of the classroom. The remaining classmates stared in bewilderment at Hyuga Yuntian. It was exceedingly rare for a ninja's techniques, even physical ones, to be taught to others. And now Yuntian was selling a ninjutsu for a mere 100,000, an astonishingly low price that left the others in the class incredulous. Even the secret techniques of the Hyuga clan could not be practiced casually. Merely having the opportunity to reference them was invaluable. After 2 minutes, Someone finally could not contain their curiosity and approached. Hyuga Yintian, are you still selling your ninjutsu? I will offer 200,000, should you be willing to teach me. Hyuga Yintian glanced at the newcomer, seemingly a member of a smaller clan, and then surveyed the other classmates who were watching him. He coolly replied, Hyuga Niji is my clan member. I sold it to him at a discount. If you wish to learn from me now, you must present 500,000. The elite class students, each with at least 4 or 5 jounins in their families, earned around 1 million in monthly wages from missions. They were unfazed by a mere 500,000, eager to enhance their family's techniques. One by one, they stood up and rushed out of the classroom. On the second day of Hinata Yuntian's arrival at the ninja school, he once again led the entire class to skip lessons while he languidly rested his head on the desk, awaiting the affluent patrons to bestow their monetary gifts upon him. Among them were Inazuka Haika and Akimichi Taisher, both of whom had suffered at Yuntian's hands, along with Uchiha Shinku and Uchiha Ba, who had just approached the school gates. They had all dashed home to request 500,000 yen from their families. As for seeking revenge on Hinata Yutian, such thoughts had been cast aside. Their current desire was to learn the techniques that Yutian had demonstrated. At precisely 7 in the morning, Irika, having shaken off yesterday's gloom, set out with renewed determination to properly instruct the students who had skipped class the day before. However, to his dismay, upon entering the teaching building, he encountered teachers from other classes who informed him that their students seemed to have vacated the school entirely, absent from the classrooms. Alarmed by this revelation, Irika hurried to his own class, only to find that the sole occupant was Hinata Yutian, who had only just enrolled the day prior. Suppressing his irritation, Irika inquired loudly of the resting Yutian, where have your classmates gone? Why is everyone absent? Have you been fighting with them again? Yutian glanced up at Irika, his demeanor calm, and replied, Teacher, I haven't done anything today. They chose to skip class on their own. Irika's anger reached a boiling point as he retorted, Yutian, you stay here and study. I have matters to attend to. With that, Irika hastily exited the classroom, racing out of the school. What Irika did not anticipate was that within 5 minutes of his departure, Hinata Niji had already returned to the classroom with 100,000 yen. Subsequently, other classmates trickled back, crowding around Hinata Yuntian to hand over their contributions. Niji, who had been the first to leave, was momentarily bewildered, entirely unaware of the events that transpired after his exit. As he observed his classmates eagerly offering money to Yuntian, he found himself pushed aside in the commotion. Yuntian, in a state of elation, noted that there were 35 students in the elite class, besides the 100,000 yen from Hinata Niji. The others each contributed 500,000 yen, swiftly inflating his total to 16,600,000 yen. Originally, he could have received an additional 500,000 yen. But that amount was meant for Tian, who would be a significant patron in the future. Thus, he opted to forego the 50,000 yen from Tian, choosing instead to offer her free lessons in Tai Chi. Once all the students had submitted their payments, Niji emerged from the crowd to confront Hinata Yuntian. Furrowing his brow as he cautioned, Yuntian, your martial arts belong to the Hinata clan. How can you so carelessly impart them to outsiders? Are you not concerned about the clan's repercussions? To this, Uchiha Shinku, who had just completed his payment, was unwilling to allow Niji to disrupt the proceedings. He quickly rallied his cohorts to block Niji from approaching Yutian again. Indeed, Hinata Niji, you ought not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Some children from other clans echoed Uchiha Shinku's sentiments. Although the inhabitants of Kanahagaku generally held an unfavorable view of the Uchiha clan, they were willing to lend their support to Shinku, fearing that Niji's interference might jeopardize their interests regarding the new ninjutsu. Niji found himself pushed aside by Uchiha Shinku and, after a moment's hesitation, chose not to voice his objections, for even his formidable strength would be insufficient against the collective might of the class. He could only retreat in resignation. Sitting beside Hinata Yuntian, Tintin felt a slight improvement in her impression of him, as he had not accepted her money earlier. Niji's reminder prompted her to inquire, Yuntian, you won't truly face punishment from your clan, will you? I am deeply touched. Is this your way of expressing concern for me? Yuntian retorted. Flustered, Tintin shot him an annoyed glance and replied, Who is concerned about you? Your fate is of no consequence to me. Disappointed, Yuntian sighed. Oh, how disheartening. I had hoped that my sincerity would finally resonate with you, and that you might be inclined to spend time with me. Tintin turned away resolutely, refusing to indulge the theatrics of Hinata Yuntian. Noticing her dismissal, Yuntian hastily reassured her, Fear not, Tintin, You need not worry about any punishment from the Hinata clan. This is a new martial art that does not belong to our clan, and I may share it with whomever I choose. However, this technique is most potent in the hands of the Hinata clan. Should you master it, you would be capable of contending with taijutsu specialists. But it would hold little advantage against ninjutsu or jinjutsu practitioners. Intrigued, Tintin turned back to Utian with curiosity, asking if I were to master it completely. Could I contend with a chunin? Utian chuckled and replied, one must still possess strength to forge the iron. Allow me to clarify. If you are a genin engaging a taijutsu-oriented chunin in close combat, you may hold your own. However, should you face an elite chunin, your strength would fall short. While the ability to combat above one's rank is confined to taijutsu, it is nonetheless regarded as intermediate to advanced ninjutsu. The elite class students, upon hearing Yuntian's exposition, could not contain their excitement. Among them, Uchiha Shinku was the first to exclaim, Hinata Yutian. We have already provided you with the money. Please instruct us without delay. Do not squander our time. Yuntian turned to Shinku with a disapproving glance, stating, the 50,000 you provided was merely a promise for my instruction, not a guarantee of immediate teaching. If you wish to learn, you must make an appointment in advance. Each reservation incurs a fee of 10,000, with a teaching duration of 1 hour. At this, Uchiha Shinku felt as though he might burst with frustration. Speechless as he pointed at Yutian, whose countenance had flushed crimson. Finally, he produced 20,000 and slammed it onto Yuntian's table, declaring, here, take 20,000. And immediately teach me in hatchery your martial art. Upon encountering Uchiha Shinku, Hinata Yuntian swiftly pocketed the money, expressing his satisfaction by stating, I adhere to the principle of exchanging payment for service. Since you've provided the funds, let us proceed with our training. With that, he cast a sly glance at the other students and added, as Uchiha Ba and Uchiha Shinku have already paid, I shall instruct them individually. Those who have not settled their dues will have to wait until I am in a generous mood. Turning back with a cheerful grin, he addressed Tian Tian. Miss Tian Tian, you need not worry about payment. Let us find a suitable place to train together. I assure you, I will impart all that I know. Feeling the envious gazes of her classmates upon her, Tian Tian's face flushed crimson as she retorted, Hinata Yutian, we have no such relationship. I will pay you, as I am not one to be short of 10,000. With that, she retrieved the 50,000 she had previously retracted and handed a bill to Hinata Yutian, saying, Here, I too have paid my tuition, you know? However, Hinata Yutian refused to accept her money, promptly returning it to her hands. No, we are deep friends. How could I possibly take your money? You should keep it. Their playful banter appeared to Uchiha Shinku as flirtation, and he, eager to learn Hinata Yutian's new martial arts, could not contain himself. Hinata Yutian, the rest of the class has already gathered 31,000. Please take us to train. Looking back at his classmates, Hinata Yutian noticed that some had indeed borrowed money from others to reach the required amount, all waiting for him to guide them in their training. Having achieved his financial goal, he wished to avoid further provoking these second-generation students, aware that their parents could become troublesome if angered. Therefore, he stood and waved his hand grandly, declaring, there is a small forest behind the school. Let us train there. 600 meters behind Konoha Ninja School lies a designated trial forest, crafted specifically for students to learn forest concealment techniques and various trap methods. Leading the entire class into this training ground, Hinata Yutian directed them to spread out in a suitable clearing and began instructing them. The principles of Tai Chi are not inherently difficult to grasp, yet mastering them requires considerable time and effort. After imparting some essential techniques to his classmates, Hinata Yutian paid no further attention to them and focused on teaching Tian Tian, demonstrating each movement of Tai Chi. Raise your arms a little. Yes, now step back with your legs. Bend your arms a bit more. He tirelessly guided her, frequently correcting her posture. With all eyes on him and Tian Tian, her cheeks grew increasingly flushed. Yet, deep down, Tian Tian yearned to learn the techniques Hinata Yutian was teaching, realizing that they were well suited for her. As her close combat skills were lacking, and she was not well versed in many ninjutsu or jinjutsu, her heart brimmed with shyness, yet she was reluctant to let Hinata Kunien depart. After all, having such a professional guide as Hinata Kunien significantly accelerated her learning compared to her peers. This was precisely why her classmates envied her. Indeed, there were others who wished to be personally instructed by Hinata Kunien, but the moment they expressed their desire, he would extend his hands and demand additional payment, leaving them frustrated and disheartened. Their thoughts were simple. Having already mastered the techniques of Tai Chi, they could simply train gradually without wasting money. At the Hokage Tower, In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage received yet another report from an Umbu ninja, revealing that Hinata Kunien had astonishingly sold the new Gentle Fist technique for 500,000 to all his classmates. This left the third Hokage somewhat bewildered, as he had never encountered such a situation before. After a moment of silence, he turned to the reporting Umbu ninja and inquired, Lan Xing, you mentioned you have observed Hinata Kunien instructing his classmates in the usage of the new Gentle Fist techniques. What level of ninjutsu do you believe this new Gentle Fist belongs to? The Umbu ninja, Lan Xing, concealed behind a mask that obscured any expression, responded with a tone of seriousness, Lord Hokage, in my judgment, this martial technique is at least A-rank ninjutsu, highly beneficial to any martial artist. I recommend an immediate lockdown to prevent the leakage of this ninjutsu. The revelation of it being A-rank ninjutsu left the third Hokage astounded. After a moment of contemplation, he concurred, you are correct. This ninjutsu must not be disseminated indiscriminately. Please inform the families who have already paid for the lessons that this technique is not to be shared. Anyone else wishing to learn must first obtain the approval of Konoha's higher-ups. Lan Xing added, Lord Hokage, there are 2 children from the Uchiha clan present as well, making it rather inconvenient for us to notify them. The third Hokage understood the predicament of the Umbu and nodded in acknowledgement, saying, you need not concern yourself with the Uchiha clan. I will dispatch others to inform them. He continued, additionally, please inform the head of the Hyuga clan to inquire if the Hinata family is in need of financial assistance. If they are, Konoha is willing to provide support. Lan Xing found this somewhat perplexing. The third Hokage's actions seemed to unwittingly push Hinata Kunien towards the Hyuga clan. Yet, the third Hokage had no intention of explaining to the Umbu, as his true aim was to facilitate some benefits for Hinata Kunien's family, preventing him from resorting to selling A-rank ninjutsu indiscriminately, which could lead to turmoil within the village, a matter that troubled him greatly. The third Hokage had also contemplated directly subsidizing Hinata Kunien's family, but realized that such an action would undermine the agreement between the Hyuga clan and Konoha. Thus, he opted to extend a personal favor to the head of the Hyuga clan instead. Finally, as the Umbu ninja Lan Xing prepared to leave, the third Hokage called out, Lan Xing, Arika is awaiting my audience on the first floor. Please inform him that I wish to meet Hinata Kunien and ask him to bring him here so that we may discuss matters further. Lan Xing received a mission from the third Hokage and vanished in a puff of smoke. At 9 o'clock in the morning, within the Hyuga clan's estate, the residence of the clan leader, Hyuga Hizashi, was bustling with activity. Hizashi was diligently instructing his daughter, Hyuga Hinata, in the art of Gentle Fist when a guard arrived to deliver news. It was reported that Lan Xing, a ninja from the Hokage's Umbu, sought an audience with him regarding an urgent matter. Understanding the importance of the third Hokage's envoy, Hizashi promptly entrusted Hinata to the guard for further training and hurried back to the estate to meet with the Umbu ninja. Upon entering the grand hall of the estate, Hizashi inquired, what brings you here, esteemed envoy of the Hokage, amidst your busy schedule? The Umbu ninja, unfazed by pleasantries, replied directly, Lord Hizashi, the Hokage wishes to inquire whether your clan has been remiss in providing adequate financial support to the Hyuga branch family. It has come to our attention that Hyuga Yuntian has been selling A-rank ninjutsu at school, and the Hokage finds this troubling. Hizashi, taken aback, took a moment to collect his thoughts before responding. Please relay to the Hokage that I will investigate this matter immediately. I shall provide a report within 2 hours. The Umbu ninja acknowledged the completion of his task with a serene nod and said, farewell, Lord Hizashi. After the Umbu ninja departed, Hizashi furrowed his brow and called out, Hyuga Jae-suk, come forth. I need you to investigate the situation at the Ninja Academy and ascertain whether there are any issues with the Hyuga branch family. Emerging from behind a beam in the room, Hyuga Jae-suk expressed his concerns. Clan leader, is it possible there is a misunderstanding? How could Hyuga Yuntian possess A-rank ninjutsu to sell? Hizashi shook his head resolutely, asserting, the third Hokage is not one to make baseless claims. His envoy's visit indicates a serious issue. The only explanation I can think of is that the new Gentle Fist technique Yuntian demonstrated yesterday could indeed be classified as A-rank ninjutsu. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jae-suk promptly declared, I shall gather a team to investigate and report back in 1 hour. Go forth and be thorough, Hizashi urged, waving him away. Without delay, Jae-suk summoned a group of Hyuga clan members, dividing them into 2 teams to inquire about Hyuga Yuntian and the branch family's circumstances. At 9:10. In the Konoha Ninja Village's root office, Shimura Danzo was engrossed in paperwork when a root guard entered with urgent news. Lord Danzo. The third Hokage has sent a letter that requires your immediate attention. Danzo set aside his documents, calmly instructed, leave the letter with me, and await further instructions. After the guard bowed and exited, Danzo opened the Hokage's letter, quickly scanning its contents, his brow furrowing as he muttered to himself, Hyuga Uchion. Who is this individual emerging from the shadows? During this period, Shimura Danzo has been preoccupied with addressing the issues concerning the Uchiha clan. Although he received a report yesterday regarding Hinata Yuntian, he merely regarded the boy as a promising youth and did not pay much attention. It was only upon receiving a letter from the third Hokage instructing him to inform the Uchiha clan not to indiscriminately disseminate the A-rank ninjutsu taught by Hinata Yuntian that he finally began to take notice of the boy. After a moment of silent contemplation, Danzo resolved to temporarily disregard Hinata Yuntian, considering him merely a moderately talented child. For Danzo, the primary focus remains on resolving the Uchiha clan's matters, and the Hinata clan, particularly Hinata Hisashi, poses a far greater challenge than the Uchiha. Should complications arise, the potential rebellion of these two prominent families could plunge Konohagakure into a precarious state. Setting aside the third Hokage's letter, Danzo exited the room and instructed the root ninjas waiting outside, bring 2 teams to accompany me. We must pay a visit to the Uchiha clan. At 9:30 a.m. In the training forest of the Ninja Academy, Irika finally located Hinata Yuntian, who was indulging in his favorite dish, tofu. As for the other students training nearby, Irika chose to ignore them. Earlier, an Umbu ninja had briefed Irika on the commendable actions of Hinata Yuntian, so he was already aware of the boy's good deeds. Furthermore, since the third Hokage wished to meet with Hinata Yuntian, Irika could not afford to keep him waiting. Thus, upon finding the boy, he adopted a stern demeanor and said, Yuntian, the Hokage wishes to see you. Please come with me at once and do not delay. Hinata Yuntian was in the midst of a lively conversation with Tintin, or so he believed, and upon hearing Irika's words, he could only reassure Tintin, please practice on your own for a while. I must go meet the Hokage. I will return shortly to continue your training. Tintin, already exasperated, rolled her eyes and retorted, I no longer need your instruction. Hurry along to see the Hokage. I am heading home now. How heartless you are. Hinata Yuntian sighed in exasperation. Irika, already irritated by the fact that Yuntian's antics had caused him to miss classes for 2 consecutive days, was further incensed to find Yuntian flirting with Tintin. He snapped, Yuntian, spare me your nonsense and come with me. The Hokage is waiting. Why the rush? Yuntian grumbled, casting a glance at the displeased Irika. After venting his frustrations, he dutifully followed Irika towards the Hokage's office. Deep down, Yuntian was aware that his recent actions would soon attract the attention of the third Hokage, and he had already taken measures to preemptively address any potential issues. For instance, he could teach Tai Chi to all the students of the Konoha Ninja Academy, thereby enabling him to earn even more. However, Hinata Yuntian was acutely aware that such actions would be strictly prohibited by the Hidden Leaf Village. Thus, he opted to instruct only the elite class of the Leaf Village, comprised of the children of high-ranking officials, who were unlikely to betray their home. This decision ensured that the practice of Tai Chi would not spread beyond the confines of the Leaf Village, a foresight that Hinata Yuntian had long considered. Additionally, he sought secluded locations for instruction, away from the eyes of other students, all in an effort to prevent the dissemination of Tai Chi beyond the village. Accompanying Irika, the two arrived at the Hokage building within 10 minutes. Upon entering the Hokage's office, they found the third Hokage taking a moment of respite. The third Hokage, upon noticing Irika and Hinata Yuntian, set aside his pipe and addressed Irika. Irika, please step outside for a moment. I have matters to discuss with Yuntian. You can escort him back afterward. Seeing the serious demeanor of the third Hokage, Irika hurriedly implored, Hokage-sama, Yuntian is still quite young and inexperienced. His dissemination of ninjutsu was not intentional. I beseech you not to be too harsh on him. As his teacher, I share in the responsibility. If punishment is to be meted out, please include me as well. The third Hokage regarded Irika with a touch of helplessness. Recognizing that Hinata Yuntian's composed expression indicated he had anticipated the outcome all along, rendering Irika's pleas unnecessary, he shook his head and reassured, very well, Irika. I merely wish to have a conversation with Yuntian. There will be no punishment. Please wait outside. With a sigh of relief, Irika bowed to the third Hokage before exiting. Once Irika departed, the third Hokage glanced at the calm Hinata Yuntian and inquired, So, Yuntian, how have you been faring at the Leaf Academy? If you have any needs, Do not hesitate to confide in this old man. Understanding that the third Hokage had already discerned his maturity, Hinata Uchion candidly replied, "Since you have asked, Hokage-sama, I must express that I require substantial funds for my training. I hope you can extend your assistance." The third Hokage paused in thought before responding. "Have you not already received over 10 million? Surely that is sufficient. It could cultivate several nin." Hinata Uchion shook his head, asserting, "It is insufficient. I require more funds. Otherwise, I would not resort to selling my martial arts. Truly a child with the mind of an adult." The third Hokage remarked with a resigned shake of his head. "Very well. I shall present you with an opportunity to earn. Your martial arts are well suited for the combat of ninja techniques, and the Leaf Village is in need of such skills. Should you agree to share your techniques, I can ensure that those who learn them will compensate you." The third Hokage's proposition was indeed quite favorable, as it would provide Hinata Uchion with a continuous stream of income in the future. Unfortunately, Hinata Uchion was not concerned with long-term prospects. He yearned for immediate gains to bolster his strength for self-preservation. Thus, he promptly responded to the third Hokage, "Hokage-sama, could we consider an alternative? If you provide me with 10 million, I will entrust my martial arts to the Leaf Village, with all future proceeds allocated to the village." The third Hokage was taken aback and questioned, "Are you truly in such dire need of funds? Engaging in such actions could lead to significant losses. Are you truly resolute in your decision?" Hinata Uchion nodded affirmatively, stating, "Yes, I kindly request your approval, esteemed Hokage." The third Hokage took a few contemplative puffs from his pipe, then, with a grave demeanor, remarked, "The Hidden Leaf Village shall not take advantage of you. Since you have made this choice, I can grant you the privilege of learning one A-rank jutsu. You may go to the jutsu room and select one." In an effort to win over Hinata Uchion, the third Hokage was willing to invest some resources. Typically, even those who offer jutsu do not receive such favorable treatment. His actions stemmed from the belief that Hinata Uchion possessed the potential for great strength in the future, thus warranting an early investment. Within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage had offered Hinata Uchion the opportunity to choose an A-rank jutsu as a means of fostering goodwill. However, he was taken aback when Hinata Uchion inquired, "Esteemed Hokage, may I instead exchange the A-rank jutsu for 3 B-rank jutsus?" The third Hokage was momentarily stunned, gazing at Hinata Uchion with a hint of confusion. He began to wonder if Hinata Uchion was perhaps too young to comprehend the vast difference between A-rank and B-rank jutsus. Upon regaining his composure, the third Hokage asked, "Uchion, do you understand the power of A-rank jutsus? They are reserved for Jonin-level shinobi. B-rank jutsus are not comparable." Hinata Uchion nodded, responding, "Esteemed Hokage, I believe that at this moment, B-rank jutsus are more suitable for me, as A-rank jutsus feel rather distant." The third Hokage couldn't help but admire his humility, saying, "Indeed, it is wise not to be greedy. A-rank jutsus are indeed somewhat beyond your reach. Within 2 years, you will be able to learn B-rank jutsus. Your choice is commendable. I shall permit you to select 5 B-rank jutsus in exchange." Hinata Uchion bowed deeply, expressing, "Thank you, esteemed Hokage." As the third Hokage observed Uchion bowing, his form lowered beneath the desk, he could not help but reflect on how Uchion seemed far more mature than a mere child. He resembled a highly rational adult. The third Hokage had, at times, entertained doubts about whether Hinata Uchion had been ensnared by Jinjutsu, and had even instructed the shinobi of the Yamanaka clan to set up a barrier before his office. He had ensured that any hint of Jinjutsu would trigger a response from the barrier. However, upon Uchion's entrance, the barrier had remained unresponsive. Coupled with the evident sincerity of Uchiion's demeanor, which alleviated the Hokage's suspicions. Unaware of the Hokage's earlier precautionary measures, Hinata Uchion, after bowing, raised his head and addressed the third Hokage, saying, "Esteemed Hokage, I have one final request for your assistance." "Oh, what is it that you wish for my help with?" the third Hokage inquired, surprised. Hinata Uchion replied, "My mother, Hinata Makura, is contemplating undertaking missions for monetary gain. I hope that you will refrain from assigning her perilous tasks or those that require her to venture too far from the Hidden Leaf Village." The third Hokage was genuinely taken aback for an extended moment, but eventually, he regained his composure and gazed at Hinata Uchion with satisfaction, his mood unexpectedly brightening. In the eyes of the third Hokage, Hinata Uchion's unwavering dedication to her mother signifies that as long as the Hidden Leaf Village ensures Hinata Makura's well-being, Uchion is unlikely to betray the village. This situation effectively renders Uchion a hostage within the village, providing the third Hokage with leverage. The third Hokage's expression grew grave as he replied, "Very well, Yutian, rest assured that I shall grant your request and act accordingly." Hinata Yutian bowed once more, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Hokage. May I return home now? I believe the Hinata clan leader has been waiting for quite some time, and I would prefer to avoid any trouble with him." The third Hokage chuckled. "There is no rush. I have already informed clan leader Izashi. You may go and select your ninjutsu before returning to the Hinata clan." "Thank you once again, Lord Hokage," Yutian replied gratefully. The third Hokage nodded and instructed, launching. "Please accompany Yutian to choose her ninjutsu. After she has made her selections, take her to meet Irika, and thus, you will have fulfilled your task." At that moment, a plume of smoke materialized in the office, and an Umbu ninja appeared before Hinata Yutian, addressing the third Hokage. "I am at your service." The Umbu ninja, exhibiting a demeanor of utmost diligence, saluted the third Hokage before escorting Yutian out of the Hokage's office. They descended the staircase of the Hokage building and proceeded into the underground passage. As they traversed the corridor, Yutian noticed various rooms flanking either side. The doors adorned with intricate engravings that unmistakably indicated the presence of diverse sealing techniques. After progressing approximately 100 meters down the passage, the Umbu ninja halted before a door. After performing a series of complex hand seals and placing his hand upon the door, it slowly creaked open, revealing a brightly lit scroll chamber within. Once inside, the Umbu ninja stated monotonously, "The ninjutsu contained within are all of B rank. You may select 5 scrolls. The names of each scroll are inscribed on the wooden table below. You have 10 minutes to make your choice." Yutian, uninterested in the Umbu ninja's impassive demeanor, stepped into the scroll chamber, eager to peruse the available B-rank ninjutsu scrolls. The selection of B-rank ninjutsu was abundant, with over 300 scrolls present. Yutian, mindful of the ticking clock, swiftly scanned the names of all the scrolls before decisively selecting 5 that would be of utility to her. The chosen B-rank ninjutsu were Shadow Clone Technique, Illusion Technique, Shadow Arts, Wind Release, Gale Technique, Earth Release, Stone Armor Technique, and Fire Release, Fire Dragon Technique. Among these selections, 4 belonged to the supportive category of ninjutsu, with only the Fire Dragon Technique classified as offensive. This choice was motivated by Yuntian's desire to preserve her own safety, and she was not lacking in offensive ninjutsu, as the Hinata clan's taijutsu techniques were inherently aggressive. Once she activated her Byakugan, she would not be deficient in offensive capabilities. Having acquired 5 new ninjutsu techniques, Hinata Yuntian emerged from the scroll room in high spirits, following the Umbu ninja as they departed the underground passage. The Umbu ninja escorted Hinata Yuntian to the hall of the building, where he handed him over to Irika, then vanished without a word before their eyes. Irika had been observing Hinata Yuntian as he was brought in by the Umbu, refraining from inquiring about the circumstances, as matters concerning the Umbu were shrouded in secrecy. Once the Umbu ninja had departed, he said to Hinata Yuntian, "Let us go to your home. The Hokage entrusted me with a pouch to deliver to you." Hinata Yuntian understood that the pouch contained 1 million ryo from the third Hokage and was eager to prevent Hinata Matsuin from discovering this. He quickly shook his head and replied, "Irika-sensei, the clan leader is still waiting for me. Please hand me the pouch. I must first seek out the clan leader." Irika, aware of the importance of the third Hokage's instructions, dared not refuse outright. However, knowing that Hinata Yuntian was to meet a personage of such stature as Hinata Izashi, he felt he could not accompany him. After a moment of contemplation, Irika concluded, "Very well, I shall escort you to the entrance of the Hinata clan. You may enter on your own." As long as Irika refrained from giving the money to Hinata Matsuin, other matters were of little consequence. Hinata Yuntian did not linger in conversation and promptly followed Irika as they set off. Near the entrance of the residence of the Hyuga clan, after hastily sending Irika away, Hyuga Yuntian promptly deposited all the funds from his wallet into the system, thereby augmenting his wealth by an additional 10 million. His total funds now amounted to 10,091,000. As for the 1,691,000 he had received from his classmates, he had already expended 1,600,000. The time Hyuga Yuntian utilized was during the moments he spent instructing his classmates in their training, during which he seized opportunities to convert wealth into strength. With the sum of 1,600,000, Hyuga Yuntian had enhanced himself thrice. The first enhancement cost 1 million, fortifying his physique to the level of an ordinary genin. The second enhancement involved an expenditure of 5 million, which allowed him to awaken his Byakugan. The third enhancement required 10 million, augmenting his chakra to match that of a typical genin. Hyuga Yuntian felt exceedingly satisfied with these enhancements, as his strength had significantly escalated, elevating him beyond the classification of an ordinary student. Even if he were to leave the Hidden Leaf Village with a modicum of caution, he would not find himself in peril. The sole source of discontent for Hyuga Yuntian stemmed from the exorbitant cost of further enhancements. For instance, the second enhancement of his physique would require a staggering 10 million, while the second enhancement of his chakra would demand an astounding 100 million. The cost to enhance his Byakugan a second time was even more outrageous, necessitating 500 million. This revelation made Hyuga Yuntian acutely aware that the price for each successive enhancement would escalate dramatically, compelling him to exert greater effort in accumulating wealth. Naturally, Hyuga Yuntian could opt to undertake missions, such as eliminating a J-Nin for the second enhancement of his physique, or vanquishing 5 J-Nin for the second enhancement of his chakra. The mission for the second enhancement of his Byakugan was ludicrous, requiring him to defeat Hyuga Hizashi, an endeavor Hyuga Yuntian deemed impossible. Ultimately, he resolved that enhancing his strength through monetary means was the safer alternative. However, should a J-Nin present themselves seeking their demise, he would reluctantly accept their goodwill and complete the task. Having recently acquired an additional 10 million, he glanced at the list of 5 new enhancement options, each requiring 200,000 for improvement. Without hesitation, he invested the entirety of his newfound wealth into enhancing all 5 new B-rank ninjutsu techniques, depleting his funds in an instant. Nevertheless, with the mastery of these 5 B-rank techniques, Hyuga Yuntian's power surged once more, rendering him less concerned about the loss of 10 million. Through the course of the past 2 days, Hyuga Yuntian had garnered a substantial understanding of the enhancement system. It became clear that in order to enhance a particular item, one must first possess it. The system does not concern itself with the user's ability to wield the item. Similar to how the system did not present the 5 enhancement options yesterday when he had yet to acquire the B-rank techniques, it now offered enhancements despite him not having learned them yet. This efficiency saved Hyuga Yuntian considerable training time, effectively allowing him to trade wealth for time. Standing near the entrance of the Hyuga clan's residence, Hyuga Yuntian completed the enhancement of 5 B-rank ninjutsu techniques, with thoughts of soon garnering a substantial gain from Hyuga Hizashi. He entered the Hyuga compound with an excited heart. 10 minutes later, as he approached Hizashi's abode, a guard came forth to greet him, indicating that Hizashi had been awaiting his arrival for some time. Young Master Yuntian, please, the guard addressed him with utmost courtesy. However, Yuntian paid no heed to the polite guard and merely waved his hand, stating, "Lead the way. The clan leader is still waiting for me. Let us not waste any time." The guard was taken aback by Yuntian's demeanor, feeling a twinge of displeasure. Yet, as Hizashi had instructed to show Yuntian a measure of respect, the guard could only begrudgingly escort Yuntian to meet Hizashi. Yuntian's indifference towards the guard stemmed from his memories of their previous disdainful attitudes towards him. Now that he had achieved success, he had no intention of extending kindness to those who once looked down upon him. After all, he was not one to let bygones be bygones. Upon reaching the entrance of Hizashi's residence, Yuntian's excitement was abruptly stifled as he spotted his mother engaged in jovial conversation with Hizashi in the hall. Damn it. Hizashi is truly cunning, having invited my mother over. It seems my plan to make some money has gone awry, Yuntian thought, feeling disheartened. As he stepped into the hall, he could not afford to show displeasure in front of his mother, thus donning a facade of respect as he addressed, "Mother, clan leader. Yuntian has come to report Hyuga Mikamura was in good spirits, for Hizashi had just invited her." Expressing his willingness to provide Yuntian with training resources and to teach him some advanced, clan-secret ninjutsu. As soon as Yuntian arrived, she stood up, pulling him to her side, exclaiming, "Quickly thank the clan leader with a bow. The training resources he is willing to provide you are invaluable." Hizashi, however, did not wish for Yuntian to bow, having already noticed the displeasure etched on Yuntian's face. Furthermore, he had learned from the third Hokage that Yuntian was no ordinary child, possessing a maturity beyond his years, prompting him to swiftly interject, "No need for such formalities, Mrs. Mikamura. Yuntian is a genius of the Hyuga clan, and assisting him is akin to assisting our clan." With a smile, Hizashi continued, "Moreover, I have another request. I hope Yuntian can guide my rather unremarkable daughter, so she may learn his new martial arts techniques. This way, we shall be even. Is that appropriate? Yuntian is still quite young. How can he possibly teach the young lady?" Mikamura expressed her concerns. Deep down, she was indeed keen on having Yuntian teach Hinata, yet she harbored fears that her son might not adequately instruct Hinata, potentially jeopardizing their relationship with the main family. which left her in a state of quandary. Hyuga Hizashi smiled and said, "The capable lead the way. A bright child like Yuntian is more than qualified to instruct my daughter. There's no need for concern, Mrs. Hinata. This matter is settled." His tone brooked no argument. And so Hinata Mibun ceased her objections. She turned to Hyuga Yuntian once more, grasping his hand as she admonished, "Yuntian, you must teach the young mistress well from now on, understand? It is the branch family's duty to protect the main house." Yuntian stood too short from Mibun to discern his expression as he bowed his head. Yet Hizashi, positioned directly across from the boy, caught the unmistakable flicker of disdain crossing his features. This fleeting expression confirmed what the third Hokage had suggested. Honeyed words and childish platitudes held no sway over Yuntian. Only tangible benefits or mutually advantageous exchanges would move him. In the grand hall of the Hyuga residence, Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Mika reached an agreement and resumed their conversation, leaving Hinata Kaido somewhat sidelined. Feeling a touch of ennui, Kaido sought a place to sit and rest. However, no sooner had he settled down than he caught sight of Hinata peering curiously from behind a column on the left side of the hall. Upon noticing Kaido's gaze, Hinata quickly retreated behind the pillar, ceasing her furtive observation. Kaido certainly remembered Hinata's appearance, yet he held little interest in the child. Observing her retreat, he chose to close his eyes, adopting an air of indifference. Meanwhile, Hinata Miku was in high spirits, her attention firmly fixed on Hizashi, seemingly oblivious to Kaido's demeanor. Hizashi, however, was acutely aware that Kaido was the protagonist of the day. Thus, he periodically observed Kaido and noted his aloofness. This realization led Hizashi to understand that merely winning Miku's favor would not suffice to gain Kaido's goodwill. He would need to offer Kaido some tangible benefits. Having resolved to cultivate a rapport with Kaido, Hizashi wasted no time and directly addressed Miku. "Miss Miku, I have prepared 3 scrolls containing the Hyuga clan's ninjutsu. Please take them back and ensure Kaido diligently practices. I sincerely hope he can become a prodigy of our clan." Mika was elated. Although Hizashi did not specify the rank of the ninjutsu, she instinctively knew they must be of B rank or higher. For the Hyuga clan could freely practice ordinary ninjutsu without the need for scrolls. "Thank you, esteemed clan leader." Miku expressed her gratitude profusely, preparing to pull Kaido over to extend her thanks once more, only to find him dozing off. Her irritation flared, and she resolved to discipline the disobedient Kaido upon their return. As for the hall, Miku refrained from reprimanding Kaido, mindful of maintaining her composure before the clan leader. Hizashi, on the other hand, was unconcerned. After all, Kaido belonged to the Hyuga clan, and he had ample opportunities to gradually earn Kaido's recognition. He gestured to the guards who had been waiting nearby to hand the 3 scrolls over to Miku. Once Miku received the scrolls, Hizashi remarked, "Madam Miku, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not linger. Tomorrow at 5 in the afternoon, I will send Hinata to your home to teach Kaido the new Gentle Fist ninjutsu." Mika nodded eagerly, responding, "You are too kind, esteemed clan leader. I will prepare thoroughly and ensure Kaido teaches my lady diligently." Hizashi nodded in satisfaction and added, "I will not see you out, madam. Feel free to stay as long as you wish. If you wish to depart, you may do so at your leisure. We are all kin, so there is no need for excessive formality." Hinata Mikura felt an unsettling discomfort in the presence of the main family. Initially hesitant about her visit, she grew even more reluctant upon learning that Hinata Hizashi was about to depart. Eager to leave, she promptly bid farewell to Hizashi, saying, "Esteemed clan leader, I must return to prepare lunch and cannot linger here. I will take Yuntian back with me." "Very well, you may return." Hizashi did not impede her and summoned a guard to escort Mikura and Yuntian out. Yuntian, already in a foul mood due to Hizashi's subtle jabs, instantly rose to accompany Mikura as she exited the hall. Once Mikura and Yuntian were out of sight, Hizashi reflected on their departure and remarked, "Indeed, the third Hokage's wisdom is commendable. Yuntian is distinctly different. It appears that attempting to win over Mikura was a miscalculation. We must focus on directly courting Yuntian instead." From the shadows of the hall, Hinata Jizong approached Hizashi and inquired, "Clan leader, what shall we do now? Will Yuntian hesitate to share the news with us? That technique possesses formidable power, classified as A rank. If utilized by our clan, it could potentially reach S rank." Hizashi shook his head, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry. Yuntian is quite astute. He will share it with us, but we must offer him some incentives. Otherwise, he may take his time in teaching us. He's merely a branch family member. Why not simply demand it from him? Why complicate matters?" Jizong questioned, frowning slightly. Hizashi glanced at Jizong, responding calmly. They did not choose to become branch family members voluntarily. If we, the main family, continually take without giving, the bond will inevitably weaken. I do not wish for the Hinata clan to reach such a state. Let us refrain from discussing this further. After a moment of contemplation, Hisashi continued. I have heard that the third Hokage offered Yuntian 10 million for that technique. We, too, must not be overly stingy. Find an opportunity to present him with the 10 million, but ensure Mikura remains unaware. I suspect he has a penchant for money and may attempt to keep the funds intended for both himself and the third Hokage. If it falls into Mikura's hands, he will undoubtedly be displeased. Just a child, how could he be so enamored with wealth? I truly do not understand, Jizong muttered, exasperated, before conceding, I understand, clan leader. Rest assured, I will make the necessary arrangements. Hisashi nodded. Let it be so. I must also speak with Hinata and encourage her to diligently learn from Yutian tomorrow. If she masters that new technique, our clan's strength may very well enhance, allowing us to maintain our standing against the increasingly erratic Uchiha clan. As the leader of the clan, Hisashi was aware of the challenges posed by the Uchiha to ensure the safety of the Hinata clan. He deemed it prudent to bolster their defenses against this formidable adversary. As the personal guard of Hinata Hisashi, Hinata Hiyoshi was undoubtedly aware of the issues surrounding the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing Hisashi's remarks, he solemnly took his leave to address the concerns regarding Hinata Yuntian. Meanwhile, our Hinata Yuntian was enduring relentless torment, as Hinata Mikura incessantly questioned him on their way home. Yuntian, what is this new? Did Lord Hokage summon you? What did Lord Hokage say to you? Yuntian, what was your attitude towards clan leader Hisashi just now? Do you have a death wish? And who taught you that new? I've never heard of it. When we get home, show me a couple of moves. Hinata Yuntian refrained from answering any of Mikura's inquiries. Just as she was on the verge of exploding with frustration, Yuntian activated his Byakugan, leaving Mikura so astonished that she momentarily forgot all her prior questions. She hurriedly embraced him, peering into his eyes from various angles, eager to ascertain whether his Byakugan was genuine. With only 300 meters left until they reached home, Mikura clutched Yuntian and scrutinized his Byakugan from every side, ultimately unable to resist touching it, her tone tinged with peculiarity. Yuntian, have you truly awakened your Byakugan? Could it possibly be drawn on? Yuntian, feeling somewhat exasperated, pleaded with Mikura, please put me down, mother. You're holding me too tightly. Mikura realized her questions were rather foolish, considering that for the Hinata clan, the Byakugan was an immensely familiar concept. If it were indeed painted on, it would be immediately evident. Once she released the struggling Yuntian, Mikura's excitement surged. Her child, barely over 5 years old, had already awakened his Byakugan, truly a prodigious talent within the Hinata clan. She nearly yearned to announce this joyous news to the world, her expression morphing into one of sheer delight. Yuntian, however, was not keen on revealing his Byakugan so hastily. He cautioned, Mother, please do not speak of my awakening. Otherwise, the clan leader might react unfavorably towards us. Mikura's expression shifted as she grasped Yuntian's meaning, her brows furrowing in contemplation. After all, Yuntian was a branch family child. Should others discover that he had awakened his Byakugan, it was uncertain what decisions the main family might make. They might even transfer him to the main house to serve as a lifelong guard, a fate Mikura fervently wished to avoid for her son. After a moment of thought, she gazed at Yuntian, who had retracted his Byakugan, and earnestly said, You are right, Yuntian. It is best not to disclose this matter. I will heed your advice this time. At this juncture, Mikura's expression shifted from serious to somewhat peculiar as she added, By the way, are you truly my child? I have never encountered a child as astute as you. Hinata Mikura was certainly not foolish. The recent changes in Hinata Yuntian were too abrupt. Completely unlike her son of old, she had no doubt that something was amiss. However, she had been informed by the third Hokage that Hinata Yuntian was not under the influence of any external jinjutsu, nor were there any signs of a soul replacement. Thus, she could only trust that her child remained her child. Hinata Yuntian was not naive either. He was well aware that his closest mother would harbor doubts about him, and thus had long prepared a few explanations. When Hinata Mikura inquired, he feigned contemplation and replied, Of course, I am my mother's son. It's just that a few days ago, I suddenly gained some newfound confidence in my mind. I do not quite understand how it came to be, but I can only ascertain that this information is beneficial to me. Hinata Mikura appeared somewhat perplexed, her brow furrowed. Yuntian quickly wrapped his arms around her legs, playfully saying, Dear mother, regardless of how I change, I am still your son. Please do not worry about me. I can take care of myself from now on. Hinata Makura felt conflicted, unsure of how to confront Hinata Ution. When he had not articulated his thoughts, she could deceive herself into believing he had merely become suddenly astute. However, with his admission of possessing new knowledge, she was compelled to acknowledge that he was indeed different from before. This realization left her in a quandary, contemplating whether she should seek someone to erase the memories in Yuntian's mind. Yet, with Yuntian's sudden transformation into a prodigy, she found herself reluctant to revert her child to his previous, less intelligent self. Moreover, the act of memory erasure could potentially inflict further harm upon him, deepening her dilemma. Observing his mother's turmoil, Hinata Ution quickly took her hand and led her home, reassuring her, "Dear mother, do not overthink it. Am I not still the same as before? Just consider that I have grown up, and I shall no longer be peculiar." Hinata Makura scrutinized Yuntian's face, unable to discern any differences from her son. Finally, she sighed, conceding, "Very well. I shall endeavor to accept that you have matured. I only hope, Yuntian, that you do not change too swiftly, otherwise I might find it hard to cope." Yuntian patted his chest in assurance, saying, "Rest assured, dear mother, no matter how I change, I will never forget the lessons you have imparted to me." Hinata Makura's feelings were complex. After casting another glance at Yuntian, she remarked, "I hope so. For now, I can only strive to adapt to the current you. Please do not let me down. I promise I will never disappoint you." Hinata Yuntian replied resolutely. Despite the peculiarities of his sudden transformation, Hinata Makura accepted the present version of her son. However, she found herself at a loss for how to communicate with the more mature Hinata Ution, leading her to refrain from further conversation. Hinata Ution was not overly concerned. After Hinata Miku returned home to prepare dinner, he sat in the hall contemplating his next steps while also practicing the new ninjutsu he had just learned. Shadow Clone Technique. Hinata Ution effortlessly created 5 copies of himself and commanded, "4 of you go train the Hinata clan's ninjutsu, while I remain here to have a heartfelt conversation with my mother." The 4 shadow clones exchanged glances before swiftly exiting the hall, disappearing in no time, leaving the original Hinata Ution waiting in the hall. The shadow clone technique, a B-rank ninjutsu, was precisely what Hinata Ution had prepared for this moment. He intended to assign some lower-level ninjutsu to his clones for practice, thereby saving a considerable amount of money, making it exceptionally suitable for his current circumstances. As for the drawbacks of the shadow clone technique, it was known that the clones might not always obey commands. Hinata Ution was well aware of this, so he allotted each clone a single day's worth of chakra. If they disobeyed, even if they attempted to flee, they would automatically dissipate after 1 day. This was a unique effect of the system-enhanced shadow clone technique. According to Hinata Ution's assessment, this feature likely emerged when the shadow clone technique was mastered, though few individuals ever reached that level of proficiency, resulting in limited control over the clones. After dispatching the 4 clones for training, Hinata Ution turned his attention to other matters, such as how to effectively combine the ninjutsu he had learned and devise means to earn more money to become stronger. Lost in thought for an hour, Hinata Miku returned with food, ready to dine with Hinata Ution. However, she found it difficult to adjust to the suddenly mature demeanor of her son and was at a loss for words. Hinata Ution, not wanting to create distance with Hinata Miku, feigned a childlike attitude, playfully seeking her affection, which gradually improved her mood. Yet, he felt somewhat disheartened, as pretending to be childish was quite exhausting. Nevertheless, for Hinata Miku's sake, he bore the strain. Throughout the afternoon, Hinata Ution did not attend the Ninja Academy, but chose to stay home, comforting the somewhat conflicted Hinata Miku. By 6 in the evening, after dinner, Hinata Miku finally accepted the unexpected maturity of her son and regained her previous vitality, with the realization that her child no longer required her care. Hinata Miku's inner ninja spirit began to stir. After dinner, she rushed off to train, preparing to diligently hone her skills over the next fortnight to compensate for her past combat experiences before embarking on missions. Unbeknownst to Hinata Miku, the tasks awaiting her would entail caring for children, searching for lost items, and running errands. Having persuaded Hinata Miku, Hinata Ution decided not to concern himself with her activities any longer. After a tiring afternoon of feigning childishness, he retreated to his room, intending to rest. Upon entering his room, he noticed a box and a note placed on his desk. Approaching it, he picked up the note and discovered it was a message indicating that the box contained 10 million, a gift from the clan leader. Hinata was not foolish. He was quite astute. Hinata Ution was pleased to incinerate the paper and pocket the 10 million, decisively enhancing his physical prowess once more. The substantial sum vanished in an instant, and as Hinata Yuntian moved about his room, he discovered a remarkable improvement in his physical attributes, now comparable to that of an average chunin, which filled him with satisfaction. However, akin to his previous experience, he harbored discontent regarding the fact that the cost for the third enhancement had escalated to 100 million. This realization seemed rather daunting to Hinata Yuntian. He contemplated that perhaps it was time to commence business dealings with the Tintin family, for accumulating a significant fortune in a short span appeared increasingly challenging. Lost in these perplexing thoughts, Hinata Yuntian drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, while Hinata Yuntian slumbered, others found it difficult to rest. The first was Naruto Uzumaki, who had ventured to the entrance of the Konoha Ninja Academy that afternoon, hoping to converse with Hinata Yuntian. However, he soon overheard rumors proclaiming Hinata Yuntian as a prodigious ninja, earning the admiration of the entire Konoha school, which left Naruto feeling anxious and uncertain about whether Hinata Yuntian would still wish to associate with him. The second was Hinata Hyuga, who rarely ventured outside but was urged by Hinata Hisashi to accompany Hinata Yuntian and learn the new gentle fist technique, with the stipulation that she must master it within 3 months. This predicament left Hinata Hyuga in a quandary, as she harbored an aversion towards Hinata Yuntian. His indifferent gaze from the previous day had unsettled her, making her perceive him as difficult to approach. Moreover, the 3-month timeframe set by Hinata Hisashi seemed too brief for her to confidently grasp the new technique. The third was Uchiha Fuku, who faced an unexpected visit from Shimura Danzo, who insisted that he hand over Uchiha Shinichi and Uchiha Ba to the Rude organization. Naturally, he declined Danzo's proposition. In response, Danzo stipulated that should Fuku refuse to surrender Shinichi and Ba, he must ensure they would not disclose the existence of the new gentle fist technique, or else the entire Uchiha clan would be compelled to forfeit 3 A-rank jutsu as compensation. Uchiha Fuku realized he had been outmaneuvered by Danzo, yet he felt powerless to refuse again, having already done so once. A second refusal would undoubtedly sever ties with Konoha. Unable to decline, Uchiha Fuku's spirits plummeted, especially given the recent tumultuous events within the clan, which further disrupted his sleep. The fourth group comprised the elite class students tasked with learning the new gentle fist technique. Upon discovering they were studying an A-rank ninjutsu suitable for children, their excitement was palpable, leaving them unable to rest. Little did they know that while entry into the art may be simple, mastery is a formidable challenge. Many may spend their entire lives striving to achieve A-rank proficiency in Tai Chi after a night of rest. Hinata Yuntian rose at 6 in the morning to prepare for school. Regarding Hinata Makura, upon realizing her son Hinata Yuntian's exceptional intelligence, she ceased accompanying him to school, allowing him to make his own way. She remained at home to train, striving to regain the strength she had neglected for 3 years. As for Hinata Yuntian, he strolled leisurely to the Ninja Academy, for he had already mastered the teachings of the ninja school. Were it not for the necessity of concealing his true abilities to amass wealth in Konohagakure, he would have already embarked on missions beyond the village, seeking his own paradise where he could earn greater riches. Sauntering to the Konohagakure Ninja Academy, and after indulging in a leisurely breakfast along the way, Hinata Yuntian arrived past 7 o'clock, by which time classes had commenced, and students had long dispersed from the entrance. He entered the academy alone. Disinterested in the theoretical knowledge imparted by the ninja instructors, he wandered the corridors of the teaching building, observing the conditions of other classes and noting their distinctions from the elite class. To his dismay, Hinata Yuntian had become quite the celebrity within Konohagakure Academy. As he meandered through the other classes, he was met with the unwavering gaze of the students, causing an unsettling sensation within him, prompting him to hastily retreat from their scrutiny. With his observational endeavors thwarted, he resigned himself to returning to the elite class, where at least he could converse with Tintin and perhaps strike a deal with her. In the elite class, Irika found himself in a predicament, as many students had taken leave, claiming they had trained late into the night and were fatigued. Consequently, only 13 students attended class, with numerous absentees. Irika deemed it impractical to cover significant lessons, lest those who were absent miss vital information. Thus, he announced that the class would recite the 30-second rule of the Ninja Code, allowing the 13 students to engage in self-study while he retreated to his office for a respite. Of course, Irika would still conduct the outdoor training session in the afternoon since absences during that class were less consequential. When Hinata Yuntian arrived at the elite class, he discovered it was only populated by 13 students, with no teacher present. However, he felt a sense of relief at Irika's absence, for his true intention was to see Tintin. Upon spotting her, he paid no mind to the presence of the other students or the teacher. Now a notable figure in the elite class, Hinata Yuntian's entrance immediately drew the attention of his classmates, who were eager to converse with him. Yet, upon seeing him, they swiftly retreated to 1010's side, opting to sit down in their seats to avoid interrupting the budding conversation between the two. In the elite classroom, Hinata Yuntian once again gravitated towards 1010, leaving her somewhat exasperated, unsure of how to respond to his persistent attention. Though younger, 1010 exhibited the maturity typical of ninjas, and it was evident to her that Hinata Yuntian did not harbor genuine affection for her. Otherwise, she would not be met with his indifference. Nevertheless, his continual pursuit puzzled her, leading her to wonder about his intentions. Hinata Unten approached again, and 1010 straightforwardly said, "Classmate Unten, if you have something to say, just say it. If not, please leave quickly, or I'll go somewhere else to study. Kids these days are really not cute at all." Hinata Unten, feeling quite frustrated, muttered to himself before bluntly stating, "1010, I heard your family runs a weapons shop. Could you let me see the ninja tools your family makes?" "Is that all?" 1010 was puzzled. She directly took out a kunai and handed it to Hinata Unten. "Here, take it as repayment for not charging me tuition. Just don't bother me anymore, all right?" No, I don't want your kunai. Actually, I know a special ninjutsu that can enhance the durability of weapons. I've tested it on ordinary tools and found it can double their strength. So, I wanted to try it on your family as highest grade weapons," Hinata Unten quickly explained, deliberately piquing 1010's interest. And indeed, 1010 was intrigued. After all, her family dealt in weapons. How could she not be interested? She even grew somewhat excited. "Are you serious? Can you show me?" Her sudden loud exclamation drew the attention of the entire class toward them. Hinata Unten immediately hushed her. "Sure, keep it down. This is my secret. Don't go spreading it around, or I want to share it with you again." 1010 considered it. A ninjutsu that could enhance weapon durability was undeniably valuable. She nodded and whispered, "Fine. Let us go to the forest from yesterday to test it. If you can really do it, I'll take you to my house to try it on our high-grade weapons." "Deal. Let us go." Hinata Unten was decisive. He took 1010's hand and led her out of the classroom. Curious to see if his claim was true, 1010 didn't resist and followed him out. As soon as they left, the elite class erupted in chatter. "Wow, Hinata Unten is amazing. He has already won over 1010, while Inuzuka Haiketsu, that idiot, chased her for 3 years with no luck. Well, Hinata Unten is a genius. How could Inuzuka Haiketsu compare?" "Exactly. If I had Hinata Unten's talent, Mai from the next class would be already fallen for me. Life is just unfair." Though nothing had actually happened between Hinata Unten and 1010, the gossip spread like wildfire through the Ninja Academy. In the training forest of the Ninja Academy, Hinata Unten led 1010 to a secluded tree and pulled out the kunai she had given him. "Is this kunai special or just standard?" "Of course it's special," 1010 replied proudly. "How much is it worth?" Hinata Unten asked. "Why do you always think about money? Hasten to demonstrate your ninjutsu for me," scolded Tion, dissatisfied. Unless you reveal the cost, I cannot recklessly employ it. Should it break, I possess no funds for compensation," retorted Hinata Yuntian. "TCH, what a miser. This kunai is a gift to you. If it breaks, I shall not seek repayment. Quickly, show me your skills," urged Tion incessantly. Hinata Yuntian initially wished to inquire about the kunai's price to ascertain the cost of enhancement, yet observing Tion's demeanor, he understood that unless he first demonstrated, she would divulge nothing. Reluctantly, he commenced the enhancement of the kunai. Grasping the kunai in hand, he feigned a vigorous shake until it was nearly indistinguishable to Tion, all the while selecting the enhancement option in the system. Enhancement cost, 300,000. Upon completion, Hinata Yuntian ceased his theatrics and scrutinized the kunai in his hand. However, before he could discern any difference, Tion had already seized it with gleaming eyes. She incessantly rubbed and struck the kunai, exuberantly exclaiming, "This is remarkable. Excellent. The sharpness has doubled, and the hardness has increased twofold. Truly a superior item. Truly a superior item. Hey, that kunai belongs to me, you know." Hinata Yuntian protested, hastily reclaiming the kunai, for he had invested 300,000 in its enhancement. If Tion were to take it, he would suffer a significant loss. Tion swiftly returned the kunai to her waist pouch, dismissively stating, "It's just a kunai. Later, I shall give you 3 more when we return to my home." "You are such a miser." Hinata Yuntian, feeling exasperated yet recognizing that acquiring 3 kunai was not a loss, nodded in agreement. Then it settled. You will gift me 3 kunai, the specially crafted ones from your family. Having confirmed Hinata Yuntian's ability to enhance weapons, Tian cheerfully replied, "Sure, it's a trivial matter. Now, come with me to meet my father." With that, she eagerly dragged Hinata Yuntian home, oblivious to the peculiar gazes of passers-by, acquaintances, and children. Moments ago, it was Hinata Yuntian who had pulled Tian from the classroom, and now it was she who was leading him home. With these 2 incidents circulating, neither could clarify their relationship. Unbeknownst to them, upon arriving at her family's ninja tool shop, Tian proudly presented the enhanced kunai to her father, exclaiming, "Father, take a look at this kunai." Initially, Tian's father had contemplated whether she was indeed courting Hinata Yuntian, thus bringing him home for inspection. However, upon seeing the kunai presented by Tian, his professionalism was evident, akin to the actions of Tian just moments ago. As he rubbed and struck the kunai, muttering to himself incessantly, "Whose kunai is this? Our specially crafted kunai is supposed to be twice as strong. This cannot be possible." Tian's father, who owned a ninja tool shop, found himself in a quandary over the enhanced kunai, momentarily at a loss for words. The reason for his turmoil lay in the fact that the quality of the kunai in his hands surpassed that of their own by a significant margin. If the other party could produce these in bulk, it would spell disaster for their shop, as the disparity in quality was insurmountable. Furthermore, he pondered whether this might be a new manufacturing technique capable of vastly improving the quality of ironworking, a possibility that intrigued him greatly. After a brief internal struggle, Tian's father turned to him with a serious demeanor and asked, "Where did you purchase this kunai? Take me there at once." "Haha, father. You surely must have noticed the markings on the kunai, right? Just take a closer look," Tian replied, brimming with pride. Upon inspecting the kunai, Tian's father spotted a familiar emblem. Indeed, it was their family's mark, which deepened his frown as he exclaimed, "What is the meaning of this? Have our counterfeit products now begun to surpass our craftsmanship? How can this be?" "Ha ha ha. Father, you are mistaken. This kunai was crafted by our own hands," Tian excitedly explained. Surprised, his father inquired, "Was it made by that master? I must reward him handsomely and promote him to chief." With a gleeful laugh, Tian brought Hinata before his father, saying it was he who created it. "You should appoint him as chief." Tian's father already recognized Hinata, especially since the 3rd Hokage had personally sent word for Tian to refrain from sharing the new Gentle Fist technique. It would be foolish not to pay attention to Hinata. However, upon hearing Tian assert that Hinata was the craftsman behind the kunai, he found it hard to believe. After all, a craftsman was not as common as cabbage, and how could a mere 5-year-old possess such prowess? He admonished Tian, saying, "Do not speak nonsense. Tian is just a child. How could he possibly be the craftsman of this kunai?" Tian, feeling more triumphant, replied with a smile, "Father, do not misunderstand. I never claimed that Tian forged the kunai. I merely stated that he enhanced it. Let's not confuse the two." Crafting and manufacturing held the same connotation in Tian's father's mind, and he furrowed his brow, asking, "Can you clarify a bit more, Tian? I do not comprehend what you are saying." No longer teasing his father, Tian earnestly explained, "Yuntian possesses a unique ninjutsu that can augment the abilities of weapons. The kunai in your hand is one that I had him enhance. Isn't that an impressive ability?" The father of Tian, now serious, gazed at the composed Hinata and said, "I am Taisheng. Might I have the honor of witnessing the ninjutsu that can enhance weapon strength?" Hinata glanced at Taisheng and replied, "That is indeed possible. However, I am not inclined to squander my energy. Therefore, I require payment in advance for the demonstration. I trust that Mr. Taisheng has no objections." "How can you speak to my father in such a manner?" Tian protested, her dissatisfaction evident. She was about to continue her outburst when Taisheng promptly interjected, "Enough, Tian. Yuntian is correct. I should indeed pay first. Please refrain from interjecting. This is a matter between us." Chastised by Taisheng, Tian shot a defiant glare at both Hinata and Taisheng, declaring, "Do as you please. I shall return to my room to rest. I do not wish to see either of you again." In a huff, Tian exited, and Taisheng immediately turned to retrieve a stack of money from the shop, presenting it alongside a kunai to Hinata. "Here, Tian, I have 1,000,000 yuan. This should suffice. If it is insufficient, I will procure more." 1,000,000, is it? Rather mediocre, I suppose, Hinata remarked as he accepted the cash and kunai. He tucked the money into his pocket, then waved the kunai as he had previously, feigning for 20 seconds before handing it back to Tai Sheng, stating, "Take a look." Tai Sheng, with keen perception, recognized the kunai's enhanced potency even before receiving it. Upon inspecting it closely, he confirmed that the kunai was indeed twice as sharp and sturdy as before, causing his admiration for Hinata Yutian to intensify. Yet, Hinata Yutian merely stated, "This is a bloodline ninjutsu. If you wish to learn it, Mr. Tai Sheng, that is unattainable," thus plunging Tai Sheng's excitement into despair. Disheartened, Tai Sheng regarded Hinata Yutian thoughtfully and suddenly conceived an excellent idea. "Yutian, what do you think of a partnership? You handle the weapon enhancement, and I will sell them. We can split the profits 50-50. How does that sound?" 50-50? Are you certain?" Hinata Yutian responded, taken aback by Tai Sheng's generosity. He had not anticipated such a magnanimous offer, initially expecting a share of 30 to 40%. Considering he was merely providing a service while Tai Sheng supplied materials and facilitated sales. Demanding too much seemed unreasonable. Tai Sheng spoke with unwavering conviction, "Rest assured, Yutian. This is a long-term venture. I would never allow you to suffer a loss. Should you choose to collaborate with me, I will ensure you receive 50% of the profits henceforth." With Tai Sheng's remarkable offer, Hinata Yutian decided not to dwell on the matter any further, responding simply, "Agreed. From now on, Tai Sheng and I are allies. Now I can inform the boss of your current situation. My chakra is limited, allowing me to forge only 10 weapons daily, whether they be kunai or of larger size. Should I attempt to create a larger weapon, it would deplete my chakra entirely. Therefore, for the next year or two, I shall be unable to provide an abundance of weaponry. Once I mature and my chakra reserves expand, I will be able to produce more. I kindly ask for Boss Tiesheng's understanding in this matter." Tai Sheng felt a tinge of disappointment, yet he could only acquiesce. As Hyuga Yuntian was a prodigy of the Hyuga clan, closely observed by the third Hokage, he dared not act rashly against him. Noticing Tiesheng's disheartened demeanor, Hyuga Yuntian chuckled. "It seems you have forgotten the principle that rarity enhances value." As a businessman, Tai Sheng quickly grasped Yuntian's implication, inwardly chastising him as a clever little rascal while outwardly nodding in agreement. "I comprehend your intent, young Yuntian. I shall strive to provide you with exquisite weapons for enhancement." This was precisely what Yuntian desired. He had no wish to squander time crafting ordinary arms. With Tai Sheng now understanding his intentions, Yuntian nodded in satisfaction and began discussing ways to increase their profits. At the Tintin family ninja tool shop, Hyuga Yuntian engaged in lively conversation with Tenin's father, swiftly reaching several agreements on profitable ventures. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Yuntian left behind 10 enhanced kunai for Tai Sheng and, along with Tintin, made his way back to the ninja school. On their journey, Tintin glared at Yuntian with dissatisfaction. "What on earth did you say to my father? Why must I accompany you to school?" Yuntian rolled his eyes. "You should inquire with your father. I never mentioned that you needed to follow me." "Huh. As if I would believe you. You must have said something to him," Tintin retorted, her anger palpable. Yuntian shook his head and replied, "If you do not wish to accompany me to school, you are free to return home. I will not stop you." Of course, Tintin did not want to follow Yuntian, but her father's warning glance left her little choice. Pouting, she trailed behind him, the two resembling a couple in a petty quarrel as they ambled towards the ninja school. Observing Tintin's displeasure from behind, Yuntian sighed and chose not to comment further. He understood Tieshen's intention was to foster a good relationship with Tintin so that he could continue collaborating with her father. Yet, Yuntian had no particular fondness for children. His initial engagement with Tintin was merely a means to an end. With their transaction now complete, he had little desire to continue associating with her. But out of respect for Tai Sheng, he refrained from sending her away. With this burden in tow, Yuntian soon arrived at the entrance of the ninja school. He turned to Tintin and said, "You may head to the classroom. I have a few matters to attend to." Tian was reluctant to accompany Hinata Yuntian, as the glances from onlookers made her feel quite embarrassed. Now that Hinata Yuntian was about to leave, she shot him a glare before dashing into the school. With Tian gone, Hinata Yuntian returned to the Ichiraku ramen shop and, upon entering, addressed the noodle master. "I would like a bowl of tonkatsu ramen, please. A large one, and hold the mountain grease." "How so?" "The mountain grease adds flavor. Don't you enjoy it, young Yuntian?" The noodle master chuckled. Hinata Yuntian dismissed him with a wave of her hand, and, upon reaching the child-sized high chair, retorted, "What do you care about what I like? Just do as I say, or I won't pay you, understand?" All right, I hear you," the noodle master replied, shaking his head in resignation as he began to prepare the ramen. It was 10:40 in the morning, not a typical meal time. And the Ichiraka ramen shop hosted only Hinata Yution as its sole patron. After sitting down, she gazed at her savings of 5,600,000 yen and pondered how to utilize this wealth. Initially, she possessed only 1,600,000 yen. But Taishing had insisted on giving her an additional 4 million upon her departure from the ninja tool shop, claiming it was an advance on her wages. During the noodle master's brief moments of preparation, Hinata Yution contemplated the enhancements she could pursue. First, she considered the foundational ninjutsu of the Hyuga clan that she could strengthen, but deemed it a waste since the enhancements would not significantly increase their power. She decided it would be more prudent for her shadow clones to train gradually, thus abandoning the idea of reinforcing these techniques. Next, she thought about the 3 B-rank ninjutsu she had recently acquired from Hinata Hayashi. But strengthening these would require 6 million yen, leading her to temporarily forego this option as well. Finally, she contemplated a second enhancement of the body replacement technique, which cost 1 million yen each time. Although uncertain of the changes this second enhancement might yield, she felt that spending 3 million yen to test it was not entirely unreasonable, and so she proceeded to enhance the body replacement technique once more. Having completed the enhancement, Hinata Yution felt it inappropriate to demonstrate her new ability in the ramen shop, just as her tonkatsu ramen was ready. She intended to savor her meal first and later find a suitable place to experiment with her newly enhanced technique. However, her plans for experimentation were swiftly dashed when an excited little fellow burst through the door of Ichiraka Ramen and exclaimed upon seeing Hinata Yution, "Big brother, you're really here. I thought I had mistaken you on the road." "Ah, it's you. What brings you to seek your big brother?" Hinata Yution recognized the voice as Naruto Uzumaki. Upon hearing Hinata Yution's response, Naruto's excitement grew, especially since she still referred to him as her little brother. Making him exuberantly announce to the noodle master, "Boss, I'll have a bowl of tonkatsu ramen as well. Today, I'm treating my big brother." "Well, Naruto, you're quite generous today." The noodle master chuckled in response. "Indeed, my elder brother has come to enjoy some noodles. How could I not be generous?" Uzumaki Naruto excitedly pointed at Hyuga Yution. The chef, not harboring any dislike towards Naruto, smiled and said, "Please have a seat. In 2 minutes, you shall savor the ramen." Naruto, brimming with enthusiasm, scampered over to sit beside Hyuga Yution and inquired, "Brother, why are you not in class? Have you scared the students away again?" "Enough of your nonsense. Your saliva is about to land in my bowl," Hyuga Yution remarked, exasperated, as he observed the spittle flying from Naruto's mouth. Naruto quickly wiped his mouth, ensuring no droplet lingered, and cautiously assured, "Brother, rest assured. My saliva won't reach you. Please don't shoo me away." Faced with the pitiful sight of Naruto, Hyuga Yution sighed and said, "Fine, stay if you wish, but refrain from asking too many questions. We shall go somewhere shortly. I need your assistance." Instantly invigorated, Naruto thumped his chest, vowing, "Brother, worry not. Whatever the task, I shall accomplish it." "All right, now enjoy your noodles. It may get a bit strenuous later." Hyuga Yution gestured toward the bowl of noodles the chef had brought. Perhaps it was the enticing aroma of the ramen that captivated Naruto. He merely nodded, refraining from responding, and began to fervently devour the noodles, making Hyuga Yution feel the allure of the dish as well. Though not particularly hungry, witnessing Naruto relish the meal prompted him to finish his bowl too. After Naruto paid, the two exited the ramen shop together. In a small grove within Konohagakure, Hyuga Yution found himself uncertain of his location, yet still within the village. This spot was suggested by him for Naruto to seek a quiet place, which Naruto had navigated through the village's winding paths. Upon arriving at the grove, Naruto proudly declared, "Boss, this is my secret base. No one knows of it. Feel free to command me." Hyuga Yution glanced around, noting the absence of others. However, considering Naruto's unique identity, he took advantage of Naruto's distraction with a small creature in the forest to activate his Byakugan and scan the vicinity. His intuition proved correct. At the moment the Byakugan activated, he spotted distant Umbu operatives, though they were far enough away to merely monitor Naruto's presence within the village. Since they could not perceive the happenings here, Hyuga Yution retracted his Byakugan and confidently addressed the exuberant Naruto. "It's merely a squirrel. I have something for you to do, so do not squander my time." Naruto, snapping back to reality, asked with some confusion, "Brother, what could I possibly do in a place like this?" "Are you asking me to train with you?" Hinata Kuniya nodded and said, "It can be said that I wish to practice the body replacement technique." You shall attack me while I defend myself using this technique. Surely, you can manage that. Uzumaki Naruto, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, Isn't that a bit inappropriate? You are my elder brother. What if I accidentally hurt you? Do you really think you could injure me? Hinata Kunin scoffed. Show me your full strength. I am eager to see what you are capable of. Uzumaki Naruto, clearly dissatisfied, retorted, Even if you are my elder brother, you should not underestimate my abilities. Today, I shall defeat you. Very well, come at me. Hinata Kunin taunted, curling his pinky finger in a dismissive manner. Fueled by anger, Uzumaki Naruto charged at Hinata Kunin, aiming a kick towards his leg, intending to topple him. In Naruto's mind, Hinata Kunin appeared significantly younger, no matter how formidable he was. He could not possibly be that strong. To avoid causing serious harm, Naruto deliberately targeted Hinata Kunin's legs. However, he quickly found himself astonished. Although he had indeed made contact with Hinata Kunin's leg, it felt as though he had kicked a stone, causing him to clutch his foot in pain. What just happened? Brother? Uzumaki Naruto wondered, seated on the ground and gazing quizzically at Hinata Kunin, who remained unperturbed and silent. Suddenly, with a loud thud, Hinata Kunin transformed into a block of wood, leaving Uzumaki Naruto wide-eyed. He had witnessed the body replacement technique before, but he had never seen it activate so long after being struck. While Naruto was momentarily dazed, Hinata Kunin, concealed behind a tree, felt quite satisfied. The enhanced body replacement technique appeared to maintain the original form for 3 seconds and did not transform into it after being attacked. If utilized effectively, this 3-second window could easily allow Hinata Kunin to eliminate an unsuspecting Jonin, making him quite pleased with his investment of 1 million. After experimenting with the technique, he stepped out from behind the tree and approached the still astonished Uzumaki Naruto. All right, get up quickly, we still have more training to do. Upon regaining his senses, Uzumaki Naruto disregarded the lingering pain in his foot and eagerly stood up. Brother, what was that body replacement technique? I distinctly felt as though I kicked that piece of wood, yet you remained unchanged and walked out from behind the tree. What is the explanation behind this? Hinata Kunin, of course, had no intention of explaining. He shot a glare at Naruto and said, Does an elder brother need to justify himself to you? Hurry and prepare. We shall commence the second experiment. With that, Hinata Kunin summoned 3 ordinary clones and instructed Uzumaki Naruto, give each clone a punch to test her strength. Naruto Uzumaki, filled with curiosity about the training of Hinata Yuntian, received his instructions and, without hesitation, launched an attack towards the left Hinata Yuntian. With a resounding crash, the left Hinata Yuntian transformed into a cloud of smoke. Realizing that was merely a clone, Naruto swiftly redirected his assault towards the central Hinata Yuntian. However, upon striking, the central figure also dissipated into smoke. Undeterred, Naruto eagerly advanced towards the final Hinata Yuntian on the right. Indeed, the right Hinata Yuntian was the real one, but he had initially stood in the center, as he discovered his ability to shift between the 3 clones at will. He quickly repositioned himself to the right, just as Naruto aimed for his central form. This enhanced clone technique seemed to allow for seamless transitions between clones, much to Hinata Yuntian's satisfaction, as it proved to be a potent survival skill, making the substantial investment well worth it. With the clone technique test concluded, Hinata Yuntian raised his hand to block Naruto's punch, stating, All right, the training is temporarily over. Let's take a 5-minute break, after which you will continue to train with me. Already taking a break? I'm still full of energy. Naruto expressed his frustration, feeling far from fatigued. However, Hinata Yuntian's decision for a 5-minute respite was not for rest, but to contemplate the application of the enhanced 3-clone technique. He shot a stern glance at Naruto, prompting him to settle down, and then found a clean spot on the ground to sit and ponder. The 5 minutes swiftly passed. After organizing the materials for the secondary 3-clone technique, Hinata Yuntian began experimenting with Naruto in the forest, exploring various applications of this technique. Naruto, witnessing the remarkable intricacies of Hinata Yuntian's 3-clone technique, found himself in awe. After 2 hours of relentless attempts to land a hit, he had yet to touch Hinata Yuntian even once, leaving him breathless and envious. After 2 hours of experimentation with the secondary 3-clone technique, Hinata Yuntian, satisfied with the results, warned Naruto to keep his findings confidential. He then handed Naruto 5,000 yen, instructing him to treat himself to some ramen, and, in high spirits, made his way back to the Konoha Ninja Academy. With the 5,000 yen in hand and feeling like a loyal confidant of Hinata Yuntian after uncovering his secret, Naruto disregarded his fatigue and excitedly dashed to Ichiraka Ramen. Meanwhile, as Hinata Ution strolled leisurely towards the Konoha Ninja Academy, it was already 3 in the afternoon. The entire class had gone outdoors for lessons, leaving the classroom empty. He decided to find a seat and rest until 5 o'clock when school would dismiss. While reclining in the classroom, Hinata Ution was not truly sleeping. Instead, he was contemplating ways to earn more money. Currently, his agreement with Tion's father involved a daily order of 10 enhanced kunai, priced at over 600,000 each. After deducting the enhancement fee of 200,000, Hinata Ution was securing an income of approximately 2 million yen each day. Every day. Earning 2 million equates to a staggering 60 million over the course of a month. However, for Hinata Ution, this sum falls short of his aspirations, as he requires 500 million to enhance his Byakugan. It would take him a full 10 months to save such an amount, a prospect he finds utterly unacceptable. In Yuntian's mind, he aims to attain the rank of Jonin within a year, and with his current rate of income, that ambition appears unattainable. Thus, he feels compelled to seek alternative methods to amass greater wealth. After pondering for an extended period, Yuntian realizes that earning money is not his forte. He cannot conceive of any means beyond his system capabilities to generate income, leaving him in a state of frustration. He decides to cease his contemplation of financial matters. While he could provide Taisheng with an abundance of enhanced weapons daily, doing so would attract undue attention from outsiders. Should his strength prove insufficient, safeguarding the wealth he has accumulated would be impossible, thus he refrains from indiscriminately increasing the quantity of enhanced weapons. Ultimately, Yuntian recognizes that everything is measured by strength. If he possessed Jonin-level power at this moment, he could simply enhance others' bodies, ninjutsu, and chakra, thereby amassing wealth effortlessly, rather than being constrained as he is now. Strength. He sighed heavily before rising and making his way out of the classroom, intending to return home first. In the Hokage's office, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the third Hokage received a report from the Umbu, stating that Hinata Ution had been playing with Naruto Uzumaki for 2 hours. The significance of Naruto's identity surprised the third Hokage, prompting him to inquire of the Umbu ninjas how the two had come to know each other. Wondering if there were any hidden motives behind Yuntian's approach to Naruto, the Umbu ninja responded, "Lord Hokage, Hinata Ution and Naruto Uzumaki met the night before last. When Yuntian was resting at the school gate, Naruto approached to play, and Yuntian called him over to ask if he could buy him ice cream, insisting that Naruto pay for it. Such a stingy little brat." The third Hokage remarked, somewhat speechless, before asking, "And what about today? How did they come to be together?" The Umbu ninja replied, "Naruto sought out Hinata Ution himself. Ution was originally headed to Ichiraka Ramen alone, but Naruto spotted him on the way and followed him." After a pause, the Umbu ninja added, "In the end, it was still Naruto who paid for the ramen." The third Hokage shook his head in disbelief, sighing, "Let it be. Since Hinata Ution did not deliberately approach Naruto, they can associate freely. Naruto also needs a friend, even if that friend is a shrewd and stingy little boy." The Umbu ninja, tasked with shadowing Naruto, was well aware of his identity. With the third Hokage having given his orders, he nodded and departed to continue following Naruto. As Hinata Ution leisurely strolled back to the Hinata estate, he discovered that Hinata Mei-chan was absent, leaving him only a note indicating her intention to train and suggesting he dine out. On this day, Hinata Michimura truly perplexed me. Upon realizing that her son is a prodigy and an exceptionally clever individual, she seemed too lethargic even to prepare a meal for Hinata Ution. One must wonder if Hinata Ution is still her son. After a moment of lamentation, Hinata Ution simply scavenged some food at home. For soon Hinata would arrive to practice the new gentle fist technique with him, leaving him no time to venture out for a proper meal. Indeed, the reason Hinata Ution found himself without dinner was due to his assumption that Hinata Michimura would prepare a feast. Thus he leisurely strolled home, wasting time that could have been spent dining out. At 6 o'clock in the evening, having hastily consumed a few morsels, Hinata Ution reclined on the steps at his front door, gazing at the setting sun. At that moment, a guard from the Hinata clan arrived punctually, escorting Hinata to his doorstep. The guard treated Hinata Ution with utmost respect, gently pulling the timid Hinata towards him, saying, "Young Master Ution, the young lady has arrived. Please guide her training diligently." Lying on the steps, Hinata Ution grimaced and lazily stood up, replying, "Let the young lady come inside. You may wait outside. Our training sessions will last 1 hour. I lack the time to instruct for any longer. During that hour, you may do as you please." The guard felt somewhat disheartened. Hinata Ution's demeanor was more commanding than that of the clan leader, making him feel inclined to reprimand him. However, recalling the leader's instructions, he suppressed his frustration and respectfully stated, "I shall wait here, and after 1 hour, I will escort the young lady home." "Suit yourself, Hinata. Come inside with me," Hinata Yuntian declared. Once he had spoken, he strode into the residence. Hinata, after glancing at the guard, followed suit, her heart fluttering with apprehension as she entered the abode. In a vacant space beneath a large tree within the estate, Hinata Yuntian, spotting Hinata approaching at a leisurely pace, called out, "Hurry up. My time is quite precious." Hinata felt a sense of injustice. Her upbringing had been exceedingly strict, dictating that she maintain a dignified demeanor when walking, unable to skip or frolic like an ordinary person. Thus, her current pace was merely her normal speed. Prompted by Hinata Yuntian, she could only run lightly towards him, lowering her head and softly saying, "Teacher Yuntian, please guide me." Hinata's demeanor left Hinata Yuntian speechless. After a brief internal struggle, he instructed, "I shall first demonstrate the complete set of movements. You must memorize them all. Afterwards, you will practice on your own, and I will gradually correct your errors." "All right," Hinata replied with a single word, still not lifting her gaze. Hinata Yuntian frowned and said, "Do not keep your head down. I am about to begin teaching. Lift your head and observe closely." When Hinata raised her head, Hinata Yuntian noticed the tears glistening in her eyes and the expression of distress on her face, making him feel as though he had committed a grave offense. Hinata Hyuga's sense of grievance stirred a fleeting ripple in the heart of Yuntian Hyuga. However, possessing a matured mindset, Yuntian swiftly regained his composure, choosing not to dwell on Hinata's pained expression. With a calm demeanor, he remarked, "All right, pay close attention to my movements. If you misremember even a single step, do not hold me accountable later." With that, Yuntian positioned himself at the center of the open space and executed the Tai Chi form with deliberate slowness, offering no explanations to Hinata along the way. The languid pace of the movements rendered any verbal clarification unnecessary. Even a fool could comprehend it effortlessly. Upon completing the sequence, Yuntian turned to Hinata and inquired, "Did you observe my movements clearly? If so, come stand here properly, and we shall commence formal training. You have but 1 hour, so do not squander it." Coming from a prestigious lineage, Hinata had undergone rigorous training, and she was certainly capable of memorizing Yuntian's leisurely motions. When Yuntian posed his question, she quickly set aside her doubts, nodded, and briskly approached him, saying, "Master Yuntian, I humbly seek your guidance," before commencing her own practice of Tai Chi in front of him. However, her movements were even slower than Yuntian's. Despite the sluggishness, Yuntian was no fool. He immediately recognized the precision in Hinata's form flawless and devoid of any deviation, rendering any corrections unnecessary. This realization brought him great satisfaction, as her accuracy allowed him to relax and take a moment's respite. Thus, he settled on a stone step nearby and addressed Hinata, "Today, if you diligently practice this set of movements 10 times, you may return home. Tomorrow evening, I shall teach you something new." Hinata, eager for Yuntian to leave her be, cast aside her concerns and earnestly delved into the new soft boxing techniques. Observing her from the sidelines for a while, Yuntian noted her unwavering diligence and commitment to training. Clearly, her father, Hayashi Hyuga, had instilled a strict regimen in her, eliminating the need for his oversight. After a brief observation, Yuntian closed his eyes, allowing himself to relax. Half an hour into her training, Hinata noticed Yuntian, who appeared to have dozed off, and inwardly lamented his perceived lack of seriousness. Yet, she pressed on with her practice of the new soft boxing. Deep down, Hinata longed to inquire about the utility of such languid movements, as they seemed devoid of any discernible power, but Yuntian's indifferent demeanor deterred her from approaching him with questions. As time gradually passed, Hinata completed her 10th repetition of Tai Chi, and the hour drew to a close. Finished with her training, she glanced towards Yuntian on the steps, only to find him awake and gazing in her direction. "Master, may I return home?" she asked directly, seizing the moment since Yuntian was now alert. Upon noticing the beads of perspiration glistening on her forehead, Yuntian acknowledged her earnest effort with a nod, replying, "Yes, you may go home. Return tomorrow evening." Hinata, upon receiving permission, hurriedly trotted away from the clearing, hastening towards the entrance of the residence, as if she were eager to avoid lingering in front of Hyuga Kuntian for even a moment longer, or perhaps to evade meeting him altogether. As Hinata hurriedly departed, Hyuga Kuntian paid her little mind. Upon noticing her exit, he brushed himself off, rose, and retreated to his room to rest, contemplating how best to amass wealth. Shortly after 8 o'clock, Hinata Matsuin returned home and found Hyuga Kuntian lying on his bed, staring vacantly at the ceiling. With a hint of concern, she inquired, "Kuntian, what troubles you? You seem quite pensive." Without turning his head, Hyuga Kuntian replied, "Of course. I am pondering how to make money. What else could possibly vex a genius like me?" Hinata Matsuin could not help but chuckle at his unconsidered response, exclaiming, "Why do you need so much money at your age? I've heard you earned over 10 million at school. That should suffice for your extravagant desires once you become a genin." Snapping back to reality, Hyuga Kuntian turned to face Hinata Matsuin, ready to respond, only to find her extending a stack of money towards him. "Here, this is 200,000. If you're short on funds, feel free to take this for now. I will provide you with more later." Hyuga Kuntian stared at the money without moving, and after a moment of stunned silence, he suddenly sat up and declared, "No need for that. A mere 200,000 is of no use to me. What I require is funding in the billions, so please, keep it." You need billions?" Hinata Matsuin shook her head in resignation, retracting the money. "I cannot assist you with that. Even Lord Hokage would be unable to help." "You may as well continue worrying." Believing Hyuga Kuntian was merely spouting nonsense, she turned and exited his room, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. After her departure, Hyuga Kuntian shook his head in frustration, retrieving a 1,000 yen bill to commence an experiment he had just conceived. As Hinata Matsuin had just offered him money, Hyuga Kuntian suddenly recalled that the system could enhance anything. An idea sparked within him. What would happen if he directly enhanced the banknote? With excitement coursing through him, he focused intently on the 1,000 yen bill and activated the enhancement function. In an instant, the bill in his hand transformed into a 2,000 yen note. However, upon seeing the 2,000 yen bill, Hyuga Kuntian was bewildered, for in the world of Naruto, the only denominations exceeding 1,000 were 10,000. Thus, the 2,000 yen bill was effectively rendered worthless. Furthermore, the cost to enhance the bill was also 1,000, meaning that even if the 2,000 could be utilized, he had not gained any profit. Dejected, Hyuga Kuntian retrieved several coins, including 10 yen, 100 yen, and 500 yen denominations, to test once more. He discovered that the enhancement cost matched the coin's face value, making it impossible to earn money through the enhancement of currency. After struggling to devise a money-making strategy, only to find it ineffectual, Hyuga Kuntian lay back down on his bed, continuing to ponder how he might accumulate wealth. The matter of earning money showed no significant progress for the time being, leaving Hige Unten increasingly bored. For an entire week, his routine was monotonously predictable: attending classes, leaving school, instructing Hige Hinata, sleeping, and repeating the cycle the next day. Of course, in secret. Hige Unten would dispatch 4 shadow clones daily to train in ninjutsu covertly, though no outsider was privy to this. Each time his shadow clones ventured out, they would assume the guise of others, and with their Byakugan abilities, tracking them was impossible, rendering their movements exceptionally discreet. A week passed, and the Hidden Leaf Village suddenly buzzed with excitement. The reason? The local ninja tool shop had begun stocking high-end weapons, the cheapest priced at a staggering 600,000 RY. Initially, no one dared purchase such exorbitant gear, until a jonin bought one and, during a mission, effortlessly cleaved through an enemy's weapon with a single strike. Word of these superior tools spread like wildfire. The affluent clans of Konoha, never short on funds, swarmed the shop upon realizing their effectiveness. However, the shop had already posted a notice. High-grade ninja tools were difficult to craft, with a strict daily limit of 10, and a purchase cap of 1 per person. Frustrated, the errand runners of various clans resorted to camping near the shop, waiting for its doors to open each morning to snatch the limited stock. The shop soon became the liveliest establishment in the village. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage took keen interest in the matter. After all, such refined weaponry could significantly bolster Konoha's combat strength, something he couldn't afford to ignore. At precisely 3 in the afternoon, while Hige Unten dozed idly in the ninja academy, the third Hokage was deep in discussion with an ANBU operative regarding him. "Third Hokage, Kurokes, what have you uncovered in your investigation?" "ANBU Kurokes, Lord Hokage, the matter of the weapons likely involves Hige Unten, though I lack definitive proof." "That brat again." The third Hokage rubbed his temples wearily. "Then have you found anything at all?" Kurokes hesitated before responding. "I observed that Tenten, the daughter of the blacksmith, carries sealed weapon scrolls to school daily, along with a substantial sum of money. By evening, the money vanishes, though the scrolls remain." Given High GA on 10's notorious greed, I suspect his involvement. I intended to investigate further. However, the boy is alarmingly vigilant. The moment I approached within 100 meters, he repeatedly glanced toward my hiding spot. I dared not draw nearer, hence failing to uncover concrete evidence. The third Hokage arched a brow. You're telling me that child detected you? An Ambu Jonin? That mere boy? After a pause, Kurokaze replied solemnly, I believe High GA on 10 has awakened his Byakugan. Otherwise, he couldn't have sensed my presence. Awakened at 5 years old. As the third Hokage clutched his pipe, he murmured to himself, his brow furrowing with concern. Following 10 minutes of silence alongside Black Wind in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage ignited his pipe, taking a deep drag before exhaling. Very well. Cease the surveillance on that young lad to avoid drawing his attention. Inform Taisheng that we shall procure all his ninja tools from Konoha as a strategic reserve, and ensure he offers a favorable price to prevent those weapons from falling into the wrong hands. Understood, his subordinate replied, vanishing from the Hokage's office. At the Konoha Ninja Academy's practical training grounds, Hyuga Ution lay upon a shaded stone, gazing dreamily at the clouds above and the children training below. Although it was not a day devoid of classes for his elite class, his classmates were diligently practicing shuriken throws and combat drills, leaving Yuntian to rest alone. This circumstance arose after he had playfully teased Irika with his formidable three-body technique, leading Irika to abandon any attempts to instruct him further, as he felt he had nothing left to offer. The other elite students, in deference to their teacher, dared not provoke Yutian, opting instead to ignore him. The sole exception being Tintin, who, despite their amicable rapport, found Yuntian's maturity a barrier, feeling he was of a different age entirely, preventing them from truly connecting. Her association with him stemmed solely from her role as a liaison and courier between her father and Yutian. Money, Yutian mused, watching the clouds above morph into visions of wealth, a sigh escaping his lips. In the past 7 days, he had yet to devise a lucrative plan. Certainly, if he were to disregard all caution and exploit the system to amass wealth, it would be relatively simple, yet such actions could plunge him into perilous circumstances. Any viable means of generating income for Yuntian necessitated a departure from Konoha. Otherwise, every move would attract unwanted scrutiny, posing a significant threat to his safety. However, he understood that leaving Konoha was not a feasible option in the short term. Firstly, the Hyuga clan would never permit his departure. Secondly, the third Hokage would not allow it. Thirdly, Hinata's father would certainly object. Ultimately, Yuntian himself was not yet prepared to leave, as he still required time to build up his strength. Consequently, he resolved to endure within Konoha for a year, biding his time until he had amassed sufficient power to apply for graduation and embark on missions to earn money. During this year, he aimed to cultivate a sense of tranquility, allowing the third Hokage and Hinata Hayashi to gradually deepen their trust in him and lower their guard, thereby facilitating his integration into the village of Konoha. When the time comes, with the support of the third Hokage and Hinata Hizashi, along with a considerable reserve of strength, he can act with greater boldness, seizing opportunities to amass wealth and swiftly enhance his power. After devising a plan in his mind, Hinata Yuntian suddenly felt a wave of ease wash over him. Spending a year to establish himself in the world of ninjas, bolstered by the formidable Konoha village, he believed that conquering the Hokage world could be achieved in less than a decade. With his spirits lifted, Hinata Yuntian gazed at his training classmates, suddenly finding them endearing. He rose and approached them, ultimately stopping beside Tintin, smiling as he said, "Tintin, would you like to train with me?" Tintin's opponent was a female student who, upon noticing Hinata Yuntian's arrival, promptly ceased her combat, allowing him to converse with Tintin. The rationale behind her actions was that the rumor had spread throughout Konoha village that Tintin was Hinata Yuntian's little girlfriend, coupled with Yuntian's dominance in the Ninja Academy, rendering her hesitant to provoke either of them. When Tintin saw Hinata Yuntian approach, she shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "Who would want to train with a pervert like you?" Afterward, she waved to the departing female classmate, saying, "Ayuyu, come here, let us continue training, ignore that guy." With Tintin's lack of cooperation, Hinata Yuntian could only shrug in resignation and walked over to Irika, who was supervising the students. "Irika-sensei, would you like to train with me on the transformation technique? I'm in a good mood today, and I promise not to use the transformation technique." Irika repeatedly waved his hands, shaking his head. "No, you should go play elsewhere. The last time you transformed into me, running around half naked, I became the laughingstock of the school. I certainly do not wish to provoke you again. Irika's response was rather exasperating. It was merely a trivial matter. So why take it so seriously? Hinata Yuntian sighed repeatedly. Irika glanced at Hinata Yuntian, who was trying to act mature, and smiled wryly. You may not care. But I do. If it weren't for your age, only 5, I would want you to graduate and leave me in peace. Could you not come over and bother me? Feeling somewhat helpless, Hinata Yuntian, having finally been in a good mood and willing to play with his classmates and teachers, found nobody paying him any mind. Shaking his head, he made his way toward the school entrance. Hinata Yuntian wished to remain in seclusion for a year, yet only 9 tranquil months had passed. In the second year of his arrival at Konoha village, as a new cohort of students prepared to enter the ninja academy, he was informed by Irika that the third Hokage had decided to grant him direct graduation. Yuntian had not yet amassed 500 million. And while he pondered the growing trust the third Hokage and Hinata Hizashi had begun to place in him, allowing him to sell more enhanced weapons for greater profit, the sudden announcement of his graduation and assignment to missions left him somewhat reluctant. Consequently, he made his way to the third Hokage's office. During this nearly year-long period, Yuntian had become quite a notable figure within Konoha Ninja Village. Firstly, his newly developed gentle fist technique had received widespread recognition from the majority of high-ranking ninjas in Konoha, with numerous elite ninjas having learned it, thus fostering a sense of indebtedness among them towards Yuntian. Secondly, Yuntian gradually revealed his prowess, having playfully outmatched several nin from the Ninja Academy, which resulted in the teachers there keeping their distance from him, further solidifying his reputation as a prodigious talent capable of contending with nin at the tender age of 6. Thirdly, secrets rarely remain concealed for long. The frequent interactions between Tetsushu's daughter and Yuntian led Konoha's ninjas to discover that the high-grade ninja tools from Tetsushu's shop were supplied by Yuntian. Coupled with the success of those ninjas wielding these tools on missions, Yuntian's renown began to spread throughout the ninja world. Even spies from rival ninja factions attempted to investigate and apprehend him, but those efforts were thwarted by the protective ninjas dispatched by Hinata Hizashi, who ensured Yuntian remained unscathed. As for Hinata Hizashi's decision to assign protectors to Yuntian, it stemmed from the understanding that Yuntian could offer substantial aid to the Hinata clan. Not only did his gentle fist technique enhance the clan's overall strength by a third, but his ability to craft enhanced weapons necessitated that Hizashi safeguard Yuntian, considering the clan's own reliance on weaponry. After Hinata Hanabi completed 3 months of training under Yuntian, Hizashi insisted that she continue her tutelage with him, justifying it as a fitting opportunity for a gifted ninja to mentor another. In truth, this was a strategic move to foster a closer bond between Hanabi and Yuntian, with hopes that Yuntian's sentiments towards Konoha and the Hinata clan might be further aligned. As for coercing Yuntian, Hizashi was wary of such an approach. After all, Yuntian had become a treasured asset to Konoha. Should Hizashi dare to impose upon him, the third Hokage would likely intervene, whisking Yuntian away and assigning him covert protection. Lastly, there existed a rather unfavorable reputation surrounding Yuntian, stemming from his notorious stinginess. He would often deceive others into paying for ramen, and he never contributed to group meals, epitomizing a mindset of taking without giving. Although ordinary individuals may exhibit a degree of stinginess, none can compare to Hinata Yuntian, whose wealth is matched only by his frugality, a unique phenomenon within the Hidden Leaf Village. Whispers circulate in hushed tones, with some daring to label him a miserly iron rooster. Naturally, such remarks are made discreetly. Previous instances of disparagement have led to dire consequences. Once, a ninja who spoke ill of Hinata Yuntian found himself parading through the village in a naked form, a transformation so flawless that even seasoned jonin could not discern the truth. It was only when Hinata Yuntian revealed the deception that the villagers understood the unfortunate ninja had been ensnared in his trap. With such notoriety, Hinata Yuntian faced no opposition as he ascended to the 3rd floor of the Hokage building, boldly kicking open the door to the Hokage's office. Old man Yu, he began, intending to unleash a tirade upon the 3rd Hokage, but he quickly halted as he noticed the presence of others in the office. The room was filled with the village's esteemed elders, including the enigmatic Shimura Danzo, who, shrouded in half a mask, exuded an air of malevolence. Alongside him were the stern-faced elders, T. Ketsukamachi and Mito Gatika. The abrupt entrance of Hinata Yuntian drew the intense gaze of the 3 elders, causing him to feel a twinge of anxiety. If you have matters to discuss, esteemed advisors, please proceed. I shall return shortly, he stated hastily, turning to depart. Wait, come back. I have something to discuss with you, young rascal. Take a seat over there, The third Hokage called out, prompting a resigned sigh from Hinata Yuntian. Over the past 9 months, he had encountered these advisors, who were far less amiable than the Hokage himself. Their perpetually stern expressions left him disinclined to engage with them. Danzo merely nodded in acknowledgement, maintaining silence, while Mito Gatika and T. Ketsukamachi adopted a condescending tone, lecturing him incessantly, which became quite irksome. Reluctantly, he returned to the Hokage's office, knowing he had little choice now that the Hokage had beckoned him to stay. In the presence of T. Ketsukamachi and Mito Gatika, Hinata Yuntian dared not act impudently, for he wished to avoid another lengthy admonishment. Thus, he feigned an air of obedience as he settled into a chair at the edge of the office, patiently awaiting the discussions among the village's 4 senior leaders. Once seated, the esteemed elders shifted their focus back to official matters. The third Hokage addressed the assembly, stating, "The fourth Kazekage has sent a missive requesting our support in providing some specialized weaponry. What are your thoughts on this matter?" Seated at one side, Hinata Yuntian comprehended the reason behind the third Hokage's request for his presence upon hearing a single statement. Although the ninjas of Konoha were largely aware that the specially crafted weapons were a result of Yuntian's machinations, the third Hokage nevertheless commanded that the villagers maintain silence about his involvement to prevent other ninja villages from discovering the truth. With the third Hokage insisting he remain, Yuntian realized he was about to encounter trouble once more. However, he also recognized this as a lucrative opportunity, prompting him to attentively listen to the discourse among the 4 esteemed leaders. Within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage articulated the demands of the fourth Kazekage, to which the staunch Shimura Danzo immediately retorted, tapping his cane upon the ground, "Absolutely not. We can scarcely accommodate our own ninjas, let alone share with others. I refuse to acquiesce to this request." Following Danzo's declaration, Mito Minion swiftly countered, "Danzo makes a valid point. We cannot allow these specialized weapons to be disseminated. However, given that Sunagakure is an allied village, outright refusal of the fourth Kazekage could jeopardize our alliance." Sunagakure's Kabuto, an old associate of Mito Minin, quickly grasped Minion's sentiments and proposed, "How about this? We allow the fourth Kazekage to purchase them at a premium price, and we shall provide them with merely 100 weapons." Danzo, visibly dissatisfied, could only huff in discontent, recognizing he was unable to sway either Mito Minin or Sunagakure. As the 3 advisors concluded their deliberations, the third Hokage's gaze abruptly shifted toward Hinata Yuntian, who, startled, promptly shut his eyes in an attempt to feign invisibility. He wished to avoid offending anyone on either side. Though Yuntian attempted to pretend to be asleep, the third Hokage had no intention of overlooking him. After a deliberate, loud cough, he addressed the seemingly slumbering Yuntian. "Yuntian, what are your thoughts? As the creator of those weapons, do you believe it is appropriate to supply them to Sunagakure?" With his eyes shut, Yuntian inwardly cursed the shamelessness of the third Hokage. To agree to sell would certainly offend the scheming Danzo, while a refusal would undoubtedly incur the wrath of Sunagakure. Caught in a dilemma, he found himself unable to respond. "Stop pretending to sleep and answer," Sunagakure called out, exposing Yuntian's ruse. Frustrated, Yuntian opened his eyes and, with a resigned tone, remarked, "How could I, a mere boy, dare interject while the 4 esteemed leaders are in discussion?" Sunagakure, with a stern expression, insisted, "If we ask for your input, you shall provide it. Do not presume we are unaware of your cunning, young one." Yuntian, his lips twitching, ultimately conceded with, "I concur with Lord Danzo's perspective. I do not support selling to Sunagakure." His statement, however, was not born from genuine agreement with Danzo, but rather from the realization that selling weapons to Sunagakure would yield him no profit, as those funds would belong to the village of Konoha. Shimura Danzo, upon witnessing Hyuga Unten's agreement, nodded at him with a smile. Yet in Hyuga Unten's eyes, Danzo's grin was more terrifying than his usual stern expression. Danzo had indeed considered recruiting Hyuga Unten under his wing. However, the third Hokage and Hyuga Hayashi guarded him like a treasure, leaving Danzo no opportunity. That said, Danzo harbored no ill intentions toward Unten. His abilities were invaluable to Konoha. Even if Danzo became Hokage, Unten would remain a significant asset. Thus, Danzo treated him quite favorably. Noticing the exchange between Danzo and Unten, the third Hokage cleared his throat once more. "Unten," he began, "Sunagakure is our ally. Outright refusal would be unwise. Would you mind exerting yourself further to produce more specialized ninja tools for us?" "Damn, so this is his scheme keeping me here for this very purpose." Hyuga Unten cursed inwardly, though outwardly he feigned distress. "Lord Hokage, my chakra reserves are limited. Crafting 10 per day is already strenuous. The third Hokage cast a sidelong glance at Unten's theatrics and replied leisurely, Unten, 9 months ago you managed 10 daily. Now, your chakra has reached Jinin levels. Surely you aren't reluctant to serve Konoha? Cornered, Unten could only mutter resentfully, Lord Hokage, forging weapons is exhausting. You wouldn't want me worked to death, would you? How about 3 extra per day? The Hokage sighed and shook his head. 20 per day. I'll pay you 5 million Ryo daily. How does that sound? Deal. Unten agreed instantly, unable to resist the lucrative offer. His eagerness incensed Udatain Koharu and Mitokado Hamura, who yearned to reprimand him. But with the Hokage and Danzo present, they held their tongues. Danzo merely furrowed his brow briefly before relaxing. If he values money, he has a weakness, and those with weaknesses are easily controlled. As for the Hokage, he had anticipated Unten's compliance once money was offered. Good, he declared. Since Unten can produce more, we'll sell 500 to the 4th Kazekage. The profits will supplement Konoha's treasury. Koharu and Hamura nodded in unison, with the others in agreement. Danzo snorted coldly and strode out of the office. Seizing the chance, Unten hurried after him, knowing Koharu would subject him to a lengthy lecture if he lingered. Don't forget our agreement. 20 weapons daily starting tomorrow. I'll inform Tetsuo, the Hokage called after the fleeing Unten. Having dashed out of the Hokage office, Hinata Kunten heard the voice of the 3rd Hokage and simply replied, I understand, before exiting the Hokage building. However, as he stepped outside, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him for having forgotten to inquire why the 3rd Hokage had expedited his graduation. With a sigh, Hinata Kunten resolved to return home first. He had no desire to confront the 3rd Hokage again at that moment, for he was certain that Tsunade would chastise him. It would be wiser to seek out the 3rd Hokage the following day. During the past 9 months, Hinata Makura had largely remained at home. The reason was quite apparent. She had discovered that the tasks assigned to her by the 3rd Hokage were merely of the Genin level, which left her feeling uninspired. Moreover, Hinata Kunten possessed greater financial resources than she did, rendering her assistance unnecessary. Thus, she chose to stay home and continue her training. Additionally, Hinata Kunten had secretly enhanced Hinata Makura's physique twice, leading her to believe that her training was yielding results. This motivated her to work even harder, aspiring to become a Chunin within 2 years. Upon returning to the estate, Hinata Makura was not at home. At this hour, she was likely at the training grounds, seeking out beasts to engage in combat. Hinata Kunten casually found a place to sit and began to contemplate the challenges that lay ahead, pondering how best to address them. Firstly, the 3rd Hokage's decision to graduate him indicated that there was a task awaiting him. Given his current capabilities, venturing out on a mission would entail considerable risk. The reason being, the 4 great villages of the ninja world were already aware of his existence. Should he dare leave Konohagakure, the number of ninjas dispatched to capture or eliminate him would likely surpass the hairs on a cow. Next, Hinata Kunten speculated about the nature of the task that the 3rd Hokage had in mind. Considering his current status, the 3rd Hokage would likely not want him to come to harm. After all, such a loss would be detrimental to Konohagakure. This very uncertainty led Hinata Kunten to ponder the motives of the 3rd Hokage, likening him to a cunning old fox, for expediting his graduation seemed illogical. Lastly, there was the matter of strength. Throughout the past 9 months, aside from secretly spending 1 million to enhance his mother's physique, he had refrained from any further expenditures, accumulating a total of 570 million yen. This sum was ample for him to enhance his Byakugan once. Initially, Hinata Kunten had intended to save up to 700 million to enhance his Byakugan, physique, and chakra. However, it now seemed imperative to bolster his strength first, to preempt any unforeseen circumstances. After a moment of quiet reflection, Hinata Kunten concluded that the most valuable asset to him at that juncture was indeed the Byakugan, primarily due to its formidable reconnaissance capabilities, which could help him evade numerous dangers. Having made his decision, he promptly allocated 500 million to enhance his Byakugan. As the enhancement commenced, Hinata Kunten felt as though something was amiss in his mind, prompting him to hastily activate his Byakugan to assess its condition. Indeed, as Hinata Kunten had surmised, he discovered that he had been subjected to the caged bird seal, and the slight imperfection in his Byakugan had vanished. This indicated that the seal had now dissipated, leaving only the pattern on his forehead. Although the release of the caged bird seal brought him great joy at that moment, what he truly needed was to enhance his strength rather than merely rid himself of the seal, leaving him in a state of mild frustration. Given his relationship with the Hyuga clan, it was inconceivable for Hinata Hizashi to employ the seal against him. rendering its existence somewhat irrelevant. The fact that 500 million had been spent to eliminate a single caged bird seal left Hinata Kuntian in a rather displeased mood. Having completed the enhancements, there was no possibility of a refund from the system, and he had no choice but to accept his predicament. Ultimately, upon casting a glance at the astronomical sum required for a further enhancement of his Byakugan, an eye-watering 5 billion, he felt a surge of frustration, realizing that it would be a considerable time before he could enhance his Byakugan again. After sighing for 2 minutes in his room, he regarded his remaining 70 million in savings, hesitating momentarily before deciding to invest 30 million in a third enhancement of his basic clone technique. He was eager to discover the capabilities of the technique after 3 enhancements. Once the enhancement was complete, Hinata Kuntian ventured into the courtyard to conduct his experiment, as the confines of his room were far too limited for such a test. 20 minutes later, he concluded his experimentation, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The third enhancement of the clone technique allowed for seamless transitions between clones while also augmenting their strength, enabling them to engage in combat with adversaries before dissipating. Now, Hinata Kuntian's clones possessed capabilities akin to that of shadow clones, with the notable distinction that while shadow clones could share memories upon their disappearance, they would equally distribute the user's chakra, thereby diminishing the primary user's strength. In contrast, the enhanced clones, while unable to share memories, required significantly less chakra, and unlike shadow clones, they would not vanish simply upon being struck. They would only dissipate if they were dismissed, gravely injured, or had exhausted their chakra. Having studied the differences between shadow clones and enhanced clones, Hinata Kuntian resolved to utilize the enhanced clones in battle, reserving shadow clones for training, thus allowing him to strike a balance between cultivation and combat. The third enhancement of the substitution technique allowed the substituted object to retain the form of the original, though it lacked vitality, making it discernible upon close inspection. Thus, it could only serve to confuse an enemy briefly. However, after the third enhancement, Hinata Kuntian was astonished to find that the substituted object not only maintained the original's appearance but also exhibited signs of life, sustaining injuries and even bleeding, resulting in a deceptive effect that surpassed the previous enhancement by tenfold. The sole drawback was that the Hinata Kuntian replicated by the substituted object could neither attack nor flee, resembling a human with restricted movement, which could easily arouse the enemy's suspicion. Despite this, Hinata Yuntian felt that the art of substitution was already quite peculiar. If utilized adeptly, his chances of escape would significantly increase, for no one would suspect that a bleeding individual could actually be a mere wooden figure. The third enhancement of the transformation technique. This advanced transformation pleased Hinata Yuntian immensely. The second enhancement allowed him to assume a more lifelike appearance, while the third enhancement granted him the ability to transform into any object, even endowing him with certain abilities of those objects. For instance, when he tested it earlier, the little bird he transformed into could actually fly, and the animals he became could run faster than a human. It was akin to the legendary 72 transformations. Yet the only aspect that left Hinata Yuntian feeling somewhat unfulfilled was that any object he transformed into would vanish upon being attacked, rendering it impractical for combat. Nevertheless, Hinata Yuntian remained undeterred. Based on his current prowess, if he enhanced his abilities 2 more times, his transformation technique could rival the 72 transformations, potentially granting him combat capabilities akin to those of the transformed objects. Having completed the testing of the new 3-body technique, Hinata Yuntian felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Although this technique lacked offensive power, it significantly improved his survival rate, effectively doubling his chances of staying alive. In high spirits, he decided to venture out to find a place to celebrate with a nice dinner, instead of enduring the unappetizing meals prepared by his mother, Hinata Mikamura. As for the remaining 40 million, Hinata Yuntian had already formulated a plan. He would wait for the 3rd Hokage and the 4th Kazekage to commence their trade, intending to save enough to reach 200 million. With that, he could enhance both his physique and chakra once, thus further augmenting his strength. At the Konoha barbecue restaurant, Hinata Yuntian arrived at 5 in the afternoon, precisely at mealtime. Upon entering, he spotted Akimichi Taihei, the older brother of Akimichi Taisher, dining inside. He dashed over and sat down beside Akimichi Taihei. Previously, Hinata Yuntian had shared meals with Akimichi Taisher on several occasions, and during those times, he had become acquainted with Akimichi Taihei by virtue of tagging along for the food. Now, seeing Akimichi Taihei again, it was only natural for him to seek another free meal. Akimichi Taihei was already a genin, having just completed a mission and come to dinner with his companions. Hinata Yuntian's sudden appearance left him somewhat speechless, as they were not particularly close. However, given Hinata Yuntian's notoriety, Akimichi Taihei could hardly claim ignorance of him. Furthermore, since Hinata Yuntian was a classmate of his brother, Akimichi Taisher, he felt compelled to allow Hinata Yuntian to join him for dinner, despite his reluctance. The two companions of Akimichi Taisher were from the Yamanaka and Nara clans, and they also recognized Hinata Yuntian, though not as well as Akimichi Taihei. Upon seeing Hinata Yuntian approach, they recalled the tales of his stinginess and quickly deduced his intentions for a free meal. With a shrug of indifference, they chose to ignore him altogether. Regardless of Hinata Kuntian's modest appetite, which prevented him from consuming much, Akadu Taihei alone could match the sustenance of 20 of him. Furthermore, their family elders had cautioned them against provoking Hinata Kuntian, thus they paid little heed to the trivial expenses he incurred. Hinata Kuntian, however, was oblivious to Akadu Taihei and his companion's scrutinizing gazes. After voraciously devouring 20 skewers of grilled meat and downing a large cup of juice, he contentedly patted his stomach and remarked to Akadu Taihei, "Thank you for your hospitality. I am now a graduate, and in a couple of days, I shall become a genin. Should you come here tomorrow, I shall treat you to a meal." Akadu Taihei was well aware of Hinata Kuntian's penchant for never paying when he invited others. Upon hearing of the proposed treat, he hastily replied, No. We have a mission tomorrow, and one be returning to the village." Hinata Kuntian raised an eyebrow and lamented, "What a pity. I seldom extend invitations. And yet you all are missing out." Internally, Akadu Taihei berated Hinata Kuntian for his shamelessness, yet outwardly he responded, "There is nothing we can do. Our mission cannot be delayed." Before Akadu Taihei could finish, Nara Akihito, seated across from him, suddenly interjected, "Young Kuntian, you mentioned that you were soon to graduate and become a genin. Did you not just turn 6? Hinata Kuntian scoffed. "That's only because the third Hokage enforced my graduation. I had intended to spend a few more years in school." Hinata Kuntian's dismissive attitude towards the third Hokage momentarily stunned Nara Akihito, but he soon set aside that thought and focused on the matter at hand, stating, "Congratulations on your impending status as a genin, Kuntian. I wonder if there might be an opportunity for collaboration in the future. I must admit, I am somewhat looking forward to it." "Collaboration with me?" Hinata Kuntian exclaimed, casting a surprised glance at Nara Akihito before shaking his head. "That one do. I refuse to partner with the impoverished. Come back to me when you have a savings of 100 million. Nara Akihito was left speechless, realizing that conversing with Hinata Kuntian had been a mistake. Despite feeling a twinge of admiration for Hinata Kuntian graduating at such a young age, he chose to remain silent. Observing the lull in conversation and the fact that Akadu Taihei and the others had resumed their enjoyment of grilled meat, Hinata Kuntian grew bored and stood up, making his way outside the barbecue restaurant. At 6 in the evening, he needed to return to train that burden, Hinata Hanabi, and planned to rest a bit before instructing her. Speaking of Hinata Hanabi, Hinata Kuntian had managed to procure quite a sum from her. The small change she carried each time had been discreetly taken by him, which accounted for his ability to continuously teach her. Of course, it was more accurate to say that he was profiting from Hinata Hizashi, for it was implausible that Hinata Hanabi would carry 50,000 on her person daily. That was evidently the teaching fee provided by Hinata Hizashi. Having already accepted payment, Hinata Kuntian felt compelled to ensure that Hinata Hanabi did not resemble a fool with no progress. Hence, he clandestinely utilized the funds acquired from her to enhance her physical capabilities while simultaneously fortifying some of her clan's ninjutsu techniques. As Hinata Hyuga's strength grew, Hinata Hayashi was naturally delighted and encouraged Hinata Kanton to provide her with guidance, even occasionally offering money as a token of heartfelt gratitude. Upon returning to the residence at 5:40 p.m., Hinata Hyuga would always arrive punctually at 6 o'clock p.m. Consequently, she chose to rest beneath a large tree in the courtyard, awaiting Hinata Hayashi's arrival for training. 20 minutes later, Hinata Hayashi approached the residence, spotting Hinata Kanton lounging on a wooden chair, seemingly asleep. To be candid, Hinata Hayashi harbored a mixture of admiration and disdain for Hinata Kanton. Her admiration stemmed from the fact that, despite being younger than her, he possessed remarkable strength. She even suspected that the guards who accompanied her daily might not stand a chance against him, which only deepened her respect. However, her disdain was multifaceted. Firstly, Hinata Kanton would brazenly ask her for money, and if she refused, he would adopt a feeble demeanor, neglecting to instruct her in training and claiming to have a headache. leaving her to fend for herself. It was evident to any observer that his act was transparent. Secondly, his approach to teaching was rather lackadaisical. He typically allowed her to train independently while he idly offered sporadic guidance, often appearing as though he had dozed off in his chair. Thirdly, Hinata Hayashi felt that Hinata Kanten lacked the vivacity and charm typical of a child, making it difficult for her to connect with him. Moreover, his adult-like tone when reprimanding her left her feeling quite aggrieved. Despite these grievances, Hinata Hayashi could not deny that her abilities were indeed on the rise. She felt she had attained the strength of a genin, which compelled her, despite her aversion to Hinata Kanten, to heed her father's wishes and continue training under his tutelage. Yet, she remained perplexed, as she sensed that Hinata Kanten had not imparted much knowledge to her, yet her strength seemed to fluctuate unexpectedly, leaving her bewildered and uncertain. In the open space of the Hinata clan's residence, Hinata Hyuga approached Yun Tian, placing 50,000 ryo on the wooden chair where he rested, and proceeded to train by herself. However, to her surprise, Yun Tian sat up and beckoned her over, as if inviting her to join him. With a puzzled expression, Hinata inquired, "Is there something you need, Master Yun Tian? I have not yet completed my training for today." Yun Tian patted the seat beside him, gesturing for Hinata to sit down, and smiled as he said, "Today, I wish to inform you that starting tomorrow, you shall not come here to train anymore." Instead of sitting, Hinata stood there, momentarily stunned, and asked, "What do you mean? Do you not wish to teach me any longer? Are you reluctant to part with me?" Yun Tian chuckled. No, not at all. I. Hinata stammered, her words tumbling over themselves. Deep down, she was indeed hesitant about being with Yun Tian, and after reflexively denying it, she suddenly felt that such a response might be impolite, especially considering how much he had contributed to her growth. The thought of dismissing his efforts felt unjust. Her face flushed crimson, but Yun Tian seemed unfazed. After casting a glance at the flustered Hinata, he said earnestly, "Regardless of your feelings towards me, let me be straightforward. If you do not cultivate a firmer character, your future achievements will likely remain modest." Observing Hinata's complexion pale in response, Yun Tian shook his head and remarked, "Look at you. I have yet to utter anything harsh, and you already appear this way. If you do not change, you might as well resign yourself to a life of being a sheltered young lady within the clan, lest an enemy finds an opportunity to eliminate you." Hinata felt a surge of indignation at Yun Tian's words and retorted fiercely, "My affairs are not for you to meddle in. I will grow stronger on my own. So cease your foolishness." To her irritation, Yun Tian laughed heartily at her anger, saying, "Remember this feeling. If you wish to avoid being looked down upon in the future, hold on to this sentiment, train diligently, and do not forget what you said today." After a moment of stunned silence, Hinata gazed in astonishment at the already departing Yun Tian, unsure of how to proceed. Just as she hesitated, his voice echoed from afar, "Return now. Inform your father that I will visit tomorrow, and I shall clarify your situation with him." As Hinata processed Yun Tian's directive, she watched him vanish from sight, feeling a sudden wave of despondency wash over her. Over the course of 9 months of training, Yun Tian had spoken little, yet each of his words had pierced directly to the heart of her challenges, a sentiment Hinata was acutely aware of. Currently, Hinata feels that without the guidance of Hinata Kanten, her future progress will not be as rapid as it has been over the past 9 months. This realization leaves her feeling somewhat anxious, momentarily lost in thought in an open space. Meanwhile, Hinata Kanten believes he has successfully distanced himself from Hinata, and is in good spirits as he returns to the estate, where he engages in conversation with Hinata Mifyun, who has already returned home to prepare dinner, discussing his imminent graduation. During this time, Hinata Mifyun has come to accept and familiarize herself with the newly transformed Hinata Kanten, and she no longer wishes to meddle in his affairs. Now that Hinata Kanten mentions his graduation and the commencement of his genuine ninja career, Hinata Mifyun feels compelled to discuss some matters regarding ninjas with him, and thus begins to chat away. Hinata Kanten, feeling somewhat exasperated, considers his visit to Hinata Mifyun a mistake, yet he cannot leave at this moment and can only listen, somewhat discontentedly, to her recount her experiences as a ninja. In the Hokage office, while Hinata Mifyun is conversing with Hinata Kanten, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Hinata Hizashi are engaged in a discussion. Hinata Hizashi learned in the afternoon about Hinata Kanten's impending graduation, and after contemplating the matter at home, he arrived at the Hokage building after dinner to discuss Hinata Kanten's situation with the third Hokage. Upon entering the office, Hinata Hizashi directly states, "Hiruzen, I would like to discuss Hinata Kunin's graduation and how we should arrange his future. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, fully comprehends the significance of Hinata Kunin to the Hyuga clan and responds with a smile, Hizashi, you need not worry. Hinata Kunin is also very important to Konoha. I will ensure his safety, so you can rest assured. Hinata Hizashi shakes his head and replies, I am not concerned about his safety. Rather, I wish to discuss the possibility of assigning my daughter, Hinata, to work alongside Hinata Kunin. This arrangement would satisfy me. The third Hokage pauses, somewhat perplexed, and asks, Hizashi, your daughter is merely 7 years old. Are you truly considering allowing her to undertake missions? Wouldn't that be inappropriate? She does not possess Hinata Kunin's strength. What would you do if something went awry? Hinata Hizashi sighs deeply, stating, my daughter's disposition is too timid, and she lacks talent and training. I had originally planned to wait until she turned 7 before enrolling her in the Ninja Academy. However, after these past few months with Hinata Kunin, I have observed her rapid progress, and I believe she can still be salvaged. The third Hokage quickly comprehends Hinata Hizashi's intentions and furrows his brow, saying, Hizashi, I had initially intended to assign an Umbu ninja as Hinata Kunin's team leader. Now, with your request to include Hinata, one Umbu ninja alone may not suffice to protect both children. I could arrange for Hizashi to protect them. Hinata Hizashi interjects. It is well known that Hinata Hizashi possesses strength approaching that of a Kage, and the third Hokage recognizes his prowess. However, this arrangement would place Hinata Kunin entirely under the control of the Hyuga clan, which does not align with the interests of Konoha. After a minute of contemplation while holding his pipe, the third Hokage gazed at Hayashi Hyuga and remarked, I believe it would be most prudent for Kakashi Hitaki to safeguard Hinata and Uchion Hyuga. What are your thoughts on this? Hayashi, already aware that the third Hokage would never permit Hizashi Hyuga to accompany Hinata and Uchion, hesitated only briefly before nodding in agreement. I can certainly endorse Kakashi Hitaki's capabilities. Let it be him. The third Hokage, not one to be easily deceived, grasped Hayashi's unspoken intent and responded directly, then we shall proceed with this arrangement. I must also find another Genin to accompany them, thus you need not remain here. Having achieved his objective, Hayashi refrained from further discourse, simply stating, I will send 10 clan members to contribute to Konoha. Please take good care of them. With that, he departed. By sending 10 clan members to the third Hokage, Hayashi ensured accountability. Otherwise, thrusting Hinata upon the third Hokage would jeopardize the accord between Konoha and the Hyuga clan. The third Hokage, understanding the implications of Hayashi's gesture, silently acquiesced, signifying that this transaction was complete. The following day at 9 in the morning, within the Hokage's office, Uchion Hyuga intended to discuss his graduation with the third Hokage. Instead, he was greeted with a beaming smile as the Hokage introduced Hinata and an unfamiliar girl. Uchion, given your current prowess, remaining in the Shinobi Academy would not be advantageous. I have arranged for you to have 2 companions. You shall work together henceforth. This is Hinata Hyuga. I need not elaborate further. And this young lady is Kokomura Mizuki, aged 9, an elite genin. You must all get along well, as you are now comrades. The third Hokage, with a jovial expression, observed Uchion, who felt an overwhelming urge to unleash his frustration upon the Hokage. Just as Uchion had begun to feel some relief, the third Hokage had once again encumbered him with 2 burdens, thwarting his ambitions. Displeased, Uchion retorted, Old man, are you deliberately trying to vex me? The third Hokage's lips twitched slightly. He anticipated Uchian's reaction. Yet, in the presence of the 2 girls, Uchion showed no regard for his authority. The Hokage, slightly irritated, struck the table with determination, asserting, regardless of your willingness, you are required to take them along. Otherwise, you shall not leave the village. Curse it, old man, you're relentless, Uchion grumbled, recognizing the third Hokage's resolute stance. The Hokage, uninterested in further banter, commanded, you 3 should venture out and familiarize yourselves. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, your supervising teacher will be waiting for you at the village gate. Hinata Kunin was quite displeased and stated bluntly, First, return my money to me. Otherwise, I shall disregard any teacher's authority and strike tomorrow. The third Hokage, with a weary gesture, replied, Go and demand it from Taishing. I have already forwarded the funds required for 3 months' worth of weapons to him. Damn it. That scoundrel Taishing didn't even bother to inform me right away. I must teach him a lesson, Kuntian exclaimed before vanishing in a puff of smoke from the Hokage's office. In the Hokage's office, Hinata Hanabi and Kimura Kokomi exchanged glances after being left behind by Kuntian, and could only look to the third Hokage. hoping he would provide guidance on their next steps. The third Hokage, with a sigh of exasperation, advised, "You two should head to Hinata Kunin's home. He will inevitably return. In the meantime, get acquainted." Hinata Hanabi was already quite familiar with Hinata Kunin. Upon receiving the third Hokage's command, she suggested to Kimura Kokomi, "Let us take a stroll. That fellow will not return until the afternoon." Though Kimura Kokomi was young, she was no ordinary ninja, having been specially trained as part of the Umbu. Before joining Hinata Hanabi and Hinata Kunin's team, she had been thoroughly briefed on their various identities and was well aware of their personalities. In response to Hinata Hanabi's invitation, Kimura Kokomi simply nodded and followed her out. After sending the three off, the third Hokage suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Kakashi, wondering if he would manage to rein in that troublesome little rascal. The third Hokage shook his head in resignation, contemplating the unfortunate fate that awaited Kakashi due to Kunin's cunning nature. At Tieshin's ninja tool shop, Hinata Kunin arrived within 5 minutes from the Hokage building, eagerly entering the shop in search of Taishing. Taishing, the proprietor of the shop, was primarily responsible for managing operations and conducting business, rarely found in the forge itself. Instead, overseeing the shop and attending to customers. Over the past 9 months, Taishing had become quite familiar with Hinata Kunin, and the shop staff recognized him as a significant patron. Upon seeing Kuntian, a staff member promptly escorted him to the reception room at the back to meet Taishing. Taishing, enjoying his afternoon tea, immediately recognized the excited expression on Kunin's face and understood the purpose of his visit. After dismissing the staff member, Taishing, with a hint of resignation, said, "Young brother Kunin, I know why you are here, but I truly do not have that much money. The funds provided by the Hokage are merely sufficient for purchasing materials. If I were to give you everything, I would be unable to fulfill the tasks assigned by the Hokage." Kunin's exuberant expression instantly froze. On the way over, he had considered that the third Hokage had mentioned allocating funds for 3 months to Taishing, calculating at an average of 12 million per day. That would amount to approximately 1 billion over 3 months. Originally, Hinata Yuntian was contemplating the rare generosity of the third Hokage, who had surprisingly paid a sum of 1 billion at once. However, it became evident that the third Hokage was merely deceiving him, attempting to coax him away. After a moment of silence, Hinata Yuntian, somewhat displeased, inquired of Taishing, "So, how much funding did you actually receive? Speak up, I wish to know." Taishing promptly replied, "Only 400 million. As for the remaining 600 million, the Hokage said he would pay it once the funds from the Sand Ninja village arrive." Damn it, that old fool. Hinata Yuntian couldn't help but mutter under his breath, then directly told Taishing, "Hurry and bring over 200 million. The remaining 200 million should suffice for your material purchases. Do not attempt to deceive me." Taishing, at a loss for words, acknowledged that while 200 million was indeed adequate for procuring those weapon materials, it would fall short when factoring in labor costs and other miscellaneous expenses. However, since Hinata Yuntian demanded it, he could only provide the 200 million upfront, hoping to cover the shortfall with his own savings until the third Hokage settled the remaining balance. Having made up his mind, Taishing answered without hesitation, "All right. I shall retrieve it. Yuntian, please wait here for 5 minutes." Only able to procure 200 million, with 100 million earmarked for reinforcement costs, left Hinata Yuntian feeling rather irked, prompting him to wave Taishing off. In the ninja world, currency denominations reach up to 10,000 per note. Thus, 200 million did not occupy much space. Taishing emerged carrying a briefcase that contained all 200 million in cash. After depositing the 200 million into the system, Hinata Yuntian stood and said, "Very well. Ensure that the completed weapons are delivered to my home. I shall take my time refining them. You can collect your goods once a month. My mother will hand them over to you." With that, Hinata Yuntian exited the ninja equipment shop without a backward glance, leaving Taishing with a mixture of helplessness and delight. In the Hidden Leaf village, within the Hyuga clan, at the residence of Hinata, she and her teammate, Mukamura Kokomi, had initially planned to stroll through the village. However, Hinata found herself lacking in the art of shopping, utterly unsure of what to converse about with Mukamura. Ultimately, Hinata could only lead Mukamura back to her home to rest while awaiting lunch, during which they intended to visit Hinata Yuntian. In truth, Hinata had contemplated visiting Mukamura's home, but after merely inquiring about its location, she found herself at a loss for words when Mukamura calmly responded that she was an orphan from the Leaf village, and the orphanage was her home. In the comfort of her own abode, Hinata felt more at ease than outside, engaging Mukamura in conversation about her understanding of Hinata Yuntian, while also introducing herself in turn. Mukamura felt a sense of resignation regarding her future teammates. One was the obedient daughter of the esteemed Hyuga clan, while the other possessed an eccentric personality coupled with formidable strength. Both individuals exhibited peculiar traits, and the more Mukamura pondered, the more disheartened she became, believing that fulfilling the task entrusted to her by Lord Danzo would be exceedingly challenging. In a room belonging to Hinata Hyuga, two individuals engaged in trivial conversation until the clock struck noon. Hinata rose and declared, "Let us proceed, Kimi, to Yudo's residence. He may return home for lunch. If he is absent, we shall wait a little longer. Surely, he will return to take a nap. What shall we do? We haven't had lunch yet." Kimi Kimura inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. Hinata then produced some snacks from her pocket and offered them to Kimi. "Let us go for now. If Yudo's mother is home, we shall have lunch. If not, we can nibble on these for the time being. Later, we will dine together in Konoha." With a slight twitch of her lips, Kimi accepted the snacks, feeling exasperated yet resigned to follow Hinata. Navigating familiar paths, Hinata led Kimi to Yudo's abode. Upon arrival, they noticed smoke wafting from the kitchen, prompting Hinata to cheerfully inform Kimi, "Auntie Mikura is home. We shall have lunch today?" Kimi felt a pang of incredulity at Hinata's exuberance over what seemed merely a meal, as if she had never dined before, displaying a childish naivety. Mikura's attitude towards Hinata was distinctly different from Yudo's. She treated Hinata with the utmost respect, akin to that of a young lady, endearing Hinata to her. Seeing Mikura at home instantly lifted Hinata's spirits. She took Kimi's hand and dashed to the kitchen door. "Auntie Mikura, we have arrived. This is Kimi, the new teammate assigned to Yudo by Lord Hokage. We are here to find him." Mikura, busy in the kitchen, acknowledged Hinata's introduction and understood their purpose. With a warm smile, she invited them in, saying, "Come in and make yourselves comfortable. That rascal Yudo may or may not return for lunch. You both look like you haven't eaten, so stay here for a bit. He will certainly come back for a nap." Hinata nodded and led Kimi to a small dining area adjacent to the kitchen, where they seated themselves at the table, patiently awaiting Mikura's culinary creations. Kimi, sitting beside Hinata, couldn't help but whisper, "Hinata, shouldn't we offer to help Auntie Mikura?" Hinata shook her head. "No, Auntie Mikura prefers not to be disturbed while cooking. She insists on honing her culinary skills to avoid Yudo's complaints about her cooking." Kimi felt somewhat bemused. Hinata implied that Mikura's cooking was subpar, yet she still sought to partake in the meal. Kimi pondered how Hinata's palate truly functioned. Did she genuinely relish peculiar flavors? The more Kimi considered, the more she found Hinata's behavior perplexing. Upon reflecting on this, Kimura Kokomi found herself devoid of anticipation for the midday meal, disinclined to engage in conversation with Hyuga Hinata. She chose instead to patiently await the arrival of Hyuga Mikura, eager to discern her culinary prowess. 10 minutes later, both Hyuga Hinata and Kimura Kokomi were served dishes prepared by Hyuga Mikura. While Hinata had previously dined on Mikura's creations and had grown accustomed to the distinct flavors, savoring each bite, it was Kokomi's inaugural experience. With her first taste, she furrowed her brow, contemplating how it was no surprise that Hyuga Kinten was disinclined to partake in Mikura's cooking. The flavors were indeed peculiar, as if the balance of seasonings had been either excessive or insufficient, with none of the dishes achieving the ideal harmony. As an elite genin trained under Shimura Danzo, Kokomi would not openly criticize Mikura's culinary skills. Instead, she maintained a facade of tranquility, casually nibbling alongside Hinata. The lunch concluded swiftly, and just as they finished, sounds of someone approaching the residence reached their ears, accompanied by a whimsical tune. "Money, oh money, you are so delightful. A day without you makes my heart uneasy." Hyuga Mikura, upon hearing the commotion outside, declared, "That insufferable brat is back. Only he would sing such an odd song. You two should go find him. I shall remain here to tidy up. Isn't that a bit inconsiderate? How about we assist Auntie in cleaning up before seeking out Kinten?" Kokomi suggested. Mikura shook her head with a smile. "You don't understand. Once that brat lies down to sleep, he won't pay you two any mind. You may have to wait a couple of hours until he awakens to converse with him." Kokomi found herself at a loss for words, silently cursing Hyuga Kinten's peculiarities. Hinata, well acquainted with Kinten, recognized the truth in Mikura's words and, after bidding farewell to Mikura, led Kokomi towards the entrance of the residence to await Kinten's return. As she followed Hinata, Kokomi increasingly found Kinten difficult to engage with, for he was unlike any ordinary child, resembling more a headstrong adult whose every demand must be met with compliance. Contemplating the task assigned by Lord Danzo, Kokomi felt a sense of helplessness. believing it would be challenging to extract the desired information from Kintin, whose temperament was profoundly elusive. In the morning, Hinata Kunian sought out an isolated location to invest 100 million in a third enhancement of his physical capabilities, followed by a rigorous test of his strength. The results of the test left him quite satisfied. His physical prowess had now reached the level of an ordinary elite ninja. Henceforth, even if he encountered an elite ninja, his enigmatic body duplication technique would enable him to engage in a contest of wits. Should he identify a flaw in his adversary's defenses? Hinata Kunian felt confident that he could prevail, which filled him with joy. In high spirits, he decided to enjoy a meal at a nearby establishment to avoid the unpalatable dishes prepared by Hinata Makura, and he sauntered home, humming a tune, ready for an afternoon nap. However, upon reaching the entrance of his residence, he encountered two laggards, which promptly dampened his mood. Approaching them with an air of arrogance, he declared, "Listen well, you two. From now on, I am your leader. My word is law, and you must obey me without question. Do you understand?" Hinata, lacking in assertiveness and aware that Hinata Kunian was her mentor, nodded in agreement. "All right, I will follow your commands and will not defy your wishes." Pleased with her acquiescence, Hinata Kunian turned to Mukamura Shimei, inquiring, "What about you? What will you do? If you refuse to listen to me, I shall inform the Hokage about your insubordination. Choose wisely." Mukamura Shimei, seething with frustration at being ordered about by someone 2 years her junior, felt her patience, honed through rigorous training, wear thin. She yearned to deliver a punch to his face. Yet, recalling the mission assigned by Danzo, she begrudgingly replied, "I will comply with your requests, whatever you ask of me." Although Mukamura Shimei professed her willingness to heed Hinata Kunian, she secretly resolved to create trouble for him in the future, intending to vex him and demonstrate her own strength. Unbeknownst to her, Hinata Kunian was oblivious to her thoughts. Seeing Mukamura Shimei submit, he asserted, "Very well, I shall take my nap now. You two may return home. Let us meet at the barbecue restaurant at 6 this evening." With that, he paid no further attention to Hinata or Mukamura Shimei, striding past them into the residence. Mukamura Shimei stood there, stunned, watching Hinata Kunian leave with his self-appointed arrangements, unable to restrain herself from turning to Hinata and asking, "Hinata, is he always like this? How do you manage to get along with him?" Feeling somewhat bashful, Hinata shook her head. "As long as we follow his lead, he is quite amiable. You will understand if you spend more time with him." Mukamura Shimei couldn't help but twitch her lips in annoyance, gazing at Hinata for a long moment before saying, "I can see that only you can tolerate his eccentric temperament. I cannot accept always having to obey him." With a hint of urgency, Hinata warned, "Shimei, please do not act recklessly. When he gets angry, he is truly terrifying. Even my father dares not provoke him." Kimura Kokomi harbored a sense of disdain, after all. Hinata Kuten was merely 6 years old. She found it hard to believe that Hinata Hajime would fear Hinata Kuten, reasoning instead that Hajime was simply indulging the child. Naturally, Kokomi refrained from sharing her thoughts with Hinata, who appeared somewhat anxious. Unable to suppress her urge to comfort, Kokomi said, "All right, I'll go along with your plan. Where shall we head now? Should we return home and reconvene in the afternoon?" Upon witnessing Kokomi relent in her opposition to Kuten, Hinata breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Very well. You should head back and rest for a bit. Let's gather again in the evening. Remember to bring some money along, as Kuten won't be paying for anything. Please be mindful of that." The prospect of Kuten being so ungracious made Kokomi's lips twitch once more, yet she nodded in agreement, saying, "Certainly, I will bring enough money. Rest assured, Hinata. Let us depart now. We shall see each other in the afternoon." After arranging a time with Hinata, Kokomi left the Hyuga clan, determined to return home and further investigate the circumstances surrounding Hinata Kuten, as she needed to ascertain his background to ensure she could fulfill her task. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, at the Konoha barbecue restaurant, Hinata Kuten arrived punctually. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Hinata and Kimura Kokomi seated to the left near the entrance, with Hinata waving enthusiastically, her mood seemingly elevated. Indeed, Hinata was quite exhilarated, for the following day marked her first mission and her inaugural venture beyond the confines of Konoha, which allowed her to momentarily shed the rigid constraints that had governed her life. As for Kokomi, sitting beside Hinata, she maintained the same businesslike demeanor as on their previous encounters, showing little enthusiasm upon Kuten's arrival. In truth, Kokomi was a striking young lady, with her flowing red hair and an exquisitely charming round face, complemented further by her aloof expression, resembling a cold beauty. However, Kuten had little interest in children. His affections lay with mature beauties, rendering Kokomi and Hinata unremarkable in comparison. The two girls had chosen a four-person table, with Hinata and Kokomi seated on one side, leaving Kutten to take a seat across from them. He promptly signaled to the waitress, "Please bring us 3 cups of juice, and then 3 servings of barbecue in 10 minutes. Kutten's arrangements caused Kokomi to inwardly scoff, noting his reluctance to spend money while being generous with his orders. The waitress, familiar with Kutten, exchanged a bemused glance with Kokomi and Hinata before retreating to the counter to prepare the juice. Kutten was well aware of her thoughts. She was likely bemused by the sight of him dining while expecting 2 young ladies to cover the bill. Nevertheless, Kutten was unfazed, for he was still young. And the most anyone would say of him was that he was stingy, without further implications. If Hinata Yuntian grows a bit older and continues to insist that girls pay, it is likely that he will become a renowned figure in Konoha village. Hinata Yutian, Hinata, and Kimura Kokomi, the soon-to-be formed trio of genin, quietly shared a meal at the Konoha barbecue restaurant, marking the completion of their initial collaboration. After dinner, the affluent Hinata settled the bill, while Yutian patted his backside, informed the 2 girls that he would see them the following morning, and swiftly dashed out of the restaurant, vanishing before their eyes. On the following day at 8:59 in the morning, at the entrance of Konoha Ninja Village, when Hinata Yuntian arrived, he greeted the 2 well-known gatekeepers with a wave before proceeding to the entrance to join Hinata and Kimura Kokomi, who had been waiting for some time. After scanning the surroundings, Yuntian noticed that their supervising teacher had not yet arrived. So he directly asked Hinata and Kimura Kokomi how long they had been there and whether they had seen their instructor. "I don't know." Kimura Kokomi, feeling somewhat displeased with Yuntian, replied curtly. "We've been here for an hour and haven't seen our teacher." Hinata, not daring to neglect Yuntian, promptly responded, "What kind of teacher is this? No professionalism whatsoever." Yuntian expressed his dissatisfaction, feeling that their instructor's tardiness was a sign of disrespect towards him. He then turned to Hinata and said, "I haven't had breakfast yet. Let us go eat. Let that latecomer wait for us and ponder our frustration." Kimura Kokomi pursed her lips. It was Yuntian who had arrived just a minute before their agreed time. Yet he had the audacity to complain about others being late. However, considering their instructor's lateness, she thought Yuntian's plan was reasonable, and perhaps the teacher should indeed wait for them. Hinata, however, felt reluctant to have their teacher wait and hesitated, saying, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? We should wait a little longer." Yuntian shot Hinata a glare and replied irritably, "What is so special about the teacher? Is it permissible for a teacher to be late? Follow my lead. Let us grab breakfast, and then come back." Just as Yuntian finished speaking, a loud thud echoed from the top of the village gate, where a masked ninja, obscuring half of his face, looked down at the 3 individuals and inquired, "Where are you all headed?" Upon recognizing the figure, Yuntian was left speechless and remarked, "Ah, the late king, Kakashi-sensei. From now on, you'll be our supervising teacher. We're in for quite a bit of trouble." "What a stroke of bad luck." Kakashi jumped down from the gate, glanced at Yuntian, and coolly remarked, "You children are hardly charming. You show no respect for me as your teacher." While Yuntian and Kimura Kokomi listened indifferently to Kakashi's admonitions, Hinata felt somewhat embarrassed, her gaze lowered and avoiding Kakashi's eyes. Kakashi, reluctantly assigned as the leader of a trio, found himself grappling with an unwelcome duty. The 3rd Hokage had insisted on his role in overseeing Hinata Hyuga and Yuntian Hyuga, leaving him no choice but to comply with the directive. However, upon their initial meeting, Kakashi quickly discerned that managing these 3 individuals would prove to be quite challenging, and a dull ache began to throb at his temples. Yuntian Hyuga's audacious demeanor suggested that exerting authority over him would be no simple task, hinting at potential troubles ahead. As for Kimura Kokomi, although she seemed manageable, Kakashi remained uncertain whether she would heed his guidance. Hinata Hyuga, on the other hand, appeared delicate and timid, retreating behind Yuntian at the slightest provocation, revealing her complete reliance on him. Kakashi sighed inwardly, recognizing the arduous journey ahead in nurturing her independence. After observing the trio, Kakashi resignedly declared, "Regardless of your thoughts, I am now your team leader, and you are to follow my instructions. Let us embark on our mission." "Understood," replied Yuntian, his voice lacking enthusiasm. "Comprehended," answered Kuromura with a serene demeanor. "Yes, sensei," Hinata exclaimed, her tone tinged with excitement. Each of the 3 exhibited distinct attitudes. Yet Kakashi chose not to dwell on their responses, viewing this task as a mere assignment from the 3rd Hokage, akin to serving as bodyguards for 3 youngsters, while dismissing other matters from his mind. As they ventured beyond the confines of Kanahagakure, Kakashi led the trio through lush forests and modest mountains, their heights ranging from 300 to 500 meters. Along the winding paths, Yuntian observed several humble abodes of villagers, surrounded by fields of vegetables and grains. The Land of Fire, blessed with a favorable geography, allows for 2 harvests a year, explaining its consistent abundance, which inevitably draws envious gazes from neighboring nations. After 2 hours of trekking alongside Kakashi, Yuntian absorbed the picturesque landscapes of the Land of Fire, although his curiosity began to wane as monotony set in. Among the 4, only Hinata maintained her initial excitement, her nerves tingling with the fear of making a mistake that could jeopardize their mission. An hour later, Kakashi halted near a mountain peak, gesturing towards a barren slope devoid of trees, yet rich in vegetable crops. Your task today is to clear the weeds from this medicinal herb field. I hope you can complete it within 3 days. What? You expect us to do farm work? What kind of ridiculous mission is this? Hinata Yuntian was exceedingly displeased. Kimura Kokomi cast a glance at the medicinal herb mountain, her brow furrowing in silence. She had already commenced her covert missions of reconnaissance and assassination at the root level. Now being tasked with agricultural labor was not something she relished. Upon hearing Kakashi's instructions, Hinata Hanabi felt a wave of excitement and tension dissipate. As the simplicity of the task reassured her that mistakes were unlikely, she gazed contentedly at the vast expanse of the herb mountain. Observing the attitudes of the trio, Kakashi, disinterested in further discourse, stated plainly, I have accepted the mission. Whether you are willing or not, it must be done. For the next 3 days, you are to remain here and assist in weeding the medicinal fields. Hinata Yuntian, disgruntled, inquired, are we to undertake such tasks henceforth? Shouldn't talented ninjas like us be dispatched to the Land of Fire to protect princes and princesses? Kakashi shot a sidelong glance at Hinata Yuntian and replied in a calm, indifferent tone, no amount of talk will change the facts. The village of Konoha has established a rule. One must complete 20 D-rank missions before qualifying for C-rank tasks. Hinata Yuntian scoffed at this absurd regulation, questioning who the fool was that instituted it. Kakashi simply shook his head, urging, get to work. The remuneration for this task is quite generous. If you complete the weeding of the entire herb mountain, you will each earn 2 million. This is considered a high-paying task among D-rank missions. Indeed, 2 million for 3 days of work is substantial, yet for Hinata Yuntian, who earned 4 million in a single day, such a task held no allure. He preferred missions that involved safeguarding the wealthy, as such endeavors promised significant rewards. However, observing Kakashi's demeanor, it was clear that refusal was not an option. Thus, Hinata Yuntian summoned a shadow clone, stating, you handle the task while I take a moment to rest. The shadow clone shot a disgruntled look at Hinata Yuntian, but ultimately complied, knowing that the presence of the system allowed Hinata Yuntian to easily overpower it, leaving no room for dissent. Kakashi, Kimura Kokomi, and Hinata Hanabi were rendered speechless upon witnessing Hinata Yuntian's audacity to delegate the labor to his shadow clone while he sat idly on a stone by the roadside. Yet, they could not voice their discontent. After all, the actions of the shadow clone would reflect back on Hinata Yuntian. Hinata Hanabi and Kimura Kokomi lamented their inability to perform shadow clones, wishing they could also rest like Hinata Yuntian. As for Kakashi, after a moment of surprise, he chose to remain silent, knowing that when the shadow clone dissipated, all exertion and memories would revert to Hinata Yuntian, rendering it akin to him completing the task himself. While Hinata Yuntian rested, Kimura Kokomi and Hinata Hanabi exchanged glances before reluctantly following the shadow clone towards the fields of the herb mountain. As the sun hung low in the sky, only Kakashi and the corporeal form of Hinata Yuntian remained at the mountainside. Lying there, Hinata Yuntian turned to Kakashi, who was seated on a nearby stone engrossed in a book, and said, Kakashi, I have heard that you possess a technique called Raikiri, capable of slicing through lightning in the sky. Might you teach me this skill? Kakashi, with one eye unobscured, cast a fleeting glance at Hinata Yuntian before returning his gaze to the pages of his book, replying slowly, your chakra is insufficient. You cannot wield Raikiri. Moreover, the chakra of your clan is predominantly of the yang nature, rendering the use of Raikiri impossible. Is that so? Hinata Yuntian replied, taken aback by the revelation that the Hyuga clan's chakra was of the yang type. After a moment's contemplation, he persisted. Just give me a hint on how to utilize it. If I cannot master it, I assure you it will remain a secret. What do you think, Kakashi-sensei? It was the first time Hinata Yuntian had addressed Kakashi as sensei. Kakashi set his book aside and inquired, are you so eager to learn Raikiri? What is it that compels you to pursue this technique? Of course, it's because it's impressive and powerful. Hinata Yuntian responded without hesitation. Kakashi shook his head in resignation, sensing that Hinata was drawn to Raikiri for its allure rather than its might. He then resumed reading, stating, "If you wish to learn, seek out Lord Hokage. This is a high-level technique and cannot be shared indiscriminately." How stingy. Hinata Yuntian muttered in dissatisfaction. Kakashi, unfazed by the comment, continued to focus on his book, dismissing the whining of the annoying young boy. Feeling disheartened by Kakashi's indifference, Hinata Yuntian decided against further conversation. Remembering that he had yet to eat breakfast, he stood up and declared, "I'm going to find something to eat." "Don't wander too far. Return promptly," Kakashi advised. Watching as Hinata Yuntian dashed off into the depths of the forest. The land of fire was abundant in resources, and food was plentiful. The creatures of the forest thrived in great numbers. After meandering through the woods for half an hour, Hinata Yuntian successfully caught 3 wild rabbits and a boar that foolishly attempted to charge at him. With his bounty in hand, Hinata Yuntian chose not to return to Kakashi immediately. Instead, he found a clearing where he roasted and devoured the 3 rabbits before finally dragging the boar back to the medicinal herb mountain. By the time he returned, it was already 3 in the afternoon. After tossing the boar to Kakashi, he sought a quiet spot to take a nap, sleeping soundly until 6 in the evening when Hinata Hanabi woke him for dinner. Hinata Hanabi, along with Kima Konomi, had both attained the rank of genin. Engaging in tasks such as weeding, they did not find their physical exertion overly tiring, but rather felt drained mentally, which rendered them seemingly listless. Kakashi did not prepare dinner. Hinata Hyuga was not skilled in cooking, while Yuin was too lazy to do so. Ultimately, it was Kimura Kokomi who cooked the wild boar. After enjoying a meal together, they followed Kakashi to a small wooden cabin by the mountains to tidy up and prepare for rest. This cabin was initially the workspace and resting area for the owner of the medicinal fields, who, due to illness, had reluctantly hired ninjas to assist, as it would be impractical to hire ordinary workers for weeding. The people of the Land of Fire understood that ninjas possessed the highest efficiency. Employing 5 ordinary individuals might not yield the same results as a single genin. Thus, the owner of the medicinal fields preferred to spend a little more to have ninjas swiftly handle the weeds rather than inviting a group of commoners who would take days to finish the task. 3 days of weeding soon passed, and Kakashi returned to the ninja village with his 3 weary genin to submit their completed mission and accept new assignments, which were, of course, still D-rank tasks. For an entire month and 6 days, Kakashi led them through various mundane missions in the vicinity of Konoha, causing even the diligent Hinata to feel a sense of tedium. Upon completing their 13th D-rank mission, as they returned to Konoha, Yuin paused at the village gates and said to Kakashi, "Kakashi, I won't be participating in missions for the next 5 days. The Konoha Ninja Academy is enrolling new students, and my little brother needs to attend school. I want to see him off." After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi replied, "Then let us all rest for 5 days. We have been working for a month. It is time for a break. You all should return home for the next few days. We shall reconvene here at 9 o'clock in 5 days. Now, you are dismissed." "Goodbye," Yuin said, departing without looking back. Witnessing Yuin's departure, Hinata quickly bid farewell to Kimura Kokomi and followed Yuin back towards the Hyuga clan's residence. As for Kimura Kokomi, she cast a glance at the already departed Kakashi and swiftly vanished into the streets, intending to report her recent findings and activities to the root. At 4:30 in the afternoon, when Yuin parted ways with Kakashi at the Konoha village gate, he did not head straight home. Instead, he visited Naruto Uzumaki's house to check on him. During his 10 months in the village, Yuin had taken Naruto as a little brother, while he occasionally encountered the other members of Team 7, who seldom acknowledged his presence. Yuin's original intention was to gather all of the Konoha 12 as his subordinates to satisfy his whimsical desires. Now, the only ones he could influence were Naruto Uzumaki and Hinata Hyuga, along with a rather disobedient Tenten. As for Sasuke Uchiha, the Ino Shikacho trio, Niji Hyuga, Sakura Haruno, Shino Aburame, Rock Lee, and Kiba Inuzuka Hyuga Unten had only seen them once or twice in 10 months, and each time they were accompanied by adults, leaving him no opportunity to speak with them. Slowly making his way to Naruto's residence, Hyuga Unten stood at the entrance and called up to the 2nd floor. "Naruto Uzumaki, your big brother is here. Come out and greet me, or you're in trouble." At his shout, a series of clattering noises erupted from Naruto's room upstairs, followed by the rapid thud of footsteps descending the stairs, and finally, the door swung open with a creak. Naruto seemed exhilarated, immediately asking upon seeing Unten, "Big bro, are you free the day after tomorrow? I'm about to start at the Ninja Academy. You've got to see me off." Patting Naruto's shoulder, Unten grinned. "Don't worry. You're my only little brother in Konoha. How could I not send you off? I've already asked my teacher, Kakashi, for 5 days off to escort you to school." Naruto's excitement surged even higher. He had assumed Unten would be occupied with missions and unable to accompany him. The fact that Unten had taken leave just for him moved him to tears, which began streaming down his face as he instinctively tried to nuzzle against Unten. "Don't come any closer. Keep your tears off my clothes," Unten swiftly interjected, halting Naruto's advance. Naruto's mood deflated slightly, his earlier sentiment fading as he grumbled. "Simon, big bro, it's just a shirt. What's the big deal? I'll buy you a new one if I ruin it." Unten chuckled. "You? A penniless brat like you couldn't afford this. This is a specially crafted combat uniform from the Hyuga clan. Each one costs 1,000,000 ryo." Naruto's eyes widened as he stared at the garment, momentarily speechless. In all his life, he had never even seen such an astronomical sum. Regaining his composure, Naruto scoffed. "1,000,000? Once I become a ninja, I'll make 100 times that. Don't underestimate me, big bro." Sure, you'll be rolling in riches," Unten sighed, shaking his head. "Now, let us go celebrate your enrollment properly. We're hitting the barbecue joint for a feast." "Barbecue?" Naruto yelped, hesitating before suggesting. "How about Ichiraku ramen instead? That place is great. Let us just go there." Unten scrutinized Naruto from head to toe before asking, "You don't have any money, do you? We can't celebrate something like this with just ramen." Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. His pockets were, indeed, empty. Upon witnessing the expression of Uzumaki Naruto, Hinata Yuntian realized his conjecture was correct. With a resigned shake of his head, he remarked, "Very well, this time I shall treat you. Just remember to repay me once you become a true ninja." Naruto's face brightened instantly as he closed the door and led the way towards the barbecue restaurant, exclaiming, "Let us go, big brother. We're off for some barbecue." Hinata Yuntian furrowed his brow and inquired, "You do intend to repay me, don't you?" Naruto, brimming with excitement, assured him, "Of course. I will definitely pay you back." Hinata Yuntian smirked. Observing Naruto's carefree demeanor made him want to exclaim, "I believe you not at all." Ultimately, he chose to remain silent. After all, during this period of undertaking D-rank missions, his savings had increased by over 1,000,000. He figured treating Naruto to a meal was a small price to pay. Besides, as the protagonist, Naruto would surely have opportunities to earn substantial wealth in the future, allowing Hinata to reclaim some of his expenditure then. Upon their arrival at the Konoha barbecue restaurant, it was the perfect time for dinner, and the establishment was already bustling with patrons. Among them were his classmates, Akimichi Choji, Inazuka Haich, Kamada Jiro, Kinoshita Shizuka, and a few unfamiliar faces. Curiosity piqued. Hinata Yuntian sent Naruto to place their order while he approached Choji's table to inquire, "What brings you all here? Isn't it just after school?" Hinata Yuntian, who rarely interacted with his classmates at the Ninja Academy, generally kept to himself. However, his peers respected his prowess and seldom provoked him, resulting in an average relationship with them. Upon seeing Hinata Yuntian approach, Choji initially thought he was there to mooch a meal. When he realized Hinata was simply asking questions and not sitting down, he responded directly, intending to dismiss him. "Ah, it's you, Yuntian. We graduated a week ago. Now, only 7 of us remain in the elite class, and that is largely thanks to your assistance." "Oh, what help did I provide?" Hinata Yuntian replied, somewhat perplexed. Choji elaborated. "Have you forgotten, Yuntian? You taught us the new gentle fist technique. After a period of training, our teacher deemed us ready to become genin, thus allowing our graduation. The remaining 7 could also graduate, but since they are all under 10 years old, the Hokage has instructed them to continue their studies until they reach that age." Hinata Yuntian hadn't anticipated such an outcome from his actions. He had never considered the implications of his teachings. Shaking his head, he stated, "That is the result of your own diligent training. I contributed little. I shall take my leave now." Just as he was about to depart, a thought struck him, and he turned to ask, "By the way, what are Hinata Niji and Tenten up to now? Have they graduated, or will they continue their studies?" Choji replied, "As for them, their ages are not yet 10 years, forced to stay for a year, and now they no longer need to attend classes, as they have been assigned by Lord Hokage to mentor the new students." "Ah, is that so?" Hinata Yuntian sighed in resignation, saying, "You all eat. I have matters to attend to and shall not disturb you." At the Konoha barbecue restaurant, after chatting with Akimichi Choji, Hinata Yution returned to the side of Uzumaki Naruto and was immediately struck by the sight of Naruto having ordered over 20 plates of grilled meat, all of which he had already begun to devour. Hinata Yution plopped down opposite Naruto, visibly displeased, and remarked, "Naruto, are you planning to recoup all the meals you treated me to today? I must inform you that regardless of how much meat you consume, you will owe me double in the future." Uzumaki Naruto seemed completely indifferent to Hinata Yution's words, his hands tirelessly working on the meat while his mouth was perpetually full. He mumbled a few incoherent responses, leaving Hinata Yution unable to discern his words. "Speak clearly. And don't talk with your mouth full." Hinata Yution tapped the table in dissatisfaction. Naruto swallowed a piece of meat and finally articulated, "Don't worry, big brother. I promise I'll repay you." With that, he returned to his vigorous onslaught of the grilled meat. Observing Naruto's attitude, Hinata Yution suspected he might incur a loss this time, as Naruto would likely forget today's events in no time, let alone the matter of repayment. With a resigned sigh, Hinata Yution decided against quarreling with Naruto. After all, a single meal only cost a few thousand ryo. If he incurred a loss, so be it. He could always recover it from Naruto in the future. With this thought, Hinata Yution joined in on the grilling, though his appetite was modest compared to Naruto's. After consuming 2 plates, he lost his appetite and settled for sipping juice while watching Naruto clear the remaining 20 plates with gusto. Due to Naruto's insatiable appetite, dinner extended by a full hour. As they exited the barbecue restaurant, Hinata Yution, with a somewhat bulging Naruto in tow, stated, "All right, you can head home now. On the morning of the school entrance, come to my house at 6 o'clock. Otherwise, I won't wait for you." "Okay, big brother," Naruto replied cheerfully, patting his round belly, and the two parted ways, heading in different directions. Hinata Yution strolled back to the Hyuga clan residence. Upon arriving home, he discovered Hinata Hanabi engaged in conversation with their mother, Hinata Makura, at the living room table. "What brings you here?" Hinata Yution inquired, frowning at Hinata Hanabi. Caught off guard by Hinata Yution's question, Hinata Hanabi hesitated, unsure how to respond. "How does one speak to the young lady? Are you itching for trouble?" Hinata Makura, noticing her daughter's embarrassment, promptly stood to reprimand Hinata Yution, appearing ready to take action. Alarmed, Hinata Yution quickly interjected, "All right, you may continue your conversation. I shall retreat to my room to rest. Feel free to chat for as long as you wish." Upon encountering Hinata Yution, Hinata Matsuen urgently called out, "Do not leave. Young lady is coming over to deliver money. The clan leader hopes that you will properly instruct Hinata Hanabi and has sent some funds." At the mention of money, Hinata Yution's departing footsteps came to an abrupt halt as he turned around, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "How much? Is it over 10 million? You wish for such a sum? It's merely 10 million. Hinata Matsuen rolled his eyes at Hinata Yution and continued, "The clan leader intends to provide you with 5 million each month for the proper guidance of the young lady. Is that all?" Hinata Yution expressed profound disappointment. "Forget it. I have no time for that. I am a man who earns tens of thousands every minute. I have no leisure to squander on such trifles." Hinata Matsuen stepped directly in front of Hinata Yution, delivering a sharp knock atop his head. "What nonsense are you spouting? Regardless, I have already accepted the money. Whether you teach or not, you must teach." Now that the funds were firmly in Hinata Matsuen's possession, the prospect of retrieving them seemed a formidable challenge. Hinata Yution, feeling vexed, rubbed his head and sighed, "Fine. I agree to provide her with guidance. Is that satisfactory? You may converse at your leisure. I shall return home to rest, for I am weary." With that, Hinata Yution made his swift exit. Observing his retreat, Hinata Matsuen turned to reassure Hinata Hanabi. "All right, young lady, Yution has consented to instruct you, so you may rest assured. Your abilities will continue to flourish." Hinata Hanabi nodded silently, refraining from further comments. The truth behind Hinata Hanabi's visit to deliver money was entirely due to Hinata Hisashi's intentions. Initially, he believed that having Hinata Hanabi train under Hinata Yution would lead to her improvement. However, after more than a month had passed, Hinata Hisashi was disheartened to find that Hinata Hanabi's progress was minimal, even less than when she trained for an hour daily with Hinata Yution previously. Upon reflection, he realized that since he had not allowed that money-hungry lad, Hinata Yution, to profit, he had not taken the instruction of Hinata Hanabi seriously. With a solution in mind, Hinata Hisashi decided to offer money to Hinata Yution for the purpose of teaching Hinata Hanabi. He was unconcerned about the expenditure, as long as Hinata Hanabi could achieve greatness. However, he felt uncomfortable approaching Hinata Yution directly, and opted instead to send Hinata Hanabi to negotiate with Hinata Matsuen. During this period, Hinata Hizashi had come to understand Hinata Yuntian's nature. He was receptive to gentle persuasion rather than coercion. The most effective approach, therefore, was to engage with Hinata Matsuen, as Hinata Yuntian tended to heed her counsel more readily. That evening, Hinata Hanabi conversed with Hinata Matsuen until around 7:30. After which Hinata Matsuen personally escorted Hinata Hanabi home before hastening back to her own residence to rouse Hinata Yuntian from his slumber for a thorough reprimand. Hinata Yuntian, feeling utterly helpless, recognized that his mother had long been trained by the Hinata clan to prioritize the protection of the main family. It was only natural for Hinata Matsuen to be displeased with his lackadaisical attitude towards Hinata Hanabi. Hinata Cunnian, unlike others, harbored little fondness for the Hyuga clan and held no unwavering loyalty to them. Thus, the incessant chatter of Hinata Michiru lulled him into a state of drowsiness. After half an hour of her monologue, noticing Hinata Cunnian's almost slumberous demeanor, she was tempted to tap him on the head to ensure he paid attention to her words. However, as she raised her hand, she suddenly remembered that her son was not a mere reflection of herself. He was a talented youth with his own pride. Her loyalty to the Hyuga clan did not imply that Hinata Cunnian shared the same allegiance. For not every branch family member was willing to accept the burden of the caged bird curse mark. With a sigh, Hinata Michiru stood and departed from Hinata Cunnian's room, lacking the heart to reprimand him further. At the Hidden Leaf Ninja School, the day of enrollment had arrived, and numerous parents accompanied their children, eagerly awaiting the opening of the school gates. Among them stood Hinata Cunnian and Uzumaki Naruto, also part of the waiting crowd. Due to Hinata Cunnian's youthful appearance, those unfamiliar with him might mistake him for a student. Nonetheless, in the Hidden Leaf Village, it was improbable that anyone would mistake him for a mere student, as his reputation had spread throughout the village, leaving little chance for ignorance of his identity. Uzumaki Naruto stood at the entrance, excitedly observing the new students arriving. Yet he felt a tinge of disappointment as the parents tended to steer their children away from him. Unperturbed by Naruto's antics, Hinata Cunnian focused on scanning the incoming students for familiar faces. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, and a light tap on his shoulder informed him that it was Tintin. Turning around, Hinata Cunnian remarked, "What brings you here so early? Shouldn't you be in class with your elite group?" Tintin pouted and replied, "Our elite class has been disbanded. Irika-sensei is leading a new class. The 7 of us left are to remain at the ninja school as temporary assistants for the year until graduation." Hinata Cunnian noticed Tintin's tone was laced with dissatisfaction as she mentioned her role as a temporary assistant, given that he had secretly enhanced her abilities a few times, allowing her to hold her own against Niji Hyuga. It was understandable that she would be reluctant to stay at school. The rationale behind Hinata Cunnian's enhancements needed no justification. After all, he had received a considerable fortune from Tintin's father, making it only natural for him to bolster her strength. As he pondered these thoughts, he continued, "I asked why you were here so early, not why you were at the school." Tintin shot him a glare, her mood evidently sour, and replied, "It's all because of Lord Hokage, who insisted we come to welcome the new students and set an example for them." Hinata Cunnian, at a loss for words, retorted, "Why take it out on me? I didn't ask you to come here. It is indeed your fault. Otherwise, how could our class have disbanded? How could I have become a teaching assistant? I express my frustration daily. Well, I shall ignore you now. Hurry along and welcome your new junior. I can either confront or evade Hinata Yuntian. Don't leave. Stay here and converse with me, lest I go greet the students." Tian firmly grasped Hinata Yuntian, unwilling to release him. "Goodness, you truly are adept at shirking responsibilities, dragging me into your predicament." Hinata Yuntian gazed at Tian, utterly speechless. "What, are you unwilling?" Tian retorted with a fierce glare. "Indeed, I am not particularly inclined," Hinata Yuntian candidly replied. Unwilling or not, you must accompany me today." Tian insisted, her grip unwavering. Hinata Yuntian, feeling quite at a loss, recognized he could not resort to force against her. After all, she was merely an 8-year-old girl. Just as he wallowed in his vexation, Uzumaki Naruto, who had been observing the other students, approached them. Noticing Tian firmly holding onto Hinata Yuntian's clothing, he curiously inquired, "Hey, big brother, is this going to be my sister-in-law?" "Your sister-in-law indeed." Hinata Yuntian delivered a playful smack to Naruto's head, causing him to crouch down, clutching his head. "If it isn't, then why strike me?" Naruto protested, feeling somewhat aggrieved. With Naruto's interruption, Tian hesitated to continue holding on to Hinata Yuntian. Releasing him, she declared, "Forget it. You two can leave." I shall bear the burden of welcoming the new students today. Hinata Yuntian gestured towards the crouching Naruto, suggesting to Tian. He is also a new student. Why not escort him inside the school? That way, you will have something to occupy yourself with instead of merely welcoming newcomers. Tian cast a dismissive glance at Naruto and replied disdainfully, let this blonde-haired boy find his own way into the school. I shall only attend to the girls. The boys are not my concern. Ah, you are rather headstrong. Hinata Yuntian shook his head in resignation, then turned to Naruto, saying, you may enter the school by yourself. It appears the number of students is steadily increasing. Upon mentioning enrollment, Naruto's excitement surged. He stood and waved at Hinata Yuntian, exclaiming, big brother, goodbye. I shall come find you this evening. I'm heading in first. With that, Naruto dashed into the school premises. After Naruto's departure, Hinata Yuntian remained at the school entrance, awaiting the arrival of another principal character, Sasuke. He leaned against the entrance, continuing his observations. 5 minutes later, the parents of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans arrived, bringing Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Choji to the gates of the Konoha Ninja Academy. Among them, Nara Shikaku. Shikamaru's father had crossed paths with Hinata Yuntian at the 3rd Hokage's office. Spotting Hinata Yuntian at the entrance, Nara Shikaku nodded in acknowledgement, prompting the 3 children to glance curiously at Hinata Yuntian before their parents ushered them into the school. In the ensuing 10 minutes, Hinata Yuntian observed Haruno Sakura approaching alongside her mother, followed by Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino, who were also accompanied by their respective mothers. Ultimately, the arrival of the enigmatic Uchiha Sasuke was marked by the presence of his elder brother, Uchiha Itachi, a figure shrouded in mystery. Having been in Konohagakure for 10 months, this was the first occasion for Hinata Yuntian to lay eyes upon him. Through his inquiries, Hinata Yuntian learned that Uchiha Itachi was still engaged with the Umbu and seldom returned to the village. His unexpected appearance piqued Hinata Yuntian's interest, diverting his gaze from Sasuke to Itachi, much to the latter's bemusement. Uchiha Itachi, familiar with the prodigious newcomer, Hinata Yuntian, due to his clandestine duties, had yet to encounter him directly. However, the penetrating gaze of Hinata Yuntian made Itachi feel as though they shared an intimate familiarity, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Consequently, he scrutinized Hinata Yuntian in return. Sasuke, observing his brother's fixation on Hinata Yuntian, curiously inquired, brother, who is that individual? Is he also a new student? Itachi replied, that is Hinata Yuntian, the one you mentioned you intended to surpass. He has already graduated and is likely here to observe, having lived within the Uchiha clan. Sasuke was well aware of Hinata Yuntian's renown but had never crossed paths with him. Upon hearing his brother's words, he eagerly approached Hinata Yuntian, proclaiming, Hinata Yuntian, I shall inevitably surpass you. Hinata Yuntian cast a glance at the overly arrogant Sasuke and replied coolly, you must first surpass your brother, Uchiha Itachi, before you can even hope to be compared to me. You are still quite inexperienced. Disdain evident in his voice, Hinata Yuntian's words incited Sasuke's ire, prompting him to argue. However, Itachi swiftly intervened, saying, enough. The school is about to commence. You should proceed inside. Consider yourself fortunate, Sasuke retorted with a huff, storming into the school with a fierce demeanor. Contemplating the intricacies of enhancing his adversary's jinjutsu, Hinata Yuntian found a silver lining in the situation. He resolved that should he encounter an opponent employing illusionary techniques in the future, he would opt for enhancement, allowing the jinjutsu to undo itself. The only requirement was to amass a substantial sum of money to afford the necessary enhancements against high-level jinjutsu. Discovering a useful glitch within the system elevated Hinata Yuntian's spirits. He approached Hinata Hanabi, who had been waiting patiently by his side, and gently patted her shoulder, saying, well, the experiment has concluded. We may now return home to rest. Hinata Hanabi, somewhat bewildered, questioned, Master, is it truly over just like that? Indeed, it is finished. Let us head back, he affirmed. As Hinata Yuntian led the way towards the door, Hinata felt a moment of surprise. After shaking her head to clear her thoughts, she followed behind him, contemplating that her breakfast might still be warm, and that returning to eat it would be timely. However, what Hinata remained unaware of was that the gentle pat Yuntian had given her before leaving had subtly enhanced her ninjutsu, serving as a token of appreciation for her assistance. When she next employed that technique, she would realize that she had mastered it. Upon departing from Hinata's residence, Yuntian, in high spirits, made his way to the blacksmith shop owned by the Tian family. He intended to discuss with Tai Sheng the possibility of increasing their output, thereby augmenting his own finances. Ever since the third Hokage mandated that all weapons be procured by Konoha village, business at the Tian family's tool shop had significantly declined. Nevertheless, the acquisition had paradoxically resulted in greater profits for him, eliminating the hassle of dealing with customers. When Yuntian arrived at the tool shop, he found Tai Sheng leisurely resting, with 2 hired hands managing the business in his absence. You seem quite relaxed. Don't you have anything to do? Yuntian remarked, casting a glance at Tai Sheng, who was reclining in a rocking chair with his eyes closed. Startled by Yuntian's voice, Tai Sheng quickly opened his eyes and admonished the 2 employees. You didn't call me when young Master Yuntian arrived? Are you asking for a beating? You're only allowed 1 bowl of food today. Yuntian watched Tai Sheng reprimand the 2 employees with a bemused expression. Stop pretending. Even if you deny them food, they won't leave. Don't think I'm unaware of what you pay them. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Tai Sheng acknowledged the truth in Yuntian's words. He was indeed quite affluent, and when hiring staff, he offered generous wages. Even if he neglected to provide them with free lunch for a month, the 2 employees would likely stay, as their salaries were ample enough for their sustenance, with plenty left over for personal indulgences. Having navigated through the momentary awkwardness, Tai Sheng quickly regained his composure. Yuntian, what brings you here? Are you in need of money? If so, I can't provide it at the moment. You'll have to wait until the funds from Sand Ninja Village arrive in 2 months. Waving his hand, Yuntian replied, That's not the issue. I need a quiet place to talk. It's something I do not wish for others to overhear. Tai Sheng grew serious. Let us go to the back room. There is no one there right now. All right, let us go. Yuntian agreed. The back room was situated at the rear of the tool shop, separated from the main area by a storage room. Once they were seated in the back room, Tai Sheng asked, Yuntian, aside from financial matters, what else do you wish to discuss? I will do what I can. Yuntian shot him an incredulous look. Do I seem like someone who desperately wants money? Must you always be so stingy with your words? In response to Hinata Yuntian's words, Tai Sheng could only harbor his disdain internally, refraining from voicing it. Suppressing his urge to retort, he remarked, Yuntian, if there is something to discuss, please do so. You seem quite busy as well, don't you? Acknowledging this with a nod, Hinata Yuntian continued, Indeed, I require you to sell a batch of ordinary enhancement ninja tools. Although the profit may be modest, accumulating these sales could lead to significant earnings. Realizing that the motive was financial, Tai Sheng sighed in resignation and replied, Yuntian, the ordinary ninja tools, once refined by you, would merely approximate the price of mid-range tools in our shop. They cannot compete with high-end items. Each would yield around 50,000, and if you need a substantial amount, it would take quite some time to accumulate. Hinata Yuntian waved his hand dismissively. Do not concern yourself with that. Just tell me how many you need. I can secure 100 million, and then you can prepare them. After a moment's contemplation, Tai Sheng responded, We have 3,000 ordinary ninja tools in stock. If all are sold, it could provide you with 200 million. I can deliver them to your home for you to refine at your leisure, and later, I will present them all to Lord Hokage. Do not waste time. I urgently require the funds. Where is the warehouse? I will handle everything today. Please prepare some high-quality soldier pills for me, Hinata Yuntian insisted impatiently. Tai Sheng gazed at Hinata Yuntian in disbelief, as if they had just met that day. Internally, he berated Hinata Yuntian for his previous deceptions, claiming he could only refine 10 tools daily. Now, with 3,000 weapons at his disposal, it was apparent that Hinata Yuntian could indeed manage them all in a single day, suggesting he had simply chosen to limit himself previously. However, as Tai Sheng pondered, he realized that if Hinata Yuntian could refine more, it would mean greater profits for him, prompting a sense of excitement at the prospect of collaborating. He even entertained the thought that if he could marry his sister to Hinata Yuntian, his shop would become the premier ninja tool store in Konohagakure, nay, the finest in the land of fire, and perhaps even the world. The more he considered it, the more exhilarated he became, his smile twisting with delight. Enough of this nonsense. Lead the way. Tieshing's grandiose visions of world domination were abruptly shattered by Hinata Yuntian's words. Casting a vexed glance at him, Tai Sheng resignedly guided Hinata Yuntian to the warehouse of the ninja tool shop. Eager to ascertain whether Hinata Yuntian could indeed refine 3,000 weapons in a day, Tai Sheng said, Yuntian, please wait here while I procure special soldier pills from the Akimichi clan, which will be 10 times better than the ordinary ones. Go quickly. Time waits for no one. Hinata Yuntian waved him off, shutting the door and locking himself inside the warehouse. In the storeroom of the ninja tool shop, after Tai Sheng departed, Hinata Yuntian commenced the enhancement of various ninja tools. Typically, the enhancement of these ordinary tools costs approximately 10,000 each. Completing 3,000 enhancements would amount to around 40 million. Initially, Hinata Ution possessed 100 million, but after utilizing 40 million for the exquisite weapons gifted by Tai Shang, he found himself with merely 20 million remaining, a sum that felt rather meager to him. After an hour and a half, Tai Shang returned with military rations. By then, Hinata Ution had finished enhancing over 3,000 weapons. Not wishing for Tai Shang to discover the swiftness of his actions, he instructed Tai Shang to wait outside while he feigned sleep within the storeroom. Awakening naturally, he noted that it was nearly 3 in the afternoon. After a moment of contemplation, he employed a transformation technique to appear somewhat haggard and stepped out of the storeroom. Tai Shang, waiting on a bench outside, hurried over upon seeing Hinata Ution's fatigued visage. "How are you, Ution? Should I arrange for you to rest?" he inquired. The weariness exhibited by Hinata Ution was merely an illusion, and he promptly replied, "I need to head to school to wait for someone after class. All the tools inside have been enhanced. Please handle them swiftly and send the payment to me. There's still 2 hours until school lets out. Would you like to rest a bit first?" Tai Shang expressed concern for Hinata Ution's well-being, urging him to take a break. However, Hinata Ution was unwilling to maintain the facade for long, shaking his head. "It's fine. You should attend to your matters." With that, he made his way toward the ninja tool shop, traversing through it on his path to the Ninja Academy. On his journey to the school, Hinata Ution found a secluded spot to revert to his original form. Feeling quite pleased with the outcome of his transformation, he strolled towards the Ichiraka ramen shop, eager to indulge in a hearty meal to make up for the missed lunch. His satisfaction stemmed from the fact that his transformation technique had proven effective. Even the retired jonin, Tai Shang, failed to detect any flaws, indicating his growing mastery of the art. After relishing a delightful meal at Ichiraka ramen, Hinata Ution leisurely arrived at the entrance of the Ninja Academy, joining the throng of young mothers awaiting the students' dismissal. Naturally, he maintained a respectful distance from the young mothers, choosing instead to sit alone on a swing beneath a large tree at the school's entrance, patiently swinging as he awaited Naruto Uzumaki's release from class. Hinata Ution was a renowned figure, having become a genin at the tender age of 6, and was even compelled to graduate by the 3rd Hokage himself. This notoriety intrigued the young mothers, yet Hinata Ution's aloof demeanor deterred them from approaching. Were it not for his cold expression, they surely would have taken the opportunity to engage him. For now, they could only watch as he swung back and forth, whispering among themselves about the illustrious Hinata Ution. Hinata Kunta, of course, had no interest in the gossip surrounding the young married women. However, as the school day drew to a close, he noticed a peculiar absence. Not a single parent from the Uchiha clan had come to collect their child. Last year, during his time at the Ninja Academy, there had been 7 or 8 children from the Uchiha clan, and their parents frequently came to pick them up. Yet this year, not one parent appeared. Judging by the circumstances, Hinata Kunta surmised that the Uchiha clan was nearing the brink of annihilation, which caused him to furrow his brow in contemplation, pondering how he might extract some advantage from the unfolding situation. Of course, he had no intention of involving himself in the affairs of the Uchiha, for his current strength was insufficient to contend with the likes of Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Obito, and Shimura Danzo, 3 formidable individuals. What Hinata Kunta desired was to procure a pair of Sharingan. This way, when he had amassed wealth, he could enhance the Sharingan multiple times to obtain the exceptionally powerful Rinnegan, elevating his prowess to unimaginable heights. The more he contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became. As he began to devise a plan to seize a pair of Sharingan from the 3 titans, he recognized the peril inherent in such an endeavor and understood that careful planning was imperative, prompting his initial excitement to gradually give way to a more serious demeanor. After more than 20 minutes of introspection, he was suddenly roused by a cacophony emanating from the school entrance. Raising his gaze, he observed students from the Konoha Ninja Academy beginning to filter out, their parents eagerly awaiting to greet them, which accounted for the commotion. No longer preoccupied with the Uchiha clan, Hinata Kunta rose from the swing and awaited the arrival of Naruto Uzumaki. 3 minutes later, he spotted the boisterous Naruto peering through the throng of parents, seemingly searching for something. Hinata Kunta called out, "Over here, Naruto." Upon hearing Hinata's voice, Naruto quickly located him, bounding over with enthusiasm. "Brother, I was just about to come to your house to find you." Hinata Kunta chuckled. "I happened to be out for a bit this afternoon and thought I'd swing by to pick you up. How did your day at school go?" "It was all right. I made a few good friends, but there's this one jerk," Naruto replied, his expression souring at the mention of the latter. "Is it that fellow who bothered you?" Hinata-kunta inquired. Yes, a fool named Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto exclaimed indignantly. He had the audacity to look down on you, brother, with such a smug attitude. Just looking at him makes me want to give him a good thrashing, then why didn't you? Hinata-kunta asked, amused. Oh, we're classmates. So how could I possibly lay a hand on him? Naruto responded, his face turning awkward. From Naruto's demeanor, Hinata-kunta could easily deduce that he had indeed acted, albeit likely unable to best Sasuke Uchiha. After all, notions of camaraderie among classmates were of little concern to Naruto. He simply could not tolerate Sasuke's arrogance. Shaking his head, Hinata-kunta remarked, all right, let's not dwell on the matter of Uchiha Sasuke. Instead, let us celebrate at Ichiraka Ramen. Instantly revitalized, Uzumaki Naruto suggested. How about we go to a barbecue restaurant? I believe the ambience there is more fitting for a celebration. Casting a sidelong glance at Uzumaki Naruto, Hinata-kunta leisurely replied, if you're footing the bill, then we can certainly go to the barbecue place. What do you think? I still believe Ichiraka Ramen is more appropriate for a celebration. Uzumaki Naruto promptly altered his stance, expressing a desire to head to the ramen shop. With that, Uzumaki Naruto took the lead towards Ichiraka Ramen, seemingly anxious that Hinata-kunta might insist on treating him at the barbecue restaurant. In Hinata-kunta's mind, he pondered the issues concerning the Uchiha clan while dining with Uzumaki Naruto at Ichiraku Ramen. Lacking the inclination to converse with Naruto, he hastily finished his meal and sent Naruto on his way. Upon returning home, Hinata-kunta resumed his contemplation of the Uchiha clan. His immediate need was to acquire intelligence regarding the Uchiha clan to ascertain the precise time of their demise. This task seemed relatively straightforward to him. As his transformation technique had flourished, he could transform his shadow clones into birds to surveil the vicinity of the Uchiha clan and thus gather information effortlessly. Next, he needed to prepare to obtain a pair of Uchiha eyes under the watchful gaze of Uchiha Itachi, Shimura Danzo, and Uchiha Bido. This endeavor was not particularly troublesome, for he sought only the ordinary Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, not the advanced variants, which were plentiful among them. Ultimately, the most challenging aspect was how to discreetly depart with the acquired item, as Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Bido, and Shimura Danzo were formidable adversaries. While acquiring the Sharingan might be simple, absconding with it posed a significant challenge, especially since Danzo was also collecting Sharingan, and Itachi and Ibido might not permit others to take them as well. Thus, Hinata-kunta needed to thoroughly analyze this predicament. As he lay in bed contemplating until the early hours, a brilliant idea suddenly struck him. He resolved to send shadow clones to the Uchiha clan's classrooms starting the next day, while simultaneously seeking ways to earn more money in preparation for unforeseen circumstances. Money. Hinata-kunta sighed, closing his eyes to rest. He lamented the scarcity of opportunities to earn money quickly and realized that overthinking would yield little benefit. It was better to rest well and seek business opportunities the following day. Just as he lay down and closed his eyes, he abruptly sat up in bed and slapped himself hard, exclaiming, "How could I be so foolish to overlook such a thing?" After this outburst, he retrieved a box of military rations that Taishing had sold him, gazing at it with gleaming eyes as if it were a fortune. Indeed, in Hinata-kunta's eyes, those military rations represented wealth. With a bit of enhancement before selling, they could fetch a handsome price. His earlier self-inflicted slap stemmed from his realization that weapons and medicines were fundamentally similar, a notion he had regrettably failed to consider, prompting his ire at his own foolishness. Holding the military rations in his hands, Hinata-kunta examined them closely and discovered that Taishing's offerings were indeed superior to ordinary rations, valued at approximately 100,000 per piece, making them mid-range in quality. Upon checking the enhancement costs, he found they required around 100,000 as well. With sufficient funds at his disposal, he decided to enhance the entire box of 10 military rations from Taishing, spending a total of 1 million. After completing the enhancement, Hinata-kunta immediately sampled one for experimentation. After consuming the substance for merely 5 seconds, Hinata-kunta felt an exhilarating surge of chakra within him. His chakra, initially at the level of a chunin, began to swell dramatically, ultimately doubling before it ceased its ascent. Overjoyed by the formidable efficacy of this military rations pill, he believed it worth 1 million, surpassing the profits from weapon sales, which left him in a state of excitement that rendered him somewhat restless. Perched on the edge of his bed, he pondered ways to monetize the military rations pill. 10 minutes later, he was dismayed to realize that his best option for acquiring a substantial sum of money in a short time was to negotiate with the third Hokage. Other clans and individuals would be incapable of producing such funds. With a resigned sigh, Hinata Ution decided to rest, planning to procure 1,000 military rations pills the following day and then approach the third Hokage for a business deal. His sigh stemmed from the knowledge that the third Hokage was notoriously difficult to negotiate with. He would undoubtedly haggle, necessitating a battle of wits between them. Contemplating the formidable nature of the third Hokage, Hinata Ution promptly sought slumber to rejuvenate himself. Within the confines of Konoha village, military rations pills are considered an essential supply for ninjas. Acquiring 1,000 pills was a straightforward endeavor for Hinata Ution. Yet procuring 1,000 intermediate military rations pills would require a visit to the Nara clan, as only their apothecary maintained sufficient stock. To facilitate this, Hinata Ution dispatched dozens of shadow clones, each transforming their appearances to purchase the intermediate military rations pills, ensuring that no single identity acquired more than 20 pills. After 2 hours of diligent effort, Hinata Ution successfully acquired the desired pills and set off towards the Hokage building with 1,000 military rations pills in tow. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was grappling with the ongoing issues concerning the Uchiha clan. He had intended to engage in constructive dialogue with them, but was taken aback to discover that not a single child from the Uchiha had been sent to school, and those previously enrolled had all been withdrawn, clearly indicating their disinterest in reconciling with Konoha. Faced with this predicament, the third Hokage felt powerless against the Uchiha clan's obstinacy. Compounding his troubles was Shimura Danzo's insistence that the matter be entrusted to him. Thus, the third Hokage, yielding to the current, relinquished this troublesome issue to Danzo. Although Danzo's methods were often aggressive, he was nonetheless working for the benefit of Konoha. With the Uchiha clan now at an impasse with the village, the third Hokage could only hope that Danzo would successfully resolve the situation, preventing the recently strengthened Konoha from descending back into weakness. As the third Hokage pondered these pressing issues, the office door swung open, revealing Hinata Ution rushing in. "What brings you here? After a rare 5 days of respite, you can't sit still and wish to undertake a mission?" The third Hokage inquired directly. Hinata Ution, disdainful, retorted while walking, "Who would want to engage in your trivial tasks? I'm here for a matter of business." The third Hokage, exasperated, glanced at the self-absorbed Hinata Ution, taking a puff from his pipe, and remarked, "You truly lack decorum. Showing no respect for me as the Hokage. Are you still a part of Konoha?" Hinata Ution casually took a seat beside the desk, curling his lips as he remarked, "Today, I come as a businessman to discuss matters with you. Please refrain from attempting to forge connections." The third Hokage, feeling somewhat exasperated, hastily urged Hinata Ution to depart. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage's mood soured, prompting him to hasten Hinata Ution's exit, not wishing to engage in further unnecessary dialogue. Hinata Ution tossed a soldier food pill across the table, stating, "Give it a try, Hokage-sama. This is my meticulously crafted soldier food pill." Upon observing the dark-colored soldier food pill on the desk, the third Hokage furrowed his brow, as it bore an uncanny resemblance to an ordinary mid-grade soldier food pill, leaving him puzzled about its supposed uniqueness. Naturally, he was not concerned that Hinata Ution intended to poison him, but curiosity compelled him to pick up the pill for a closer examination. Finally, he inquired with skepticism, "What makes this soldier food pill truly special?" Hinata Ution shrugged and replied, "It cost me $1 million to create this. Once you consume it, you'll grasp its value." $1 million. The third Hokage was momentarily taken aback before he placed the soldier food pill in his mouth, closing his eyes to scrutinize the changes within his body. After 5 seconds, his expression began to shift slightly, and after 10 seconds, he was astonished to find that the effects were remarkably beneficial, as one pill had augmented his chakra by a fifth. Contemplating this revelation, the third Hokage opened his eyes and calmly addressed Hinata Ution, 50,000 per pill. "I shall take as many as you can provide." Fuming with indignation, Hinata Ution struck the chair in frustration, exclaiming, "Old man, did you not hear me? The production cost is $1 million. You can't possibly offer me 50,000 per pill. Do you wish to bankrupt me? Am I a fool?" The third Hokage calmly tapped the desk, countering at 5,000. "Unacceptable. At least 95,000, Hinata Ution retorted angrily. 60,000. How about we collaborate moving forward?" The third Hokage suggested. 90,000, consider it a concession for the Hokage-sama. I'll take a loss this time. Hinata Ution responded, somewhat aggrieved. 65,000 is the maximum. If it rises any further, our Konoha cannot afford it. The third Hokage sighed in disappointment. 70,000, a friendly price. It truly cannot be lower, Hinata Yuntian lamented. As Hinata Yuntian remained steadfast, the third Hokage, tired of the charade, slammed the desk and declared, a firm 70,000. Take it or leave it. Very well. For the future of Konoha village, I shall take a loss. Hinata Yuntian sighed deeply, tossing a large bag of soldier food pills before the third Hokage, wearing a woeful expression. There are a total of 999 pills, plus the one you just consumed, which totals 7 million. Please expedite the payment. My heart aches at this moment, and I must depart swiftly. The third Hokage stared blankly at the large bag of military rations on the table, then glanced at Hinata Yuntian with a look of incredulity and exclaimed with irritation. Are you jesting with me? You believe you can produce 1,000 of these? And for 700 million? Do you think I am an ATM? The third Hokage's anger was of no concern to Hinata Yuntian, who retorted, if you're not going to buy, then forget it. With that, he reached for the bag, feigning an intention to reclaim the military rations. The third Hokage recognized Yuntian's pretense but felt anxious about the potential loss of a supply that could significantly enhance the survival rate of the ninjas on missions. Thus, he hastily snatched the bag back and tucked it away in a drawer. Glaring at Yuntian, he commanded, get out. Return in 3 days for the payment. And which of these rations do I get to sample? If I'm buying, I must at least taste one. How miserly, it's merely 700,000, Yuntian grumbled. Dissatisfied. Are you leaving or not? If you linger, I'll deduct another million, the third Hokage retorted angrily. I'm leaving. Is that satisfactory? Yuntian, fearing the Hokage's wrath might affect his payment, hurriedly exited the office. He was not genuinely worried about the Hokage withholding payment, as he knew it was impossible for the third Hokage to produce such a sum at once. In 3 days, the Hokage would have ample time to distribute the military rations to the various clans, who would, in turn, compensate him, possibly allowing him to earn a little profit. However, the thought of having borrowed 200 million from Hinata Hizashi earlier that day to purchase the military rations and their enhancements left Yuntian feeling somewhat despondent and troubled. After Yuntian departed, the third Hokage summoned an Umbu member and informed the heads of the clans that I have something valuable for them to appraise. Asked them to come by at 1 o'clock this afternoon. After the task was assigned, he intended to investigate the source of Yuntian's abundant military rations, wary of any potential external influences while ensuring Yuntian remained oblivious. Understood, the Umbu ninja replied before promptly executing the task. Meanwhile, Hinata Yuntian, having left the Hokage building, headed towards the Nara clan's shop, feeling a bit bored, determined to see what medicinal herbs could be enhanced for potential profit. In the early morning, Yuntian had already rushed into the Nara shop multiple times, solely focused on gathering 1,000 military rations, without a moment to scrutinize the shop's offerings. Now, with a more relaxed disposition, he entered the herbal shop and noticed that the herbs available for sale were rather ordinary. He picked one up and attempted an enhancement, discovering that the costs were merely in the hundreds or thousands. Even after enhancement, their value wouldn't be substantial. Consequently, after an hour of browsing, he lost interest and exited the herbal shop. As the dawn of tomorrow approached, Hinata Yuntian found himself in a rather dismal mood. Contemplating the tedious D-rank missions that awaited him, he resolved that upon receiving the 700 million ryo from the third Hokage, he would earnestly petition to undertake more prestigious tasks, for he could scarcely endure the monotony that lay ahead. Furthermore, upon departing from Konoha, he would be liberated to pursue wealth unrestrained, and though some peril might accompany this venture, he deemed such risks acceptable in the pursuit of fortune. Unlike in Konoha, where even the slightest stir could attract undue attention, a notion entirely at odds with his inclination to amass riches discreetly. With a touch of melancholy, Hinata Yuntian prepared to return to the Hyuga clan, intending to impart knowledge to the already enrolled Hinata Hyuga. He was acutely aware that failure to nurture her potential would not reflect well on Hinata Hizashi, who might perceive his inactivity unfavorably. Yet, the musings that had crossed his mind were mere fabrications. The true impetus behind his actions lay in the debt of 200 million ryo he owed to Hinata Hizashi, an obligation that weighed heavily upon him. Thus, he resolved to assist Hinata Hyuga, if only to alleviate his own discomfort. In the Hyuga household, Hinata Hyuga was quite taken aback by the arrival of Hinata Yuntian, as he had never personally requested to train her before. It was typically she who sought him out for training. However, given Hinata's gentle disposition, even though she felt puzzled, she concealed her thoughts and obediently followed Hinata Yuntian to the training ground, where she practiced some very fundamental ninjutsu, as per his instructions. After an hour of training, Hinata felt as though she had transformed into a prodigy. She was able to grasp the techniques after just one round of practice, displaying an astonishingly rapid improvement. Could it be that Hinata Yuntian was indeed a master capable of swiftly enhancing one's abilities? Once Hinata Yuntian departed, satisfied with her progress, she stood in a daze, silently gazing in the direction he had left. Hinata Yuntian, however, was unconcerned with her bewilderment. He had expended 2 million to enhance the ordinary ninjutsu that Hinata had learned, a cost that offset the interest owed to Hinata Hizashi, who had lent him 2 billion. Having lent a hand to Hinata, Yuntian's mood lightened slightly as he returned home and exchanged a few words with Hinata Mikamura, who was in the midst of her training. Upon encountering her incessant chatter, he swiftly excused himself and retreated to his room for a well-deserved rest. After a peaceful 16-hour slumber, Hinata Yuntian awoke the following morning at 7, feeling quite cheerful. He bid farewell to Hinata Mikamura and set off to Konoha village for breakfast. The gossip regarding Kakashi's tardiness had already reached him, Hinata, and Mikamura. Thus Yuntian leisurely strolled through the village. Ultimately, he settled on a quaint establishment for a light breakfast before meandering towards the village gate. It was still only 8:40 when he spotted Mikamura and Hinata, who had arrived early and were engrossed in a conversation about women's topics. He approached the two well-known gatekeepers of Konoha, eager to engage in conversation. The two Chunin, Kamizuki Ujetsu and Kinetsu Tetsu, were familiar with Hinata Yuntian, though they had never spoken to him before. As he drew near, Kinetsu Tetsu, sitting closest, inquired, "You are Hinata Yuntian, right? What brings you to us?" Since they had initiated the conversation, Hinata Yuntian cut straight to the point. "Do you two have any money? If you possess 5 million, I can refine your weapons for you. Are you interested?" Kinetsu Tetsu and Kamizuki Ujetsu stared at him in bewilderment. It wasn't that they lacked 5 million. But Yuntian's question had caught them off guard, leaving them momentarily speechless. Kinetsu Tetsu was the first to regain his composure, recalling the legends surrounding Hinata Yuntian. He realized the potential of weapon refinement. Hesitating, he contemplated whether to enlist Yuntian's assistance, as the price he proposed was within his means. Ultimately, Kinetsu turned to Kamizuki Ujetsu, seeking her opinion. However, as he glanced over, he noticed her expression was one of excitement, and he instantly understood that she was intrigued. The weapon wielded by Kamizuki Izumi is a sword, while Steel Sun's weapon is a mighty hammer. Both of their armaments fall into the category of medium to large weapons, distinctly different from the diminutive shuriken. Hinata Yuntian's pricing is quite reasonable, indeed exceptionally cost-effective, and it significantly enhances their prowess. "I will pay 5 million. Kamizuki Izumi could not contain her eagerness and was the first to respond. "I am willing as well." Steel Sun echoed her sentiment. With a potential profit of 10 million, Hinata Yuntian was naturally elated and promptly stated, "Then please provide the payment. I shall refine your weapons at once." However, both Kamizuki Izumi and Steel Sun wore somewhat awkward expressions, and after a moment of hesitation, Steel Sun said, "We do not have that much money on us. May we defer the payment until your return? How can you agree without having the funds?" Hinata Yuntian retorted loudly, leaving both Steel Sun and Kamizuki Izumi feeling rather helpless. Just as Hinata Yuntian finished speaking, he suddenly adopted a calm demeanor and declared, "Very well. Today I am in a good mood. I shall refine your weapons for you. However, I will charge an interest of 200,000, meaning each of you must pay me 2 million. Do you understand?" Hinata Yuntian's willingness to refine their weapons brought joy to Kamizuki Izumi and Steel Sun, though the added interest left them somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, having already committed to 5 million, they were unconcerned about the additional 200,000 and promptly presented their weapons to Hinata Yuntian, in the presence of Steel Sun and Kamizuki Izumi. Hinata Yuntian would not immediately enhance their weapons. After receiving them, he pretended to examine the weapons for a full minute with exaggerated effort before returning them. Feigning exhaustion as he said, "All done. I exerted considerable effort. You must pay me tonight. Otherwise, for each day of delay, an additional 200,000 will be added." Upon receiving their weapons, Kamizuki Izumi and Steel Sun were utterly captivated, their attention fully absorbed in the newfound strength of their armaments, which had seemingly doubled in power. They could hardly contain their excitement and were eager to test them out. Hinata Yuntian, noticing that Steel Sun and Kamizuki Izumi were oblivious to his remarks, shrugged and returned to the side of Hinata and Kimura Kokomi, disinterested in further conversation with the two guards. After wasting some time with them, it was already 9:10 a.m., yet Kakashi had yet to arrive. Hinata Ution leaned against the gate of Konoha, listening to Kimura Kokomi and Hinata discuss trivial matters to pass the time. 20 minutes later, Kakashi finally arrived, offering no explanation to the trio, merely waving his hand and stating, "Let us go. We have a splendid mission for you today." Unable to suppress their eye rolls, Hinata Ution, Hinata, and Kimura Kokomi exchanged glances before Hinata Ution inquired, "Kakashi, what exactly is this mission? Are we venturing far from Konoha?" Kakashi remained indifferent to the thoughts of Hinata Ution and his companions, responding in a tone devoid of emotion. A notorious thief has recently emerged in Ungshi town of the Land of Fire, having pilfered from several affluent households. The affected wealthy individuals have placed a bounty of 30 million for the capture of this criminal. Our mission is to apprehend him. Hinata Ution, visiting the Land of Fire for the first time, felt a surge of excitement as he pondered the potential opportunities for profit within the town, eager to bolster his finances. Hinata Hanabi also shared in this exhilaration as it marked her inaugural journey away from home, her nervousness manifesting in her tight grip on the clothing of Kimura Kokomi. Kimura Kokomi, caught in Hanabi's grasp, felt somewhat exasperated. She harbored little interest in the notion of venturing far, as the sole objective was to capture a thief, which hardly constituted a significant undertaking. In her mind, the paramount task was to ensure the safety of Hinata Hanabi and Hinata Ution, regarding all other matters as inconsequential. Of course, she understood that Hinata Ution required no protection from her. Her assistance was solely pertinent to Hanabi. Ungshi Town, a relatively renowned locale within the Land of Fire, was notable for its proximity to Konoha village, as all supplies destined for the village traversed through Ungshi Town. This led to a bustling atmosphere, with a considerable increase in the affluent population, making it an enticing target for the thief in search of wealth. What perplexed Hinata Ution, however, was the thief's apparent fixation on Ungshi Town, as he continued to rob one household after another without departing, seemingly inviting pursuit. Regarding the thief, Hinata Ution merely entertained the thought. He had no intention of personally pursuing such a criminal, preferring to dispatch a shadow clone for the task while he sought lucrative opportunities in Ungshi Town. After following Kakashi for 4 continuous hours, the quartet arrived at a hill overlooking the town. For both Hinata Ution and Hinata Hanabi, this was their first glimpse of the town. They beheld the quaint architecture and the cacophony of voices bustling through the streets, their spirits lifted with excitement. Yet, their exhilaration stemmed from different sources. Hanabi was captivated by the novelty of it all, while Ution envisioned the financial prospects that a larger crowd could bring. Ungshi Town held significance to Konoha Village, which maintained a permanent ninja presence there, rendering it a relatively secure location. Kakashi, unperturbed by potential dangers to Hinata Ution and his companions, proclaimed from the hillside, "Your task today is to gather intelligence on the thief's whereabouts. I have already informed you of the residences of the wealthy individuals offering bounties. You 3 shall investigate on your own." With that, Kakashi pointed to the tallest luxurious building in Ungshi Town, saying, "We shall reconvene there at 7 o'clock this evening to discuss the specifics and formulate a plan for the capture." Hinata Ution scoffed, "It's merely a D-rank mission. I doubt our opponents will be particularly formidable. They probably excel at hiding. I shall refrain from joining this commotion. Hinata and Kanami, you 2 can go on your own." Before Hinata and Kanami could respond, Kakashi promptly admonished Hinata Ution, "No, this is to cultivate your teamwork. You must accompany them. Do not think of shirking your responsibilities." Sighing, Hinata Ution relented, forming a shadow clone and instructing it, "You follow Hinata and Kanami. I shall wander the streets." Kakashi, at a loss for words, merely shot a glare at Hinata Ution, saying, "If anything happens to Hinata or Kanami, just wait and see how you will explain it to the 3rd Hokage." "What? This is absurd," Hinata Ution exclaimed. "Kakashi, isn't it your duty to protect them? How can I be held responsible if they encounter trouble?" Kakashi, without turning around, replied, "They are both girls. Can't you protect them? Besides, didn't you accept money from Hinata's father? Protecting her is your obligation." Hinata Ution nearly spat in Kakashi's face. The 5 million given by Hinata Hisashi was merely an educational fee, certainly not a protection fee. By his standards, a bodyguard would require at least 100 million a month. However, with both girls watching him, Hinata Ution refrained from arguing with Kakashi and glared at him instead, saying, "Rest assured, if anything happens, I will take responsibility." "We don't need your help," Kanami replied flatly. "I don't need it either," Hinata murmured, her face crimson, her voice barely audible to anyone within a meter's radius. Each of the three had a distinct personality, leaving Kakashi unsure how to persuade them to cooperate. He ultimately shook his head and said, "Do as you wish. Just remember, you have only 3 days to complete this mission. If you fail, you are not permitted to leave the vicinity of Konoha in the future, understood?" That's clearly a threat. Hinata Kumotion retorted, dissatisfied. "I intend to threaten you. After all, you cannot cooperate." Kakashi acknowledged with a nod. "Humph." Hinata Kumotion scoffed, turning to Hinata and Kanami, "Let us go. We'll discuss other matters once we enter the town." Kanami glanced at Hinata Kumotion's shadow clone and remarked, "What about this guy? It wouldn't be appropriate to enter the town like this." Bang! Just as Kanami finished speaking, Hinata Kumotion transformed into Kakashi, stating, "This should suffice. Let us hurry," and set off. With no further objections, Kanami followed behind the Kakashi impersonation of Hinata Kumotion, alongside Hinata, as they made their way towards Unshi Town. As Kakashi witnessed Hinata Yuntion and his companions depart, he could only shake his head in resignation before taking his leave. However, his intention was not to apprehend any petty thief, but rather to rendezvous with the Leaf Ninja responsible for the safety of Unshi Town, instructing them to monitor and protect Hinata Yuntion and his companions, ensuring their safety from any potential threats. At the entrance of Unshi Town, where carriages, pedestrians, and freight trucks continuously flowed in and out, Hinata Yuntion, accompanied by Hinata and Kimura Kokomi, sought out a discreet spot by the roadside. He then instructed his companions, "All right, you two will follow my shadow clone to gather information about the thief, while I shall discreetly remain hidden in the shadows, keeping an eye on you." Kimura Kokomi scoffed. "You make it sound so appealing. You just want to ditch us, don't you?" "Of course not. I am merely lurking in the shadows to protect you," Hinata Yuntion fervently assured her. Yet, Kimura Kokomi remained unconvinced, though she chose not to voice her doubts. After all, it was customary for Hinata Yuntion to send his shadow clones to carry out tasks, and this occasion was no different. She promptly tugged at Hinata, exclaiming, "Let us go. Pay no mind to that guy." Hinata hesitated for a moment, casting a glance back at Hinata Yuntion, but before she could utter a word, she was pulled along by Kimura Kokomi onto the main road, swiftly making their way into the streets of Unshi Town. Once Kimura Kokomi and Hinata had departed, Hinata Yuntion glanced at his shadow clone and instructed, "Just follow them and keep watch. If anything arises, simply dispel the clone." Assigning tasks to his shadow clone was a reluctant necessity, as the owner of the system was solely him. The shadow clones lacked such abilities, leaving the tasks of enhancement and profit solely to him. After sending off the shadow clone, Hinata Yuntion transformed into an inconspicuous middle-aged traveler and gradually blended in with the flow of carriages and pedestrians, pretending to be an ordinary traveler to avoid drawing the attention of any unusual individuals. The streets of Unshi Town were bustling with a myriad of establishments: kabuki theaters, casinos, brothels, taverns, restaurants, snack stalls, and sundry shops. Hinata Yuntion sought out weapon and medicinal shops. After dedicating a full hour to exploring Unshi Town, he discovered 3 weapon stores and 2 herbal shops. Ultimately, he returned to the first weapon shop, embarking on his path to profit. His method of earning was straightforward: purchase a collection of ordinary weapons, enhance them, and subsequently sell them at the other 2 shops, pocketing the difference as profit. This business venture was second nature to Hinata Yuntion, as he had engaged in similar dealings in Konoha, ensuring that he would encounter no issues. Moreover, with his continuous change of identity, the merchants at the 3 blacksmith shops remained oblivious to the fact that they were trading with the same individual. The methods of making money are indeed quite commendable. However, the only source of dissatisfaction for Hinata Yuntion lies in the rather limited funds of the 3 blacksmith shops. The total profit from the 3 weapon stores amounts to merely 130 million, which, for him, is barely sufficient. In truth, Hinata Yuntion could have garnered more wealth. Yet his time outside is constrained, and he is reluctant to haggle slowly with the proprietors of those blacksmith shops. Consequently, he ends up losing a portion of his earnings to those cunning weapon store owners. After a span of 3 hours, Hinata Yuntion completely exhausted the funds from the 3 blacksmith shops and proceeded to engage with 2 apothecaries, ultimately depleting their resources by 6 o'clock in the evening. The capital of the 2 apothecaries was roughly equivalent to that of the 3 blacksmith shops. In total, the 5 establishments in Unshi Town had their worth inflated to 270 million. As for the remaining trifles, Hinata Yuntion could not be bothered to calculate them. Having amassed a substantial sum, Hinata Yuntion promptly invested in enhancing his chakra and soul, spending 200 million on the fortification. Post-enhancement, his chakra exhibited a significant increase. Yet regarding the enhancement of his soul, he felt no tangible difference, which left him with an impression of spending money without reaping any benefits. After shaking his head in resignation, he observed his chakra levels, noting that they had approximately doubled. Whether this advancement equated to the level of AJ Nin remained unclear to him, as the classification of AJ Nin is not solely determined by chakra levels, but rather by a comprehensive evaluation of a ninja's will, wisdom, and strength. Even a genin with modest chakra could ascend to J-Nin status if they excelled as a team leader and possessed rich combat experience. Undoubtedly, a greater chakra capacity increases the likelihood of promotion to J-Nin. This is indisputable, as the world of ninjas respects strength above all. Even the most astute individuals may encounter insurmountable power. While contemplating the intricacies of chakra, Hinata Yuntian noticed that dusk was descending, and the time agreed upon with Kakashi was approaching. He made his way towards the highest casino in Unshi Town. Upon arriving at the casino entrance, he found Hinata Hanabi and Kimura Kokomi already waiting. After reverting from his transformation, he approached them with a smile and inquired, "How did the investigation go? Have you traced the thief's whereabouts? Is he a formidable opponent?" Kimura Kokomi shot Hinata Yuntian a sidelong glance and replied with a nonchalant expression, "What thief are you talking about? He is nothing but an amateur. The theft of those 5 affluent individuals was entirely due to their own folly." What does this mean? Hinata Yuntian found himself perplexed, unable to grasp Kimura Kokomi's intent. With disdain, Kimura Kokomi elaborated. "Those 5 wealthy men exchanged all their earned money for gold bars and displayed them ostentatiously in the hall. It is no wonder they were robbed. They brought this upon themselves." Hinata Untin was somewhat exasperated. These 5 wealthy individuals were truly eccentric, going so far as to convert their fortunes into gold bars and flaunt them for all to see. Even he couldn't help but feel tempted to steal them. At the same time, Hinata found himself puzzled and pressed further. Why do all 5 of them insist on displaying their gold? One eccentric might be understandable, but 5? There must be something more to this. Kimura Kokomi nodded in agreement. "I've had the same thought, but whenever I asked them, they refused to explain. Still, judging by their expressions, it seems they coordinated this display, though I can't fathom why." Shaking his head in disbelief, Hinata decided to set aside the mystery of the gold and cut straight to the heart of the matter. "Kokomi, you mentioned the thief is an amateur. Does that mean you have leads, or have you already tracked them down?" At the mention of the thief, Kokomi's brow furrowed. "There are some clues, but the identity remains unclear." "Elaborate," Hinata urged. After a moment of contemplation, Kokomi explained, "The thief simply scaled the walls. Their footprints were unmistakable. What baffles me is how they managed to carry away such a massive quantity of gold. An ordinary person wouldn't have the strength to move that much." Hinata understood her confusion. Clear footprints suggested the thief lacked the skill of a shinobi, who could vanish without a trace. Yet, the sheer volume of stolen gold implied strength beyond that of an average person, an odd contradiction. After a brief silence, Hinata asked, "So, any leads at all?" "Some," Kokomi replied. "The thief is likely still within Unshi Town." After the theft, the 5 magnates immediately ordered their guards to block all exits, preventing the gold from being smuggled out. "You saw those guards at the town entrance earlier. They're the ones assigned to inspect shipments." Hinata was surprised. The number of guards had been substantial. He had assumed they were part of the town's security, enforcing anti-smuggling measures. It hadn't occurred to him they belonged to the 5 magnates. With a resigned sigh, Hinata remarked, "Unshi Town is sizable. Locating the gold won't be easy." Kokomi smiled. "There is already a trail. The thief left distinct footprints leading toward the northern slums. But the area is densely populated and labyrinthine. Pinpointing the culprit is tricky. Still, I have a plan. Tomorrow, I'll investigate thoroughly. I'll find them." Intrigued, Hinata asked, "What is your plan? I'd like to hear it." Kokomi glanced down the street before turning back to him. "Kakashi-sensei is here. We'll discuss this tomorrow." "You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" Hinata retorted. Kimura Kokomi refrained from revealing her plans, which left Hinata Kumo exceedingly displeased, to the point where he almost wished to deliver a couple of blows to her head. However, Kimura Kokomi remained entirely indifferent to Hinata Kumo's dissatisfaction. In her mind, the constant demands from Hinata Kumo for her and Hinata to toil away while he lounged idly had long since warranted a moment of retribution, and this slight annoyance served as a fitting payback for past grievances. Hinata Quitten was not inclined to wait for an extended period. His mind was already preoccupied with thoughts of returning to Konoha village to master the art of gambling and amass a fortune. Now that he had identified a suspect, He was eager to apprehend him swiftly, interrogate him thoroughly, and resolve the matter promptly, allowing him to return home and delve into his studies of gambling techniques. With the strength of a jonin, Hinata Quitten burst into the dilapidated abode, shattering the decrepit wooden door with a single blow. There, he encountered a young man seated in the hall, chopsticks in hand, staring at him in astonishment. None other than Kamiyama Noa, as described by Hinata Hanabi. As he surveyed the food spread before Kamiyama, Hinata Quitten was poised to seize him when an irate voice pierced through the air behind him. Hinata Quitten. What on earth are you doing? Have you ever learned the art of tracking? Casting a glance at the flustered Mukamura Kokomi, Hinata Quitten replied nonchalantly. I have no interest in your so-called secrets. My method is sheer force, for that is the swiftest way. With that, he stepped onto the splintered debris of the broken door and approached Kamiyama, declaring, I have but one question for you. Should you fail to answer correctly, you shall face dire consequences. Kamiyama, indulging in his feast, was taken aback by the sudden intrusion into his home. Before he could muster his anger, this impudent child stood before him, ready to chastise him, which incited his fury. However, upon rising and gazing into Hinata Quitten's Byakugan eyes, his wrath dissipated instantaneously. The residents of Ungshi Town, even the common folk, predominantly labored for Konoha village, and Kamiyama was well aware of the Hyuga clan's formidable reputation. To act against a member of the Hyuga would be folly. Even if he triumphed in a confrontation, he would find no refuge in the land of fire. Only the relentless pursuit of the Hyuga clan. Standing, Kamiyama towered over Hinata Quitten by a significant margin, compelling the latter to look up at him, whose anger had transformed into trepidation. Seizing the moment of Kamiyama's disorientation, Hinata Quitten unleashed a subtle illusion technique and inquired, Speak. Were the gold bars belonging to the 5 wealthy families pilfered by you? Know that deceit will bear grave repercussions. As a mere commoner, Kamiyama stood no chance against Hinata Quitten's illusion, especially since guilt weighed heavily on his conscience. Upon being questioned, he promptly fell to his knees, bowing before Hinata, Ninja-sama. The gold of the 5 affluent families is indeed in my possession, but it is worthless. Valueless? What do you mean? Hinata Quitten asked, perplexed. Kamiyama, still kneeling, hurriedly explained. The gold is merely a thin veneer. It encases a trove of worthless pills. I discarded all the pills and sold the gold skin for a mere 3 million. I swear, I was merely deceived. Deceived, Hinata Ution grew increasingly perplexed. From what he gathered from Yamashita, it seemed that someone had tasked him with stealing the gold of the 5 wealthy magnates. After a moment of contemplation, he pressed further. Please clarify the situation. And let me inform you of something important. Lord Hokage is currently keeping an eye on this matter. Should you speak carelessly, it could cost you your life. Yamashita, terrified, divulged everything he knew. Upon his conclusion, both Hinata Yuntian and Mukamura Kokomi were left in utter bewilderment, as the matter had clearly exceeded the limits of their investigation. After a brief moment of reflection, Hinata Yuntian activated his Byakugan, scanning the surroundings. He promptly detected over 20 concealed figures lurking around the dilapidated structure, evidently lying in wait for them to emerge. This is a significant predicament, Hinata Ution remarked as he retracted his Byakugan. You have activated your eyes. Hinata Hanabi exclaimed in astonishment, her expression a mix of surprise and confusion. Hinata Ution, however, had no time to dwell on Hanabi's reaction. He turned to Mukamura Kokomi, cautioning, Be vigilant. There are currently 23 individuals lying in ambush outside. The moment we step out, we are likely to be assaulted by the enemy. You and Hanabi should remain on guard. I suspect combat will ensue shortly once I locate the items. Combat. Hanabi's shocked expression finally shifted back to reality. Her gaze fixed on Hinata Ution, laced with trepidation. Mukamura Kokomi, having already harbored doubts about Hinata Yuntian's Byakugan, displayed little surprise at his probing. However, upon learning that there were 23 adversaries, she furrowed her brow and inquired, This complicates matters. If there are indeed ninjas among them, it may be prudent for the 3 of us to avoid direct confrontation and seek out Kakashi-sensei with Yamashita. Hinata Yuntian shook his head, asserting they are merely fodder. Among them, there are only about 10 ninjas, their chakra levels likely akin to that of a genin. Yet, 2 of them possessed chakra levels indicative of nin. Mukamura Kokomi gazed at Hinata Ution in disbelief. Despite the presence of 2 nin, he dismissed them as mere trifles, indicating a profound underestimation of their capabilities. After a moment's reflection, she asked, What shall we do now? Should I escort Hanabi away from here? Hinata Ution pondered for a moment before responding. That could be an option, but only after I retrieve the pills that fellow discarded. The 5 wealthy magnates have meticulously orchestrated the theft of those pills, which I suspect are of considerable value. If we can obtain evidence, it would be beneficial for Kakashi to address the situation. Understood. I will follow your lead. Mukamura Kokomi conceded, finding merit in Hinata Yuntian's rationale and refraining from further argument. Subsequently, Hinata Yuntian glanced at Yamashita, who had collapsed to the ground in a state of immobility, and stated, "You now have an opportunity for redemption. Accompany us to meet Lord Hokage and recount what you have just revealed. He may spare your life." Upon hearing that he might survive, Yamashita regained some spirit and inquired, "Is it true? Will Lord Hokage truly spare me?" Hinata Yuntian gestured towards his Byakugan and replied, "This serves as a guarantee. Do you not trust the words of the Hyuga clan?" Yamashita finally took the matter seriously, hurriedly rising to bow before Hinata Yuntian, saying, "Lord Hyuga, I will follow your every command." Satisfied, Hinata Yuntian continued, "First, you shall lead me to retrieve the pills you lost, and then we will seek out Lord Hokage together." "Of course, my lord. Follow me," Yamashita acquiesced. Yamashita, a man of no fixed occupation, was accustomed to surviving through deceit in the common streets. One fateful evening, having acquired some money, he ventured into a secluded tavern to indulge in drink until he became inebriated and fell asleep. In a state between wakefulness and slumber, he overheard 2 individuals at a nearby table discussing a peculiar matter. Though his drunken haze clouded his comprehension, he caught snippets about the 5 wealthy families, stating that on the morrow night, their homes would be unguarded, and they planned to steal the gold displayed within. Initially, Yamashita dismissed the notion. It was known that the 5 affluent families had their gold on display for some time, while he had never witnessed it firsthand. He had certainly heard numerous accounts of its existence. Those recounting the tales described the numerous guards that safeguarded the gold. However, upon returning home, the thought of that substantial treasure gnawed at him, leading him to resolve to investigate the vicinity of the wealthy family's residences. Should it prove true that they were unprotected, he would seize the chance. The following night, with trepidation, Yamashita found himself outside one of the opulent estates, astonished to discover a complete absence of guards. Unable to contain his excitement, he stealthily entered the mansion and absconded with all the gold displayed in the grand hall. Subsequently, he pondered whether the other 4 wealthy families might also be unguarded, and so he proceeded to pilfer their treasures as well. In the throes of his initial theft, he was too anxious to consider the oddity of the gold. It was only upon returning home that he began to feel something was amiss. After all, given his own strength, it was implausible for him to have moved over 500 pounds of gold. He decided to examine one of the gold bars closely. Upon investigation, he discovered an anomaly in its weight. In a moment of curiosity, he shattered a bar, revealing the hidden pills within. Yamashita had no interest in the pills. He feared showing them to anyone or even tasting them. Instead, he dug a hole and buried the pills, smashing the gold bars and exchanging them in batches through his dubious acquaintances for 3 million. In the days that followed, as he observed the underlings of the 5 wealthy families patrolling the area, he dared not act recklessly. Yet, with his nature of indulging in food and drink, it was inevitable that he would eventually succumb to temptation and venture out to procure some fine delicacies, which ultimately led to him being discovered by Kimura Kokomi. Upon concluding the matters discussed by Kamiyamaya, Hinata Kunien and Kimura Kokomi immediately sensed something amiss. Being astute individuals, they recognized the peculiarities surrounding the simultaneous withdrawal of guards by the 5 affluent families, which unmistakably indicated an intentional scheme to facilitate theft. It appeared that Kamiyama had merely acted fortuitously, intervening before the theft could occur. Hinata Kunien, employing his Byakugan to scan the surroundings, discerned that the 5 wealthy families would undoubtedly endeavor to reclaim the stolen pills without revealing their intentions to others. Thus, it was certain they would dispatch someone to track the situation. Having pieced together the sequence of events, Hinata Kunien instructed Kamiyama to lead the way to the location where the pills were buried. Fueled by his curiosity about the nature of these pills and the rationale behind the affluent family's efforts to have them stolen, the location where Kamiyama had concealed the pills was within his own residence. Out of fear when he initially acquired the items, he had refrained from venturing far from home. Consequently, within a mere 3 minutes, Hinata Kunien unearthed a jar buried against the wall of Kamiyama-ya's yard, filled to the brim with pills. Observing the jar in Kamiyama-ya's possession, Hinata Kunien remarked, "What a splendid preservation. Were you perhaps planning to sell them at the opportune moment?" Kamiyama shared the same thoughts as Hinata Kunien, leading to a moment of awkwardness as he hastily handed the jar to him. With a smile, Hinata Kuntian accepted the jar, opened it, and beheld an array of pills, each the size of a pinky finger. Although unfamiliar with these particular pills, he felt no trepidation, for the system would automatically identify them upon being held. Upon extracting a dark pill and placing it in his palm, the system promptly prompted Hinata Kuntian with an option to enhance the pill's potency. He recognized that the enhancement pills were valued at 2 million each in Konoha, considerably rarer than the military provisions, and with at least 500 pills in the jar. Their total worth approached 1 billion. A surge of elation coursed through Hinata Kuntian. He had no intention of returning these items to the third Hokage. Instead, he planned to enhance them and subsequently sell them, envisioning a profit of at least 20 billion, which greatly uplifted his spirits. Without hesitation, he produced a sealing scroll and sealed the entire jar of pills, retaining only a handful as evidence to present to Kakashi, which caused Kimura Kokomi's lips to twitch in disbelief. Kimura Kokomi was well aware of the value of the enhancement pills, as her current prowess had been bolstered by them. Otherwise, she would not have attained the level of a chunin at the tender age of 9. Understanding the worth of the enhancement pills, she recognized that Hinata Kuntian would never relinquish them, for the entire village of Konoha was cognizant of his notorious frugality. Extracting a tooth from him would be an impossible feat. Nevertheless, this was of little concern to her. Kimura Kokomi merely harbored a momentary disdain for Hinata Kuntian in her thoughts, and chose not to fixate on his actions any further. Hinata Unten reaped a substantial fortune. His spirits buoyant as he turned to Kimura Kokomi and Hinata Hyuga with a playful glint in his eyes. "Now is your moment to shine," he remarked smoothly. "When we depart, shinobi will undoubtedly obstruct our path. I shall deploy 4 shadow clones to accompany you in confronting them. Do not disappoint me by abandoning my clones, understood? Master, will you not intervene yourself?" Hinata Hyuga inquired hesitantly, her voice laced with trepidation. This was her first life-or-death battle, and her gaze lingered on Hinata Unten with quiet hope. Her reasoning was simple. His overwhelming prowess could effortlessly dismantle their foes, and thus she watched him with expectant eyes. Yet, Hinata Unten met her hopeful stare with an impassive expression. "My shadow clones serve only as support," he stated coolly. "Unless you face true peril, they will not intervene." Hinata Hyuga's lips parted in stunned silence, words failing her. Kimura Kokomi shot Hinata Unten a disdainful glance before stepping closer to comfort her companion. "Do not fret," she reassured with quiet confidence. "They are mere rogue shinobi, nothing like us. Together, we shall dispatch them with ease." Her words held merit, for most wandering shinobi possessed only rudimentary techniques, relying heavily on taijutsu in combat. In contrast, Hinata Hyuga, scion of a prestigious clan, and Kimura Kokomi, a veteran of the Foundation, wielded jutsu that eclipsed those of common mercenaries by leagues. Hinata Hyuga's prowess, having been enhanced multiple times by Hinata Yuntian, now surpasses that of Kimura Kokomi. However, her inherently gentle disposition allows her to realize only 60% of her full potential, which is already quite remarkable. The emergence of adversaries provides a perfect opportunity for Hinata Yuntian to expose Hinata Hyuga to the harsh realities of combat, thus fostering her maturation. Kimura Kokomi, astute and perceptive, seems to have discerned Hinata Yuntian's intentions, and she takes the anxious Hinata Hyuga by the hand, leading her confidently toward the courtyard entrance to serve as the vanguard. Observing that Hinata Hyuga and Kimura Kokomi have forged ahead, Hinata Yuntian dispatches 4 shadow clones to accompany them. The task assigned to these clones is to eliminate the foes vanquished by Hinata Hyuga and Kimura Kokomi, while also ensuring their safety from grievous injury at the hands of the enemy. As for minor injuries, Hinata Yuntian remains indifferent. Upon exiting the estate, they encounter a straight path of wild grass, which, after traversing 200 meters, leads to the proper thoroughfare of the civilian district. However, the lurking ninjas are determined to prevent Kimura Kokomi and Hinata Hyuga from reaching the civilian street. They spring forth from the dilapidated houses lining the path, effectively cornering the 4 of them in the middle of the grassy lane. Leading the charge, Hinata Hyuga and Kimura Kokomi face the greatest number of adversaries, approximately 16, while the trailing Hinata Yuntian and Kamiyama have only 7. Unfamiliar with such an onslaught, Kamiyama is paralyzed by fear, collapsing onto the ground and burying his head in the grass, resembling an ostrich attempting to conceal itself. Before Kimura Kokomi stands a masked ninja, who coolly addresses her, "Surrender the one behind you, and I may allow you to leave. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise here today." Unfazed by these vagabond ninjas, Kimura Kokomi retorts, "Enough with your drivel. If you wish to capture him, demonstrate your capabilities." The masked ninja, casting a dismissive glance at Kimura Kokomi. Opts against further banter and signals his comrades. Attack. At his command, a barrage of shurikens hurtles toward Kimura Kokomi, but the outcome is astonishing. None of the projectiles find their mark, instead veering off course and striking the foliage lining the path. It's an illusion. Be cautious, the masked ninja, witnessing the failed assault, promptly warns his companions. They, in turn, strike themselves to dispel the illusion, only to discover that their intended targets have swiftly closed the distance. Kimura Kokomi leads the charge, with Hinata Hyuga following closely. Once they penetrate the enemy ranks, the adversary shurikens become ineffective, prompting them to draw their weapons for close combat. As elite genin, Kimura Kokomi and Hinata Hyuga are far superior to this ragtag assembly, rendering their foes no match for their skill. Regrettably, that was merely a figment of imagination. Due to Hinata Hyuga's apprehension in battle, Kimura Kokomi found herself distracted, compelled to assist Hinata, which led them to entangle with 16 ninjas in the midst of their path. Meanwhile, Hinata couldn't cast a glance at the skirmish involving Hinata and Kimura, shook his head in silent disapproval, and then turned to the 7 approaching adversaries behind him, stating, "Your opponent is not me. They are behind you. Do not disturb my observation." "How audacious for such a brat," exclaimed one ninja wielding an iron rod, unable to restrain himself as he charged toward Hinata Kutten. Yet, before he could advance a single step, darkness enveloped his vision, followed by a sharp pain in his throat, plunging him into an abyss of deeper darkness. Within 5 seconds, 6 of the 7 ninjas near Hinata Kutten had perished silently, leaving only one nin clutching his throat as he retreated hastily, fleeing towards the residence of Kamiyama. Hinata Kutten surveyed his handiwork with immense satisfaction. The B-rank ninjutsu, shadow illusion technique, proved insurmountable for those ordinary ninjas, who fell prey to the throat-slitting prowess of his shadow clone. As for the fleeing nin, Hinata Kutten paid him no mind, knowing his shadow clone was in pursuit, rendering escape inconceivable. Indeed, mere seconds after the masked nin dashed into the Kamiyama estate, a blood-curdling scream echoed forth. Ninja battles ought to be resolved in an instant. Prolonged engagements lasting hours belong to samurai, not ninjas. Hinata Kutten vanquish 7 ninjas in less than 40 seconds, achieving a decisive victory that left the ninjas engaged with Kimura and Hinata trembling in terror, no longer daring to continue their fight. They sought to retreat to the civilian streets, but as they turned, they found 2 identical Hinata Kuttens blocking their path. The scenario had inverted, with the ninjas now encircled by Hinata Kutten and his companions, mirroring their initial encirclement of him. The masked nin, leader of the remaining ninjas, recognized the overwhelming strength of his foes and, disregarding the remaining stragglers, leapt onto the dilapidated wall at the roadside, fleeing towards another estate. Upon witnessing the nin's escape, Hinata Kutten addressed Hinata and Kimura, "You handle the rest. If you cannot manage it, do not blame me for abandoning you in the future." With that, he disregarded Kimura and Hinata, swiftly pursuing the fleeing masked nin. Kimura glanced at the pale-faced Hinata as Hinata Kutten departed, remarking, "Hinata, if you do not take this seriously, I fear Kutten will no longer pay you any mind in the future. Consider that carefully." For the first time, Hinata encountered the brutal reality of combat. Her inherently gentle nature, coupled with the horrific scenes of those felled by Hinata Kutten, nearly caused her to vomit her breakfast. However, at the moment when Kimura Kokomi spoke, she was immediately reminded of her father's expectations for her. He had invested a substantial amount of money to have Hinata Kumo instruct her. If she were to be sent back by Hinata Kumo now, she could hardly fathom how she would face her father. "Hinata, take action." Seeing Hinata lost in thought, Kimura Kokomi couldn't help but urge her. For the enemies were scattering everywhere, and she was incapable of dealing with the 15 fleeing ninjas alone. Hinata regained her focus and observed Kimura Kokomi relentlessly pursuing the escaping ninjas. Finally, she steeled herself and charged after the fleeing foes. Although she lacked the resolve to deliver a lethal blow, merely inflicting severe injuries upon the ninjas, Hinata Yuntian found himself in pursuit of the fleeing masked ninja within a mere minute after employing his swift wind technique. The masked ninja, upon catching sight of Yuntian's bulging white eyes, felt a chill run down his spine, daring not to approach him. Every ninja understood that once a member of the Hyuga clan activated their Byakugan, engaging in close combat was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. "Spare me, my friend from the Hyuga clan. I am willing to defect to your side," the masked ninja, after a tense standoff lasting 10 seconds, ultimately succumbed to the temptation of surrendering. Yuntian, with a sly smile gracing his lips, remarked, "I have a penchant for wealth. If you wish to depart, you may do so by bringing me the fortunes of those 5 wealthy individuals you serve. Surely, you can catch them off guard and eliminate them? A wave of dread washed over the masked ninja. The audacity of the young Hyuga was both terrifying and despicable, demanding that he eliminate his own employers. A request that would tarnish his reputation and render him a pariah among ninjas. He had no desire to sully his name or become a wandering ninja. After a fleeting glance at Yution, he resigned himself to the reality. It seems I cannot escape without revealing my true abilities today. Oh, you possess hidden skills? Pray, demonstrate them for me, Yution replied, astonished by the masked ninja's bravado. The masked ninja, sensing Yution's overconfidence, swiftly formed a series of intricate hand seals. Earth release, swamp technique. As the jutsu was unleashed, Yution noticed the ground beneath his feet, once solid, beginning to sink. Looking up, he realized the masked ninja had vanished from the rooftop. And upon activating his Byakugan, he discerned that the ninja had burrowed underground, evidently employing the earth release technique. This individual is no ordinary rogue ninja. Such mastery of ninjutsu is typically exclusive to the ninjas of the land of Earth. It appears the 5 affluent individuals might be engaged in smuggling operations with them. Yution mused briefly before leaping to the ground to follow suit, using earth release to delve underground as well. Having trained under Kakashi, Yution had acquired a wealth of knowledge, amassing over 100 techniques, including this C-rank earth release. While he felt somewhat dissatisfied, as Kakashi, renowned as the copy ninja, had mastered over 1,000 jutsu, Yution had previously refrained from investing in enhancing his skills. Now, having spent 500,000 to fortify his earth release, he eagerly pursued the fleeing masked ninja. Meanwhile, the masked ninja, lacking the advantage of Yution's Byakugan, had seized an opportunity to escape after deploying the swamp technique. He had no intention of confronting Yution directly and was utterly unprepared for the fact that Yution was tracking him underground with his Byakugan. After fleeing over 100 meters underground, the masked ninja felt he was finally safe. He emerged from the earth, intending to assess the situation above. However, as soon as his head broke the surface, a shuriken appeared above him, piercing directly into his temple. In his final moments, the masked ninja gazed in disbelief at Hyuga Kuntian, standing above him. Though he was aware that Kuntian's Byakugan could pinpoint his location, he had assumed that moving underground would afford him some advantage. He had never considered that his opponent could strike with such precision at the moment he revealed himself. The complexity of the terrain above, filled with buildings and winding paths, made it improbable for him to be tracked accurately, especially given his swift, linear movement underground. Unfazed by the dying ninja's thoughts, Hyuga Kuntian pulled the lifeless body from the ground and summoned a shadow clone to carry it back to join Kimura Shime and the others. He intended to bring the corpse back to Konoha Village for the research department to examine, hoping to uncover whether it belonged to the Earth Village ninja and perhaps discover some hidden secrets. Upon returning to the wild grass path, Kuntian found that the battle had concluded. Hinata stood at the roadside, retching repeatedly, while Kimura comforted her. Perched atop a crumbling wall, Kuntian surveyed the defeated ninjas below with satisfaction before leaping down to stand behind Kimura. Not bad, right? With determination, you've all done quite well. Let us collect the bodies and be on our way. Kimura shot him a glare, pointing at the still-heaving Hinata. She is not like you, a cold-blooded killer. She is much younger. Can't you be a bit gentler? Kuntian, somewhat exasperated, replied, She is older than I am. What is so strange about killing a couple of people? If a ninja doesn't T-kill, that would indeed be odd. Kimura paused, momentarily at a loss for words. Realizing that the teachings at the root were in alignment with Kuntian's assertions, that a ninja who refrains from killing is indeed an anomaly. Finally, she sighed in resignation. Fine. You handle the bodies. I'll take Hinata back to the inn to find Kakashi-sensei and report what happened here. We may need to return to Konoha today. Seeing Kimura preparing to leave, Kuntian quickly pointed to the unconscious Yamayama, who had been frightened by the dead bodies. Take that guy back to Kakashi. He is an important witness. I have some matters to attend to. If Kakashi makes any decisions, he can communicate with my shadow clone. Just ensure that my clone dispels when he has the information. What are you planning now? Kimura asked, frowning at him. Mind your own business. Just focus on your tasks. Kuntian dismissed her, uninterested in her concerns. Without a care, Kimura Kokomi angrily pulled Hinata Hanabi away from Hinata Kumo's side, making her way to Kamiyama no. She also took Kamiyama no with her, thereby fulfilling the task assigned by Hinata Kumo. As soon as Hinata Hanabi and Kimura Kokomi departed, Hinata Kumo instructed a shadow clone, carrying the body of the masked ninja, to accompany them back. Meanwhile, he and the remaining 3 shadow clones began to thoroughly collect all the weapons and tools from the fallen ninjas. Hinata Kuntian instructed Hinata and Kimura Kokomi to part ways with him, and his intentions were clear. He sought to visit the residences of the 5 affluent families, hoping to uncover some treasures. It had become increasingly evident that these 5 magnates were engaged in the illicit trade of essence pills, a grave offense in the Land of Fire. The leaders of this land were determined to prevent foreign entities from seizing their resources to bolster their own power, especially if it meant turning against their homeland. Thus, those involved in the smuggling of essence pills faced execution. Furthermore, these 5 tycoons had been known to sell as many as 500 pills at a time, with previous sales remaining unquantified, surely deserving of 10 executions over. Given that their demise was inevitable, their wealth would serve no purpose. Hinata Kuntian, in a gesture of kindness, resolved to collect their assets, perhaps earning their posthumous gratitude. However, when Hinata Kuntian dispatched 4 shadow clones along with himself to the mansions of the 5 tycoons, he found them conspicuously deserted, with all guards having vanished. This led him to suspect that the identities of these magnates were not as simple as they appeared. They might very well be ninjas. With the 5 tycoons fled, Hinata Kuntian entered the estates to scour for valuables, but his efforts yielded little of worth, leaving him quite disheartened and wishing he could incinerate the 5 villas. Yet, a thought struck him. These luxurious properties could still fetch a handsome price. He decided against destruction and hurried back to reunite with Kakashi, intending to persuade him to sell the 5 villas, thereby securing a share of the profits. He was anxious about the situation reaching the 3rd Hokage's ears, as he would gain nothing from it. The value of those 5 estates was no less than 500 million, even if Kakashi took half. He would still pocket 250 million, a lucrative deal he was eager not to miss. Just as he was halfway back, he received a message from Kakashi via his shadow clone. Kakashi's message read, "Return quickly, the matter has already reached the 3rd Hokage. This mission is no longer under our jurisdiction and has been taken over by the Umbu. We must return to Konoha to report." Hinata Kuntian was quite vexed, for selling the villas would require considerable time, which he simply did not have. However, the prospect of returning to Konoha to study gambling techniques from a master brought him solace. He thought, losing that 250 million is no great loss. After all, I still possess around 1 billion essence pills. This mission has already netted me a substantial profit, so I shall not dwell on my disappointment. Upon his return to the inn, Hinata Kuntian found Kakashi waiting for him, accompanied by Kimura Kokomi, Hinata, and Yamashita Yama. He hurried to join Kakashi. Kakashi glanced at him and declared, "Since we are all back, let us depart. We aim to return to Konoha by 5 o'clock this evening. Report to the 3rd Hokage. And then you may rest well." After Kakashi finished speaking, he created a shadow clone, which swiftly ascended the mountain and traversed the rooftops towards the direction of Konoha village. Mukamura Shinmei shot a glare at Hinata Utian, while Hinata stole a glance at Utian before they both followed Kakashi, not uttering a single word to him. "I haven't offended you. Why the long faces?" Utian sighed helplessly and followed suit. At 10 minutes past 5 in the afternoon, in front of the Hokage's gate, Kakashi and his companions returned to the entrance of Konoha after 3 hours and 10 minutes, pausing briefly to prepare to meet the 3rd Hokage. Utian, feeling unburdened, arrived at the gate and recalled that Gongzi Tai and Shinwei Chuan owed him 10 million. He promptly approached them, demanding, "Where's the money? You two should be ready by now." Gongzi Tai, somewhat embarrassed, chuckled and replied, "The money has already been delivered to your residence, signed for by your mother. You'll find out when you return." "What?" Yuntian's anger flared as he slammed his hand on the table. "Are you doing this on purpose? Do you not wish to pay me?" Hearing his furious tone, Shinwei Chuan muttered, "If you hadn't delayed payment, you stingy miser. It wouldn't be surprising if we had to pay you an extra 200,000 every day. We certainly wouldn't want to give you an additional 800,000 for free." Utian caught the muttering and realized that Gongzi Tai and Shinwei Chuan had probably anticipated he wouldn't return for 3 days. To avoid incurring the daily fee, they had chosen to deliver the money directly to his home. Casting a fierce glare at them, Utian coldly remarked, "Fine. I will let you off this time for my mother's sake. But next time, I want to be strengthening your abilities any longer." With that, he departed, leaving Gongzi Tai and Shinwei Chuan to ponder whether offending Utian was a gain or a loss. At the entrance of the ninja gate, as Yuntian conversed with Gongzi Tai and Shinwei Chuan, Kakashi and his team had regained some composure. Upon seeing Yuntian return, Kakashi urged everyone to set off promptly. In the office of the third Hokage, after hastily arriving, Yution casually found a seat to rest while Kakashi briefed the Hokage on the original events involving Yamashitaya. Once Kakashi concluded, the third Hokage furrowed his brow, remaining silent for 3 minutes before instructing, Kakashi, take the body of that Seichnin to the Intelligence Division for investigation, and arrange a temporary residence for Yamashitaya. Shime, Hinata, you two may return and rest. After assigning tasks, the third Hokage turned his gaze toward Yution, who was dozing off in a corner, and calmly said, stop pretending to sleep, kid. Don't think I'm unaware of your thoughts. Those suet body pills belong to Konoha. Hand them over immediately. Upon being exposed by the third Hokage, Hyuga Yution nonchalantly sat up and began to dig at his ears, exclaiming, old man, what are you saying? My ears are quite uncomfortable today, and I didn't catch that. Are you suggesting I should go home and rest? If so, I shall take my leave. With that, he attempted to slip away. Halt. If you dare to leave, I shall withhold the payment for those 1,000 military rations. The third Hokage immediately threatened him. Goodness, old man, that money was painstakingly earned by me. And you dare to covet it? Hyuga Yution retorted angrily. In the Hokage's office in Konohagakure, Kakashi, Kimura Shime, Hinata Hyuga, and Kamiyama Yado had all been dismissed by the third Hokage, who now focused intently on Hyuga Yution. Aware of the Hokage's determination to not let him go without obtaining the enhanced pills, Yution could only grimace and toss 2 pills towards the Hokage, stating, old man, try these 2. If you desire the ordinary pills, I shall return them to you today. But do not expect me to provide you with any good items in the future. Previously, the Hokage had conducted a lengthy investigation regarding the military rations, only to discover that 1,000 medium-grade military rations had been sold from the Nara family shop that morning, which were not the enhanced rations in Yuntian's possession. Although he could not definitively prove Yuntian's involvement, the third Hokage's keen intellect led him to suspect Yuntian's hand in the matter. After all, Yuntian had a history of enhancing weapons and now, it seemed, he could enhance pills as well. When Yuntian produced the 2 pills, it was a clear admission of his ability to augment their potency. This prompted the third Hokage to seize the 2 pills and toss one into his mouth. 3 minutes later, having swallowed both pills, the Hokage's gaze towards Yuntian shifted from resolute to somewhat pitiable, as he implored, Yuntian, you see, our village is rather impoverished. I have struggled for quite some time to gather the funds for the last batch of military rations, and I truly do not wish to pay full price for these enhanced pills. Might you consider selling them at a more reasonable rate? Having tested the efficacy of the enhanced pills, the third Hokage realized that possessing 2 could elevate the physical strength of a non-ninja human to that of a lower-tier ninja, making it an extraordinarily beneficial asset for bolstering their forces. The sole drawback, however, was that the effects of the pills were gradual, requiring an estimated 6 months for an ordinary person to achieve the strength of a lower-tier ninja. Nonetheless, this minor flaw was of little concern to the Hokage, who was eager for Yuntian to sell the enhanced pills to Konoha. Yet, upon finishing his plea, he noticed Yuntian's expression remained unyielding, leading him to silently curse the young man for his lack of empathy towards the plight of an elder. Nevertheless, he managed to articulate a different proposition. Yuntian, if you are amenable to selling at a lower price, I could arrange for all of Konoha's pills to be entrusted to you for refinement. You would earn a commission of 5 million per pill. What do you think? Hinata Yuntian's eyes suddenly brightened, shedding his previously languid demeanor as he spoke with utmost seriousness. The Hokage truly possesses profound insight. He is indeed the pillar of Konoha, nay, of the Land of Fire. Very well, I shall comply with the Hokage's request. The enhancement of the Suitai pill requires 2 million. And with the third Hokage granting him 5 million as commission, he stands to earn 3 million for each pill. This represents a substantial business opportunity for Hinata Yution, and even a slight initial loss feels worthwhile to him. Moreover, he has long considered Konoha as the foundation for his future conquest of the world. By distributing the Suitai pill among Konoha's ninjas, the third Hokage effectively ensures their loyalty to him, achieving a dual benefit. The third Hokage, feeling quite vexed by Yuntian's flattery, inwardly criticized him for addressing him as old man when there were no benefits to be gained, yet promptly referring to him as Hokage when there was. Such shamelessness was appalling. Nevertheless, the third Hokage merely grumbled about Yuntian in his mind. The latter was becoming increasingly vital to Konoha. He secretly wished for Yuntian to marry 100 wives in the village, thereby binding his heart entirely to Konoha. Regrettably, Yuntian was still just a little over 6 years old, or else the third Hokage would have been inclined to consider his lifelong affairs. As for coercing Yuntian into labor, That would be counterproductive for the third Hokage, as he remained uncertain whether Yuntian might tamper with the weapons and pills. Thus, cooperation was the preferred approach. Indeed, the third Hokage was contemplating whether to have Yuntian succeed him, for he believed that with the valuable resources in Yuntian's possession, it would be implausible for him to seek funds from subordinates. Lost in his thoughts, the third Hokage was suddenly jolted by the sound of Yuntian slamming his hand on the desk. He quickly cleared his throat and inquired, "What is it, Yuntian? Is there something else on your mind? Did we not reach an agreement?" Yuntian pouted and replied, "I want you to assign my mother to a safer department so she won't be constantly eager to undertake missions." The third Hokage immediately shook his head, saying, "That might be quite difficult. Your mother belongs to the Hyuga clan after all. I need to discuss this with Hayashi. Please give me a few days to sort it out." "All right. I will only concern myself with the outcome," Yuntian nodded in response. The third Hokage then glanced at the sealing scroll at Yuntian's waist and asked, "When can we expect the Suedai pills? Our village is in dire need of that batch." With a helpless shrug, Yuntian replied, "I cannot assist with that at the moment. I require a significant sum to procure the necessary materials, and I currently possess very little. I can only produce the enhanced Suedai pills once the Hokage provides the funds for the military rations." In this matter, Yuntian was not deceiving the third Hokage. He indeed had only a few tens of millions, which was insufficient to enhance the 500 Suedai pills. However, the third Hokage clearly did not believe his words. After scrutinizing Hinata Yuntian for a considerable time, he finally said, "Forget it. I am too weary to prolong this. The funds for the provisions have arrived. You may collect them from the finance department." He added, "I will notify the major clans to gather money. Once you receive the funds, promptly refine the essence pills. In 3 days, they should raise approximately 1 billion. At that time, deliver 200 of those enhanced essence pills." As soon as the prospect of profit was mentioned, Hinata Yuntian confidently assured, "Rest assured, Lord Hokage, for the next 3 days, I shall diligently work from home to produce 200 enhanced essence pills for Konoha. I trust you as much as I trust a ghost." The third Hokage retorted, glaring at Hinata Yuntian, "Now scram. Your presence irritates me. For the next half-month, refrain from undertaking any missions and remain in Konoha to rest properly." Hinata Yuntian, eager to explore gambling techniques, found the Hokage's decision fortuitous. After bowing respectfully, he hurriedly left to claim the funds, preparing to work for his profit. Once Hinata Yuntian departed, the third Hokage rubbed his aching temples, contemplating the most suitable arrangements for Hinata Mitsuen. If the placement was not satisfactory, Hinata Yuntian would surely concoct some mischief, which would ultimately reflect poorly on him, necessitating careful consideration. As for whether Hinata Hizashi would allow Hinata Mitsuen to engage in missions, the third Hokage felt no concern. He believed that once he conveyed today's events to Hizashi, the latter would be more than eager to curry favor with Hinata Yuntian, since Yuntian belonged to the Hinata clan. The benefits associated with Hinata Yuntian would undoubtedly yield more advantages for Hizashi, a fact he was well aware of. At the Hokage Tower, Hinata Yuntian swiftly left the Hokage's office and proceeded to the finance department to collect 700 million. This influx of funds filled him with immense satisfaction. Upon exiting the Hokage Tower, he noted that time was of the essence and began contemplating how to utilize the 700 million as he made his way back to the Hinata clan. Half an hour later, Hinata Yuntian sauntered home, pondering how best to leverage the newly acquired funds. Of the 700 million, he planned to allocate 300 million towards further enhancing the body flicker technique, eager to discover its unique contributions upon enhancement. The remaining 400 million would be reserved for refining the essence pills, ensuring he could fulfill his obligations to the third Hokage and avoid any tedious lectures. Upon reaching his doorstep, Hinata Yuntian, however, did not immediately commence his enhancements. Instead, he sought to converse with Hinata Mitsuen. To his dismay, he found that his mother was nowhere to be found. Recently, Hinata Mitsuen had been striving to bolster her abilities, frequently darting about in pursuit of missions to gain practical experience. Yet, both the third Hokage and Hinata Hizashi were aware that Hinata Yuntian wished to shield his mother from dangerous assignments, assigning her only mundane tasks. This left Hinata Mitsuen frustrated, as she often sought out her friends to assist them with their missions. As for the final outcome, her friend began to engage in mundane tasks daily, while Hinata Makura remained unaware of Hinata Yuntian's dealings with the third Hokage. She mistakenly attributed her misfortunes to her friend's circumstances, leading her to venture into the forest to combat her boredom through training. Upon not finding Hinata Makura at the estate, Hinata Yuntian immediately deduced that she had gone to the training forest, where only the wild beasts could challenge her. Consequently, he ceased to ponder over Hinata Makura and commenced enhancing his shadow clone technique in the open ground of the estate, investing 300 million into the enhancement. He began to experiment with the newfound prowess of the technique. After half an hour, the test results revealed that the current shadow clone technique had begun to exhibit some combat capabilities, though it could only employ physical techniques and not ninjutsu. Despite its flaws, the remarkable trait that allowed the clones to remain unharmed without dissipating, along with the ability to freely transfer consciousness between them, left Hinata Yuntian quite satisfied with the technique. The sole disappointment was that he could only produce a maximum of 5 clones, a number he deemed somewhat insufficient. The enhancement of the body replacement technique left Hinata Yuntian perplexed. Since its last upgrade, the substitute had gained physical form and blood, and this enhancement surprisingly enabled him to control the substitute's explosion. The explosion's force was formidable, requiring nearly half of Hinata Yuntian's strength to withstand. Furthermore, the aftermath of the explosion sent blood and flesh flying, likely overwhelming timid foes. As for the transformation technique, the upgraded version had begun to manifest certain animalistic abilities, such as enhanced vision when transformed into an eagle, burrowing capabilities as a mouse, and swift speed in the form of a leopard. The only drawback remained unchanged from the previous enhancement. He could neither initiate attacks against enemies nor be attacked, lest the transformation would be nullified, a significant shortcoming. However, Hinata Yuntian considered that with further enhancements, these weaknesses would gradually dissipate, and thus he refrained from further complaints, finding the current abilities sufficiently extraordinary for surveillance and deception. Having concluded his study of the 3-body technique, the time had already turned to 7 in the evening. Hinata Makura had returned earlier, opting not to disturb Hinata Yuntian during his training. Back in the kitchen, Hinata Makura awaited his return for dinner. While they ate, Hinata Yuntian casually discussed various matters regarding their tasks and other minor topics, deliberately omitting any mention of the 10 million from Kamizuki Izumi and Gongzi Tai or his dealings with the 3rd Hokage, confining their conversation to the mundane. Meanwhile, at the Hyuga clan, upon receiving a message from the 3rd Hokage, Hinata Hayashi promptly summoned Hinata to inquire in detail about every aspect of her recent mission, leaving no stone unturned. After listening to Hinata's report, Hinata Hayashi pressed further. Hinata, you mentioned that Yuntian has become proficient in using the Byakugan, correct? Hinata pondered for a moment before nodding, stating that with just a casual glance, he could ascertain that the enemy's numbers surpassed even those of Uncle Hizashi. Her conviction elicited a sigh from Hyuga Hayashi, who marveled at the profound depth of Hyuga Kaido's abilities. The adeptness with which Hyuga Kaido wielded the Byakugan could not have been achieved overnight. It was evident that he had awakened his eyes long ago and honed his skills through diligent training. Such a prodigious talent from the Hyuga clan, coupled with Hyuga Kaido's formidable capacity for accruing wealth, seemed like a divine gift bestowed upon the Hyuga family. After considerable contemplation, Hyuga Hayashi suddenly lowered his gaze to Hinata and inquired, Hinata, do you harbor feelings for Kaido? What is the nature of your relationship with him? Hinata's face flushed crimson at her father's words, and she hastily shook her head, replying, I hold great respect for my master, who possesses remarkable strength. However, the respect Hinata expressed subtly implied her lack of affection for Hyuga Kaido, a notion that her father, Hyuga Hayashi, readily grasped. Nevertheless, for the sake of the clan's future, he asserted, regardless of your past feelings for Kaido, from this moment forth, you must develop an affection for him. When he turns 16, you are to marry him, as it is in the best interest of our Hyuga lineage. Hyuga Hayashi's commanding decree left Hinata rooted in place, her heart yearning to contest his decision. Yet she found herself at a loss for words, merely staring at him in silence, unfazed by Hinata's internal conflict. Hyuga Hayashi prioritized matters concerning Hyuga Kaido and summoned Hyuga Hizashi, instructing Hizashi, procure 500 million ryo and exchange it for 100 reinforced essence pills from Kaido. Also, inform him regarding his mother's situation. I will arrange for her a more manageable occupation. Having learned through Hyuga Hayashi about the capabilities of the reinforced essence pills, Hyuga Hizashi inquired with some confusion, why not acquire a greater quantity? Is it not the case that Kaido possesses 500 of them? Hyuga Hayashi shook his head, responding, we cannot take too many. That would displease the Hokage, and other clans are also vying for them. Besides, Kaido is already within our Hyuga clan. We will have ample opportunities to obtain essence pills for his enhancement in the future. There is no need to jeopardize our relations with the various clans of Konohagakure for a mere handful of pills. Hyuga Hizashi, not lacking in intelligence, quickly comprehended Hyuga Hayashi's reasoning and replied, "Understood. I shall promptly seek out Kaido to address this matter." "Go ahead." Hyuga Hayashi waved him off, permitting his departure. In the residence of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Kuntian shared a dinner with Hyuga Michin, and just as he was preparing to rest, Hyuga Raizong approached him, conveying a message from Hyuga Rizuo along with a sum of 500 million. Hyuga Kuntian remained indifferent to the enthusiasm displayed by Hyuga Rizuo. As long as there was profit to be made, he was unconcerned about selling additional essence pills to the Hyuga clan. After all, the ordinary essence pills and enhancement costs were provided by the Hyuga clan, allowing him to profit effortlessly. Thus, in response to Hyuga Rizuo's offer, Hyuga Kuntian declared that he would take care of the essence pills for the Hyuga clan, even offering a 10% discount, which greatly pleased Hyuga Raizong. He praised Hyuga Kuntian generously and promised to speak favorably of him to Hyuga Rizuo. After handing over 100 enhanced essence pills to Hyuga Raizong and sending him on his way, Hyuga Kuntian returned to his room in high spirits, contemplating how to spend the 500 million, whether to enhance his ninjutsu or save it for further strengthening his Byakugan abilities. After an hour of deliberation, Hyuga Kuntian concluded that there would be no imminent danger, so it was wiser to save the money for a necessary occasion. His current focus should be on mastering gambling techniques to earn money at the casino. However, the following morning, just as he was preparing to seek out a gambling expert, Hyuga Michin informed him that the stewards from various prominent families had arrived with substantial gifts, expressing their intent to purchase items he possessed. Upon hearing this news, Hyuga Kuntian could no longer contain his frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it, these folks are incredibly wealthy. They've already taken 200 from the old man, and now they still have spare change to come and buy more." After venting his ire, he donned a smile and proceeded to meet the stewards, knowing full well he would not turn down a profitable opportunity despite his disdain for the affluent. In the grand hall of the Hyuga residence, when Hyuga Kuntian arrived, the stewards had already been arranged by Hyuga Michin to sit and await his presence. Upon seeing him, they immediately stood, eager to speak. Hyuga Kuntian waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I am already aware of your requests. Let me be direct. The Hyuga clan has taken 100, 200 must be handed over to Lord Hokage, and I am left with 186. You may discuss amongst yourselves how to allocate the remainder. I shall simply wait to collect my payment." With that, he seated himself at the head of the hall, and the stewards began to quietly confer among themselves, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and harmony. In the time it took Hyuga Kuntian to enjoy a cup of tea, the stewards had devised a distribution plan, deciding that each prominent family would receive 10, with the leftover divided among the smaller clans. Once their deliberations concluded, the steward from the Sarutobi clan collected the funds and presented them before Hyuga Kuntian. Smiling as he said, "Young Master Kuntian, this amounts to 930 million. Please verify the sum." Hyuga Kuntian was disinclined to engage in idle chatter with the stewards, as they were not the heads of their respective families. Thus, he set down his teacup and replied, "Fine, you wouldn't dare deceive me. Now, return and report back. I have no time to spare for you," he declared. Hinata Yuntian's supply of Chui Tawan had been exhausted, and the stewards from various clans had no reason to linger. After receiving the Chui Tawan from Hinata Yuntian and extolling his virtues, they promptly departed from his residence. With those bothersome individuals dispatched, Hinata Yuntian gazed at his newfound wealth, which had surpassed 600 million, and, satisfied, took his leave from Hinata Michiko, setting off to seek a master of gambling within the confines of Konoha Village. Konoha Village boasted 3 casinos, albeit of modest scale. Yet, wherever there are casinos, a gambling expert is an essential presence to deter the cheats lurking within. Knowing there would be a gambling savant available, Hinata Yuntian was confident that his financial investment would yield results. Indeed, in acquaintance chamber, he engaged in discourse with a middle-aged man sporting a ponytail. This man, Nagano Ishii, was the overseer of the Golden Yuan Casino, one of Konoha's 3 major establishments, and had been hired by Hinata Yuntian for 10 million to impart his gambling wisdom. Their conversation extended throughout the day, culminating in the evening when Nagano Ishii took his leave. By then, Hinata Yuntian had grasped the essence of his teachings, a fusion of card counting and keen observation, coupled with the ability to read an opponent's expressions to discern if they were bluffing or deceiving. While the theory was straightforward, the practice proved daunting. Hinata Yuntian lamented that the prospect of mastering gambling seemed almost negligible, given his less than stellar intellect. He estimated it would take years to attain proficiency. In those years, he believed he could ascend to dominion over the shinobi world, rendering the need for gambling to amass wealth irrelevant. he could simply print money. Hence, his investment of 10 million felt wasted. Moreover, Nagano Ishii had introduced him to another form of gambling, cheating with ninjutsu. However, this method required considerable skill, and most casinos had measures in place to detect chakra flow, rendering it impractical. Frustrated by the failure of his gambling ambitions, Hinata Yuntian returned home and lay upon his bed, contemplating how to swiftly enhance his strength and conquer the shinobi world. Ultimately, he realized that establishing his own influence would facilitate wealth accumulation. For instance, if he were to seize control of Konoha village, generating income would be significantly simpler, potentially yielding hundreds of billions. With a heavy sigh, he burrowed beneath his blankets to rest, resolving to embark the following day on endeavors that would benefit Konoha while simultaneously generating profit. Thus, he could bolster his reputation within the village and earn a modest sum on the side. After a night of rest, Hinata Yuntian set out early the next morning to wander through Konoha, surveying opportunities to earn income while enhancing his standing. After an exhaustive half-day of exploration, he finally discovered an excellent method to both elevate his reputation and earn substantial money. As the saying goes, the money of women and children is the easiest to acquire. If they are pleased, the entire family will share in that joy. In no time, Hinata Yuntian's exploits would be relayed by the gossipy matrons of the village. Moreover, within the village of Kanahagakure, it is predominantly women and children who enjoy a leisurely existence, while the adult men are mostly occupied with labor to support their families, leaving little time for idling. Thus, Hinata Yuntian resolved to capitalize on the women and children of the village. Conceiving a plan, he procured a vast plaza capable of accommodating 2,000 individuals, followed by the construction of 2 modest wooden cabins to serve as venues for his enterprise. With a substantial investment of 100 million, Hinata Yuntian spent the entirety of the afternoon organizing the plaza and the cabins before hastening to the residence of Uzumaki Naruto. Recently, Naruto had been faring well at school, forming a few close friendships despite the presence of some individuals he found irksome. This had nearly caused him to forget about his elder brother, Hinata Yuntian. Upon his arrival, Hinata found Naruto just settling down for a brief rest after a hearty meal, preparing to train at his secret base. After a recent loss to that scoundrel Uchiha Sasuke, he was determined to practice more diligently to improve his skills for their next match. As Naruto lay in bed, he heard Hinata Yuntian calling from outside and quickly leapt up to open the door. He looked at Hinata, who was holding a stack of papers, with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Brother, what do you need?" "I still have training to do," and was about to rest. Without hesitation, Hinata gave Naruto a light punch on the head, glaring at him as he retorted, "What's this? You seem quite audacious. Have you forgotten that I am the elder brother? If you're feeling defiant, we can settle this through practice." Having witnessed Hinata's prowess on numerous occasions, Naruto dared not provoke him further. Cradling his sore head, he earnestly replied, "Brother, please assign me a task, and I assure you I will complete it all." Satisfied, Hinata nodded and handed the stack of papers to Naruto, instructing, "Tomorrow, distribute these flyers to the students of the ninja school and escort them to the locations indicated on the papers." Upon examining the flyers, Naruto was astonished to find an announcement for the opening of a temporary training class for children in Kanahagakure, personally instructed by the prodigy Hinata Yuntian. The training sessions were scheduled to take place daily from 6 to 7 in the evening at a training ground located 1 kilometer southeast of the Hokage building. Realizing the potential for rapid improvement under Hinata's guidance, Naruto's excitement surged as he exclaimed, "Brother, may I join the training? I am your loyal little brother." Hinata Yuntian scoffed, "It seems you've forgotten your elder brother's significance. I have no desire to teach you, you rascal." Naruto, filled with enthusiasm, knew that training with Hinata would expedite his growth, and now that his brother was reluctant to allow him to participate, he felt his chance to surpass Uchiha Sasuke slipping away. He immediately grasped Hinata's arm, pleading, "Brother, I was in the wrong. I will remember your importance from now on. Please, allow me to partake in this special training." Hinata Kunian, having achieved his objective, wore a serene expression and said, "Since you are so sincere, I shall forgive you this once. However, you must understand that my tuition fees are exceedingly high. Just take a look at the text on the back of this flyer, and you will realize that acquiring my teachings is no simple matter." Uzumaki Naruto released Hinata Kunian, perplexed, and turned the flyer over. There, in bold letters, was written, "Training fee, 5 million per person." Below it, in smaller print, it stated that the training would last for 10 days, and that if one's abilities did not improve, a full refund of the tuition would be provided. Naruto, uninterested in the fine print, was transfixed by the figure of 5 million, for he certainly did not possess such an amount to offer Hinata Kundian. He could only ask, is there no way to make it a bit cheaper? In response to Naruto's dismay, Hinata Kundian pondered for a moment before saying, it is not impossible. I will assign you 2 tasks to complete, and if you accomplish them all, I shall waive your tuition fees. What tasks? Naruto inquired. Suddenly invigorated at the prospect of a tuition-free training, Hinata Kundian produced a large stack of flyers and handed them to Naruto, saying, you must post these flyers throughout all the streets of Konoha tonight, and tomorrow, bring 50 students to my location for training. If you do so, you will be granted free instruction. Excitedly, Naruto took the flyers, but nearly dropped them upon noticing the image of a stunning beauty on the front. With a flawless figure and enchanting features, even his seasoned heart could not resist being captivated by her allure. Who is this enchanting woman? Naruto murmured to himself, clutching the stack of flyers tightly, unwilling to let go. Hinata Kundian, of course, would not disclose to Naruto that the image of the beauty on the flyer was a youthful rendition of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, which he had meticulously crafted over the course of an hour. He had even included a note stating that anyone wishing to maintain their youthful appearance, akin to the beauty depicted, should visit the beauty salon located 1 kilometer southeast of the Hokage buildings, where the innovative beauty technique developed by the genius ninja Hinata Kundian could rejuvenate anyone's visage by a decade. Naturally, this did not apply to children. With this image, Hinata Kundian was confident that those familiar with Tsunade would recognize her, leading middle-aged women to flock to the salon, allowing him to profit handsomely from their visits. Now, Naruto, do you wish to undertake this task? If not, I shall find someone else. Hinata Kundian roused the dazed Uzumaki. Upon regaining his focus, Naruto exclaimed, leave it to me. I will ensure the task is completed. Just wait and see tomorrow. Very well, it is entrusted to you, Hinata Kundian said, patting Naruto on the shoulder. He continued, I must return to renovate my house in preparation for tomorrow's guests. If I do not have any visitors, I may come seeking you for a reckoning. Do you understand? Rest assured, leave it to me, Naruto pledged, thumping his chest confidently. Then I shall take my leave. Hinata Kundian bid farewell to Uzumaki Naruto. With the promotional task assigned to Naruto, he felt a sense of relief in his heart. Naruto Uzumaki, in his relentless pursuit of strength, undoubtedly puts forth considerable effort. However, Hinata Yuntian's assumptions seemed somewhat misguided, for after Naruto's departure, he found himself engrossed in a beauty salon flyer, studying it for 2 full hours while fixating on a youthful rendition of Tsunade. Satisfied, he eventually left to distribute the flyers for the salon. It is worth noting that Naruto's intentions were not nefarious. He merely found the beauty illustrated by Hinata Yutian to be even more enchanting than his cherished Sakura, leading him to engage in a lengthy comparison between the two. Ultimately, while he acknowledged the allure of Hinata's creation, his affection still lay with Sakura. Unbeknownst to Hinata Yutian, Naruto was preoccupied with this trivial matter. After leaving Naruto's home, Hinata returned to rest and indulged in several delightful dreams, envisioning a prosperous opening day where he would amass fortunes in the hundreds of billions, an exhilarating thought indeed. Alas, this remained merely a figment of Hinata's imagination, as reality often diverges starkly from dreams, leaving him overly optimistic. At the break of dawn the following day, Hinata Yutian arrived with palpable excitement at his newly established training ground, eager to welcome patrons bearing gifts. However, arriving too early, he found the streets of Konohagakure devoid of pedestrians and could only wait idly for visitors to appear. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage observed the gatekeeper ninja as he tore a flyer from the Hokage building's entrance, his lips twitching slightly in bemusement. Tsunade, being the 3rd Hokage's apprentice, was easily recognizable, and despite Hinata's attempts to alter his image, the resemblance was undeniable. Moreover, he surmised that nearly everyone over the age of 40 in the village would recognize her. Upon glancing at the alluring depiction of Tsunade, the 3rd Hokage found himself pondering whether she would react with fury upon seeing this image, possibly reducing Hinata Yutian to a mere pulp. Eventually, regaining his composure, the 3rd Hokage began to scrutinize the text on the flyer, revealing it to be a mere advertisement for beauty services. He was already aware of Hinata Yuntian's recent land acquisition for building, having received reports on the matter, but was initially unaware of his intentions. Now, with clarity regarding Hinata's plans, the 3rd Hokage felt a twinge of confusion. According to the reports, Hinata had purchased a substantial tract of land, far more than necessary for a mere beauty salon, which could easily fit within a fraction of that space. After a moment's contemplation, The third Hokage addressed a hidden Umbu ninja lurking outside the room. Anki, investigate the purpose behind Hinata Yuntian's acquisition of such a vast expanse of land. I wonder if he is plotting something dubious. As soon as he concluded, an Umbu ninja materialized in the office, reporting, Hokage-sama. The ninja who tracked Naruto Uzumaki has returned with a report. Naruto was seen with two types of flyers. One is the same as the one in your possession, while the other, which Naruto did not distribute, is known to him. Oh, and what does this other flyer contain? The third Hokage inquired, intrigued. In the realm of the Dark Ninja Path, a flyer from a training class caught the attention of many. It was anticipated that Uzumaki Naruto would distribute these pamphlets upon his return to school today. The flyer proclaimed the grand opening of Hyuga Yuntian's genius training class, boasting a training fee of 5 million for 10 days, with a money-back guarantee if one's abilities did not improve. The third Hokage felt a sense of bemusement. The miserly Hyuga Yuntian, it seemed, had resorted to desperate measures to profit, even preying upon children and women. This predicament left the third Hokage somewhat troubled. His concern, however, stemmed not from the actions of Hyuga Yuntian, but rather from the inevitable complications that would follow. He knew that the various clans would dispatch representatives to inform him of their intent to enroll their children in Hyuga Yuntian's training class. Yuntian was no longer a figure of obscurity. Those who had undergone his training had achieved, at the very least, the rank of Genin. It was widely known that Hyuga Hinata, once deemed lacking in talent, had been trained to the level of Chunin under the considerable tuition provided by her family. Now that Hyuga Yuntian openly sought students, the clans were eager for him to continue his training indefinitely, as it promised the potential for their children to flourish, even those who were initially deemed untalented. Ultimately, the third Hokage waved his hand and instructed the Umbu ninja to convey to the clans that they could proceed with enrollments without further notification to him. With a sigh, the third Hokage was left pondering whether to chastise or commend Hyuga Yuntian. While Yuntian's actions brought him a measure of inconvenience, they simultaneously offered certain benefits to Konoha. After a moment's reflection, he decisively announced a day off, contemplating sending his 3-year-old grandson, Konohamaru, to Hyuga Yuntian's training class. Hopeful that his grandson might glean some knowledge, an act of support from a grandfather. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Hyuga Yuntian sat dejectedly at the training ground. Having awaited clients since 6 that morning, his anticipation of financial gain had turned into frustration when not a single customer had arrived. Having invested a staggering 100 million in acquiring the land, he felt the pressure to recoup his losses quickly. Thus, he began to devise strategies to attract a multitude of clients. As he pondered his promotional efforts, a group of women accompanied by children approached the training ground. Upon noticing them, an idea sparked within him. The parents, though no longer young, had been transformed into middle-aged women by the demands of motherhood. In a modern context, they would be considered youthful, merely in their mid-20s. However, in this meritocratic ninja world, they had little time for cosmetics and grooming, resulting in their gradual aging. Hyuga Yuntian realized that if he could offer them a means to enhance their beauty without the need for makeup, they would likely be inclined to accept his proposition. His immediate objective was to entice that first customer. As long as the first customer promotes the service, subsequent advertising becomes unnecessary. Those women who have experienced beauty treatments will undoubtedly boast about their transformations, causing a rush of other women to follow suit. Thus, Hinata Yuntian promptly stood up and approached the mothers accompanied by their young children, greeting them directly. Ladies, have you come for beauty treatments? You are our first customers and can enjoy a half-price discount. I guarantee you will emerge looking exquisite. The mothers of the 5 children were amused by Hinata Yuntian's words. Yet aware of his esteemed status, they dared not offend him. One mother of a child replied, "We are here to enroll our kids. We merely brought them to familiarize themselves with the place. We will return later for pickup." Hinata Yuntian, uninterested in the children, adopted a serious demeanor and stated, "Since you are not here as customers, please feel free to explore on your own. I do not have time to attend to you. Do not disturb my business." The 5 mothers were left bewildered, pondering if they had inadvertently offended this revered figure. There was a palpable anxiety among them, especially for one timid mother who hesitantly asked, "Boss Yuntian, may I indulge in a beauty treatment?" Successfully ensnaring a customer, Hinata Yuntian immediately donned a cheerful expression, saying, "Let us discuss this in the room. This space is not suitable for beauty treatments. By the way, miss, you have yet to share your name with me. I am Meihua. You may call me any Meihua." The anxious mother replied, and she was then guided by Hinata Yuntian into the small wooden cabin. In Meihua's heart, Her thoughts revolved around ensuring her child could receive training from Hinata Yution. She regarded this beauty treatment as stepping into a fiery pit. For it was difficult to believe in Hinata Yution's capabilities. Before entering the cabin, she wore a sorrowful expression, bidding a dramatic farewell to the four mothers outside. As if parting forever, Hinata K constructed two small wooden cabins, both rather hastily put together. One serves as a waiting area for guests, furnished with a multitude of benches capable of accommodating 200 individuals. The other is a beauty salon, which is equally rudimentary, containing merely two wooden beds and a colossal mirror, devoid of any beauty products or cosmetics. Upon entering the room, Mother Meiwa was struck by the emptiness. Lamenting her misfortune for being intimidated by a mere child, now subjected to the whims of this young one. However, Hinata K paid no heed to Meiwa's thoughts. Directly gesturing toward one of the beds, instructing, "Aunt Meiwa, lie down. In 5 minutes, I shall perform a beauty treatment for you. This is a special ninjutsu beauty technique with remarkable effects." Meiwa harbored no belief in the efficacy of his claims. Her only hope was to emerge unscathed from this encounter, so when she reclined on the wooden bed, her expression was one of resigned acceptance, eliciting a twitch at the corners of Hinata K's mouth. Deciding not to dwell on Meiwa's thoughts, he positioned himself at her head, placing his hands gently on her face, performing what appeared to be a standard massage. As Meiwa lay there, witnessing only a massage, she sighed in relief. At least he wielded no knife to mar her visage. Thus she settled for a simple massage treatment. Hinata K's technique consisted of random pressure applied for a mere 2 minutes. The promised 5 minutes merely a ruse to mask his enhancement technique. Seizing an opportune moment while Meiwa was distracted, he enhanced her skin, expending $200,000 to render it as smooth and radiant as that of a youthful maiden. Upon completing the enhancement, Hinata K casually applied a few more strokes before withdrawing his hands, grinning as he declared, "The beauty treatment is complete, Aunt Meiwa. You may rise and inspect your reflection in the large mirror. The results are indeed exceptional." Meiwa remained skeptical of his claims, feeling no significant difference, only finding fault in his massage technique, which had awkwardly brushed her nose on several occasions. Now that the treatment was concluded, Meiwa chose not to dwell on Hinata K's ineptitude. She felt fortunate to have avoided disfigurement. As she sat up, she inquired, "So, how much does this treatment cost?" However, she faltered mid-sentence, unable to suppress a sharp gasp. The reason? Upon sitting up, she faced the expansive mirror and beheld her reflection. Astonished to see her face seemingly restored to that of a decade prior, prompting an uncontrollable exclamation of amazement. Without regard for Hinata K, she sprang to the mirror, scrutinizing her visage, murmuring to herself, "Is this truly me? Can this really be my face? Is this not an illusion? This cannot possibly be an illusion." Upon encountering Meiwa, Hinata Yution found himself ensnared in his own thoughts. His persistent coughing served as a gentle reminder, yet Meiwa remained oblivious to her surroundings, fixating intently on the large mirror before her, showing no response to Yuntian's attempts to alert her. Outside the beauty salon, the sharp cry that had escaped Meiwa's lips startled the four mothers waiting outside, prompting them to ponder whether Meiwa had met with some dire fate. What should we do? Should we venture inside? That seems ill-advised. Hinata Yution is not someone we can provoke, and what about Meiwa? We brought her along. If something were to happen to her, how would we explain it to her husband? Perhaps one of you should take a look inside, I dare not. Just as the four mothers grappled with their concerns, the child accompanying Meiwa could no longer contain his anxiety. Having heard his mother's distressing scream, he dashed toward the beauty salon, fearing for her safety. With the child leading the charge, the remaining mothers hurried after him, and soon they all arrived at the salon's entrance, incessantly knocking on the door. The vigorous knocking, coupled with the child's cries for his mother, finally roused Meiwa from her reverie. She hastened to the door and swung it open, immediately embracing her wailing child. In her fervor to comfort her son, Meiwa failed to notice the bewildered expressions on the faces of the other four mothers and their children, including her own. It was as if they no longer recognized her. In that frozen moment, the child in her arms suddenly cried out and squirmed. "Who are you? Let me go." "My father is a high-ranking ninja." Meiwa glared disapprovingly at the child, who continued to struggle in her grasp. "What do you mean? Do you not recognize me? Just wait until I'll..." But as she spoke, Meiwa paused, struck by the realization of her transformation. Just moments ago in the room, even she could scarcely believe her own eyes. It was perhaps understandable that her child no longer recognized her. After a brief moment of shock, Meiwa's expression shifted to one of exhilaration. She unceremoniously dropped the squirming child to the floor and excitedly called out to the dazed mothers, "Alien, Huan, Xiaogu, Mitzi. It's truly Mimiwa. I have become youthful after being beautified by Master Yu Tian. The mothers who had grown up alongside Mihua, upon hearing her words, scrutinized her closely and were astonished to discover that she resembled her former self from a decade ago. This revelation stirred a wave of excitement among them as they gazed at Hinata Yu Tian with sparkling eyes, remembering that Yu Tian had promised them a 50% discount. Their excitement surged even more, and they surrounded Mihua, bombarding her with questions, entirely neglecting the bewildered children trailing behind. Even the son whom Mihua had unceremoniously discarded onto the ground, nursing his sore bottom, muttered to himself, "She isn't my mother. My mother would never treat me this way. She must be a villain in disguise in the serene interior of the art academy." Hinata Yu Tian observed Mihua engaging in conversation with four mothers, a profound sense of satisfaction swelling within him. He was acutely aware that in the forthcoming days, he would captivate all women over the age of 20 in Konohagakure, envisioning a time when his earnings would be exceedingly abundant. As such thoughts danced in his mind, Hinata Yu Tian could not suppress a smile within the confines of his room, contemplating the prospect of amassing a fortune of 100 billion. In the training ground of Hinata Yu Tian, 5 mothers had abandoned their children. After inquiring about the beauty treatments from Meiwa, they could no longer resist turning their gaze towards Hinata Yu Tian. Having gathered a bit more courage, Meiwa directly asked him, "Master Yu Tian, how long will the effects of my beauty treatment last? And is the half-price offer you mentioned genuine?" Hinata Yu Tian had been anticipating this moment. He smiled and replied, "The ninjutsu I possess is everlasting. The effects of your beauty will revert you to your appearance from a decade ago. Although you will continue to age, you will always retain the youthful visage of 10 years prior, and I assure you of that. As for the price, you know as well as I do that such beauty cannot be attained without significant funds. As a member of the Hidden Leaf Village, I will charge you residents 10 million. With your discount, it amounts to 5 million. You must understand, if women from other villages wish to receive this treatment, they cannot do so without a fee of 30 million. The mothers who had brought their children were mostly the wives of elite ninjas. 5 million was a sum that an elite ninja could earn in a month. Thus, Meiwa promptly handed over 5 million to Hinata Yu Tian, stating, "This is not excessive. I am willing to pay. However, I hope that if any issues arise, Master Yu Tian will assist us free of charge." Hinata Yu Tian quickly accepted the money, thumping his chest as he assured, "Within 5 years, should there be any problems, I, Hinata Yu Tian, will compensate you threefold. You must be aware of my ability to earn. This amount is trivial to me, and there is no reason for me to deceive you." The villagers of the Hidden Leaf were well aware of Hinata Yu Tian's prowess in business. He routinely engaged in transactions worth billions, making 5 million seem inconsequential. Realizing the efficacy of Hinata Yu Tian's beauty techniques, the 5 mothers confirmed their decision, and the 4 mothers who had yet to undergo treatment could no longer contain themselves, rushing into the beauty salon. As for their children, they were left bewildered outside, lost in their thoughts. 20 minutes later, the 4 mothers emerged from the salon, radiant and lively. They chattered incessantly with their friends about their newfound joy, having completely forgotten that the 5 million they had brought was originally intended for their children's tuition fees, now repurposed for beauty treatments. Inside the salon, Hinata Yu Tian was grinning from ear to ear. This beauty business was indeed lucrative, exchanging 200,000 for 5 million. And even contemplating the prospect of 200,000 for 10 million. The thought filled him with exhilaration. After securing the money, he contentedly left the salon, only to be greeted by an amusing sight. The 5 mothers were walking and chatting cheerfully towards the Hidden Leaf Village, while their children trailed behind, bewildered and hesitant, as if wanting to approach but unsure how. In the end, Hyuga Unten simply smiled, paying no heed to the departing mothers and children. He needed to grab a quick bite now, for in about an hour, his beauty salon would likely be swarmed by wealthy women, creating a shadow clone to fetch food. Hyuga Unten set to work crafting beds from the leftover wooden planks from the previous day. If he didn't hurry, the influx of customers would keep him busy well into the afternoon. His foresight proved correct. Just as he finished assembling 3 beds and ate the meal his clone had brought, a horde of women came charging toward him in the distance. Without hesitation, he summoned 6 more shadow clones, 5 to handle the massages, 1 to collect payments, while his true self merely pretended to inspect and enhance the treatments. This way, he could efficiently usher the women out while raking in profits at an astonishing pace. As Hyuga Unten busied himself, the men of Konoha found themselves in a predicament. Their wives stormed into their workplaces, brandishing the beauty salon flyers he had distributed, demanding money for treatments. Some women even resorted to theatrics, rolling on the ground, refusing to leave unless their husbands coughed up the cash. The village descended into chaos, streets teeming with overexcited women and desperate men scrambling to borrow money. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage received an urgent report from the ANBU. The women of Konoha had gone mad, rubbing his temples in exasperation. The Hokage couldn't help but ask, is that Brad's beauty technique really that effective? The results are remarkable. It can make one look a decade younger. The masked ANBU operative replied, his tone laced with resignation. My own wife took 1,000,000 ryo from our savings and dashed off to his salon. Though the ANBU's expression remained hidden, the third Hokage was fooled. He could hear the helplessness in the man's voice. His eye twitched as he muttered, that little devil sure knows how to make money. The women of this village are about to go bankrupt. At this rate, he'll rake in at least 10 billion. Maybe we should just take his body refinement pills without paying. The ANBU wisely remained silent, listening as the Hokage rambled on. Eventually, the third issued orders. Konoha would offer loans to its shinobi, interest-free if repaid within 3 months. Beyond that, a daily interest of 10,000 ryo would apply. This, of course, was the Hokage's way of capitalizing on Hyuga Unten's scheme to bolster the village's finances. He knew full well that most clanless shinobi would struggle to repay 1,000,000 ryo in 3 months, meaning the interest would eventually line Konoha's coffers. Once the arrangements were made, the Hokage dismissed the ANBU and decided to call it a day. Curiosity piqued. He resolved to visit Hyuga Unten's salon himself, to see if the boy's beauty techniques were truly as miraculous as they claimed. In the beauty salon run by Hinata Kunin, he found himself perpetually occupied. The various clans of the Hidden Leaf Village were numerous, with several prominent families among them, all of whom were affluent. Upon discovering the remarkable effects of Hinata Kunin's beauty techniques, the women from these families flocked to his salon, to the extent that the reception room, designed for 200, could no longer accommodate them. The later arrivals had no choice but to queue outside. After dedicating 3 hours to enhancing the beauty of those waiting, Hinata Kunin finally made room in the lounge for more women to sit. Following this, he spent another hour and a half ensuring that all the women from the various clans were attended to and sent on their way. In this span of 5 hours, he had encountered the wives and daughters of every clan leader in the village, including several women from the Uchiha clan, who, despite their rivalry with the Hyuga clan, were drawn by the allure of beauty. Hinata Kunin's beauty services continued until 5:30 in the afternoon, at which point he announced the conclusion of his work, instructing the remaining women to return the following morning. The reason for this was that he needed to commence training the children soon. In truth, the number of women still waiting was not substantial. Most of those who could afford the treatments had already been served. The few remaining were those who had just managed to scrape together enough money. However, Hinata Kunin's assumption was misguided, as the women with money were unwilling to wait. They insisted on lingering at the entrance of the salon, declaring they would not leave until after the training concluded, as they could not face returning home without their enhancements. Left with no choice, Hinata Kunin summoned 5 shadow clones to continue attending to the women while designating another clone to welcome the children arriving for training. At 5:40, a large group of students, led by Naruto Uzumaki, arrived at the training ground, their numbers exceeding 200, including a few toddlers of merely 2 or 3 years of age. Naruto was particularly exhilarated that day, sensing an exhilarating sense of authority as the children were obliged to heed his commands. Upon reaching the training area, Naruto excitedly approached Hinata Kunin, exclaiming, "Boss, did you see? I've exceeded my mission. Shouldn't you reward me?" Hinata Kunin, fully understanding the source of Naruto's excitement, smiled and nodded. "Indeed, you've done well. As a reward, I appoint you as the coach of the training ground. From now on, you shall direct their training every evening. Just teach me the methods you've learned. I trust you haven't forgotten them." Naruto's excitement surged as he envisioned commanding 200 to 300 little followers, unable to contain himself as he leaped with joy. "Don't worry, boss. Training will be a breeze. It's just running and jumping. After all. All right, I will accompany you with a shadow clone. You will oversee the training while I supervise." Hinata Kunin replied with a smile. "Wait, you're a shadow clone?" Naruto exclaimed, his expression one of bewilderment. Hinata Kunin pointed at the entrance of the beauty salon, where a group of men and women surrounded a place marked with a fee sign. He remarked, "Where is the main body? He only handles the finances. The actual work is left to us." Uzumaki Naruto scoffed, "What a lazy boss. Letting you all do the work makes me feel sorry for you. Should we teach him a lesson?" Hinata Kunian's shadow clone smirked and replied, "Remember what you just said. As soon as I disappear, the main body will know everything you've said. Are you certain you want to go through with that?" Naruto paused, momentarily taken aback, before feigning ignorance. "Did I say anything? I was merely expressing concern for our leader, who has taken on the arduous task of collecting payments. I'm genuinely worried about his health." The shadow clone of Hinata Kunian delivered a light punch to Naruto's back, saying, "Enough with the chatter. Quickly direct those students in their training. My role is merely to supervise. If you cannot command them, I shall appoint someone else as instructor." Naruto, having just relished the feeling of being in charge, immediately responded with seriousness, "Leave it to me. I guarantee the task will be completed successfully." As time progressed, Hinata Kunian observed Naruto's rather lackluster teaching abilities. Fortunately, the children who came for training were primarily future ninjas. Although they were far from satisfied with Naruto's instruction, they trained diligently, refraining from complaints or attempts to escape. Of course, another reason for their compliance was that most parents were watching from outside the training ground. The children certainly did not want to return home to face their parents' reprimands. From 6 to 7 in the evening, the hour was primarily filled with the children's self-directed training, with Naruto playing a minimal role. He simply jumped around directing the younger children, while those older than him paid him no heed. Among the observing parents, the third Hokage discreetly blended in to watch but found nothing particularly remarkable, which led him to question whether Hinata Kunian could indeed facilitate the children's progress in just 10 days. However, considering Hinata Kunian's newfound wealth, having amassed over 100 billion in the afternoon alone, the third Hokage chose to refrain from further concern, knowing that Hinata could afford any losses. At precisely 7 o'clock, some parents, feeling disappointed, took their children home, having seen no discernible difference in the training or results. Nevertheless, since they had already paid, they intended to continue bringing their children for training over the next 10 days, as it was the only way to seek compensation from Hinata Kunian. Thus, they left home feeling dejected. Hinata Kunian, however, had no time to concern himself with the departing parents, as the beauty salon continued to attract women seeking treatments. Many of these women were either returning from work or were female ninjas who, after finishing their duties, came to indulge in beauty treatments, keeping Hinata Kunian as busy in the evening as he had been in the afternoon. The work at the beauty salon continued until 11:15 at night. After Hinata Yuntian sent the last woman off, he stretched lazily and prepared to head home for some much-needed rest. Upon releasing his shadow clone, Naruto Uzumaki immediately felt the aches in his body. However, as a wealthy individual now, he did not hesitate to spend 3 billion to enhance his physical form, soul, and chakra, thereby restoring some of his stamina and even feeling quite invigorated. Since Hinata Yuntian had spent 1 billion to strengthen his soul previously, he had been diligently researching the function of the soul. Ultimately, he discovered that ordinary D-rank genjutsu no longer affected him, while he possessed significant resistance against C-rank illusions. Only B-rank genjutsu could inflict some harm upon him. Furthermore, the power of a fortified soul allowed his mental state to remain stable for extended periods, preventing fatigue from causing mistakes during combat and enabling him to maintain a state of alertness. After reinforcing his body, soul, and chakra, Hinata Yuntian promptly invested 50 billion to enhance his Byakugan, which he had long desired to improve. Upon completion, he examined himself in the mirror but noticed no visible changes in his eyes. He then activated his Byakugan to test its enhancements. To his astonishment, he discovered that his visual range had expanded from 1 kilometer to 10 kilometers. Moreover, the closer an object was, the clearer his Byakugan's observational capabilities became, allowing him to see ants and small insects crawling beneath the leaves, as well as little mice burrowing underground. The expenditure of 50 billion proved worthwhile, and after expressing his satisfaction, he glanced at the remaining 70 billion, shaking his head in resolve not to spend further. He intended to save until he reached 100 billion to enhance his soul's capabilities once more. This decision stemmed from his imminent involvement in the Uchiha clan's affairs, where the clan's strongest asset lay in genjutsu. Thus, he needed to bolster his defenses against illusions to ensure his safety. Having contemplated his financial allocations, Hinata Yuntian closed the door behind him, content to return home and rest, preparing to continue his money-making endeavors the following day. However, his plans for sleep were thwarted upon his arrival, as he encountered his mother, Hinata Michiru, sitting in the hall with a displeased expression. "Mother, it's already past midnight. Why haven't you rested?" Hinata Yuntian asked, momentarily taken aback, before hastily attempting to console her. "Humph. So, you do remember to come back?" I thought you were too busy pampering those women to return and see your mother. Hinata Michiru replied coldly. Upon hearing her words, if Hinata Yutian had not understood the reason behind his mother's displeasure, it would have been a profound oversight. He quickly responded, Mother, your beauty radiates like a blooming flower. You don't need any beauty treatments. I believe you are the most beautiful now. Hinata Michiru's expression softened slightly at his compliment. That scoundrel Hinata Miku flaunted her beauty enhancements after her treatment, although I think she is not that impressive. I can't possibly be outdone by her. You must hurry and give me a beauty treatment as well. Hinata Mio is a close friend of Hinata Makura, who, feeling provoked by her friend yet too embarrassed to seek her son for beauty treatments, becomes increasingly frustrated while waiting at home for Hinata Yuntian to return. Realizing this, Hinata Yuntian rushes to his mother, assuring her, Fear not, dear mother. I have not exerted my full potential in enhancing Hinata Mio's beauty. This time, I shall provide you with a complete beauty treatment, ensuring that Hinata Mio will be utterly envious by tomorrow. Instantly exhilarated, Hinata Makura seizes her son and drags him back to her room, demanding an immediate full-body beauty treatment. Although somewhat exasperated, Hinata Yuntian, in deference to his mother, ultimately spends a considerable sum to restore her youthful beauty to that of an 18-year-old. Over the subsequent 10 days, Hinata Yuntian's beauty business flourishes remarkably, causing a significant decline in the commercial activities within Konoha Village. The reason for this downturn is evident. Hinata Yuntian has skillfully siphoned the funds of the ninjas, leaving them to economize and refrain from purchases. Yet, the villagers of Konoha find themselves in a bittersweet predicament, despite their lack of money. The daily sight of a stunning wife uplifts their spirits, leading them to refrain from blaming Hinata Yuntian, instead wishing to earn a bit more to fill their pockets. Consequently, tasks announced by the Hokage began to attract eager participants, resulting in a 3-hour span during which all available missions were claimed, leaving no work for the ninjas. Faced with such a peculiar circumstance, the third Hokage found himself torn between laughter and tears, as this was the first time in his life he had witnessed a ninja village devoid of tasks, marveling at Hinata Yuntian's extraordinary influence. Lastly, the training class of 232 children left the third Hokage both satisfied and perplexed. With his grandson enrolled in the class, he visited almost every night, yet found no discernible difference in the instruction given by Hinata Yuntian, leading him to initially believe that Yuntian would incur losses. However, on the final day, the third Hokage discovered that nearly all children over the age of 8 had developed the physical prowess and skills of a genin, while those under 8 had successfully mastered the basic body techniques, performing quite admirably. Thus, the 500,000 provided by the parents appeared well worth the investment in the Hokage's eyes, despite his inability to fathom how Hinata Yuntian achieved such results. The increase in Konoha's strength left the third Hokage immensely pleased. The only source of dissatisfaction stemmed from the fact that Hinata Yuntian had still charged him for his specialized enhancement pills, showing little consideration for the elderly Hokage. The audacious boy had amassed over 300 billion in 10 days, yet he still demanded even the smallest amount, prompting the Hokage to feel a surge of disdain for Yuntian. Hinata Yuntian, however, remained indifferent to the Hokage's thoughts, for he found himself devoid of funds. All the money earned during those 10 days had been utilized to enhance his own abilities, leaving him with a mere 10 billion as a reserve. The projects strengthened by Hinata Yuntian include Soul Power, 10 billion. Hinata Yuntian is now capable of resisting B-rank illusions, and he possesses the ability to withstand certain A-rank and S-rank illusions as well. Physical Fitness, 10 billion. Hinata Yuntian believes his current physical condition rivals that of the third Hokage, perhaps even surpassing it, as the third Hokage is aged, while Hinata Yuntian retains his youth. Shadow Clone Technique, 1 billion. Hinata Yuntian has made significant advancements in his cloning abilities, now able to employ chakra and ninjutsu, though their strength remains merely half of his own, rendering them not exceptionally powerful. Substitution Technique, 1 billion. The explosive power of his substitution has dramatically increased, now capable of delivering a terrifying force akin to one of Hinata Yuntian's full-strength strikes. If struck directly, it is likely to result in instant demise. Transformation Technique, 1 billion. When transforming into animal forms, he has acquired the fundamental traits and abilities of those creatures, though he remains vulnerable to attacks. Miscellaneous, 6 billion. Having learned numerous ninjutsu from Kakashi, Hinata Yuntian, now financially equipped, decided to master them all. Among these, He found certain techniques particularly useful and opted to enhance them, such as the shadow illusion technique, for which he invested 20 million to amplify its potency. He also found the shadow clone technique remarkably beneficial, investing another 20 million to enhance it, now allowing him to control and assign distinct personalities to his clones. Previously, some of his clones exhibited disobedience and complaints. However, following the enhancements, he can now choose personalities suited for specific tasks. For instance, he can select the most diligent personality for labor, the most composed for surveillance, and the most volatile for combat, essentially tailoring the personality of his shadow clones to meet his needs. However, such specialized enhancements are rare for Hinata Yuntian. Most ninjutsu improvements merely elevate the power and range of the techniques, effectively raising the level of the ninjutsu. With the 10-day period concluded and the students having graduated successfully, Hinata Yuntian relaxed, contemplating the end of the 15-day leave granted by the third Hokage. He prepared to close his beauty salon for a break. Over the course of 10 days, the 1 million women in Konoha seeking beauty treatments had largely completed their visits, resulting in only a handful of clients daily, yielding minimal profit. Thus, he decided to hang a sign at the entrance, indicating that beauty services would be available on the 5th of each month, with adjustments made if he were on a mission, resuming business the day after his return to the village. Now at leisure, Hinata Yuntian contemplated seeking out Hinata Hanabi and Kimura Kokomi, as the two women had seemingly vanished during this period, leaving him with a sense of longing. Master, teacher, Master Yuntian, Yuntian-sensei. As he walked through the streets of Konoha, Hinata Yuntian greeted passers-by continually, to the point where he began to feel somewhat weary of it himself. Yet, faced with the respect others showed him, he felt reluctant to respond with indifference. The reason behind this phenomenon lies in two recent actions taken by Hinata Yuntian, which have led the women of the entire Konoha village to refer to him as master, while the children affectionately call him teacher. Eventually, Hinata Yuntian, somewhat irked by the constant address, sought refuge in a secluded alley, transforming himself into an ordinary Konoha resident. He then proceeded to walk towards the home of Hinata Hyuga. Recently, Hinata Hyuga had been in a state of mental disarray due to a conversation with Hinata Hizashi, who had suggested that she marry Hinata Yuntian upon reaching the age of 16. This revelation left her in a perpetual daze, rendering her incapable of mustering the courage to seek out Hinata Yuntian. In fact, she avoided him entirely, as the mere thought of him conjured images of marriage, causing her to forego attending his training sessions. As Hinata Yuntian approached the residence of Hinata Hyuga, he noticed that the guards were casting peculiar glances in his direction, with some even warmly greeting him as young Master Yuntian, leaving him utterly baffled. Despite his confusion, he chose to disregard the odd behavior of these individuals, as his spirits were high, and he preferred not to dwell on their strange attitudes. He made his way directly to the door of Hinata Hyuga's room. "Open up, Hinata," he called out as he rapped on the door. Inside, Hinata Hyuga's countenance shifted through a spectrum of emotions upon hearing his voice, leaving her uncertain about whether to respond. She feared that if she remained silent, Hinata Yuntian might become upset, yet if she opened the door, she worried about not knowing what to say. Caught in this inner turmoil, Hinata Hyuga stood frozen at the threshold, her hand resting on the door, unsure of whether to proceed. Hinata Kuntian stood at the entrance of Hyuga Hinata's residence, waiting for 2 minutes in silence, which left him quite dissatisfied. Just moments ago, he distinctly heard footsteps approaching the door from within, yet now Hyuga Hinata refused to open it. "Hey, Hinata, are you going to open the door or not? If you don't, I'll just leave," he issued a final ultimatum. Eventually, Hinata, unsure how to refuse him entry, opened the door. As the door creaked open, Kuntian was greeted by the sight of a downcast Hinata, who remained silent. He frowned and inquired, "What's the matter? Why are you not letting me in when you're at home? Let us hurry and find Shinbai. That woman is acting erratically, and I can't locate her anywhere." Hinata offered no response, simply stepping out of her room and trailing behind Kuntian without uttering a word. Although Hinata was usually taciturn, her demeanor was unusually somber today, prompting Kuntian's curiosity. "What is going on with you today? It seems like something is bothering you. Why not share it with me?" Still avoiding his gaze, Hinata muttered softly, "Don't ask me. Let us just hurry and find Shinbai. I know where she lives, but it will take some time to get there." With that, Kuntian refrained from pressing further, allowing Hinata to take the lead as they set off toward Kimura Shinbai's residence. As they departed the Hyuga estate, Kuntian once again felt the peculiar stares of the guards and the friendly greetings from the servants. Hinata appeared oblivious to their attention, hastening her pace as if eager to leave her home behind. Once outside the estate, her stride returned to normal. And after walking 2 kilometers towards the southern part of Konoha village, they arrived at an unremarkable apartment building. Standing before the entrance, Hinata finally lifted her gaze to Kunion and said, "This is where Shinbai lives. I heard it's a dormitory, and she's on the 4th floor in room 5. She gestured toward the dilapidated wooden structure, and Kunion stared in disbelief. "She lives in this rundown place?" he exclaimed, taken aback by what he perceived to be the oldest and ugliest building in Konoha village. In Kunion's mind, Kimura Shinbai was somewhat affluent, and her choice of residence seemed entirely inconsistent with her status. Hinata explained, "Shinbai mentioned that her funds are meant for the orphanage director. She just needs a place to stay, nothing fancy." "Oh, I see. She's quite kind-hearted," Kunion remarked, then added, "Let us go up and have a chat with her. If she is short on money, I wouldn't mind giving her 100 million or so." Hinata followed closely behind Kunion as they entered the building, continuing, "Shinbai won't accept your money. She insists on earning her own way, so you shouldn't offer it." "Refusing money when one has it? That's quite peculiar," Kunion replied with a shake of his head. "Who are you calling peculiar? Isn't being wealthy remarkable?" Kimura Kokomi suddenly appeared at the top of the stairs, casting a fierce glare at Hinata Kunion. "Of course, wealth is impressive. It allows one to do as they please," Hinata Kunion retorted, infuriating Kimura Kokomi even further. After taking several deep breaths to suppress her frustration, Kimura shot a glance at Hinata and asked, "What brings you here? Surely, you haven't come merely to flaunt the money you've earned recently?" Hinata Kunion's eyes sparkled with excitement as he replied, "If you want to put it that way. I did come to touch base with you all. We have a mission tomorrow, don't we? Let us gather for a meal beforehand. It's on me." Kimura Kokomi glanced at him dismissively, shaking her head. "It seems you've become quite forgetful. I take it you haven't visited Lord Hokage in a while? Our mission has already been cancelled. We are to remain in Konohagakure for another 5 days. You should head back promptly." Goodness, that old man. How could he not inform me of such crucial news? Just because I accepted a bit of his money, Hinata Kunion fumed, believing that the 3rd Hokage had deliberately withheld this information from him. At that moment, Hinata Hanabi, who had been standing behind him, suddenly said in a daze, "Master, Lord Hokage wanted me to inform you that in 5 days, the wife of the daimyo of the Fire Country will be coming to see you for a beauty treatment. He advised you to rest in Konoha for a few days. I forgot to mention it." Hinata Kunion was momentarily taken aback and turned to observe the blushing Hinata Hanabi, left at a loss for words. "All right, you two can discuss your matters at home. If there is nothing urgent, please refrain from disturbing me while I work to earn a living," Kimura Kokomi suddenly interjected, leaving Hinata Kunion perplexed. "What do you mean by you two? Hinata and I have no such connection. Do not speak carelessly." Kimura Kokomi scoffed. "Doesn't everyone know? The Hyuga clan has already decided that Hinata Hanabi will marry you upon reaching adulthood. They intend to bind you, their genius, to the Hyuga family." Hinata Kunion was genuinely stunned. He inwardly cursed Hyuga Hayashi, questioning why this old man had any say in his marriage. It was no wonder that Hinata Hanabi's behavior had seemed so peculiar today. He considered confronting Hyuga Hayashi about the marriage arrangement, but glanced back at Hinata Hanabi, whose face was now crimson, her head bowed almost to her chest. He realized it would be best not to mention it in her presence. However, as he pondered it further, he thought that Hinata Hanabi would be 16 in 8 or 9 years, by which time he would likely have established dominance over the entire ninja world. At that point, he would be free to do as he pleased, unconcerned about a mere Hyuga Hayashi. With this in mind, Hinata Kunion regained his composure and said to Kimura Kokomi, "Let us set this matter aside for now. Today, I am in a good mood and will treat you to a meal. You two should join me for a delightful feast." Kimura Kokomi shook her head. "I have work to attend to, so I won't be joining you. You two enjoy your meal together. I wish you both a wonderful time." As Kimura Kokomi prepared to leave, Hinata Ution seized her arm and exclaimed, "What nonsense! If you wish to work, why not do so for me? My beauty salon is in need of a server, and I assure you, your salary will surpass what you currently earn." Hinata Ution's proposition stirred a flicker of interest in Kimura Kokomi. Renowned as a wealthy magnate in Konoha, his affluence was widely acknowledged, his wealth amassed swiftly, and he had scarcely spent any of it. Working for Hinata Ution would ensure she received her dues without the worry of unpaid wages. However, recalling Hinata Ution's notorious stinginess, Kimura Kokomi replied, "That sounds feasible, but my salary is 20,000 per day. If you're unwilling to meet that, I shan't work for you." 20,000? Do you underestimate my capabilities? 200,000 monthly, with meals and lodging included, Hinata Ution asserted, waving his hand with an air of authority. "Deal." Kimura Kokomi agreed without hesitation. At this juncture, Hinata Yuntian regarded the previous monetary sums with disdain, as his current aspirations were on a grander scale, primarily in the realm of hundreds of millions. 200,000 was a trifling amount, and he viewed it as a means to assist Kimura Kokomi, sparing her from undue hardship. Once Kimura Kokomi was employed, the trio set off towards Konoha's pastry shop, eager to indulge in a delightful meal. Initially, Hinata Yuntian had intended to dine at a barbecue restaurant, but Kimura Kokomi vehemently refused, expressing the desire to maintain her perfect physique. Consequently, Hinata Yuntian acquiesced to her preference for the pastry shop. Yet, in the recesses of his mind, he silently mocked Kimura Kokomi, for the caloric content of pastries far exceeded that of meat, revealing her true desire to savor sweets. In Konoha, there was but a single pastry shop, known for its decent offerings. Hinata Yuntian had previously visited, albeit on an occasion when he had indulged without expense, unlike this time when he was treating others. At 2 in the afternoon, the pastry shop was not overly crowded, with the majority of patrons being women. Hinata Yuntian paid them little mind as he chose a table for 4 and beckoned the waitress. "Please bring me the extra-large rose specialty cake, the strawberry flame cake, and 3 cups of iced blueberry juice." Upon placing the order, Kimura Kokomi cast a disapproving glance at Hinata Yuntian, saying, "Shouldn't you order things we actually enjoy? You've merely selected visually appealing pastries." I ordered the most expensive ones. Does that not guarantee their taste?" Hinata Yuntian retorted, bewildered by her reaction. Kimura Kokomi rolled her eyes at him and replied, "Who said the most expensive is the best? It seems you merely wish to flaunt your generosity. Return those and allow me to choose some pastries for us." Hinata Yuntian quickly interjected, "No, I do not return items I ordered. If you wish to return them, you may do so yourself. I still need to preserve my dignity. I shall go." Kimura Kokomi shot him another glare before rising to pursue the waitress. Hinata Yuntian shook his head in silence, dismissing Kimura Kokomi's presence. Just as he was about to engage in conversation with Hinata across from him, he noticed a woman entering the doorway. Instantly, Hinata Yuntian stood and waved, "Beautiful lady, come over and take a seat." The woman paused for a moment, glanced in his direction, and then briskly approached him, smiling as she said, "Ah, it's you, master. Were you going to treat your girlfriend to something?" "What girlfriend? I am far from seeking one. However, if you, beautiful lady, are willing to be my girlfriend, I could consider it," Hinata Yuntian replied with a playful grin. The woman who entered the pastry shop was Waihai Kurenai, who was familiar with Hinata Yuntian, having sought his beauty treatments alongside her mother. Hinata Yuntian held a certain admiration for Waihai Kurenai, primarily due to the impression he had of her as a virtuous woman in his memories. Additionally, she possessed an appealing appearance, making her quite suitable for the role of a wife. Waihai Kurenai merely chuckled at Hinata Yuntian's teasing, recognizing that taking the words of a 6-year-old seriously would be foolish. She then sat beside Hinata and remarked, "Your girlfriend is still here. Refrain from flirting with other women." Hinata, already blushing with embarrassment, felt her face nearly ignite at Waihai Kurenai's words. She quickly gulped down a glass of water, much to Waihai Kurenai's amusement. Observing Hinata's reaction, Hinata Yuntian shook his head helplessly and turned his attention back to Waihai Kurenai, asking, "You, the busy one, what brings you back to Konoha?" With a smile, Waihai Kurenai replied, "I returned upon hearing of your remarkable beauty techniques. I thought I might take this opportunity to rest for a while. Yet, unexpectedly, you've attracted the attention of the Daimyo's wife, and Lord Hokage has assigned me to defense work in the village." Curiously, Hinata Yuntian inquired about the Daimyo's wife. "Is it really just the Daimyo's wife? It seems rather extravagant." Waihai Kurenai shook her head. "Do not misunderstand. While the third Hokage refers to the Daimyo's wife, many noble ladies accompany her, all drawn by your beauty techniques. I believe you could earn at least 5 billion this time. Is that so?" Hinata Yuntian's spirits lifted at the prospect of earning money. "Thank you for the information. Today, I shall treat you as well. You stingy fellow, treating others is no easy feat. I shall indulge in a grand meal today." Waihai Kurenai accepted Hinata Yuntian's invitation. As they chatted casually about the happenings outside of Konoha, it wasn't long before Kimura Kokomi returned with a large assortment of pastries. They all began to enjoy the delightful treats together. Having come from the root, Kimura Kokomi recognized Waihai Kurenai, the daughter of the former Konoha 8 Colors, and their conversation flowed pleasantly, making for a delightful meal filled with laughter and joy. The only outlier at the banquet was the reticent Hinata Hyuga, whose mood was notably somber, and the others refrained from commenting further. At the entrance of the pastry shop, After bidding farewell to Kurenai Yuhi and the others, Komura Kokomi remarked, "I must return to move my belongings to the beauty salon. You should escort Hinata home. She appears to need a proper rest, or else there could be repercussions." Upon hearing Kokomi's words, Hinata quickly shook her head, insisting, "I am fine. There's no need for my master to accompany me. I can return on my own." Hinata shared a good rapport with Kokomi and was willing to converse with her. Observing this, Hinata's cousin, Yuzuki, decisively suggested, "How about this? I will arrange for a separate room at the salon, and Kokomi, you can stay there. As for Hinata, she can join you in moving your belongings. I believe it would be easier for her to accompany you. You two can have a good chat." Kokomi understood Yuzuki's intention was to comfort Hinata, so she nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, then Hinata can come with me, and you go find someone to fix up the room. I shall take my leave then," Yuzuki stated before departing. Once Yuzuki left, Kokomi glanced at Hinata, who was lost in thought, staring at Yuzuki's retreating figure. She gently pulled Hinata away, saying, "Enough of that. You are both still young. Do not dwell on distant matters, let things unfold naturally." Kokomi's words provided Hinata with a modicum of solace, and she ceased gazing after Yuzuki, following Kokomi back to her communal dormitory to collect her belongings. At the beauty salon, Yuzuki had hired 4 chunin at a considerable expense, and within 2 hours, everything was accomplished. The furnishings in the room were not only complete, but also far more luxurious than those at the salon, costing Yuzuki a total of 5 million. When Kokomi and Hinata arrived with their luggage and beheld the state of the room, Kokomi expressed her satisfaction and complimented Yuzuki, soon to be her employer. Currently, Hinata found it difficult to face Yuzuki, as their encounters made her anxious. After exchanging a few words with Kokomi, Yuzuki instructed her to escort Hinata home while he headed to the Hokage building. Yuzuki's reason for visiting the third Hokage was to inquire about the matter concerning the daimyo's wife. He wished to ascertain how many noble women had arrived and the potential financial gain to be had from it. As he strolled towards the Hokage building, Yuzuki arrived at the office door only to discover 2 ENBU ninjas stationed as guards. This sight ignited a strong curiosity within him. In his previous visits, the Hokage's office had been devoid of such protection, indicating that the third Hokage was likely engaged in significant discussions with someone. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, Hinata Yuntian stealthily retreated to the hall, seeking a secluded spot. After summoning a shadow clone and transforming it into a mosquito, he commanded the tiny creature to infiltrate the Hokage's office and gather intelligence. Once the mosquito clone was dispatched, Yuntian wandered aimlessly around the streets near the Hokage building. Half an hour later, a sudden influx of information flooded Yuntian's mind, transmitted from the vanishing clone. The mosquito clone had entered the Hokage's office through a crack in the door, concealing itself among the leaves of a vase, keenly observing the unfolding events. Inside the office were the third Hokage and a masked Umbu ninja. The mosquito clone arrived too late to grasp the earlier conversation but began listening midway through. The dialogue between the third Hokage and the Umbu ninja revolved around the Uchiha clan. The Umbu ninja disclosed that Shimura Danzo's actions had already begun to impact the Uchiha clan, rendering him incapable of managing Danzo's affairs. Instead, he must devote his efforts to addressing the Uchiha issue. The third Hokage, remaining silent for the most part, smoked contemplatively for an extended period before eventually stating that he would discuss forthcoming matters with Danzo, while the Umbu ninja was tasked with resolving the Uchiha predicament. Throughout the eavesdropping, the mosquito clone gleaned only one critical piece of information. As the Umbu ninja was about to depart, the third Hokage addressed him, saying, "Shursui, take care. Perhaps only you can resolve the issues concerning the Uchiha clan." Having the gathered intelligence, Hinata Yuntian lost interest in discussing matters related to the Hokage and the feudal lord's wife. Based on his memories, he recalled that Shimura Danzo had stolen one of Uchiha Shursui's eyes, which Shursui subsequently gifted to Uchiha Itachi. Following Shursui's tragic demise, Itachi, consumed by grief, awakened his Mangeki Sharingan, ultimately leading to the tragic slaughter of his entire clan. Contemplating the impending calamity, Yuntian dismissed concerns over a mere 50 billion. Realizing the necessity of increasing surveillance on the Uchiha clan through shadow clones, ready to intervene during the annihilation of the Uchiha in order to secure the greatest personal gain. As for why he did not intervene to save the Uchiha clan, it was due to their distinct nature compared to other families in Konoha. They were resistant to external control. Therefore, Yuntian preferred to remain uninvolved in their demise, focusing instead on extracting personal benefits from within the Uchiha clan. Lost in thought, he meandered home and promptly created 3 additional shadow clones, transforming them into various small animals, preparing to infiltrate the Uchiha clan and position himself strategically for the forthcoming events. Over the course of the next 5 days, until the third Hokage conveyed a message to Hinata Uchiha, informing him that the wife of the daimyo of the Land of Fire required his presence, Hinata Uchiha remained ensconced in his abode, perplexing Hinata Michiru, who inquired if something was amiss. Naturally, Hinata Uchiha refrained from divulging that he was engrossed in researching the Uchiha clan. Instead, he concocted a trivial excuse to dismiss Hinata Michiru. When summoned to the Hokage building, Hinata Uchiha was quite displeased. The audacity of the daimyo's wife to demand the attention of a future sovereign of the world irked him, and he arrived at the Hokage building wearing a scowl. His demeanor elicited a bemused reprimand from the third Hokage, who remarked, "They are your benefactors. What manner of attitude is this? Do you wish to forego your profits?" Hinata Uchiha, dismissive of the Hokage's admonition, retorted, "They seek my assistance. It is not as if I am obligated to earn their meager funds. You truly are spoiled." Looking down on billions in revenue, the third Hokage sighed in resignation before commanding, "Regardless of your thoughts, you must attend to their beauty needs. Otherwise, the daimyo has promised that this year's additional funds, an increase of 30%, will not be allocated to Konohagakure." With an exasperated huff, Hinata Uchiha acquiesced, proclaiming, "Very well. For the sake of Konoha's interests, I shall tend to these pampered ladies, but their unappealing appearances dampen my spirits. I shall require an additional 10 million in compensation for my mental distress." The third Hokage, caught mid-sip of his tea, spluttered upon hearing Yuntian's words, promptly hurling his teacup at him in indignation. "You insolent brat! You demand compensation for emotional distress? I am the one who endures your torment daily. Now, be off and get to work." Seeing the third Hokage in a fit of rage, Hinata Uchiha hastily placed the teacup on a nearby chair and dashed out of the office. For the next 2 hours, he complied with the task at hand, attending to the beauty treatments of the noble women without causing any further chaos. Upon completion of the treatments, he departed with a staggering sum of 6,900,000,000, without uttering a word to the ladies. In truth, the noble women of the Land of Fire were not exceedingly unattractive. After all, one does not wed into nobility while possessing a repugnant appearance. However, a few daughters of the aristocracy did possess plump figures that detracted from the overall aesthetic. To Hinata Uchiha, the haughty demeanor of these women rendered them unappealing, and he found it particularly arduous to remain composed when confronted by a few elderly ladies who seemed to harbor inappropriate intentions. Completing the third Hokage's assignment, he once again found himself at leisure, wandering the streets of Konohagakure. In the present day, the atmosphere in the Hidden Leaf Village has become quite peculiar. As Hyuga Yuntian has begun to notice, the Uchiha clan's Konoha Guard has essentially ceased its operations, and the streets are devoid of patrolling Uchiha members. This absence has led to frequent loud disputes and outright clashes among the villagers. Just a month ago, the presence of Uchiha patrollers would have swiftly quelled such disturbances, directing those involved to a more peaceful resolution. The third Hokage, that elderly figure, seems to have neglected to appoint successors for the guard's duties, perhaps in the hope of allowing the Uchiha clan to return to tranquility before reinstating their roles. Unfortunately, the third Hokage remains oblivious to the fact that it is Uchiha Obito, lurking in the shadows, who is the true architect behind the Uchiha clan's demise, while Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Itachi were merely pawns in his game. To restore peace to the Uchiha clan, one must confront Obito, however. Given the current capabilities of the third Hokage, this seems an insurmountable challenge, as Obito's space-time ninjutsu is far too formidable for him to overcome. Of course, should Obito choose to meet his own end, the situation would be entirely different, lost in a myriad of chaotic thoughts. Hyuga Yuntian strolled about before arriving at a beauty salon, intending to converse with Kimura Kokomi. Of late, Kimura Kokomi has expressed satisfaction with her role, as Yuntian has assigned her a rather effortless job, leaving her ample time for training in her private quarters. Upon Yuntian's arrival, Kimura Kokomi was engaged in practicing genjutsu. Noticing Yuntian approaching, she couldn't resist casting a terrifying illusion on him. To her astonishment, Yuntian appeared completely unfazed by her technique, walking directly up to her and stating, "Spare me these trivialities. I came to speak with you." Kimura Kokomi, perplexed, inquired, "Did my genjutsu fail? You seem unaffected by it." Yuntian scoffed, dismissively retorting, "With such rudimentary illusions, how could they ever affect me? Perhaps practice for another decade or so would serve you well." Kimura Kokomi felt disheartened. Genjutsu was her specialty, and the fact that it had no effect on Yuntian left her feeling disappointed. With a glare, she confronted him. What do you want from me? Historically, her demeanor towards Yuntian has been less than cordial, yet he remained unfazed, bluntly stating, as a member of the Root, could you take me to see the Root headquarters? I wish to speak with Advisor Danzo. Taken aback, Kimura Kokomi expressed her surprise. Among the ninjas of Konoha, very few harbor fondness for Shimura Danzo, given his unremarkable appearance, cold demeanor, and tyrannical approach to tasks. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, her tone filled with incredulity, you truly wish to meet Lord Danzo? Are you not afraid of him? Hinata Kuntian cast a glance at Kimura Kokomi and remarked, Danzo, the advisor, is a revered elder of Konoha. Would he truly harm a genius ninja like me? I fear your thoughts might be somewhat misguided. After reflecting on this, Hinata Makura conceded that Kimura Kokomi was indeed a precious asset to Konoha. Lord Danzo would never lay a finger on Hinata Kuntian, and he had even dispatched several members of the Root to ensure his protection. This realization left Kimura Kokomi somewhat disheartened, as the treatment received by the members of the Root was far from that enjoyed by Hinata Kuntian. They would not dare to even breathe in the presence of Shimura Danzo, let alone engage him in conversation. They simply obeyed his every command. After a moment of frustration, Kimura Kokomi stated, very well, I shall return to report to Lord Danzo. If he is unwilling to meet with you, that is beyond my control. You should hurry then. Otherwise, I fear that old Hokage will assign us another task, Hinata Kuntian urged eagerly. He held no respect for the third Hokage. Kimura Kokomi shot him a disapproving look and replied, wait here for an hour while I report back to the Root and return with an answer. Please, do so quickly. Hinata Kuntian replied. As Kimura Kokomi departed for the Root, Hinata Kuntian remained in the beauty salon, awaiting her return. In the past, he would have hesitated to approach Shimura Danzo, but recently he had experienced a significant increase in his wealth and strength. He believed that even if Danzo harbored ill intentions, he could still extricate himself from any precarious situation. Thus, he sought to engage Danzo in a profitable venture. Given the current state of Konoha, Hinata Kuntian struggled to conceive ways to generate more income. His options were limited to weapons, various pills, and beauty treatments, none of which yielded substantial profits. This predicament could not entirely be blamed on Konoha. Rather, it stemmed from the village's small size, which left little surplus after Hinata Kuntian had thoroughly exploited its resources. Now, to earn greater wealth, Hinata Kuntian saw two possible paths. Either wait for Konoha to regain its vitality or begin expanding outward. However, his current strength made the latter difficult and slow. Engaging Shimura Danzo's influence could simplify matters, given that the Root's ninjas were dispersed throughout the ninja world, wielding power in various nations. Hinata Kuntian contemplated how to negotiate a lucrative deal with Shimura Danzo. An hour passed swiftly, and soon Kimura Kokomi returned to the beauty salon, declaring, let us go? Lord Danzo is willing to speak with you. Hinata Kuntian rose and said, then let us proceed. I am eager to witness the inner workings of the Root. I wonder if it truly is filled with monsters. Monsters? Kimura Kokomi shot him an incredulous look. Do you think the Root is some chaotic place? It is merely an office. How could anything strange reside there? In Hinata Kuntian's mind, however, the Root was a shadowy realm filled with silent, cold ninjas, and perhaps even adorned with the remains of various creatures, evoking a sense of dread. Listening to Kimura Kokomi, it seemed as though the Root organization resembled the Hokage's office building. Instantly, his anticipation turned to disappointment, and he remarked with a hint of disdain, I don't see what is so impressive about Root. It's quite comparable to the Hokage's office. Hinata Kuntian understood the implication behind Kimura Kokomi's words and responded with a hint of exasperation. The terrifying images of Root that linger in your mind are merely figments of your imagination, as no one has ever conveyed such notions to you. Do not indulge in baseless speculation. Root is simply underground and not a sinister place at all. Never mind, I'm too lazy to elaborate. You will understand once you arrive at Root. Without further ado, Kimura Kokomi led Hinata Kuntian towards the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf village, suggesting that the base of Root was situated not in the heart of the village, but rather in a more secluded area. The location of Root was near the Uchiha clan's residence. Hinata Kuntian surmised that Shimura Danzo's actions were tantamount to monitoring the Uchiha clan, which explained the clan's palpable discontent with the village. After all, no one enjoys being under constant surveillance. It is an unsettling feeling. After navigating through 3 layers of ninja defenses, they finally entered an underground passage leading to Root's office. As Kimura Kokomi had described, aside from being subterranean, The work environment of Root was quite similar to that of the Hokage's office, bustling with ordinary staff organizing resources and documents. The only distinguishing feature was the multitude of mysterious rooms beneath the Hokage building, each door adorned with various seals. Hinata Kannon found himself intrigued by those chambers. Yet despite his persistent inquiries, Kimura Kokomi remained tight-lipped, urging him to hasten his meeting with Shimura Danzo. As they progressed approximately 500 meters down the corridor, the passage suddenly inclined upward, resembling a slope. After ascending over 200 steps, they finally arrived in a spacious hall. Upon entering, Hinata Kannon could not suppress his astonishment. He discovered a large glass panel on the right wall of the hall, through which the entirety of the Hidden Leaf Village was visible. This indicated that Root's headquarters had the capacity to monitor the entire village, and Shimura Danzo's meticulousness was evident. He truly embodied the shadow of the leaf. Well, Hinata Kannon, how does our environment compare to your expectations? Just as Hinata Kannon was marveling at the view, Shimura Danzo approached, leaning on his cane, his tone unassuming yet imbued with pride. Hinata Kannon turned and gave Danzo a thumbs up, sincerely stating, "Advisor, your dedication is commendable, with you overseeing the Hidden Leaf Village. I believe it will remain perpetually tranquil. Your efforts are indeed arduous." Shimura Danzo stood before the glass window, gazing out at the Hidden Leaf Village, and remarked, "A little hardship is inconsequential. What I fear is the potential disruption of this peace, for I lack the power to prevent it." Hinata Yuntian approached Shimura Danzo, gazing at the village of Konoha, and remarked, "How could that be? The strength of the advisor is comparable to that of the Hokage. How could he lack the power to protect Konoha?" Danzo turned his head to glance at Hinata Yuntian, shaking his head with a hint of resignation. No matter how formidable an individual's power may be, they may still encounter unavoidable dangers. At my level, advancing further becomes increasingly difficult. I can only cultivate more ninjas to safeguard Konoha. Pausing momentarily, Danzo continued, "I have high hopes for you. If you are willing to join me in protecting Konoha, I can groom you as a successor for Root." Hinata Yuntian was somewhat speechless. He had not anticipated Danzo's directness. Did he not take into account the thoughts of the third Hokage and Hinata Hisashi? Truly, a headstrong individual. Noticing Hinata Yuntian's silence, Danzo suddenly chuckled, "Forget it. If I were to recruit you into Root, Hisashi and Hisashi would likely trouble me daily. Perhaps you should tell me what brings you here." Upon the mention of serious matters, Hinata Yuntian regained his composure and stated, "Advisor, do you not think that the strength of Root is too feeble and in need of enhancement? I could offer some assistance." Danzo cast another glance at Hinata Yuntian, shaking his head. "The power of Root cannot be too strong. Otherwise, Hisashi will be displeased. Besides, my current personnel are sufficient." Hinata Yuntian scoffed, "Do not concern yourself with that stubborn old man Hokage. He is merely a traditionalist. I believe Konoha should become stronger, ideally notifying the entire ninja world." Danzo regarded Hinata Yuntian with a peculiar expression, clearing his throat before speaking. "I did not expect you to harbor such thoughts, Yuntian. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. I find your perspective agreeable, yet I am not the Hokage. I am merely an advisor and cannot make decisions on their behalf. Then let us collaborate to strengthen Konoha." "We shall disregard the third's opinions," Hinata Yuntian asserted directly. "After all, he is the Hokage. Must you not show him some respect?" Danzo shook his head, somewhat bemused by Hinata Yuntian's audacity. Nevertheless, within Danzo's heart, he held a certain admiration for Hinata Yuntian, as their aspirations aligned. Both desired to see Konoha dominate the entire ninja realm. Hinata Yuntian pressed, "Advisor, please provide me with a clear answer. Will you partner with me? I am quite eager for financial resources." Danzo shook his head once more. "You little rascal have recently earned hundreds of billions, and yet you claim to be short on funds. I dare say you are wealthier than Konoha itself." Hinata Yuntian chuckled, "Surely. You do not believe my remarkable abilities are mere happenstance. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world." Danzo paused, taken aback by Hinata Yuntian's inadvertent revelation that his extraordinary skills were tied to financial gain. This left him, who had long sought to uncover the source of Hinata Yuntian's abilities, enveloped in contemplation. After a long pause, Shimura Danzo cast a serious glance at Hinata Kannon and said, "Very well, we can collaborate. Do enlighten me on how we shall proceed." Hinata Kannon replied, "I can provide enhanced weaponry, fortified food pills, and a variety of improved medicinal supplies. Whatever the advisor desires, I shall supply. We can split the profits 60-40. What do you think, advisor? Is it agreeable to you, my 60 or 4? Shimura Danzo retorted, "How could that be possible? Naturally, it shall be my 60, and you shall receive 40. Hinata Kuni encountered, "You are still as miserly as ever." Danzo shook his head. "I have no choice. I need the money," Hinata Kuni stated. After a moment of contemplation, Danzo replied, "All right, I accept your terms. However, you must be aware that if Hayashi discovers our dealings and seeks retribution, do not come to me for assistance." Hinata Kuni confidently assured him, "Fear not, I can handle that old man myself." Danzo, no longer needing to be polite, directly announced, "In that case, I happen to have a batch of supplies that requires your refining. However, I cannot provide you with the full payment immediately. I will settle the amount within 2 months. You wouldn't refuse this, would you?" Hinata Kuni nodded, "No problem. I trust the advisor's integrity. Furthermore, since this is a long-term arrangement, I believe the advisor would not jeopardize our friendship over trivial gains." Danzo shook his head. "You are indeed quite astute for a young lad. Very well. I will have Kokomi escort you to the supply depot. She will also accompany you upon your departure and ensure that the subsequent funds reach you, as well as keep you informed about our dealings." "Excellent. A pleasurable collaboration, advisor," Hinata Kuni thought to himself, bidding farewell to Danzo before following Kimura Kokomi out of the hall. As they exited Danzo's office and stepped into the corridor, Kimura Kokomi, pale and visibly shaken, remarked, "Kunian, you possess remarkable audacity, daring to speak so bluntly to Lord Danzo. I feared he might annihilate you on the spot." Hinata Kunian replied nonchalantly, "He is the advisor of the Hidden Leaf Village, and I am a prodigy of the village. How could he possibly turn against me?" "You are overthinking this, Kokomi." Kimura Kokomi scoffed slightly, unconvinced that Shimura Danzo would be so agreeable. Having spent years in the route, she felt she had a substantial understanding of Danzo's character. While she was skeptical, Hinata Kuni paid her doubts no mind. He could not divulge that he had already engaged in a covert battle of wits with Danzo, who had attempted to ensnare him in a jinjutsu upon hearing about his secrets related to money. However, Hinata Kuni's exceptional spiritual strength allowed him to break free from even Danzo's A-rank illusion, merely causing a flicker in his eyes before dispelling it. Having failed in one scheme, Shimura Danzo sought to employ other ninjutsu. However, Hyuga Yuntian promptly shifted his essence to a shadow clone position just outside the root headquarters, transforming his presence before Danzo into that of a mere apparition, thereby evading Danzo's direct intervention. This clandestine confrontation unfolded in shadows, unbeknownst to Kimura Kokomi, who, despite being in the office, remained oblivious to the covert struggle between Shimura Danzo and Hyuga Yuntian. While Hyuga Yuntian worked alongside Kimura Kokomi in the warehouse, Shimura Danzo furrowed his brow in contemplation within his office. The recent encounter with Yuntian had elucidated the latter's peculiar capabilities. He was unperturbed by Danzo's A-rank jinjutsu and could unexpectedly manifest as a shadow clone, thwarting Danzo's attempts to seize control over him. After the ambush had concluded, Yuntian re-emerged in his true form, leaving Danzo bereft of confidence in his ability to apprehend him. The enigmatic nature of Yuntian's powers rendered it nearly impossible for Danzo to ascertain whether he had truly captured the real Hyuga Yuntian. After pondering for half an hour, Danzo realized that his prior understanding of Yuntian had been woefully superficial, failing to grasp the extent of his formidable strength. Consequently, he resolved to engage in a serious discussion with Sarutobi Hiruzen to clarify matters concerning Yuntian. In the root warehouse, after fortifying the supplies, Hyuga Yuntian instructed Kimura Kokomi to accompany him as they departed from the headquarters. He harbored no concern regarding Danzo's intentions. His strength was now sufficient for self-preservation. Should Konoha village intend him harm, he could simply take his leave without trepidation. Thus, he felt no fear regarding his capabilities being exposed to others. Nonetheless, Yuntian was acutely aware that the third Hokage would not act against him. Despite his somewhat unusual nature, he was ultimately beneficial to Konoha. And even the third Hokage would not foolishly drive him to opposition. Upon returning to the beauty salon, Yuntian urged Kimura Kokomi to rest at home as he strolled back to the Hyuga clan's residence. Presently, there were no lucrative ventures for him in Konoha, prompting Yuntian to contemplate how to exit the village, amass wealth, and return. Of course, he did not wish to stray too far, for he needed to be present for the events concerning the Uchiha clan to acquire what he desired. Leisurely making his way home, Yuntian found the Hyuga estate still empty. He settled beneath a large tree in an open area to relax and enjoy the coolness. For the ensuing 5 days, the third Hokage continued to assign no tasks to Hyuga Yuntian, leading him to feel a tinge of boredom. He began to consider approaching the third Hokage to request an assignment outside the village to alleviate his ennui. As for the Uchiha clan situation, Yuntian believed that no significant developments would occur in the short term. Moreover, he had devised contingency plans to address any potential issues swiftly. Inspired by his thoughts, Hinata Yuntian rose early the next day and made his way to the Hokage building, intent on seeking out the third Hokage to undertake some advanced missions. During this period, the third Hokage had been contemplating the matter of Hinata Yuntian, particularly after receiving a notification from Shimura Danzo, who informed him that Hinata Yuntian possessed the strength of a Jonin and recommended enhancing oversight. Furthermore, Danzo had divulged the details of his dealings with Hinata Yuntian, leaving the third Hokage feeling somewhat at a loss regarding how to manage him. Thus, he decided to allow Hinata Yuntian to rest in the village of Konoha for the time being. However, the third Hokage was acutely aware that this was merely a temporary solution. The spirited youth would not remain content within the confines of the village for long. Upon seeing Hinata Yuntian approach, the third Hokage realized that the boy could hardly contain his eagerness to venture outside. Without formality, Hinata Yuntian entered the Hokage's office, took a seat, and declared, "Old man, do you have any missions available? I wish to explore outside," he quickly added. "But I'm not interested in any tasks below B rank." The third Hokage cast a sidelong glance at the impudent youth, tapping his pipe with mild irritation. "Kakashi is still out on a mission and has yet to return. Can't you find it in yourself to rest for a couple of days?" "He will be back in 3 days," Hinata Yuntian scoffed. "Kakashi? Let us not even go there. I see no difference whether he is here or not. I can handle missions on my own. I hear you've already attained Jonin strength. It seems you're starting to get a bit inflated in your ego, wanting to undertake missions solo," remarked the third Hokage. "Huh, those are merely rumors," Hinata Yuntian chuckled. "How could someone my age possibly possess Jonin strength? Do not feign ignorance. Danzo has already informed me about your situation, including the dealings." The third Hokage shot a stern look at Hinata Yuntian. Upon hearing this, Hinata Yuntian cursed internally, blaming the old coot Danzo for saying that the third Hokage would not take responsibility upon discovering the transactions, yet here he was, exposing everything. After a moment of silent frustration directed at Danzo, Hinata Yuntian sighed. "Old man, consider this an augmentation of Konoha's strength. Why must you be so particular? Perhaps I could even sell you a portion of my gains, a split of 40-60 humph, as if I have any money left for you to pilfer." "You little rascal," the third Hokage shot another glare at Hinata Yuntian. "If you are willing to settle for a 50-50 split, I might grant you a bit more freedom to choose missions below S rank." "All right, old man, it's a deal," Hinata Yuntian eagerly agreed. For him, sacrificing a modest sum in exchange for personal freedom was hardly a burden, especially given his daily income of around 20 million. Losing a bit was inconsequential. At the entrance of the Hidden Leaf Village, Hinata Yuntian was not one to arrive late like Kakashi. He left home at 7 in the morning, had a quick breakfast, and arrived at the meeting point with just 5 minutes to spare before 8 o'clock. There, he found Makuhira Kokomi and Hinata Hanabi, both of whom were already waiting with their backpacks. Upon seeing Yuntian approach, Kokomi stepped forward and inquired, "You still haven't told us what mission we are undertaking this time?" With a nonchalant demeanor, Yuntian replied, "It's merely a minor A-rank mission. There's no need to elaborate too much. Let us set off." "A-rank mission?" Kokomi gasped in astonishment. Hanabi, equally bewildered, stared blankly at Yuntian. After her outburst, Kokomi rushed towards him, exclaiming, "Are you serious? We are still just genin. Why are you taking on an A-rank mission? Do you want to put our lives in jeopardy?" With a smile, Yuntian reassured her, "What is there to fear? It's just an A-rank mission. With me around, we'll handle it effortlessly. Consider it a little adventure." Kokomi, feeling somewhat helpless against Yuntian's determination, sighed and said, "Fine, but you must train us along the way. I don't want to meet an early demise due to overestimating our abilities." Her request was quite reasonable. Yuntian, recognizing the importance of enhancing their skills, agreed, as he understood that the two of them would be accompanying him in future endeavors. It would be detrimental if they held him back. "All right, I promise," Yuntian affirmed. After discussing with Kokomi, he announced their departure for Weno Castle, disregarding Hanabi's thoughts, as both he and Kokomi were well aware that Hanabi would not express any. On the journey to Weno Castle, Yuntian urged Kokomi and Hanabi to progress at their utmost speed, proclaiming this to be his training method. They could only acquiesce. In truth, Yuntian was merely eager to reach Weno Castle and earn some money. The notion of a training method was a ruse. However, it was entirely deceitful, as he had resolved to enhance Kokomi and Hanabi's physical prowess upon their arrival, ensuring they both attained the physical capabilities of Chunin. Weno Castle. An ordinary town in the Land of Fire was bustling despite its classification. The number of residents and buildings far exceeded that of the Hidden Leaf Village, making it one of the top 10 flourishing towns in the Land of Fire. After 2 days and nights of relentless travel, Yuntian, accompanied by Hanabi and Kokomi, finally arrived at the outskirts of Winnow Castle by 5 o'clock on the third day. Exhausted, Hanabi and Kokomi had little interest in admiring the scenery of Winnow Castle. Observing their fatigue, Yuntian casually checked into the first inn they encountered upon entering the town, allowing Hanabi and Kokomi to rest properly. As Hinata Yuntian entered the room where Kimura Kokomi and Hinata were resting, he pretended to check if they were awake, his true intention being to enhance their physical capabilities with a gentle tap. Upon returning to his own quarters, though not feeling fatigued, he could not abandon Hinata and Kimura Kokomi to slumber alone. Thus, he dispatched 8 shadow clones, armed with funds, to seek out blacksmiths and apothecaries in Winnow Castle, engaging in the trade of weaponry and medicinal supplies, while his original self remained at the inn to oversee the enhancement process. In a manner akin to his previous endeavors in Ungshi Town, while Kimura Kokomi and Hinata rested, Hinata Yuntian employed his shadow clones to amass wealth. Winnow Castle, however, presented a different scenario. Here, 5 blacksmiths and 5 apothecaries operated, each establishment boasting a scale twice that of those in Ungshi Town. Throughout the night, Hinata Yuntian's 8 shadow clones darted between 10 shops, tirelessly utilizing the enhancement system to profit from the price differentials. The proprietors of these 10 establishments, motivated by the prospect of earnings, cooperated with the shadow clones, keeping their doors open for business. In this mutually beneficial arrangement, Hinata Yuntian accrued a staggering sum of 5 billion. Naturally, while both Hinata Yuntian and the shopkeepers found satisfaction in the venture, there was one individual initially displeased. However, upon receiving a generous sum of 1 million, the innkeeper's disposition transformed to one of contentment. This innkeeper, overseeing the lodging where Hinata Yuntian and his companions resided, witnessed the shadow clones frequently entering and exiting, tirelessly delivering and retrieving goods. The incessant activity left the innkeeper too apprehensive to rest, fearing a potential thief or bandit might take advantage of the situation. Ultimately, when fatigue overcame the innkeeper, he chose to close the establishment at 2 in the morning, preventing further access for Hinata Yuntian's clones. Consequently, to secure the innkeeper's agreement to remain open throughout the night, Hinata Yuntian presented him with 1 million, prompting a swift acquiescence. At 6:30 in the morning, Hinata Yuntian's profitable enterprise reached its conclusion. He listened intently for any signs of movement from Kimura Kokomi and Hinata's room, but detected none. After dispelling the shadow clones, he lay down to rest. Just as he began to drift into slumber, a sudden, piercing scream from Kimura Kokomi jolted him awake. Checking the time, he noted it was merely 11 in the morning. Rising, he approached the door to their resting chamber, knocking and calling out, "Open the door, open the door. Let me in." 30 seconds later, the door swung open to reveal Kimura Kokomi's exuberant face. She immediately exclaimed, "Guess what? I am now a Chunin. Soon, I shall surpass you." With a scoff, Hinata Yuntian thought to himself, "What a delusion. Were it not for my investment of 10 million in your enhancements, the prospect of becoming a Chunin would be utterly unattainable." However, maintaining a calm exterior, he replied, "Oh, is that so? Congratulations are in order then." Upon encountering Hinata Kuntian, Kimura Kokomi could not suppress a cold snort, exclaiming, "What brings you here? If there's nothing urgent, be quick and leave. We need to change and prepare for lunch soon. If it weren't for your screaming waking me up, do you think I would have come to find you?" Hinata Kuntian immediately shot her a glare. Kimura Kokomi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, decisively closed the door, leaving Hinata Kuntian outside, and added, "Wait for us for 5 minutes. We'll have lunch together, and I'll treat you today." Outside the room, Hinata Kuntian, upon receiving Kimura Kokomi's message, shook his head and returned to his own quarters to organize his belongings. In a quaint little restaurant on Winnow Castle Street, Kimura Kokomi, known for her frugality, insisted on treating everyone but chose a very inexpensive eatery. Although Hinata Kuntian was dissatisfied, Kimura Kokomi retorted that if he was unhappy, he could simply choose not to eat. Reluctantly, he accompanied her to dine in the small restaurant. The food lacked flavor, and after a couple of bites, Hinata Kuntian lost his appetite, opting instead to lean back in his chair and rest. Having worn himself out the previous night, he felt drowsy and yearned for a brief nap. As Kimura Kokomi and Hinata animatedly discussed their increased abilities, they paid no heed to Hinata Kuntian. who seized the opportunity to doze off while they chatted over their meal. After half an hour, he was roused by Kimura Kokomi's voice as she slammed her hand on the table, calling his name. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed that the table had been cleared, and all the food had been consumed. Is everything finished already? Once you're done, let us seek out the mission client. Hinata Kunien stood up, ready to leave the restaurant, only to realize that Kimura Kokomi and Hinata had not followed suit. Turning around, he found Kimura Kokomi staring at him with a displeased expression. Is there a problem? Hinata Kunien asked, puzzled. With narrowed eyes, Kimura Kokomi replied, we need to investigate the mission client's situation first before seeking them out. Hinata Kunien scoffed. Why bother with such trivialities over a mere A-rank mission? We can just go directly to the client. Kimura Kokomi huffed. We don't possess your skills. This is an A-rank mission with potential life-threatening risks. We must first gather information about the client's adversaries and their circumstances. Firm in her stance, Kimura Kokomi prompted Hinata Kunien to concede with a resigned, fine. You two can investigate. I will go find the mission client myself. You can meet me at their place afterward. Suit yourself. Hinata, let us go, Kimura Kokomi said, pulling Hinata along, bypassing Hinata Kunien as they departed. Hinata felt a twinge of guilt and offered Hinata Kunien an apologetic glance as they passed by. As Kimura Kokomi and Hinata exited, Hinata Kunien followed suit, and the trio reached a crossroads at the restaurant's entrance, parting ways. The residence of the affluent tasker is situated in the northernmost region of Weno Castle, where a grand estate sprawling over 50,000 square meters stands. Although the number of structures within the estate is limited, it boasts an abundance of pavilions and corridors, alongside a diverse array of flora. Constructing such a mansion would require an investment of no less than $1 billion, affirming the tasker's status as a true magnate. Upon reaching the entrance of the estate, Hinata was taken aback to find the absence of any guards. Thus, he employed his Byakugan to survey the interior, discovering that the entirety of the estate's occupants had congregated around a 3-story pavilion, leaving the rest of the premises deserted. Could it be that the wealthy individual had come under attack, prompting all to rally for protection? Pondering this, Hinata decisively crossed the threshold, making his way towards the 3-story pavilion. However, to his dismay, as soon as he leapt into the estate, an array of mechanisms activated, unleashing a barrage of shurikens, iron spikes, and flying needles aimed directly at him. Realizing he had fallen into a trap meticulously designed by the affluent tasker, Hinata dismissed the threat. With a single bound, he evaded the onslaught and continued toward the pavilion. It appeared that the magnate was indeed fearful for his life. For along the path to the 3-story pavilion, an assortment of traps, rolling stones, massive logs, explosive tags lay in wait. Yet, these contrivances proved futile against Hinata, who deftly navigated through them and arrived at the entrance of the pavilion, poised to enter. As he prepared to step inside, a sudden flurry of small flames rained down from above, seemingly conjured by a ninja employing a technique that enveloped his surroundings. Observing the thumb-sized flames, Hinata couldn't help but smirk. They were hardly worthy of the title Meteor Fire. Judging by the caliber of this ninjutsu, he deduced that the adversary was at best a CH nin. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals and unleashed a powerful gust. Wind release. Hurricane technique Hinata B-rank ninjutsu extinguished the diminutive flames entirely, sweeping toward the pavilion and causing the wooden walls to creak ominously. The occupants inside, evidently fearing the structure would collapse, hurriedly fled, revealing their identities to Hinata. Among those emerging from the pavilion was a rather corpulent middle-aged man who, upon spotting Hinata-Yuntian's Byakugan, cried out in alarm. The young man cast a fleeting glance at the rotund figure, speaking in a calm yet assertive tone. I have come to protect you. Do not provoke my ire, or I shall deal with both you and your subordinates. The corpulent man, having witnessed Hinata-Yuntian's prowess, recognized that he was indeed far superior to his lackeys, and it was evident that the Hinata clan wielded considerable might, indicating that the opponent had yet to reveal his full strength. Upon reflecting on this, the corpulent middle-aged man dared not underestimate the child before him. Emerging from the throng, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, Ninja-sama, I am Nakajima Aikir. I beg your forgiveness for our previous actions. We were left with no choice, as our enemies may arrive at any moment. Hinata, however, showed little interest in Nakajima Aikir's apology and directly inquired, have the enemies attacked yet? Nakajima Aikir shook his head and replied, not yet, but I anticipate their arrival within a day or two. I have heard they have employed foreign ninjas, and it should take them some time to reach Weno Castle. Foreign ninjas. Hinata Ution felt a twinge of surprise. In the towns of the Land of Fire, it was predominantly the domain of Konoha ninjas. The audacity of these foreign ninjas to intrude and cause chaos was tantamount to courting death. Unless they believed themselves formidable enough to evade the Konoha ninjas and pursue them. Both possibilities existed, yet Hinata Ution could not ascertain which was the case. Unwilling to dwell on uncertainty, Hinata Ution straightforwardly asked, "Who exactly seeks your life? Are they also in Weno Castle?" Nakajima Aikir hesitated, seemingly reluctant to reveal the name of his adversary. However, under the piercing gaze of Hinata Ution, he ultimately confessed. "That individual is a relative of the Lord of Weno Castle. I dare not retaliate, as long as I can survive this ordeal. He will not dare to act against me." Hinata Ution found Nakajima Aikir's reasoning perplexing. Why would surviving this encounter guarantee safety? He bluntly queried, 1 billion. I will eliminate that enemy for you, provided you pay me 1 billion. At the entrance of the 3-story loft, Nakajima Aikir and his subordinates stared at Hinata Ution in astonishment, as if he were mad. Finally, Nakajima Aikir could contain himself no longer and said, "Ninja-sama. My enemy is a relative of the Lord. Even if I were to kill him, the Lord would certainly seek retribution against me. I would prefer your assistance in weathering this attack." What a coward, Hinata Ution thought disdainfully of Nakajima Aikir. He continued, "If you offer 30 billion, I could eliminate the Lord as well, thus resolving the matter once and for all. Would that not be splendid?" Nakajima Aikir felt as though he had lost his mind. If he was too afraid to kill even the Lord's relative, the suggestion of targeting the Lord himself left him aghast. Did the Konoha ninjas truly abandon the Land of Fire, daring to assassinate even its prominent lords? Stunned by Hinata Ution's words, Nakajima Aikir snapped back to reality and shook his head. "No, Ninja-sama, I shall pretend I did not hear your previous remark. Please, just remain here to protect me." What a troublesome situation. I have other tasks to attend to. Can't you just be more agreeable? Hinata Ution voiced his dissatisfaction. At this moment, Nakajima Aikir wished he could simply dismiss Hinata Ution. Yet, given the latter's esteemed lineage and formidable prowess, Nakajima Aikir could only begrudgingly respond, "Ninja-sama, I implore you to understand. I am but an ordinary merchant." Although Hinata Ution looked down upon Nakajima Ichiro's cowardly demeanor, he nonetheless shook his head and said, "Forget it. Please arrange a place for me to rest. I need your assistance with something later." "All right, I will make arrangements immediately," Nakajima Ichiro replied eagerly. Hoping that Hinata Ution would calm down and refrain from uttering any more disconcerting remarks, he quickly instructed 2 guards to prepare a room for Hinata Ution to rest. The guards accompanying Nakajima Ichiro were keenly aware not to provoke Hinata Ution. Setting aside Hinata Ution's terrifying prowess, they were wary of his audacity to even kill a city lord. They feared that upsetting him could lead to dire consequences. After Nakajima Ichiro directed the guards to escort Hinata Ution to a room on the 2nd floor of the 3-story loft, he prepared to withdraw and take his leave. "Don't go. Didn't I just mention that I have matters to discuss with you?" Hinata Ution called out to Nakajima Ichiro. Nakajima Ichiro was reluctant to serve Hinata Ution but dared not refuse him, so he feigned a pitiful expression and said, "My lord, given my current circumstances, I hardly have time to assist others." Hinata Ution understood that Nakajima Ichiro was apprehensive about being burdened with difficult requests, and he smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured. The tasks I require of you are trivial and will not place you in a bind. You need only introduce me to a few individuals." Upon hearing that he would merely be an introducer, Nakajima Ichiro sighed in relief and said, "Then please, my lord, tell me how I can assist you." Hinata Ution replied, "Excellent. If you can help, I can offer you a handsome reward of 10 million. Surely that will satisfy you." Upon broaching the topic of profit, Nakajima Ichiro displayed a newfound shrewdness, nodding eagerly, "My lord, please specify whom you wish me to introduce. I shall present anyone I know to you." Gratified by Nakajima Ichiro's perceptiveness, Hinata Ution continued, "I have heard that you have been managing businesses in Weno City for over 30 years, dabbling in various trades. I would like to inquire about the most prominent iron merchant and herbalist in Weno City." Suddenly, Nakajima Ichiro's mouth twitched, and he gazed at Hinata Ution with a peculiar expression. "My lord, regarding the incidents at the 5 major blacksmiths and 5 major herbal shops last night, you wouldn't happen to be the one who sent someone to orchestrate that, would you?" "Ah, weren't you hiding here? How do you know about the happenings in the city?" Hinata Ution asked, surprised. Nakajima Ichiro forced a wry smile. "To be honest, 2 of those 10 shops were originally mine, but they were taken from me. The workers there are old associates of mine, and they discreetly report to me whenever something occurs. Nakajima Ichiro's words sparked a realization in Hinata Yuntian, prompting him to exclaim, "The ones who seized your shops couldn't possibly be the ones trying to kill you, could they?" Nakajima Ichiro sighed, "Indeed. It is that very person who seeks my life. You have truly drawn the ire of a ruthless individual," Hinata Yuntian lamented. Ichiro Nakajima suddenly expressed his anger, stating, "If it were a matter of fair commercial competition, I would not fear that man. However, he is despicable for seizing my shop under the orders of the city lord. And naturally, I am quite indignant." Hinata Kunian cast a sidelong glance at Ichiro Nakajima and remarked, "He has successfully taken your shop. Why then would he send someone to kill you? Surely there must be a reason for this." Ichiro Nakajima felt a sudden embarrassment. After a moment's hesitation, he confessed, "That day, I simply could not contain myself and ended up giving him a beating before storming off." Hinata Kunian shook his head in disbelief. It was astonishing that Ichiro Nakajima would confront someone so openly. If the other party did not retaliate, others might assume he was easy to bully. Which explains why they sent someone to eliminate Ichiro Nakajima. Were Hinata Kunian in Ichiro Nakajima's position, he would have discreetly sent someone to deal with the opponent after leaving, thereby avenging himself while also regaining his rightful shop, an approach that would serve both purposes splendidly. Disinterested in Ichiro Nakajima's tale, Hinata Kunian interjected, "Enough of your trivial matters. Just answer the question I posed earlier." Ichiro Nakajima felt somewhat helpless, having finally found someone to vent his frustrations to. He discovered that the other party was disinclined to listen. Moreover, given Hinata Kunian's stature, he could hardly afford to provoke him, so he repressed his vexation. With a sigh, Ichiro Nakajima spoke, "My lord, the largest blacksmith and apothecary in Winnow Castle belong to the city lord's estate. As for my two shops, it would be more accurate to say they were taken by the city lord rather than by his relative, as that relative merely manages the business on behalf of the city lord, who ultimately makes all the decisions." Ichiro Nakajima's response placed Hinata Kunian in a bit of a dilemma. If Ichiro were an ordinary merchant, Hinata would have been willing to collaborate with him. However, doing business with the Lord of Winnow Castle posed significant risks, leaving him somewhat discontented. After a moment of silence, observing Ichiro Nakajima's troubled expression, Hinata Kunian suddenly conceived an excellent idea. He turned to Ichiro and inquired, "May I ask you a personal question? If I could provide you with weapons like those from last night on a long-term basis, would you be able to reclaim all of Winnow Castle's business?" When it came to business, Ichiro Nakajima was filled with confidence. He asserted resolutely, "As long as no one employs underhanded tactics with the goods from last night, I can expand my business throughout the Land of Fire." "Very well, I admire your ambition. I have decided to partner with you in business," Hinata Kunian responded, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes as he looked at Ichiro Nakajima. In the attic room, Ichiro Nakajima gazed at Hinata Kunian in disbelief. It was perplexing that Hinata, clearly a ninja and of the esteemed Hinata clan, would seek to engage in commerce for profit. Shaking his head to dispel these strange thoughts, Ichiro Nakajima stated, "My lord, to speak frankly, I am left with nothing but this unsellable residence. Otherwise, why would I only hire this few guards? Moreover, with the Lord of Winnow Castle around, it matters not how large my business grows. One word from him could see all my assets confiscated." Hinata Kunian smiled and assured, "Rest assured, I can enlist 4 elite jonin to safeguard you, and I will provide you with a startup capital of 1 billion. All I ask is that you diligently earn profits for me. You need not concern yourself with anything else." Nakajima Ichiro was momentarily taken aback and replied, "Are you implying that I will be working for you?" "Indeed, that is precisely what I mean," Hinata Kunian affirmed with a nod. Having once been his own boss, Nakajima Ichiro was accustomed to making his own decisions. Although he found himself in a somewhat desperate situation now, he was reluctant to become subservient, and thus hesitated in his response. Observing the expression on Nakajima Ichiro's face, Hinata Kunian discerned his apprehensions and stated directly, "You may take your time to ponder this. Even if you evade danger this time, there will inevitably be future threats. You cannot perpetually wait for your assets to be seized. By collaborating with me, I can assure you that you will be safeguarded from threats outside of commercial competition, allowing you to focus solely on your business endeavors. Furthermore, should you require funds, for every billion you earn in profit, I can offer you 5 million. What do you think?" Coming from the esteemed Hyuga clan, Hinata Kunian held considerable renown in the Land of Fire. Even the powerful Lord of Winnow would hesitate to bully him, knowing he served the Hyuga clan. and would confine his actions to normal commercial rivalry. After deep contemplation, Nakajima Ichiro realized that his only viable path forward lay in collaborating with Hinata Kunian. Reviving his fortunes independently would be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the prospect of a 5% commission was quite generous, and the assurance of not losing money made the offer even more appealing. Nakajima Ichiro began to feel intrigued. After 5 minutes of quiet reflection, he finally raised his head and said earnestly, "Very well. As long as you can fulfill your promises, I will serve you and accomplish all the tasks you assign." Hinata Kunian felt a sense of satisfaction in finding a subordinate who could conduct business outside of Konoha village and smiled at Nakajima Ichiro, saying, "You will not regret this. There are undeniable advantages to following me." Nakajima Ichiro, however, responded with a hint of exasperation, "Sir, let us first address the imminent threat. I have heard that the scoundrel has summoned renowned elite jonin. I have exhausted my savings to send someone to Konoha village for an A-rank mission. A highly renowned jonin." Hinata Kunian inquired with surprise, "Do you know who it is? What do they look like?" Nakajima Ichiro shook his head and replied, "I am not entirely sure. I only know they are a formidable jonin, reputed to be a judgment ninja from the Mist Village." A judgment ninja from the Mist Village. Hinata Kunian could not ascertain their identity and decided to let it go, saying, "Regardless of who they are, you can rest easy with me here. Please arrange for someone to wait at the entrance of the estate. 2 young ladies will be arriving shortly. One is the heiress of the Hyuga clan, while the other has a rather fiery temperament. If you fail to attend to them properly, you will find yourself in quite the predicament." Upon hearing about the Hyuga heiress, Nakajima Ichiro's eyes immediately brightened. The eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan is indeed remarkable, even though her counterpart is merely a child. Nakajima Ichiro firmly believes she possesses formidable prowess or is accompanied by powerful guardians, which alleviates his concerns regarding his safety significantly. "All right, I shall make the arrangements immediately. Please wait here, esteemed one," Nakajima Ichiro exclaimed with excitement as he bid farewell to Hyuga Yution and swiftly exited the room. Once Nakajima Ichiro departed, Hyuga Yution pondered a pressing issue: the considerable distance between Ueno Castle and Kanahagakure. It was impractical to expect Nakajima Ichiro to transport goods all the way to the village. Thus, the only viable solution was to leave a shadow clone at Ueno Castle to accompany Nakajima Ichiro, allowing him to seamlessly transfer his consciousness whenever necessary, thereby obviating the need for Ichiro to ferry the merchandise to Kanahagakure. However, this clone would possess minimal intelligence, relying solely on its combat instincts, should it be defeated. It would take considerable time for him to materialize another. After much deliberation, Hyuga Yution glanced at the considerable sum of 12.3 billion he had just accrued and, with a heavy heart, decided to invest 10 billion to enhance his cloning technique. Upon fortifying the technique, he promptly summoned a clone to observe. Following a series of experiments, he concluded that the clone could replicate 100 of his abilities, albeit lacking intellect, which limited its combat effectiveness to around 70. Even so, he felt satisfied, knowing that such prowess would render him difficult to injure by ordinary ninja, save for those of the shadow rank. Leaving one clone behind would enable him to monitor Nakajima Ichiro for any signs of treachery, and it would also facilitate the enhancement of items, liberating him from the oversight of Kanahagakure, a truly advantageous trifecta. The expenditure of that 10 billion proved worthwhile. Hyuga Yution then released 2 additional shadow clones, instructing them to work diligently alongside the first, thus ensuring the success of Nakajima Ichiro's business endeavors. With all matters arranged, Hyuga Yution turned his attention to the 2 shops belonging to Nakajima Ichiro. Initiating a new business venture would undoubtedly consume valuable time. However, reclaiming those establishments would allow Ichiro to commence profit generation immediately, circumventing the startup phase. After 5 minutes of contemplation, Hyuga Yution resolved to engage with the rogue ninja from Kirigakure before addressing the insipid lord of Ueno Castle. Should that lord dare to refuse, Hyuga Yution would ensure he understood the meaning of lawlessness, rendering any reports to the daimyo or Hokage futile. Having concluded his considerations, Hyuga Yution cast a glance at the chaise lounge in the room and reclined comfortably to rest. After a long night, he had scarcely slept before being awakened by Kimura Kokomi's piercing screams, leaving him rather fatigued. He succumbed to sleep within mere minutes, reassured by the presence of 2 shadow clones and 1 clone, thus harboring no apprehensions regarding safety. In the residence of Ichiro Nakajima, Hinata Kumo awoke to the calls of Kimura Kokoro and Hinata. Upon opening his eyes and meeting Kimura Kokoro's gaze, he could see her face was marred by displeasure. Rubbing his eyes and sitting up, Hinata Kumo exclaimed, "What all this noise? Don't you see I was sleeping? Have you completed your investigation task? You still have the leisure to sleep? Do you have any idea who we are about to confront?" Kimura Kokoro retorted, her expression ablaze with fury. "Oh, so you've already uncovered the identity of our adversary? That is indeed commendable. Pray, enlighten me, which individual is approaching?" Hinata Kumo inquired, momentarily astonished, but then smilingly curious. "Smile? What is there to smile about?" Kimura Kokoro snapped, glaring at him. "Our enemy is the assassin who has previously targeted the Mizukage, the Mist Village's judgment ninja, Momochi Zabuza. Do you think this is trivial?" Momochi Zabuza. Hinata Kumo's interest was piqued. However, it was not Zabuza himself that intrigued him, but rather the enigmatic figure of Haku who accompanied him, which captured his true fascination. "Oh, you know him," Kimura Kokoro observed, surprised by the excitement on Hinata Kumo's face. Hinata Kumo chuckled. "To say I know him would be an exaggeration, yet I do harbor some interest in this individual. You need not involve yourselves. Allow me to handle this matter." Kimura Kokoro, visibly displeased, responded, "What you say is utterly incomprehensible to me. Regardless of your thoughts, I intend to report this to Lord Hokage and request assistance from him. Even if we manage to defeat Zabuza, he is still a judgment ninja of the Mist Village. We have no authority to intervene, and it must be addressed by Lord Hokage." Kimura Kokoro's resolute stance caused Hinata Kumo's demeanor to grow markedly cold. He replied with a dispassionate tone, "Very well, go report to your Lord Hokage, and do not return. I will communicate this to that old coot, Danzo." Taken aback, Kimura Kokoro found herself at a loss for words. Hinata Kumo's intent was clear. Either she feigned ignorance regarding Zabuza or she would be permanently distanced from him. While Kimura Kokoro remained uncertain, Hinata, standing behind her, suddenly tugged at her sleeve and whispered, "Kokoro, Master has a domineering nature. If you do not acquiesce, he truly will send you away." Having trained alongside Hinata Kumo, Hinata understood his temperament well. His earlier icy demeanor had already indicated his anger. It would be prudent not to oppose him. Persuaded by Hinata's counsel, Kimura Kokoro recognized that it would be wise not to defy Hinata Kumo, for should he cast her away, she would face severe repercussions from Shimura Danzo. Yet, her previous words had been spoken in the interest of all, and now being met with such indifference from Hinata Kumo, coupled with Hinata's urging to comply, stirred a tumult of emotions within her, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. "Fine, I will heed your wishes. Do as you see fit. I shall no longer concern myself with your matters." With those words, Kimura Kokomi turned and fled the room. Upon witnessing Kokomi's furious departure, Hinata could no longer contain herself and remarked to Hinata Kunian, "Kokomi is only looking out for our best interests. Your attitude is truly problematic. You ought to apologize to her." After speaking, Hinata seemed to feel a pang of embarrassment for her previous outburst, her cheeks flushing slightly before she hurriedly followed after Kimura Kokomi. Hinata's sudden outburst left Hinata Kunian momentarily stunned. As he watched her retreating figure, he called out, "Hinata, well done. You should possess such courage from now on." Just as Hinata was fleeing, her steps faltered, nearly causing her to stumble. Fortunately, she was close to the door and managed to steady herself before swiftly exiting the room. With both Hinata and Kimura Kokomi gone, Hinata Kunian decided to lie down and continue resting. He was eagerly anticipating the arrival of Momochi Zabuza and Haku, rendering him disinterested in wandering around Weno Castle. However, after lying down for a short while, Nakajima Ichiro entered the room, prompting him to sit up once more, disgruntled. "If you have something to say, be quick about it." "I have matters to attend to," he stated. Nakajima Ichiro internally scoffed at Hinata Kunian, having clearly observed him sleeping, which contradicted his claims of being busy. Nevertheless, as a subordinate, Nakajima could only harbor his disdain inwardly while verbally stating, "Sir, you requested for 4 jonin to protect me. Yet it seems you have yet to make arrangements. Are you truly that afraid of dying?" Hinata Kunian held Nakajima Ichiro in contempt. Nakajima chuckled, "Your strength is unparalleled, so naturally, you need not fear an enemy's assault. I am but a mere mortal, not worthy of comparison to you. I simply feel safer with someone to protect me." "Very well. I shall make the arrangements. Now please leave and do not disturb me further. 3 jonin will be sent to see you shortly. Just coordinate with them." Hinata Kunian waved his hand, dismissing Nakajima Ichiro. As for the 3 jonin he planned to assign, they would be his 2 shadow clones and 1 transformation clone. For he had no acquaintances among the jonin in Weno Castle and would rather not spend money in Konoha. After receiving Hinata Kunin's response, Nakajima Ichiro refrained from further disturbing him, happily bowing before taking his leave. With Nakajima Ichiro dispatched, Hinata Kunin finally enjoyed some well-deserved rest. When he awoke again, it was already past 4 in the morning. Fully awake, he felt no inclination to continue resting, so he descended from his second-floor room to the first-floor hall, eager to explore. However, upon reaching the first-floor hall, he discovered 10 guards seated on the tatami mats, their eyes closed in meditation. The moment Hinata Kunin appeared, the Chunin who had attacked him the previous day stood up, accompanied by 4 others who opened their eyes. Approaching Hinata Kunin with utmost respect, they bowed and said, "Boss, Yamamoto Roka's wishes to pay his respects to you." Hinata Kunin cast a sidelong glance at Yamamoto Roka's, who was attempting to leave, and remarked nonchalantly, "If you have something to say, speak plainly. I have no time for such tricks." Yamamoto awkwardly chuckled and replied, "Then I shall be forthright. We, 10 individuals, wish to serve under Master Kunin." Hinata Kunin regarded Yamamoto with surprise, a grin spreading across his face as he said, "You must understand. The village of Kanahagakure does not accept ninjas of dubious origin. Aligning yourself with me will not be an easy endeavor." Yamamoto shook his head vigorously, insisting, "We do not intend to go to Kanahagakure. We wish to follow Mr. Nakajima. He has shown us kindness, and we do not wish to abandon him." Furrowing his brow in confusion, Hinata Kunin retorted, "If you wish to follow him, then do so. What concern is that of mine? Why have you sought me out?" With a wry smile, Yamamoto explained, "Mr. Nakajima informed us yesterday that our debts to him have been repaid in full, and we should forge our own paths henceforth." After contemplating for a moment, Hinata Kunin resolved to accept the 10 of them, allowing them to continue serving under Nakajima Ikure. The fact that Yamamoto and his companions had remained steadfast during such perilous times spoke volumes of their integrity, and Hinata Kunin felt assured in utilizing their services. Given that Nakajima Ikure's business ventures would require additional strength for protection in the future, it was impractical for Hinata Kunin to produce hundreds of shadow clones for assistance. Thus, Yamamoto and his companions would indeed prove valuable. Having made his decision, Hinata Kunin stated, "Very well, you may continue following Nakajima Ikure. Your compensation will be commensurate with your abilities. 50,000 for Genin and 300,000 for CH Nin. Go find Nakajima Ikure." Yamamoto beamed with joy and bowed deeply, expressing, "Thank you for your assistance, my lord. Enough, you may seek out Nakajima Ikure now. I wish to take a stroll." Hinata Kunin dismissed them, stepping out of the residence. Upon entering the courtyard, Hinata Kunin observed the inky night sky, which was beginning to illuminate with a faint light. However, alongside this nascent brightness, a thin veil of mist swirled about, obscuring the shape of the estate. Feeling a twinge of boredom, Hinata Kunin inhaled deeply the crisp morning fog, shaking off the remnants of sleepiness, and commenced practicing Tai Chi to alleviate the morning monotony. After a while, he sensed something amiss. The once dissipating morning fog thickened instead, rendering the sunrise nearly invisible. "This is peculiar," Hinata Kunin mused, furrowing his brow as a realization struck him. The Mist Ninja Village, hidden mist technique. With this thought, he immediately deduced that Momochi Zabuza had arrived, though he found it strange that Zabuza would come now without launching a direct assault on the estate. As for why Hinata Kunin knows that Momochi Zabuza has not arrived now, it is because he found the mist outside rather peculiar. At that time, the fog was so faint that he did not pay much attention to it. However, the current fog was thick enough to obscure the golden morning light at the horizon. If he still failed to notice something amiss, it would indeed reflect poorly on his intellect. Having recognized the anomaly, Hinata Kunin did not immediately activate his Byakugan to investigate. Instead, he continued practicing Tai Chi, as though he had detected nothing, though his mind was already braced for battle. Just as he sought to deceive Momochi Zabuza, a man's voice suddenly emerged from the thick fog. "Kid, stop pretending. You've noticed me, haven't you? Your tense muscles have betrayed you." Discovered. With a smirk, Hinata Kunin activated his Byakugan, beginning to scan his surroundings. He soon detected a chakra signature resembling a person standing 30 meters to his right, seemingly perched upon a tree. Locking onto the enemy's position, Hinata Kunin spoke in an unusually calm tone. "Momochi Zabuza, I initially thought you to be a formidable opponent, one above resorting to such underhanded tactics. I did not anticipate you would expend so much time to conceal the fog's true nature." Upon realizing that Hinata Kunin had activated his Byakugan, Momochi Zabuza understood that his assassination plan had utterly failed. Nevertheless, given the density of the fog, he did not consider it a complete defeat. At least he still held the upper hand in the battleground. Humph. Knowing a member of the Hyuga clan is present, how could I openly launch a surprise attack? I merely did not expect your vigilance to be so swift. Your luck is truly unfortunate, Zabuza remarked, advancing towards the direction of the estate. Oh, you say my luck is unfortunate? Hinata Kuntian replied, somewhat perplexed. If you had not discovered me, you would have perished silently and painlessly. Now that you have, I can only ensure your demise is filled with suffering. Is that not an unfortunate turn of fate for you? Having uttered this, Zabuza approached within 5 meters of Hinata Kuntian, making himself visible. Ignoring Zabuza, Hinata Kuntian continued to scan the area with his Byakugan. With the capability to probe a 10-kilometer radius, he found no trace of the individual he sought within the estate. Observing Hinata Kuntian looking around, Zabuza expressed his dissatisfaction. Kid, do you look down on me? How dare you act so nonchalantly? Hinata Kuntian turned to face Zabuza, directly inquiring, what about that little brat following you? Did you not bring him along? Zabuza paused, his brow furrowing as he replied, what are you talking about? Since you look down on me, I shall ensure you die here, and die painfully at that. With that, Zabuza swung one of the 7 ninja swords of the mist, the decapitating sword, towards Hinata Kuntian's head. However, as Zabuza's blade swept through the air, Hinata Kuntian's form dissipated into a cloud of mist, leaving Zabuza in a state of astonishment. The technique of mist concealment left Momochi Zabuza momentarily stunned, as he quickly discerned that the surrounding fog had taken on a peculiar quality. His earlier mist concealment had merely rendered the area somewhat blurry, but now it had transformed into an all-encompassing white haze, obscuring all visibility. This indicated that the young scion of the Hyuga clan had also employed the mist concealment technique, and a far superior one at that. The expression on Zabuza's face darkened within this dense white fog. Even his silent killing technique would be no match for the young one's Byakugan. He had now become the target of a surprise attack. Furthermore, his specialty, the water clone technique, was rendered ineffective in the eyes of the Hyuga child, for his water clones lacked any chakra pathways. Zabuza's mind raced as he recalled the direction of the manor from his memory. If he could reach the manor, he could turn the tables and engage the Hyuga child in close combat. As a formidable figure from the hidden mist village, he refused to believe that his taijutsu would be inferior to that of a mere child, even one from the esteemed Hyuga clan. However, the disparity between thought and reality was stark. Just as he charged forward a meter, a shadowy figure appeared before him, forcing him to halt abruptly. He swung his decapitating blade towards the shadow. A resounding clash echoed through the air as his blade met an unseen force. What is happening? Why does this child possess such strength? Is he truly just a child? After a brief moment of astonishment, Zabuza summoned all his strength in an attempt to push the opponent away with his blade, yet the figure remained unmoved, and he could sense that his own decapitating blade was being pushed back. After a minute of combat with Hyuga Utian, Zabuza had already recognized the latter's formidable prowess. Nevertheless, he refused to admit that he was weaker than Utian, thus he exerted all his might to drive his decapitating blade forward, hoping to push the oppressive Hyuga back. You won't defeat me, little one, Zabuza asserted, his voice laced with tension. Is this amusing? Came Yuntian's voice suddenly from behind Zabuza. Startled, Zabuza quickly turned to see another shadowy figure of a child behind him, prompting an immediate desire to retreat. To do so, he would have to retract his decapitating blade. But as he attempted to draw it back, he found himself unable to do so, as though the opponent had a firm grip on his weapon. Let go, Zabuza shouted, channeling all his strength to finally withdraw the decapitating blade. However, the tremendous recoil caused him to stumble back 5 steps, nearly colliding with the shadow that had spoken. Drawing upon his extensive combat experience, Zabuza swung his decapitating blade behind him as he continued to retreat, aiming to eliminate the shadow before he collided with it. This is impossible. As the formidable toad of the mist swung his blade once more, a sound of incredulity escaped his lips. In his mind, he believed the shadow that had evaded him was merely an illusion, yet it had once again seized his executioner's weapon. Halting his retreat and flinging both blade and man several meters away with an overwhelming force. Before hitting the ground, he managed to brace himself with one hand and sprang back to his feet, eager to distance himself from the 2 ominous figures. However, before he could escape, he was acutely aware of 2 more shadows flanking him, swiftly immobilizing his arms as he stood. In an instant, he felt several jabs to his chest, rendering his chakra inexplicably absent, an advanced technique of the Hyuga clan, the gentle fist. Realizing he had become a captive of the wide-eyed youth, S expression darkened, and he struggled fiercely to break free, only to find his efforts futile against the superior strength of his captors. At that moment, another shadow materialized before him, and a sudden gust of wind swept through, dispersing the dense fog until only a thin veil remained. It was then that discerned the identities of the three figures surrounding him. They were all the same young member of the Hyuga clan. Shadow clone. No, this is not the strength of mere clones. What manner of technique is this? Pondered, utterly bewildered by the unfolding situation, stepped forward. A faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "You don't seem very afraid. It appears you still have the luxury of contemplating other matters." Fixing his gaze upon, retorted, "You insolent brat. As a ninja, I have long since cast aside the fear of life and death. Someone like you could never comprehend such a mindset." Nodded, responding, "Indeed, I am quite afraid of death. There is much I still wish to accomplish. A family to support. Dying now is not on my agenda." At this, shot a disdainful look at, turning away in contempt. Feeling that conversing with such a trivial child was beneath him, the notion of family responsibilities was laughable to him. Did he truly think him a fool? Unperturbed by his disdain, chuckled and continued, "Well, as a captive, you ought to adopt the demeanor fitting your circumstances. Should I deliver you to Konoha and subsequently return you to the village hidden in the mist, you surely know what fate awaits you." The fourth Mizukage is not one to be trifled with. No fool himself detected the underlying implications of his words. With a steely gaze, he responded coldly, "Speak plainly if you have something to convey. My affairs are not yours to meddle in." Scoffed, casting a derisive glance at. The latter's previous remarks had clearly indicated a desire for survival. With a disdainful glance at Momochi Zabuza, Hinata Ution straightforwardly declared, "All right, let us get straight to the point. You are a mercenary, after all, working for monetary gain. If you choose not to cooperate, I suggest you accompany me in outbursts instead. I have ample funds, and coincidentally, I require protection for my business dealings outside. Your prowess, alongside that little brat from the Mizuno Kuni clan, is commendable. Why not work for me and earn some money?" Upon hearing the mention of the Mizuno Kuni clan, Momochi Zabuza coldly fixed his gaze on Hinata Ution and remarked, "You seem to have done your homework. Did you anticipate my arrival here?" Hinata Ution smirked and replied, "Please, when you accept a job, could you be a tad more cautious? The individual who commissioned you has already exposed your identity. Do you think we are fools incapable of uncovering this?" Zabuza felt a surge of frustration. How could such a foolish client expose information before the task had even commenced? This only served to prepare the adversary. In his vexation, Zabuza glared at Hinata Ution and retorted, "Do not presume that threatening me grants you dominion over my fate." Hinata Ution merely chuckled and coolly responded, "Very well. Then wait here. I shall soon display you at the entrance for all to see. I wonder if that little imp following you will come to your rescue." Zabuza's chest heaved with agitation, his body trembling with ire at Hinata Ution's despicable audacity. "Well, have you made a decision?" Hinata Ution continued, his smile unwavering. "After all, we are all just mercenaries. Why not serve me exclusively? I can assure you that the hidden mist village will not dare to trouble you." Zabuza, with a scornful expression, looked at Hinata Ution and scoffed, "Do you fancy yourself the Hokage? How dare you make such assurances?" Hinata Ution laughed. "Do you believe the fourth Mizukage retains his former power? That individual has long been subdued. Should he dare to cross me, I shall reveal his identity, allowing him to understand the repercussions of offending a genius ninja like myself." The thought of the Mizukage being under control left Zabuza momentarily stunned. The notion of such a powerful figure being manipulated had never crossed his mind, leading him to doubt Hinata Ution's words. Yet, observing the disdain on Ution's face, Zabuza recognized that he was likely not fabricating this tale. This realization stirred a peculiar sensation within him. He found Hinata Ution's arrogance unsettling, particularly in his dismissal of the Mizukage. As Zabuza remained bound, conversing with Hinata Ution, a flicker of resignation began to surface in his heart, contemplating the abandonment of his death wish. However, he wrestled internally, feeling that surrender was not in his nature, thus remaining indecisive. The revelation of the fourth Mizukage subjugation ignited in him a desire to survive. Zabuza had initially sought to assassinate the Mizukage due to the chaos he had wrought upon the hidden mist village, aspiring to eliminate him and assume the mantle of leader, reforming the village according to his own vision. Upon hearing the intelligence regarding the fourth Mizukage's control, he resolved to survive and uncover the truth. After a moment's hesitation, Momochi Zabuza inquired, "You claim the fourth Mizukage is under control. What evidence do you possess? Why should I divulge that to you?" Hinata Ution retorted dismissively, "Zabuza, Gazing upon Hinata Yuntian's infuriatingly contemptuous visage, harbored an intense desire to deliver a crushing blow, reducing Yuntian's face to a pulp. Regrettably, he was currently the defeated party, his strength significantly inferior, and he surmised that even a skirmish now would not favor him against the young brat. Thus, Zabuza begrudgingly endured, stating, "If you reveal the truth to me, I shall serve you for a year, at no cost." A faint chuckle escaped Hinata Yuntian's lips as he paid no heed to Zabuza, fully aware that matters concerning Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito were not to be carelessly disclosed, unless Zabuza earned his trust. After his mirth, Hinata Yuntian glanced at Zabuza and remarked, "It appears you lack the intent to surrender. I shan't waste my breath persuading you. Frankly, I have no interest in a subpar jonin of your caliber. My curiosity lies solely with your subordinate's bloodline limit." Initially incensed by Hinata Yuntian's derogatory remarks, Zabuza's anger simmered. However, the latter's statement jolted him into action, prompting him to struggle and exclaim, "Nonsense. You shall not possess him. He belongs to me for life. Seal him and hang him at the estate's entrance." Hinata Yuntian, uninterested in negotiation, promptly commanded 2 shadow clones. Zabuza, taken aback by Yuntian's words, coldly retorted, "Should you dare to act thus, I shall take my own life." "Take your own life." Hinata Yuntian paused momentarily before nonchalantly responding, "Very well. Do as you wish. As long as your head remains intact, that fellow will undoubtedly come for you. If you seek death, then die." Zabuza was utterly stunned by Hinata Yuntian's audacity, unable to fathom the sheer shamelessness of the youth. As the 2 clones began to pull him forward, Zabuza could no longer restrain himself, conceding, "Fine, I agree to work for you, but I have my own affairs to attend to. I cannot constantly follow you." Hinata Yuntian waved his hand, signaling the clones to cease their tugging, and smiled. "It would have been better to have done this sooner. We have wasted enough time. Extend your arm. I shall place a tracking seal upon you." The tracking seal was commonplace in the Mist Village, merely a standard C-rank technique with a range of 100 kilometers. Upon hearing that Hinata Yuntian intended to apply a tracking seal, Zabuza could not suppress a laugh as he extended his arm before Yuntian. However, his expression swiftly soured, for he realized that the seal being inscribed was not an ordinary tracking seal, but an advanced tracking seal imbued with soul-binding properties. Such a soul mark allows Hinata Yuntian to locate him at any moment, even if he were at the ends of the earth, unless he finds a way to lift the cursed seal placed by Hinata Yuntian. The face of Momochi Zabuza was covered in bandages, obscuring his expression from Hinata Yuntian. However, the flickering glints in Zabuza's exposed eyes conveyed his thoughts, prompting Hinata Yuntian to smile and say, "Surely you don't think I would be foolish enough to place a mere tracking seal on you. This is an S-rank sealing technique. If you wish to break it, you might as well sever a part of your own soul." With the seal now in place, Zabuza recognized the futility of resistance and coldly remarked, "Are you not going to release me? Do you fear I might escape?" "Very well," Hinata Yuntian replied with a smile, instructing his 2 clones to release Zabuza, while simultaneously applying a technique to restore Zabuza's ability to move freely. Once he regained his mobility, Zabuza calmly addressed Hinata Yuntian, "Tell me about the 4th Mizukage, and I shall work for you. Otherwise, I will take my leave." Hinata Yuntian shook his head, "You are not yet worthy of such knowledge. If you possess the strength of a shadow-level ninja, I might consider sharing. Otherwise, knowing this will not aid you in defeating your opponent." Zabuza fell silent, understanding that ultimately, strength would dictate their outcomes. After a minute of contemplation, he stated, "I can work for you, but I require a tranquil space to cultivate my skills." Hinata Yuntian nodded, gesturing toward the villa behind him. "No problem. You may reside here and protect my partners. There is no need for you to venture out." Zabuza pondered this arrangement. "What if he has to go out? Can you truly trust what you say?" Hinata Yuntian chuckled. "Do you not have a subordinate with you? I believe he possesses considerable talent. With training, he could serve as a bodyguard to protect my partners when you prefer to remain indoors." When Hinata Yuntian mentioned Mizuki Bai, Zabuza expressed his dissatisfaction. "Do you truly think his strength surpasses mine?" Hinata Yuntian laughed lightly. "At present, you are indeed stronger, but in the future, your potential pales in comparison to his. Given your current level, it seems you have reached your peak, with little chance for further advancement. He, however, possesses the power of a bloodline limit that will allow him to surpass you swiftly." Listening to Hinata Yuntian's words, Zabuza felt a surge of frustration. Yet he could not deny the truth in them. He had taken Mizuki Bai under his wing precisely because of the remarkable potential of his bloodline limit, believing that with proper cultivation, Bai could surpass him. Together, they could return to Kirigakure to confront the Mizukage and establish a prosperous future for their village. Certainly, that enchanting Misty Shadow village exists solely in the mind of T. Daizai Bazai. As for whether others perceive its beauty, it is likely that T. Daizai Bazai remains indifferent, intent on following his own desires. His submission has greatly pleased Hinata Canton, as he now possesses a formidable ally, alleviating his immediate concerns and liberating him from the constant reliance on his shadow clones. Although T. Daizai Bazai finds Hinata Canton's arrogant demeanor rather irksome, he begrudgingly acknowledges his inferior strength and concedes to align with him. However, in the depths of his heart, T. Daizai Bazai harbors ambitions to utilize this leisurely period alongside Hinata Canton to hone his skills, with the ultimate goal of reducing the young man to a pulp, thus satisfying his thirst for vengeance. As Hinata Canton engaged in casual conversation with T. Daizai Bazai at the entrance of the residence, Yamamoto Rokas and his companions finally emerged from within, hastening towards Hinata Canton's rear. Following closely were Kimura Kokomi and Hinata, who joined Hinata Canton's side. They had also heard the sounds of battle outside but remained inside due to the dense fog, waiting until it dissipated before rushing to provide support. Alas, their arrival seemed somewhat belated, as T. Daizai Bazai had already surrendered, leaving them to merely accompany Hinata Canton while eyeing the formidable figure of T. Daizai Bazai. T. Daizai Bazai cast a fleeting glance at the approaching individuals before dismissively turning away. In his eyes, only Hinata Canton warranted his attention, while the others were mere insignificant figures. Upon seeing Kimura Kokomi and Hinata approach, Hinata Canton gestured toward T. Daizai Bazai, stating, "This is T. Daizai Bazai, whose name you may have heard. He will henceforth serve as the captain of our security detail, overseeing the safety of this residence." Standing behind Hinata Canton, Yamamoto Rokas hesitated before leaning closer and whispering, "Is this wise, boss? He's our adversary. Who knows if he might rebel?" Hinata Canton shook his head in reassurance, replying, "Do not worry. 3 elite shinobi are here to protect me. You need not interact with him extensively. His sole responsibility is the security of the estate. Just heed my words." With Hinata Canton's authoritative pronouncement, Yamamoto Rokas had no choice but to acquiesce, retreating to keep a watchful eye on T. Daizai Bazai. While Hinata Canton placed his trust in T. Daizai Bazai, he was not yet ready to extend that trust so readily. Yamamoto Rokas' wariness did not pique Hinata Canton's interest. After addressing him, he turned to T. Daizai Bazai and stated, "Very well, you may leave. You have one day to attend to your matters. But ensure that you bring that little brat along to begin work here." With a disdainful huff, T. Daizai Bazai cast a sidelong glance at Hinata Canton and dissipated into a thick mist, vanishing before him. As Tao Daizai Bujan prepared to depart, Hinata Canton addressed Hinata Hanabi and Kimura Kokomi, instructing them to continue their rest while he made a trip to the Lord of Ueno Castle. He mentioned that they would set off for Pingliang City the following day. Due to the events of the previous night, both Kimura Kokomi and Hinata Hanabi regarded Hinata Canton with a cold demeanor, turning their backs and retreating into the residence without a word. Their attitude left Hinata Canton with a sense of resignation as he shrugged and shook his head. He then instructed Yamaguchi Rokusu and his 10 companions to report back to Nakajima Aikiru, conveying that he would reclaim his shop and should prepare to resume business. After giving Yamaguchi Rokusu his orders, Hinata Canton proceeded towards the main entrance of the residence, intending to speak with the Lord of Ueno Castle about ensuring that the old man would no longer set his sights on Nakajima Aikiru. Meanwhile, the Lord of Ueno Castle, Noda Masanobu, found himself increasingly content with his life. After 5 years of effort, he had successfully consolidated the lucrative businesses of Ueno Castle under his control, even managing to deal with the notoriously difficult Nakajima Aikiru by employing his own relatives. At 6:30 in the morning, having just enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast, Noda Masanobu was preparing to stroll through the garden to exercise his corpulent body, hoping to silence the constant remarks from the 3 women in his household about his lack of vigor. However, after merely 5 minutes of training, a servant hurriedly approached with an urgent report. "My lord, a child from the Hyuga clan has come to pay his respects and insists that you greet him personally." The servant was abruptly interrupted by Noda Masanobu's displeasure, who retorted, "He is merely a child. What of it if he is from the Hyuga clan? Arrange for him to wait somewhere. I will see him when I am free." The servant, visibly anxious, replied, "It is not that simple, my lord. I had planned to have him rest in the side hall until you finished your training, but that child insisted on your immediate presence. I certainly opposed this. Yet he swiftly incapacitated over 30 of our guards at the entrance, declaring that if you did not come to meet him, he would force his way in. Noda Masanobu fell silent, momentarily taken aback. The guards at the castle were no mere rabble. Among them were elite soldiers, 2 chunin, and several genin stationed at the gate. For a mere child from the Hyuga clan to dispatch them so easily indicated that he was no ordinary boy. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Noda Masanobu instructed the servant. "Lead me to him. I am curious to observe just how audacious he truly is." The servant promptly complied, hastening the way. With a face flushed with anger, Noda Masanobu followed the servant to the main hall, reaching a point 30 meters from the entrance of the residence, where he stood frozen in astonishment. At the entrance, no fewer than 80 guards lay incapacitated, as if they had been swiftly overpowered by an unseen enemy. "What is the meaning of this?" Noda Masanobu inquired of the reporting servant. The messenger's servant managed a bitter smile and remarked, "My lord, when I went to deliver the news to you, the guards were approaching the main gate. It appears that the reinforcements have been entirely dealt with by the adversary's illusionary techniques." This revelation left Noda Masanobu even more perplexed. In his mind, the Hyuga clan was known for their physical combat prowess, yet this young child had somehow utilized illusions to vanquish foes, and he appeared to be merely 5 or 6 years old. The incongruity baffled him greatly. Nonetheless, Noda Masanobu decided not to dwell on his confusion. One thing was certain, the young boy at the gate was no ordinary individual. He was acutely aware that among the castle's guards, 3 were elite shinobi, now sprawled on the ground in deep slumber, clearly under the influence of some enchantment. He dared not confront the child directly. Noda Masanobu's intention was to swiftly send the young Hyuga away and report to the feudal lord of the capital, urging him to send someone to Konoha to manage the troublesome Hyuga child. At the entrance of the castle, he finally encountered Hyuga Kuntian. Given Kuntian's merciless nature in dispatching all the guards, Noda Masanobu refrained from provoking him and calmly inquired, "Who are you, and what business do you have with me?" Hyuga Kuntian, preoccupied with resolving matters concerning his shop, had arrived at the lord's residence. When the guards were reluctant to announce his presence, he resorted to creating several shadow clones, employing a joint illusion technique to incapacitate all the guards at the castle. He was determined to see the lord. Now, confronted by Noda Masanobu, who remained composed and courteous rather than enraged, Kuntian directly stated, "I am here to inform you that Nakajima Aikaru is under my protection from now on. You should promptly return his 2 shops to him, or else I shall make you regret it. Do you comprehend my meaning?" Kuntian's audacious tone incensed Noda Masanobu, who inwardly cursed. Yet, considering Kuntian's demonstrated ability to dispatch the entire guard, he swallowed his fury and retorted, "I do not understand what you are saying. If you continue to act recklessly, I will report you to your Hokage." The audacity of Noda Masanobu's threat irked Kuntian, who replied defiantly, "If you have the guts, go ahead and seek out the Hokage now. Let us see what that old man can do to me. If he chooses to ignore me, you will find out what true treachery and shamelessness entail." Noda Masanobu was taken aback, unable to fathom that Kuntian would show such disregard for the Hokage, referring to him as merely an old man. This implied an unusual relationship between Kuntian and the Hokage. Otherwise, he would not dare to speak of the 3rd Hokage in such a manner. While Noda Masanobu remained silent, contemplating how to handle Kuntian, someone came tumbling into the courtyard from outside, disregarding the guards sprawled on the ground, and rushed to Noda Masanobu, clinging to his legs and crying, "Uncle, my father. My father has been slain by a ninja wielding a large sword." On the ground, crying and pleading, was the relative's child of Yoshinobu Noda, who had been sent to deal with Ichiro Nakajima. Now, he rushed over, lamenting that his father had been slain. Yoshinobu Noda's gaze swiftly shifted to Kumo Hinata, for it was Kumo who had come to speak on Ichiro Nakajima's behalf. The death of his relative was undoubtedly linked to Kumo, which incited a fierce anger within Yoshinobu Noda as he glared at Kumo. Kumo, however, was at a loss for words, as the individual who had approached him spoke of a ninja wielding a great blade, and he instantly recognized it as the work of Zabuza Momochi. Kumo surmised that Zabuza, having suffered a setback at his hands, had sought to eliminate the task's client who had exposed his identity, venting his frustrations in the process. Faced with Yoshinobu Noda's furious gaze, Kumo chose not to elaborate. After all, Zabuza was now effectively his subordinate, and he could not simply hand him over. Yoshinobu Noda, staring intently at Kumo for a considerable time, finally kicked away his nephew, who clung to his leg, and spoke in a restrained tone. "Very well. I shall inform the personnel of the 2 shops to withdraw." With that, Yoshinobu Noda turned and left, his sleeves billowing in his wake. Deep down, he was loath to relinquish the shops, Yet Kumo's audacity in killing his men instilled a fear of provoking that madman further. Nevertheless, Yoshinobu Noda was not intimidated by Kumo. He merely planned to bide his time until he was prepared to confront him, waiting for the right opportunity to reclaim what he had lost. Kumo watched as Yoshinobu Noda departed, fully aware of his thoughts. However, he was unperturbed by the prospect of retribution, for as Ichiro Nakajima's business expanded, so too would the strength of his guards, rendering Yoshinobu Noda increasingly impotent in challenging Nakajima, let alone Kumo himself. Having settled matters regarding the shops, Kumo Hinata returned directly to Ichiro Nakajima's residence, preparing to meet Shiro Mizuki the following day before embarking on his next task, the annihilation of the rogue ninja, SHH. Within the city of Pingliang. Upon entering Nakajima's mansion, Kumo discovered Ichiro engaged in conversation with several individuals he did not recognize, which left him feeling quite displeased. Noticing Kumo's return and the evident dissatisfaction upon his face, Ichiro hastily excused himself from the group and approached Kumo with respect. "Boss, these individuals are former managers and staff of my previous shop. I have summoned them back to ensure a swift reopening when we take over the shops." Realizing the situation, Kumo's expression softened, and he responded with satisfaction. "Then go attend to your duties. The city lord has consented to the withdrawal of the personnel from the two shops. Take them along to assume control." Yoshinobu Noda rejoiced. He had initially believed it would take days to reclaim the shops, but to his astonishment, Kumo had managed to secure them in less than an hour. This bolstered his confidence in Kumo's capabilities, affirming that aligning himself with Kumo was indeed a wise decision. The boss exuded an air of authority, prompting Nakajima Ichiro to cheer uncontrollably. Hinata Kuntian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Stop flattering me and get to work. From now on, any medicinal herbs and weapons you acquire will be stored here, and you will retrieve them from this villa, which shall serve as a warehouse." "What?" Nakajima Ichiro was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Hinata Kuntian, indifferent to Ichiro's astonishment, brushed him off. Ichiro felt somewhat disheartened. He had invested a lifetime of effort into acquiring this estate, only to see it repurposed as a mere storage facility by Hinata Kuntian. He wished to express his willingness to purchase land for a warehouse instead, but Hinata Kuntian had already ascended to the second floor, leaving Ichiro's thoughts unvoiced. However, upon reflection, Ichiro considered that with the enhanced weapons and herbs provided by Hinata Kuntian, recouping the cost of the villa would be an easy endeavor. He could simply construct another one thereafter, which soothed his discontent. Meanwhile, back on the second floor, Hinata Kuntian did not lie down to rest, but rather sat in contemplation, deliberating whether to invite some ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village to safeguard Nakajima Ichiro's business. If he were to enlist the ninjas, the third Hokage would inevitably become aware of his activities, potentially leading to complications. Conversely, failing to recruit the ninjas would hinder Ichiro's business expansion into other cities, as he lacked sufficient strength to protect it, a significant drawback. After lying in bed pondering for some time, Hinata Kuntian ultimately resolved to request the assistance of the Hidden Leaf Ninjas. At worst, he could offer some benefits to the third Hokage. And once he gained control over the Hidden Leaf Village, those benefits would rightfully belong to him. In Pingliang City, after a night's rest, Hinata Kuntian arose at 6 in the morning and began discussing strategies for capturing the elusive Zhongfang with Kimura Kokomi and Hinata. Kimura Kokomi stated earnestly, "We should first ascertain his whereabouts before seeking an opportunity to apprehend him." Hinata Kuntian shook his head, replying, "That sounds tedious. I believe it would be more convenient to pose as merchants and lure him out, resolving the matter in one fell swoop." Kimura Kokomi firmly disagreed, insisting, "That won't do. While your strength is undoubtedly formidable, Hinata and I are not yet capable of facing elite ninjas in battle. Such a course of action is unwise." Given Kimura's insistence, Hinata Kuntian could only smirk and concede. "Very well, you two pursue leads on Zhongfang. I shall stroll about the streets. Should anything arise, simply signal me." Kimura Kokomi shot him a disapproving glance, remarking, "I knew you weren't out here for the mission. You're just looking for another opportunity to make money." Hinata Kuntian quickly retorted, "Who says I'm not on a mission? Wasn't the task in Weno City completed? Isn't that a mission?" Kimura Kokomi scoffed. "That was merely something you did with your spare time after earning money. Your primary objective is clearly profit." "Suit yourself," Hinata Kuntian replied, disinterested in further explanation. He opened the door and stepped outside, stating, "You two can take your time tracking down Zhongfang. I'm off for a stroll. Just send a signal if anything comes up. Farewell." Kimura Kokomi cast a disdainful glance at Hinata Kuntian, who had departed, and turned to Hinata, saying, "Let us have breakfast before we search for clues. That fellow is unlikely to be of any assistance." "All right," Hinata replied. On the streets of Pingliang City, after wandering aimlessly, Hinata found no promising business opportunities. The city was merely a transient stop, with few patrons lingering. Most merely sought a place to rest for the night before continuing their journey at dawn. Hinata had ventured out with the intent to earn some money, as he had mentioned to Kimura Kokomi, but with no prospects in sight. He was eager to resolve matters with Chongfang and move on to another city in search of opportunity. Feeling fatigued from his aimless stroll, Hinata purchased a selection of snacks, planning to return to his inn to rest while awaiting a signal from Kimura Kokomi and Hinata, so he could address Chongfang and leave. However, just as he exited the snack shop, he sensed someone observing him, more than one, in fact. This puzzled him, as he wondered if someone had recognized him or intended to cause him trouble. Upon glancing back, without resorting to the Byakugan, Hinata discerned the source of his discomfort, a group of small beggars not far behind him, one of whom seemed somewhat familiar. It was Sect, the individual who had been taken to the Sound Village by Orochimaru. Yet, at this time, Orochimaru had not yet departed from Akatsuki. He would only leave after Itachi Uchiha joined the organization. Thus, the Sound Village had yet to be established, and this young man remained a beggar. Hinata recalled that in the storyline, this individual was defeated by Shino Aburame during the Ch-Nin exams. Although not particularly formidable, he was nonetheless a competent ninja. Therefore, Hinata thought that taking him under his wing might prove beneficial for his future endeavors, perhaps as a bodyguard. With this in mind, Hinata waved at Sect, beckoning him over, while placing the snacks on the ground, indicating that they would be Sect's if he approached. Sect hesitated, initially intending to seize Hinata food. But upon catching sight of the Byakugan, he thought better of it. Being from the land of fire, he had heard of the Hinata clan's reputation. Conflicted, Sect was unsure whether to approach, but his companions, unable to resist the allure of food, dashed toward Hinata as soon as they saw the snacks on the ground. Fearing the food would be snatched away, Sect could no longer restrain himself and rushed forward. Hinata, observing the children flocking to him, stepped back slightly, watching as they eagerly claimed the snacks. Among them, Sect successfully acquired 2 small packets of treats. The group of children reveled in their bounty, and as they enjoyed their snacks, Hinata waited until they had nearly finished before calmly addressing Sect. "Do you desire more? If so, follow me. I am in need of a subordinate." Staring blankly at Hinata, who was evidently younger than himself, Sect ultimately set aside the unfinished food in his hand and followed closely beside him, declaring, "Ninja Master, I shall accompany you." Hinata responded with a smile, "A wise choice. I perceive a semblance of ninja talent within you. With diligence and training, you may indeed become a ninja. I will provide the resources you desire." Sect was immediately filled with excitement. The notion that Hinata recognized his potential as a ninja presented him with a remarkable opportunity to rise above his current station. He had no desire to remain a mere pauper like the other children trailing behind him. Contemplating his future, which now hinged upon the boy before him, Sect adopted a serious demeanor, standing resolutely beside Hinata, embodying a protective stance. Hinata, amused by Sect's earnestness, simply chuckled before saying, "Let us proceed to procure some food and venture to our destination." Sect glanced back one last time at the children he had shared time with, now joyfully consuming the provisions bestowed upon them by Hinata. He turned resolutely and followed Hinata away. In Sect's heart, he was determined to rise above his circumstances. As for his former companions, he could only hope that when he returned, they would still be alive. With Sect in tow, Hinata, who had initially intended to return to the dilapidated inn, altered his course and, after purchasing some food, meandered into a secluded grove in the town, eating as they walked. After surveying the area with his Byakugan and confirming the absence of others, Hinata instructed Sect, "Set the food aside. I shall now teach you the foundational techniques of ninjutsu and chakra cultivation. Pay close attention." As the training commenced, Sect found himself momentarily bewildered, unable to grasp the situation fully. He set the food down and listened intently as Hinata began to elucidate concepts that were entirely foreign to him. Despite his confusion, Sect understood the gravity of the moment. The outcome of his aspiration to become a ninja hinged upon his attentiveness. Thus, he diligently endeavored to commit Hinata's words to memory. In the secluded grove of Pingliang City, Hinata Yuntian imparted essential knowledge of ninjutsu to Sack Orange over the span of half an hour. Sack Orange wore a face of despondency. Although he had managed to retain most of Hinata Yuntian's teachings, there remained a fragment that eluded his memory, casting a shadow of uncertainty over how to confront Hinata Yuntian. Amused internally, Hinata Yuntian addressed the bewildered Sack Orange, instructing, "Lie down upon the ground. I shall employ a secret technique to enhance your strength. The extent of your augmentation will depend on your endurance. The longer you withstand, the greater the power you shall acquire." The notion of a secret technique and enhancement ignited a spark of hope in Sack Orange's eyes. As long as his strength could be amplified, he was indifferent to the other details. Confident in his own resilience, he resolved without hesitation to recline. Observing Sack Orange's compliance, Hinata Yuntian activated his Byakugan and approached, tossing a small wooden stick beside him. "Bite down on this, if you utter a sound. It signifies your failure. Do you comprehend?" Sack Orange glanced at the wooden stick, but chose not to pick it up. Instead, he boldly declared, "Master, bring it on. I assure you, I can endure." Hinata Yuntian chuckled lightly, responding, "It is up to you. My secret technique is not so easily mastered. Should your strength not increase significantly, do not blame me. That would solely be a reflection of your insufficient endurance." With that, Hinata Yuntian, utilizing his Byakugan, pressed a finger onto a specific chakra point within Sack Orange's body, causing the latter's eyes to bulge. Instinctively, he grasped the wooden stick and shoved it into his mouth. "Ha! Now you understand the potency of my technique. Allow me to enlighten you. My secret technique consists of 18 points. Should you manage to endure them all, you will possess at least the strength of a Chunin. Ponder this well, and summon your utmost effort to persevere." The prospect of attaining Chunin strength ignited a fierce determination within Sack Orange, causing the agony he felt to dissipate. His gaze fixed unwaveringly on Hinata Yuntian, as if silently declaring, "Come forth, I shall endure." Hinata Yuntian wasted no time and promptly struck the second chakra point on Sack Orange's body, causing beads of cold sweat to erupt upon his forehead, while the wooden stick cracked under his relentless bite. In the ensuing moments, every 5 seconds, Hinata Yuntian pressed another point. By the time he reached the 12th point, Sack Orange's complexion had turned pale, the stick had shattered within his mouth, and blood trickled forth from the wounds inflicted by the splinters. Yet, Sack Orange did not yield. Upon the stick's destruction, he scooped a handful of dirt and stuffed it into his mouth, fearing he might cry out in anguish. As the 13th point was struck, Sack Orange's eyes rolled back. With the 14th, his gaze began to lose focus. By the 15th, his body trembled involuntarily. And with the 16th, Sack Orange succumbed to unconsciousness, slipping into a void of sensation. As the orange twilight faded, Hinata Yuntian directly enhanced Sakura's physicality, chakra, and various low-level ninjutsu, effectively molding her into a competent genin. The torment he inflicted upon Sakura was entirely unnecessary. All secret techniques were mere illusions. A faade to conceal his ability to transform someone into a genin in an instant. Having dealt with Sakura, Hinata Yuntian settled beneath a tree, awaiting her awakening to assign her a task. In her slumber, Sakura felt a gnawing pain in her very marrow, as if a blade were incessantly scraping against her bones, compelling her to writhe and cry out in her dreams. After an indeterminate time of tossing and moaning, just as she felt she might succumb, a surge of strength coursed through her, alleviating her agony, allowing her to drift back into a deeper sleep. Upon reopening her eyes, Sakura beheld the sky awash with the crimson hues of sunset, the surrounding woods, and Hinata Yuntian resting beneath a tree. "Master, did I endure until the 18th count?" was the first phrase to escape her lips. "You are awake," Hinata Yuntian replied, rising to meet her gaze with a tranquil demeanor. "Please tell me, Master, did I manage to endure until the 18th count?" Sakura implored, her eyes reflecting a flicker of disillusionment. Deep down, she already sensed that she had not reached the 18th count, yet she was reluctant to acknowledge this truth, hence her desperate inquiry. With a sigh, Hinata Yuntian responded, "All right. Rise. This is merely the beginning. You have persevered to the 16th count, which is commendable. You may gradually hone your skills from here on." Receiving an answer, Sakura could not contain her frustration, striking her fist against a nearby tree, causing leaves to cascade down, her knuckles breaking the skin and blood seeping forth. Unwilling to accept, she gritted her teeth, tears beginning to flow. Hinata Yuntian made no effort to console her, allowing Sakura the space to compose herself as he patiently awaited her return to calmness. After 3 minutes, she dried her tears, approached Hinata Yuntian, and bowed earnestly. Master, what shall we do now? With a satisfied smile, Hinata Yuntian replied, It is good that you have come to terms with this. Opportunities to enhance your strength will abound. Tonight, you shall familiarize yourself with ninjutsu, and tomorrow morning we will embark on a mission together. Understood, Master. Sakura nodded in affirmation. Very well, practice here. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave, Hinata Yuntian said, bidding farewell before dissipating into a plume of smoke. Hinata Yuntian had arranged to meet Hinata and Kimura Kokomi at 7 o'clock in the evening. Having delayed his return with Sakura, the hour was fast approaching. And he wished to avoid Kimura's disdainful glare, an outcome he certainly wished to evade. Hastily returning to the inn, Hinata Yuntian inquired in the lobby with a rather unsavory man about the whereabouts of his two companions, only to learn that they had returned an hour prior. With a resigned sigh, he approached the door to their room on the second floor, only to find it locked. He knocked, exclaiming, Open the door. I'm back. Hurry and let me in. At the entrance of the valley path, Kimura Kokomi gestured for Hinata Yuntian and Hinata to halt their advance. Turning to Hinata Yuntian, she instructed, Create 2 shadow clones to scout the sides of the valley while the 3 of us continue forward. We must maintain our distance from the convoy. It is said that the cargo is quite vigilant, and getting too close may expose us. You certainly have a knack for commanding others, Hinata Yuntian retorted, rolling his eyes. If you don't take action, Hinata and I will investigate, leaving you to follow the convoy, Kimura Kokomi threatened once more. Fine. I'll create the clones, Hinata Yuntian relented. Summoning 2 shadow clones to explore the valley's edges. Satisfied with his compliance, Kimura Kokomi turned again, signaling for Hinata Yuntian and Hinata to follow her. At 5 in the morning, the darkest hour of the day, compounded by the shadows cast by the trees flanking the valley path, visibility was virtually non-existent. Kimura Kokomi led the way cautiously, unable to quicken their pace. Fortunately, the valley path was not lengthy. At full speed, they could traverse it in about half an hour. However, given the darkness, it was likely to take an hour to cross. After advancing for half an hour, the first hints of dawn began to illuminate the surroundings. While still insufficient to light the entire valley, it was enough to reveal the path ahead and prevent them from stumbling into pitfalls. Just then, amidst the tranquility of the valley, a loud explosion echoed, reminiscent of a detonating explosive tag. Quickly, hide. Continue moving along the forest's edge, remain concealed, Kimura Kokomi commanded urgently. She then led the way into the forest bordering the valley, leaping from tree to tree towards the location of the convoy. Before they could reach the convoy, the sounds of battle erupted ahead, accompanied by the anguished cries of those near death. This spurred Kimura Kokomi to quicken her pace, abandoning the need for stealth. 5 minutes later, the trio arrived at the scene of the conflict. Hinata Yuntian observed that the convoy's guards had been nearly decimated, leaving only 4 still valiantly resisting a ninja clad in a black tiger mask, wielding an imposing 3-meter-long blade. The masked ninja swung the massive weapon with ferocity, leaving the guards to dodge and sporadically counterattack. Alas, it seemed the tiger-masked ninja bore armor as well, even if the guards managed to land a hit. It appeared to have little effect, showcasing an exceptionally high level of defense. As Hinata Yuntian pondered why the 4 guards did not flee, Kimura Kokomi abruptly turned to him and said, It's your time to shine now. Don't let that fellow escape. What is this? Am I your subordinate? Shouldn't I be the leader? Hinata Yuntian replied, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. Isn't it said that those capable should take on more work? Besides, I'm not forcing you to fight. I'm merely reminding you, Kimura Kokomi shrugged nonchalantly. Her tone was calm, yet her gaze pierced through Hinata Yuntian, as if challenging him to refuse her. Feeling somewhat exasperated, Hinata Yuntian waved his hand dismissively and said, Forget it. You two be careful. I'll be right back. With that, he dashed toward the battlefield. His sudden appearance caused both sides of the conflict to halt, their attention fixated on the newly arrived Hinata Yuntian. The 4 guards of the freight convoy, upon seeing merely a child emerge, felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. Believing that no matter how skilled a child might be, he would be of little use, the ninja donning the black tiger mask scoffed disdainfully at the sight of the child and charged towards the 4 guards, intent on eliminating them before dealing with the young boy. The convoy's guards, witnessing the renewed assault, hurriedly resumed their defense against the black-masked ninja, resulting in a fierce clash. Meanwhile, our protagonist, Hinata Yuntian, stood quietly outside the fray, observing the battle. The 4 guards were merely of the CH9 level, hardly a match for the formidable opponent bearing the black tiger mask, who possessed Jonin strength. Within the span of less than 3 minutes, 3 of the 4 guards were swiftly dispatched, and the final one, terrified, attempted to flee, only to be pursued and swiftly eliminated by the Black Tiger Masked Ninja. Once the Black Tiger Masked Ninja dealt with all the convoy guards, he leisurely approached Hinata Yuntian and said in a flat tone, "Kid, hand over $1 million, and I'll spare your life." "You certainly have your rules," Hinata Yuntian replied with a smirk. "Humph, a brat like you is unlikely to have much money. Killing you would be a waste. It's better to extort a little from you and send you on your way," the Black Tiger Masked Ninja retorted. Hinata Yuntian chuckled softly, his expression darkening as he said, "I reckon if it weren't for my Byakugan, you would have already taken me down." The Black Tiger Masked Ninja fell silent for a moment before declaring, "Since you seek death, I shall oblige. I can easily leave this place. I've already made enough profit and have no intention of lingering here." Hinata Yuntian beckoned with his finger, disdain evident in his voice. "Come and try it." The Black Tiger Masked Ninja, visibly enraged, swung his massive blade directly at Hinata Yuntian, aiming for his head. The sweep of the blade expanded in range, yet its speed diminished, allowing Hinata Yuntian to effortlessly evade, causing the blade to slice through empty air. Fire release, Dragon Fire technique. Hyuga Kunien leaped to evade the colossal blade. Unleashing his ninjutsu midair, a magnificent fire dragon surged forth, lunging towards the figure adorned with a black tiger mask. Encumbered by the immense blade, the masked adversary, recognizing the inevitability of the dragon's fiery onslaught, relinquished his weapon to the ground, using its blade to shield himself from the flames, retreating behind its imposing form. As the blaze dissipated, the black tiger masked figure summoned 2 ordinary shadow clones, each wielding a blade, and struck towards Hyuga Kunien, seizing the opportunity to eliminate him. In the face of the trio's assault, Hyuga Kunien merely smiled, then abruptly transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing from sight. Subsequently, a thick mist began to envelop the battleground, rendering the surroundings a blinding white, obscuring all visibility. The technique of mist concealment. Startled, the Black Tiger Masked Ninja became acutely vigilant, scanning his surroundings. Within the valley, the fog thickened, shrouding everything in obscurity. The Masked Ninja focused intently on the movement of the mist, attempting to discern whether the enemy was stealthily approaching. This peculiar ability was not unique to the Black Tiger Masked figure, but rather a fundamental technique of mist shinobi, varying in proficiency among practitioners. The Masked Ninja was among the adept, honed by the relentless pursuit by ninjas from the village of Mist, who frequently employed the mist concealment technique, thereby sharpening his skills in detecting airflow during these harrowing encounters. After a minute, the Black Tiger Masked Ninja felt a twitch at his lips, a sign of unease as he detected an anomaly in the airflow, indicating someone was stealthily drawing near. To avoid alerting the young Hyuga, he stifled his excitement, feigning a continued observant demeanor, deliberately exposing a slight vulnerability. In truth, the Black Tiger Masked Ninja desired to reveal more flaws. Yet he understood that the young Hyuga's use of the mist concealment technique suggested heightened alertness. Excessive vulnerability might incite suspicion and thwart any offensive. Feigning ignorance for 20 seconds. The Black Tiger Masked figure suddenly swung his colossal blade downward to the left. With a hum, a cry, the ninja felt as though he had struck something solid. Summoning all his strength, he sent the opponent's weapon flying, convinced he had landed a hit. The final scream and the ensuing scent of blood clarified that the enemy had been vanquished, prompting a sigh of relief. Relief, however, did not equate to complacency. The Black Tiger Masked Ninja awaited the mist to recede, and upon glimpsing the 2 severed bodies of the young foes, their faces frozen in terror, he finally relaxed his guard, inhaling deeply as he sheathed his colossal blade. But something felt amiss. A murderous intent lingered. The ninja adorned in a black tiger mask had just reclaimed his colossal blade when he felt a sudden surge of murderous intent wash over him. Before he could react, a sharp pain pierced his chest. Glancing down, he discovered a kunai lodged in his heart. How could this happen? The Black Tiger Masked Ninja was momentarily bewildered. At that instant, Hinata Yuntian appeared before him, casually remarking, "Is this amusing? Do you feel exhilarated having dispatched me?" "Why?" The Black Tiger Masked Ninja gasped, clutching his chest in agony. "Let your death be a serene slumber," Hinata Yuntian replied with a smile, gesturing behind the ninja. As he turned, the Black Tiger Masked Ninja was astonished to see the 4 guards he had just slain standing unharmed, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. "I have fallen victim to an illusion." The realization dawned upon him that everything that had transpired was but a fabrication, a mirage conjured by Hinata Yuntian's illusions. Comprehending this, the Black Tiger Masked Ninja found an unexpected calm. He faced Hinata Yuntian and declared, "It is a privilege to encounter a prodigious young ninja. I suppose my demise is not in vain. With that, he extracted the kunai from his chest, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Ah, such a clean death. I shall leave you with a complete corpse, Hinata Yution remarked, shaking his head in admiration. Having dealt with the black tiger mask ninja, he removed the mask, revealing a visage identical to that on the wanted poster, confirming the deceased was SHH. Hinata Yution waved towards the forest where Hinata Hanabi and Kimura Kokomi were, signaling them to emerge. Kimura Kokomi stepped out of the woods, perturbed. She had initially wished for Hinata Yution to confront the enemy, eager to gauge his prowess, yet within mere seconds of his departure, the so-called Judgment Ninja SHH was effortlessly vanquished. Faced with such circumstances, Kimura Kokomi found it impossible to assess Hinata Yuntian's true strength, leaving her at a loss for an explanation to Shimura Danzo. Thus, her expression was one of dissatisfaction as she approached SHH's body. Upon reaching the fallen figure, Kimura Kokomi produced a sealing scroll and encapsulated SHH's remains, then turned to declare, "Mission accomplished. Let us return to Konoha." "Wait, I am not returning just yet. I have ventured out with great difficulty. I wish to explore other cities," Hinata Yution interjected promptly. Kimura Kokomi shot him a disdainful glance as she turned away, refraining from further discussion about returning to Konoha. She was well aware that Hinata Yution intended to seek opportunities for profit in other cities, a course of action she could not alter, and thus she resigned herself to accompany him. At this juncture, Kimura Kokomi had grasped Hinata Yuntian's perspective. Anyone who obstructed his pursuit of wealth was deemed an adversary. Regarding matters beyond mere profit, Hinata Kaido is rather amiable, a congenial individual who seldom succumbs to anger. Upon encountering Kimura Kokomi, who did not oppose him, Hinata Kaido expressed mild surprise, pausing momentarily before stating, "Let us return to Pingliang City first. I have some matters to attend to, and then we shall proceed to Fengyuan City. Then let us be on our way." Kimura Kokomi replied, taking hold of the recently arrived Hinata as they made their way back toward Pingliang City. Observing this, Hinata Kaido felt compelled to follow suit. "Lord Ninja, wait." Just as Hinata Kaido was about to depart, a voice called out from behind. Turning around, he saw one of the 4 guards who had survived earlier, hastening toward him. "Is there something you need?" Hinata Kaido inquired, halting his steps. The guard rushed to his side, hesitating, before saying, "Lord Ninja, we wish to transport our goods to the land of waterfalls, but our defensive capabilities are somewhat lacking. We hope to hire you to protect us on our journey." "Not interested," Hinata Kaido declined outright. In his view, undertaking such a trivial task would yield meager rewards. It would be far more advantageous to explore the grand cities, where he might earn a few $100 billion, significantly more than any bodyguard assignment could provide. As he turned to leave, the guard could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Lord Ninja, we are the guards of the daimyo of the land of waterfalls. If you assist us in delivering this shipment to the capital, we are willing to establish a comprehensive cooperation agreement with Konohagakure." Hinata Kaido paused, glancing back at the guard and inquiring, "Are you serious? If you are attempting to deceive me, know that our village is not to be trifled with. You must think carefully." The guard nodded resolutely, stating, "In fact, I am the general of the land of waterfalls, and I can draft a report for you to deliver to the ninja village and the Hokage. This way, trust can be established between us." Having heard such a declaration, Hinata Kaido felt compelled to consider the guard's words. Though he remained perplexed as to why the general of the land of waterfalls would come to the land of fire seeking protection for goods, the unexpected request from the general plunged Hinata Kaido into contemplation. He had always regarded Konohagakure as his domain, and now that the land of waterfalls expressed a desire for alliance, he was inclined to pursue it. After all, this could potentially extend his lucrative ventures into new territories, amplifying his earnings. With this in mind, Hinata Kaido turned to Kimura Kokomi and asked, "What do you think? Should we accept this prestigious task?" Kimura Kokomi hesitated, refraining from outright rejecting Hinata Kaido's proposal. Instead, she suggested, "It would be prudent to report to the Hokage first. I suspect that the general has not disclosed the most critical details. Escorting them to the capital of the land of waterfalls could prove perilous." Hinata Yution was aware that the guardian general had withheld the truth, so he feigned an apologetic demeanor and remarked, "Have you heard? We must inform Lord Hokage before we can decide whether to accept your mission. If you are not in a hurry, perhaps you should wait in Pingliang City." This seemed to agitate the guardian general, who glanced at Hinata Yution, appearing as if he had something to convey. At that moment, a guard approached from behind the guardian general and said, "General, it is imperative that you inform them. If we fail to return to the capital of the land of waterfalls, the life of our king will be at stake. After a brief moment of hesitation, the Guardian General took a deep breath and said to Hinata Yuntian, "Ninja Lord, I shall disclose the truth to you. Our king has been poisoned, and we urgently require medicinal herbs for his treatment. We clandestinely ventured into the land of fire to procure these herbs. Our king's life hangs by a thread. And if you could escort us to the capital of the land of waterfalls to save him, I assure you that our king would not oppose the alliance." Poisoned? Hinata Yuntian furrowed his brow. If your king has been poisoned, it implies that someone from within the land of waterfalls is responsible. Should we escort you there? Those who wish to harm your king would likely not allow us easy access to the capital. The Guardian General forced a bitter smile, since you have already surmised. I shall not conceal it any longer. The one who seeks to assassinate our king is none other than the Prime Minister of the land of waterfalls, Ch-10 Masakazu. We embarked on this journey in secrecy, otherwise we could never have left the land of waterfalls. Your situation is indeed perilous, Hinata Yuntian remarked with a sigh. The greater the danger, the greater the reward for you. Ninja Lord, once you save the king, the Guardian General began to entice him. Hinata Yuntian refrained from responding to the Guardian General and turned to Mukamura Kokomi, asking, "What do you think? Should we make a trip to the land of waterfalls?" Mukamura Kokomi smirked disdainfully and replied, "Haven't you already made your decision? Why bother seeking my opinion?" Chuckling, Hinata Yuntian responded, "Since you have no objections, I shall accept this mission." Mukamura Kokomi thought to herself that, regardless of her input, he would not heed her words, and she preferred to avoid offending him. Merely casting a glance at Hinata Yuntian. "Very well, I shall send someone back to inform the old man. We shall depart for the land of waterfalls." Hinata Yuntian concluded decisively. The Guardian General, overjoyed by Hinata Yuntian's agreement to escort them, exclaimed, "Thank you. Thank you. As long as we can return to the capital and save the king, I promise to honor my word." Hinata Yuntian held skepticism towards the Guardian General's promises. After all, he was merely a general, not a king. His willingness to go to the land of waterfalls was primarily an opportunity for negotiation with their king. Should the king awaken and refuse to acknowledge the situation, Hinata Yuntian was prepared to eliminate him and seek a more compliant individual to assume the throne of the land of waterfalls. As for the third Hokage's potential blame, Hyuga Kunien remained indifferent, for it was the other party who first went back on their word. His act of killing them posed no moral dilemma. Having resolved to journey to the capital of the land of waterfalls, Hyuga Kunien conjured 2 shadow clones, one to return to Konohagakure and inform the third Hokage, while the other accompanied Sakurin to fulfill the mission he had been entrusted with. With all arrangements meticulously organized, Hyuga Kunien followed the National Protector General onward, hastening towards the capital of the land of waterfalls. The land of waterfalls, a diminutive nation nestled between the land of fire and the land of earth, faced significant challenges in its development, rendering it a rather barren region. Certainly, like the 5 great shinobi nations, the land of waterfalls boasted its own ninja village. However, the number of ninjas in this village was insufficient, and being situated between the land of earth and the land of fire, its prospects appeared rather bleak. Hyuga Kunien recalled that the only relatively renowned ninja from the land of waterfalls seemed to be Kakuyu, a member of the Akatsuki organization known for his financial acumen and commendable strength, capable of contending with the 12 elite genin. As for the other ninjas, Hyuga Kunien had never heard of them. The trio, accompanying the National Protector General, traversed a towering mountain, finally entering the territory of the land of waterfalls by 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At this juncture, the National Protector General grew increasingly cautious. Dispatching his 3 bodyguards ahead to gather intelligence, he proceeded with Hyuga Kunien and the others, slowly advancing towards the capital. The territory of the land of waterfalls was not extensive. According to Kimura Kokomi's assessment, a day's time would suffice to reach the capital. Nevertheless, the National Protector General's vigilance was palpable. At the slightest hint of disturbance, he urged them to conceal themselves. Consequently, what should have been a day's journey extended into 2, leaving uncertainty as to whether he genuinely wished to save the king, progressing at a leisurely pace. Despite Hyuga Kunien's complaints, proved remarkably effective, they reached the foothills near the capital without encountering any adversaries. By 4 o'clock on the following afternoon, the National Protector General stood at the base of the mountain, gravely stating, "My lord, beyond this mountain lies the capital's domain. We can no longer advance while concealing our presence, so it is imperative that you exercise utmost caution once we cross over. Prime Minister Okita Masakazu will not permit our entry lightly." "Understood, lead the way," replied Hyuga Kunien nonchalantly. Having witnessed Hyuga Kunin's prowess, able to dispatch A.J. Nin with a mere jinjutsu, the National Protector General felt reassured by his confidence and continued to guide them forward. Crossing the mountain would inevitably bring forth danger. Before departing, Hyuga Kunin cast a glance at Kimura Kokomi and Hinata Hyuga, signaling them to remain vigilant. Then followed the National Protector General onward. In Konohagakure, within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage found himself perturbed by the ongoing troubles posed by the Uchiha clan, leaving him uncertain whether to heed Danzo's counsel. Additionally, the matter of Hyuga Kunin weighed heavily on his mind. The young prodigy was amassing wealth indiscriminately, drawing Danzo's ire and prompting him to seek means to confine Hyuga Kunin within the village, preventing his departure. However, the thoughts of the third Hokage diverged significantly from those of Shimura Danzo. He believed that confining Hinata Kunin within the confines of Konoha would only serve to push him further away from the village. Sooner or later, that individual would become estranged from Konoha. Consequently, the third Hokage was reluctant to heed Danzo's counsel. The only aspect that pleased him was Hinata Kunin's discretion, as he only engaged in the sale of mid-tier weapons and medicinal herbs, while the high-end items remained exclusive to Konoha. While the third Hokage pondered ways to improve Hinata Kunin's relationship with the village, the latter suddenly appeared at the Hokage's office. The seasoned Hokage immediately discerned that the visitor was a shadow clone, as its demeanor was markedly serious, in stark contrast to Hinata Kunin's usual carefree attitude. Since the visitor was not the original, the third Hokage, disinterested in further conversation, set aside his pipe and directly inquired, "That rascal, isn't he on a mission? Why have you been sent back? Has he caused trouble again?" The shadow clone, known for its honest nature, promptly replied to the third Hokage's query, "Lord Hokage, the original is currently undertaking a special mission in Pingliang City and has dispatched me to inform you." "A special mission, you say? Pray, do elaborate," the third Hokage urged. Now fully attentive, the shadow clone wasted no time and relayed the details of the task concerning the Guardian General of the Land of Waterfalls. Upon concluding the report, the third Hokage could not help but light his pipe, contemplating for 3 minutes before gesturing. "You may return. I consent to this matter. Relay my approval to him." Having fulfilled its duty, the shadow clone disbanded, transmitting its memories back to the original. As Hinata Kunin's clone vanished, the third Hokage immediately addressed a corner of the room, instructing, "Summon Advisor Danzo, and inform him I have urgent business." "Yes," came the reply, followed by a silence in the air. 20 minutes later, Shimura Danzo pushed open the door to the Hokage's office and approached the third Hokage, stating, "Hizashi, if you have something to say, please do so promptly. I'm still engaged with matters concerning the Uchiha clan." Danzo's straightforward demeanor prompted the third Hokage to forego further inquiries, instead recounting the situation regarding the Land of Waterfalls. "What a splendid opportunity," Danzo exclaimed, tapping his cane on the floor. "Hizashi, I propose we immediately dispatch a 100-man team to the Land of Waterfalls. This will not only foster good relations, but also allow our influence to permeate there, facilitating our future dealings with the Land of Earth." "Are you suggesting we prepare for war with the Land of Earth?" The third Hokage frowned. "I am merely advocating for precautionary measures," Danzo replied calmly. The third Hokage shook his head, stating, "Enough, I cannot accept your proposal. However, it is essential to send someone there. Organize a contingent to the Land of Waterfalls to prevent any potential chaos." Danzo cast a disdainful glance at the serious third Hokage before turning on his heel and departing. In the heart of Shimura Danzo, the third Hokage's summons were merely an attempt to manipulate him into controlling the Land of Waterfalls. To refuse now would be tantamount to being a hypocrite, seeking to maintain a faade of virtue while pursuing his own interests. Nevertheless, Danzo was resolute in his intention to seize control of the Land of Waterfalls, as it aligned perfectly with his ambition to expand the influence of the Hidden Leaf Village. Thus, he was willing to be utilized by the third Hokage. Upon returning to the Foundation, Danzo promptly assembled a contingent of 200 operatives, led by his trusted aide, to embark on the mission to the Land of Waterfalls. 2 kilometers outside the capital, Hinata Kumo and his companions lay hidden within a thicket, observing the vast array of gate guards stationed at the city entrance. Their journey to the capital was fraught with numerous assaults, including an encounter with a battalion of 300 soldiers, significantly hindering their progress. Fortunately, the attacking ninjas and soldiers exhibited lackluster combat prowess. Hinata Kumo hardly engaged in battle, resolving the threats with mere jinjutsu, expending no stamina in the process. Increasingly, Hinata Kumo found himself favoring jinjutsu, as it proved exceptionally convenient, far simpler than taijutsu combat. He elevated several of his learned jinjutsu to I rank, while a select few he deemed particularly useful were advanced to S rank, at a total cost exceeding 3 billion. However, he was disheartened to learn that further enhancement of lower-tier jinjutsu to SS rank would require an exorbitant increase of 100-fold, a sum he could not possibly afford. Take, for instance, his C-rank jinjutsu, mirror image, a basic technique capable of creating an identical illusion. Yet, due to the static nature of the illusionary realm, it was easily discernible and thus classified merely as a C-rank technique. Upon its enhancement to S-rank, however, the mirror image technique became malleable under his control, allowing him to alter it at will, as demonstrated when it ensnared the unfortunate Judgment Ninja. The potency of jinjutsu is formidable. Elevating it to S rank necessitates around 500 million. Yet, the leap to SS rank demands a staggering 5 billion, a figure that left Hinata Kumo in a state of distress. Nonetheless, lamentation avails him little. To augment the power of his jinjutsu for confronting stronger adversaries, he must find ways to generate wealth, compelling him to stifle his grievances and contemplate strategies for earning. At present, he believed his jinjutsu prowess could contend with ordinary genin without issue. Yet facing those with unique abilities, such as members of the Uchiha clan or other specially trained ninjas adept at countering illusions, would present significant challenges. The distinction of a genin with special skills lies in their capacity to swiftly recognize the onset of jinjutsu, even if they discern the deception. Unraveling the illusion is an entirely different matter. It would be a grievous error to presume the resolution would be as straightforward as it was with the Judgment Ninja. As Hinata Ution reclined upon the tree, pondering over the intricacies of illusionary arts, the Guardian General of Takino Kuni suddenly interjected, "Attention, everyone. The soldiers at the entrance are about to change shifts, and it is likely that those stationed upon the city walls will soon follow suit. Let us seize this opportunity to slip into the city." Hinata Kunian and his companions had actually arrived near the capital 3 hours earlier. However, the Guardian General insisted on waiting until the soldiers changed shifts to enter the city, so they had no choice but to remain hidden in the woods, biding their time. After a lengthy wait of 3 hours, the Guardian General finally announced that the soldiers had begun their shift change. The group swiftly followed him towards the base of the city wall, preparing to seize the opportunity to infiltrate the city. To be frank, Hinata Kunian held a certain disdain for the Guardian General's plan, for the walls of Takigakure were not particularly high, measuring approximately 20 meters. Any ninja could easily scale them. As for the soldiers stationed atop the walls, a mere jinjutsu from Hinata Kunian could easily deceive them. There was no need to wait for the shift change to infiltrate. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to draw attention to himself, so he complied with the Guardian General's instructions. The death of the king was of no concern to him. His only objective was to facilitate the entry of Konoha's influence into Takigakure. As they approached the base of the wall, it was evident that the Guardian General was quite familiar with the layout of the city. He adeptly led Hinata Kunian and the others through the shadows, ensuring they remained undetected by the soldiers above. They successfully concealed themselves behind a slope, 50 meters from the wall, where they could not be seen by the guards. Peering out from behind the slope, the Guardian General remarked, "We have only 2 minutes. The relieving soldiers will take their positions shortly. We must cross the wall and reach the other side within this time frame. Only then will we be safe." "Is there no enemy presence within the city?" Kimura Kokomi inquired directly. The Guardian General chuckled. "Rest assured, esteemed ninja. I have commanded the entire capital. No one knows the terrain better than I. Finding a safe path to the palace will be a simple task." With such confidence exuded by the Guardian General, Kimura Kokomi refrained from further questioning. She chose to wait alongside the already seated Hinata Kunian as they prepared to infiltrate the city and accomplish their mission. Sitting beside Hinata Kunian, Kimura Kokomi regarded him with a hint of disdain. "Can't you take this more seriously? This is an S-rank mission, yet you act so nonchalantly." Leaning against the slope, Hinata Kunian scoffed. "What is this S-rank mission? I consider eliminating the ninja village of Takigakure to be an S-rank task. This minor affair is hardly worth my concern." "You have a flawed mindset," Kimura Kokomi retorted with a disapproving glance, turning away to whisper to Hinata Hanabi. After a tedious wait of about 5 minutes, the Guardian General finally spoke. "Everyone, prepare yourselves. The soldiers on the wall have begun to depart, and the next group will arrive in 2 minutes." With that, the Guardian General led the way, stealthily advancing towards the base of the wall. As Hinata Kunian and the others approached within 10 meters of the wall, they found themselves faced with an open expanse. There was nowhere left to hide. They could only intently observe the soldiers above. waiting for them to leave before making their move to dash across the wall. In a fleeting moment, Hinata Yuntian was taken aback to discover that the soldiers stationed atop the city walls had not yet fully withdrawn. The second shift of guards had already arrived to take their posts. Their clandestine plan to infiltrate the city had utterly failed. What is the meaning of this? Hinata Yuntian inquired with a disdainful expression directed at the general of the guard. The general, visibly flustered, stammered, this. Previously, when he oversaw the wall's guard duty, the soldiers would wait for one shift to leave before the next would arrive. Now, however, the transition was seamless, leaving him at a loss on how to proceed. Feeling somewhat vexed, the general could only gaze at Hinata Yuntian and say, "Ninja Master, our only option now is to charge straight in. Once we are inside the city, I will find a way to reach the palace." Hinata Yuntian scoffed. "Given the current situation atop the walls, you cannot even maintain complete control. I have serious doubts that the route you propose will be reliable once we enter the city. I suggest we consider alternative methods of entry." The general, caught in a state of embarrassment, found himself at a loss for words. Recognizing that the failure of the plan was indeed his fault, and thus could not blame others for their lack of trust in him. "Let us return and rest for now. A direct assault after midnight would be more straightforward," Hinata Yuntian declared as he rose, indicating his intent to depart. Upon witnessing Hinata Yuntian's departure, the general's expression shifted repeatedly before he seemed to come to a resolute decision. "Master, wait. I have another method to enter the city." Hinata Yuntian turned to face him. "Then please, enlighten me." The general's demeanor changed, and he forced a smile. "There exists a secret passage, originally intended for the king's escape. Given the recent changes atop the walls, it is likely that the soldiers inside the city have already fallen under the control of Okita Masakazu, leaving me with little choice." "A secret passage?" Hinata Yuntian responded, both surprised and intrigued. "Does this passage lead directly to the palace?" The general nodded. "Indeed, it was designed for the royal family to seek refuge. So the exit is certainly within the palace. Then what are we waiting for? Let us depart swiftly," Hinata Yuntian urged. "Let us go." The general agreed, leading the group away from the city walls and retracing their steps along the path they had come. This time, the general wasted no time and quickly guided Hinata Yuntian and the others to the edge of a grove outside the city, arriving at a dilapidated residence. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. The crumbling structure, long neglected, had partially collapsed, making it evident that it was uninhabitable. After a brief inspection, Hinata Yuntian followed the general to the rear courtyard, where they reached a well. Standing beside the well, the general stated, "The passage lies just beneath us. If we follow it, we will reach the palace." Hinata Yuntian leaned over to peer into the well, observing its parched, moss-covered interior. "Then let us set forth. We must not linger, as dusk is approaching, and I have no desire to traverse the underground at night. Allow me to lead the way," the general replied. Upon the conclusion of the general's words, he was the first to leap into the well. With someone leading the way, Hinata Yuntian and the others followed suit. Descending to the damp bottom of the well, there, they noticed a gap on the right side that appeared to be a passageway. "Let us proceed," the general urged once more, clearing away the debris from the right wall and stepping into the corridor. The underground passage was enveloped in darkness, impeding their pace, and the exceedingly wet ground made it treacherous. Even a slight increase in speed risked to fall. Thus, they could only advance cautiously, feeling their way along the walls. After navigating numerous twists and turns for approximately 40 minutes, they finally arrived at a relatively clean stone chamber, which contained several stone seats. The general gazed at the stone seats, lost in thought for a moment before moving to the wall and probing it. Eventually, it seemed he triggered some mechanism, and with a click, a door opened in front of him, revealing a staircase leading upward. Ascending from here leads to the royal palace's rear quarters. There should be no further dangers. Even if Okita Masakazu is formidable, he cannot breach the palace's inner sanctum, the general stated, gesturing toward the stairway. At that moment, Hinata Yuntian stepped forward and inquired, "Now that we have reached the palace, shouldn't you reveal your true name? I find it hard to believe a mere general could possess knowledge of the royal family's secret passage." The general paused, momentarily taken aback, then fell silent. After a minute, he spoke. "Since you have deduced my identity, there is no need for further concealment. I am Hiroshi, the Prince of Takinokuni. I ventured out to seek medicine for my father, who lies in a coma." Hinata Yuntian had long harbored suspicions regarding the general's identity, particularly due to the extreme respect shown by his 3 guards. Furthermore, the general's familiarity with the secret passage, known only to the royal family, indicated that he had frequented it. Knowledge not fitting for a mere general. With the general's admission, Hinata Yuntian nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Now that you have revealed your identity, I believe our collaboration can officially commence. Let us first attend to your father." Hiroshi, not wishing to linger, promptly ascended the staircase, eager to rescue his father, while Hinata Yuntian and the others hastily followed him into the royal palace's rear quarters. The exit of the underground passage led them into an ordinary antique storage room. As Hinata Yuntian emerged, he was greeted by a room filled with antiques, though it appeared scarcely visited, as a thick layer of dust coated the items. Hiroshi, noticing Hinata Yuntian's curiosity, stated decisively, "Let us go. We shall proceed to the adjacent room, where you can rest for the night. I must see my father immediately." "Very well," Hinata Yuntian replied, redirecting his gaze and following Hiroshi as they departed the collection room. The room to the left of the collection chamber indeed proved to be quite a pleasant space. Inside, there were several bookshelves filled with books, along with tables, chairs, benches, and a bed, clearly indicating it was a small study meant for rest. Upon entering the study, Hongji remarked once more, "The three esteemed ninjas cannot make their presence known in the backyard. This evening, I must ask you to rest here. I shall have the necessary items sent over." Hinata Yuntian surveyed the surroundings and noted that Hinata and Kimura Kokomi could occupy the bed while he would take the bench. He nodded in agreement. "Very well. Prepare 2 sets of bedding, and we shall rest here, then we shall take our leave." Hongji quietly departed with his 3 guards. Once he had left, Kimura Kokomi, who had been silent until then, finally spoke. "Yuntian, do you truly believe that Hongji can be trusted? I sense he is concealing something. We must exercise caution." "Ha ha ha," Hinata Yuntian chuckled. "If you can perceive the anomalies, do you think I am oblivious to them? What are your thoughts then?" Kimura Kokomi inquired curiously. Raising 2 fingers, Hinata Yuntian stated, "There are 2 possibilities. The first is that Hongji intends to use us to preserve his life, preventing the Chancellor, Okita Masakazu, from eliminating him. The second possibility is that he seeks to exploit us to eliminate Okita Masakazu." Kimura Kokomi nodded, finding Hinata Yuntian's conjecture plausible, and continued, "Which possibility do you believe holds greater weight?" Hinata Yuntian shook his head. "I am no oracle, so how could I possibly know? However, there is no need for haste. We shall soon discover the truth." "What do you mean by that?" Kimura Kokomi questioned, slightly taken aback. Hinata Yuntian smiled, moving to the window to gaze at the distant flicker of lights outside. "If someone attempts to ambush us tonight, it would indicate that Hongji has disclosed our whereabouts to Okita Masakazu. Conversely, if no one comes, it would suggest he is merely trying to save himself. That makes sense. I shall set up some warning measures here." Kimura Kokomi acknowledged, agreeing with Hinata Yuntian. After Kimura Kokomi spoke, she and Hinata began to arrange warning devices in the room. Although Hinata Yuntian felt it unnecessary, he refrained from stopping them, allowing them to occupy their time. 20 minutes later, a guard assigned to Hongji delivered 3 sets of beddings to Hinata Yuntian and his companions before hastily exiting the study. Once the guard was gone, Kimura Kokomi remarked, "I believe the likelihood of an ambush tonight has risen from 50% to 80%. That guard's actions were exceedingly suspicious." "Ha ha ha, I share your sentiment. Let us rest well now. The chance of the enemy arriving in the latter part of the night is the highest." Hinata Yuntian responded with a smile. "What is there to laugh about?" Kimura Kokomi expressed her dissatisfaction with Hinata Yuntian's laughter, shooting him an annoyed glare. "Though I cannot confront you, I can certainly evade you," Hinata Yuntian said, picking up a bedding set and making his way to the bench to prepare for rest. Disregarding Kimura Kokomi's indignation, upon encountering Hinata Yuntian preparing to rest, Kimura Kokomi felt a surge of discontent within her, a strong desire to rouse him for a proper quarrel. In truth, her irritation towards Hinata was not deeply rooted. Rather, it stemmed from her own dissatisfaction, as she felt utterly ineffective during their missions. Simply put, Kimura Kokomi believed her abilities were woefully inadequate. Throughout the day spent alongside Hinata, she came to realize that his prowess exceeded her wildest expectations. Setting aside the renowned Momochi Zabuza, even the lesser-known judge, Ju, seemed a formidable opponent to her, making her feel as if she could easily defeat 100 of him. Not to mention the terrifying Momochi Zabuza. Hinata, on the other hand, dispatched Ju with ease and triumphed over Zabuza in no time, highlighting the vast chasm that separated their strengths. Each encounter with Hinata served as a stark reminder of her own shortcomings, which was a significant source of her frustration. Unbeknownst to Hinata, who merely perceived Kimura's behavior as typical childish temper, she grappled with a sense of helplessness. After preparing a resting spot, he lay down without regard for Kimura or Hinata's activities. Barely 5 minutes into his repose, a sudden sharp pain struck his back, akin to a forceful slap. Turning to investigate, he found Kimura behind him. Initially, Hinata intended to rise and reprimand her, but upon seeing the complexity of her expression, an amalgamation of anger, sorrow, and anxiety, he found himself momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he inquired, "Why did you hit me?" "I can't hit you," Kimura retorted, her eyes wide with indignation. "All right. If you can hit me, then that's sufficient. If there's nothing else, go rest," he replied, losing interest in the exchange. "Wait." Kimura abruptly grasped his arm as he attempted to recline. "What is it that you need to say?" Hinata's tone became rigid, revealing his growing impatience. I. Kimura suddenly burst into tears, yet her grip on Hinata remained steadfast. Her unexpected tears left him at a loss. He had yet to utter a word. And she was already weeping. Truly, the complexities of a woman's heart were as unfathomable as the depths of the sea, even for a child. All right. Just tell me what's wrong, and I shall oblige," Hinata said, offering a reluctant comfort. Upon hearing his words, Kimura's tears flowed even more freely, cascading like rain, leaving Hinata bewildered as he pondered how best to console her. Fortunately, Kimura Kokomi's tears did not last too long. Merely 30 seconds later, she wiped her eyes and gazed at Hinata Kunien, asking, "Could you tell me why your strength is so formidable while we remain so weak? Do you possess some hidden secret?" Hinata Kunien hesitated, unable to respond directly, for the matters concerning the system were not for outsiders to know. "Is there or isn't there?" Kimura Kokomi persisted, her eyes fixed intently on Hinata Kunien, causing him to feel increasingly uncomfortable under her scrutinizing gaze. Recognizing that denying her inquiry would likely lead to an emotional breakdown, he hesitated before admitting, "There is, but I cannot share it with you. It would be too painful and unsuitable for both of you." Kimura Kokomi's eyes sparkled with excitement, her fingers digging into Hinata Kuntien's flesh as she exclaimed, "Then please tell me quickly. I refuse to believe it could be more agonizing than my training at the root. Could you please let go of me?" Hinata Kunien replied, feeling exasperated. Upon seeing the redness of his arm from her grip, she quickly apologized. "I am truly sorry. I'll give you a massage later as recompense." "Please, your massages are something I cannot endure," he said, moving his arm slightly. Before continuing with a serious tone, "I will be honest with you. I possess a secret technique that can directly enhance one's strength, known as the 36-finger technique. If one can endure through 18 fingers, they will at least possess the strength of a ch-nin, though no one has ever managed to withstand 18 fingers." "And what about the 36 fingers?" Kimura Kokomi inquired directly. "That would grant you at least the power of a j-nin," Hinata Kunien confidently replied. "Then you must use it on me now," Kimura Kokomi exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "However, it is not a trivial pain. You must not hold me responsible afterward." Hinata Kunien cautioned her kindly. "Enough with the chatter. I can endure it," she declared resolutely. Given her unwavering determination, Hinata Kunien reluctantly pointed to the ground and said, "Since you are so adamant, I cannot refuse. Lay down on the blanket. Remember to bite down on it during the process." Eager to enhance her strength, Kimura Kokomi hurried back to her bed, grabbed a comforter, and laid it on the floor, promptly lying down and urging, "Hurry up. Move quickly." Hinata Kunien felt a mix of confusion and exasperation. Her insistence made him wonder if she thought he was about to perform something more intimate. "What are you waiting for? Let's get started," she reminded him again. I'm coming," he replied, shaking off his errant thoughts. After stretching his limbs, he activated his Byakugan and pressed on the acupuncture point on Kimura Kokomi's left arm, causing her body to convulse slightly. Indeed, Kimura Kokomi was a true ninja, trained at the root. While the first finger of the technique had left Saku Orange writhing in pain, she merely pressed her lips together, suppressing any cries of distress. As Kimura Kokomi refrained from crying out, Hinata couldn't cease to be courteous and began to press on her acupoints. Upon reaching the 7th fingertip, Kimura Kokomi could no longer contain herself and pulled the quilt to her mouth, stifling her cries. Although she remained silent, the surging meridians across her body and the cold sweat beading on her forehead betrayed her agony, causing Hinata, who stood nearby, to feel an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Unperturbed by Hinata's distress, Hinata couldn't continue to inflict his torturous techniques upon Kimura Kokomi. After the 18th fingertip, she remained conscious. Yet blood began to seep from the corners of her mouth, and her complexion had turned an alarming pale. Meanwhile, Hinata, whose face had grown pale, silently repeated to herself, "That is enough, Kokomi. That is enough, Kokomi. That is enough, Kokomi." Upon completing the 18th fingertip, Hinata couldn't refrain from proceeding to the 19th. He gazed at Kimura Kokomi and said, "You must have already experienced this pain. The subsequent 18 fingers may bring even greater torment. Will you choose to surrender? If so, merely nod." Kimura Kokomi's eyes remained resolute, as she decisively shook her head in refusal. "Very well, endure it then." Without hesitation, Hinata couldn't pressed on the 19th fingertip, causing Kimura Kokomi's body to involuntarily tremble, her hands gripping her legs tightly. The 20th, 21st, 22nd, and 23rd fingertips followed, and Kimura Kokomi persevered. However, by the time the 24th fingertip was reached, she had begun to slip into a state of mental numbness, her grip on the quilt loosening. With the 26th fingertip, her eyes began to glaze over. By the 27th fingertip, she was on the verge of losing consciousness. The moment the 20th fingertip was applied, Kimura Kokomi fainted. As soon as she lost consciousness, Hinata rushed over, squatting beside her and urgently calling, "Kokomi, Kokomi, are you okay?" Hinata couldn't stood up and said, "Stop yelling. She will be fine after some rest. Place her on the bed for a proper recuperation." Hinata turned and shot a glare at Hinata Kutten, cradling Kimura Kokomi back to the bed, covering her with the quilt to ensure her comfort. "What does this have to do with me? Why glare at me?" Hinata Kutten thought, somewhat frustrated, as he shook his head in resignation and returned to the bench to rest. Hinata Kutten has somewhat overestimated the prowess of the ninjas from Takigakure. After dispatching his 4 shadow clones, he was met not with the sounds of battle, but rather with the echoes of screams, indicating that his foes were swiftly vanquished. It stands to reason, as the esteemed prince of Takigakure, he lacked a single Genin for protection. Had Okita Masakazu possessed genuine strength, he would have long since eliminated Hiroji, allowing no middle-rank ninja to survive until now. It is likely that within the entirety of Takigakure, none could withstand the S-rank Genjutsu of the Shadow Clones, which rendered Hinata Kutten somewhat bored. 3 minutes after the Shadow Clones were deployed, the screams began to dwindle. At last, Hinata Kutten heard the sound of numerous footsteps approaching from outside, signaling the arrival of Hiroji and his reinforcements. The audacity of Hiroji attempting to exploit him left Hinata Kutten quite displeased. He intended to ensure they learned a lesson. He would not allow them to take him lightly merely because of their youth. Thus, he remained in his chamber, relishing the chorus of screams that ensued. "Stop. That's our own," echoed Hiroji's urgent voice from outside, which filled Hinata Kutten with satisfaction. He aimed to make Hiroji aware of his capabilities, curious to see if Hiroji would dare to manipulate him again in the future. "Cease," he commanded, feeling that enough had been taught. He approached the door and issued instructions to the Shadow Clones. The 4 clones complied, dissolving their joined illusion to reveal a multitude of unconscious ninjas sprawled on the ground, some dispatched by enemies, others brought by Hiroji, alongside a visibly sweating Hiroji and 4 standing guards. Casting a glance at Hiroji, Hinata Kutten spoke with an air of indifference. "My apologies. My clones do not recognize you. Your guards can rest for a couple of days to recover, while you may deal with the others as you see fit." From Hinata Kutten's frigid demeanor, Hiroji realized that his scheme to manipulate Hinata had been uncovered, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. He refrained from voicing any complaints, merely instructing the standing guards to escort their comrades away and to eliminate the enemy ninjas. Indeed, the countenance of a politician is as thick as a wall, showing no signs of embarrassment and feigning ignorance, which only served to irk Hinata Kutten, prompting him to retreat back into his room. At this moment, Hinata Kutten had already classified Hiroji and his father as untrustworthy entities. Any talk of collaboration with Konohagakure seemed unlikely to materialize, leading him to contemplate how to ensure the villagers of Konoha could take control of the entire Takigakure. After dispatching a group of enemies, Hinata Kutten enjoyed a peaceful night's rest. During this time, Hiroji attempted to engage him in conversation, but Hinata Kutten dismissed him, citing fatigue and a desire to rest. At 6:30 in the morning, a maid arrived to deliver breakfast to Hinata Kutten and his company, while also informing them that Hiroji had arranged a new residence for them, one situated in a quieter part of the estate. After casually consuming some sustenance, Hinata Kutten instructed the waiting maid to escort them to their new abode. To his surprise, the maid led them away from the rear residence, arriving instead at a small garden pavilion within the palace's annex. As soon as the maid departed, Kimura Kokomi disdainfully remarked to Hinata Kunnen, This is clearly a case of burning bridges after crossing them. Once utilized, they discard. Hinata Kuntian, resting in the garden pavilion, nonchalantly replied, "Let us not concern ourselves with their affairs. We shall proceed according to our own plans. Those who wish to exploit our village of Leaf will find me unyielding." "What plans do you have then?" Kimura Kokomi inquired curiously. "Haha, it is too early to divulge. We shall await the orders from the third Hokage. If I find them unsatisfactory, I will implement my own approach. For now, let us rest and observe the unfolding drama from a distance." Hinata Kuntian chuckled. "Observe the drama from a distance." Kimura Kokomi paused momentarily before grasping Hinata Kuntian's intent, nodding in acquiescence and refraining from further complaints. Following the events of the previous night, Okita Masakazu had suffered a significant setback and would not simply let it go. He was determined to exact revenge on Koji while investigating the occurrences of the prior evening. It appeared he had already discerned the identities of Hinata Kuntian and his companions, making him reluctant to confront them hastily. After all, the ninja of the Leaf Village were not to be trifled with. He could very well lose his life in the process. Therefore, Okita Masakazu's only recourse was to strike against Koji and his father, venting his frustration over the blunders of the previous night. As for Koji and his associates, having leveraged Hinata Kuntian once, should he dare to do so again, Hinata Kuntian would genuinely commend him. In summary, it seemed that Hinata Kuntian was enjoying a leisurely time. While the conflict between Okita Masakazu and Koji would likely not encroach upon their tranquility. Meanwhile, as Hinata Kuntian and his companions indulged in their relaxation, in the royal palace of the Land of Water, Koji was conversing with his father, who lay reclined. "Father, the plan from last night has succeeded. The ninja forces of the Chancellor have been significantly weakened. What should we do next?" The king coughed a few times, covering his mouth, and inquired, "What is the current status of those 3 leaf ninjas? What is their attitude?" Koji replied with a wry smile, "Though they are young, they are perceptive. My plans have been deciphered by them, and their demeanor is rather unfriendly. I have arranged for them to rest in the annex. Let them be." The king responded calmly, "Ensure they are well fed and well treated, and after some time, find a reason to send them away." Koji expressed his concern. "What if they are unwilling to leave?" "Behind the Land of Water lies the Land of Earth. Should they dare refuse to depart, I will not hesitate to summon the ninjas of the Land of Earth," the king stated with an icy demeanor. "The Land of Earth." Koji frowned. "The ninjas from Awagakure are far more assertive than those from the Leaf. They will not leave easily. Fear not, as long as we maintain the balance. All shall be well," the king assured. Although Koji harbored reservations about his father's decision, he felt powerless to argue, for he was merely a prince and not yet a king. Sensing Koji's inner turmoil, the king directly urged him, "Very well, Koji. You should attend to the Chancellor's matters for now. Now, with the Prime Minister's power diminished by half, we are in a position to take action. I will ensure that those beneath me cooperate fully." Upon mentioning the Prime Minister, Hongji immediately adopted a serious demeanor. The matters concerning Hinata Utian and his companions could be addressed gradually, but the issue with the Prime Minister was a pressing one. If mishandled, their lives could be at stake. "I will make arrangements right away, father," Hongji stated before bowing and departing. In the capital of the Land of Waterfalls, the king and prime minister were engaged in a covert struggle for power. Meanwhile, Hinata Yuntian and his 2 companions languished in the royal palace, finding the day rather dull. It was not until 9 o'clock in the evening, as Yuntian prepared to retire, that he heard peculiar sounds emanating from the garden. He turned to Kimura Kokomi and Hinata, saying, "Be alert, there are noises outside." "I can already hear it," Kimura Kokomi retorted dismissively. Ever since her strength had increased, her attitude towards Yutian had softened somewhat, yet she still frequently engaged in verbal sparring with him, leaving Yutian to wonder if she harbored any grievances against him. The thoughts of a young girl are often inscrutable, and Yutian chose not to dwell on them. If Kokomi wished to speak her mind, so be it. It would cost him nothing. Noticing Yuntian's lack of rebuttal, Kimura Kokomi lost interest in their verbal tussle and approached the door. "I'll see who it is that's causing trouble," she declared. Yet, before she could finish, an unusual animal cry interrupted her, causing her to swallow her words. Turning to Yutian, she said, "It's a signal from the root. Someone must be coming from there." Root. Yutian pondered, deducing that the 3rd Hokage's operatives had indeed arrived. He nodded at Kimura Kokomi. "Let them in, but be cautious not to alert the palace guards." Kimura Kokomi nodded and turned towards the doorway, emitting a subtle animal whistle. Moments later, a figure clad entirely in black, donning a black mask, appeared at the entrance. Come in. Kimura Kokomi greeted the newcomer with evident recognition, displaying far more respect than she had shown Yuntian. Yuntian smirked as he regarded the masked ninja who had just entered. What instructions does the old man have for us regarding the situation in the land of waterfalls? The masked ninja glanced at Kimura Kokomi, who had closed the door behind him. Before responding, the Hokage has entrusted the mission to Danzo. He requires me to lead 200 ninjas to the land of waterfalls to follow your directives. Danzo said to proceed as you see fit. Yutian was taken aback. The old coot, Shimura Danzo, had placed such trust in him to handle the affairs of the land of waterfalls. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yuntian furrowed his brow and began to contemplate the implications. 5 minutes later, Hyuga Unten raised his head and said, "Then gather all of Konoha's forces in the land of waterfalls and secretly participate in the king and prime minister's covert struggle. It would be best to annihilate both sides' forces. When both sides are nearly exhausted, come and inform me. We'll finalize the plan then to eliminate all of the land of waterfalls power in one fell swoop." The black-clad masked ninja stared blankly at Hyuga Unten. He had originally thought that Shimura Danzo was the most ruthless, scheming to covertly control the land of waterfalls. But now, hearing Hyuga Unten's words, he began to think that Lord Danzo was actually quite merciful. At least he left others a way out. Hyuga Unten, on the other hand, clearly intended to wipe out the land of waterfalls forces entirely and then directly occupy the country. This was nothing short of a war of annihilation. Noticing the black-clad ninja's stunned silence, Hyuga Unten frowned with dissatisfaction. "What? Didn't your boss order you to obey me? Or are you unwilling to carry out my commands?" The black-clad ninja quickly shook his head. "This subordinate is willing to follow your orders. It's just that the matter is of great importance. And I must report to Lord Danzo as long as you carry out the orders. I don't care whether you inform Danzo or not." Hyuga Unten waved dismissively, signaling for the black-clad ninja to leave. The ninja had originally intended to report their situation to Hyuga Unten, but seeing his indifferent attitude, he decided against it and simply turned to exit the room. As the black-clad ninja left and Kimura Kokomi closed the door behind him, she immediately glared at Hyuga Unten. What kind of attitude was that? How could you treat someone like that? You were incredibly rude. Oh, do you know him? Hyuga Unten asked curiously. Kimura Kokomi lifted her chin proudly. He's the instructor of our root division. All root members were personally trained by him. TCH, just an instructor. Besides, he's your instructor, not mine. Why should I show him any respect? Hearing that he was merely an instructor, Hyuga Unten scoffed dismissively. I'm not talking to you anymore. Furious, Kimura Kokomi stormed off, dragging Hyuga Hinata along with her. How boring. Hyuga Unten sighed listlessly, sprawling across a chair in the living room after the two had left. I wonder when this tedious routine will end. Over the next 3 days, Hyuga Unten and the others obediently rested in the garden, with all their necessities delivered by Hiroshi. Meanwhile, the covert war between the king and the prime minister seemed to have reached a fever pitch. Even from the garden, Hyuga Unten could hear the sounds of battle several times. Clearly, the prime minister's forces had breached the palace. As for the garden where Hyuga Unten resided, no one dared to disturb them. After all, Konoha's reputation was formidable, and neither the king's nor the prime minister's men were foolish enough to provoke that harbinger of doom again. At 10 o'clock in the evening, in the royal bedchamber of the land of waterfalls, Hiroshi, exhausted, came to report the recent battles to the king. Truthfully, Hiroshi no longer wished to continue fighting. The royal family's forces were nearly depleted, and he wanted to attempt negotiations with the prime minister. Regrettably, it seems that the prime minister harbors no intention of negotiating peace, continuously dispatching agents to assault the royal palace. Several of his father's concubines have already perished, making Hongji acutely aware that his father has no desire to engage in dialogue. The reason for this is that among the deceased concubines, one was his father's most favored. The king of Takino, having partially recovered from his poisoning, is now able to sit and converse. After listening to Hongji recount the recent battle reports, his brow furrowed in concern. After a prolonged silence, the king spoke. Hongji, what do you believe we ought to do now? Hongji's expression wavered, hesitating to articulate his thoughts. Speak freely, commanded the king. I believe we should pursue negotiations. Hongji finally confessed. The king fell silent, and after a minute, he prompted, elaborate on your reasoning. With a sigh, Hongji replied, Father, our ninja forces have dwindled to a mere handful. If this conflict continues, we shall be forced to deploy ordinary soldiers. Should the prime minister also send forth his troops, our Takino would descend into chaos. At that moment, The kingdom of earth and the kingdom of fire would not let such an opportunity slip by. I implore you to consider this carefully. As Hongji spoke, he suddenly halted, choosing not to continue. In the royal palace of Takino, he fell silent. The king observed Hongji's furrowed brow and calmly said, "Hongji, my years are advancing, and I shall not reign for much longer. The throne will inevitably pass to you. So do not hesitate to voice your concerns. I can offer counsel." Hongji gazed at his father, his expression conflicted, and tentatively voiced, "Father, I sense something amiss in our conflict with the Prime Minister, yet I cannot pinpoint exactly what it is." "Something amiss? Where do you perceive the inconsistency?" The king inquired. "How should I articulate this? I believe the Prime Minister is not one to engage in a fight to the death. His current aggressive stance contradicts his character. Especially as his own resources have been nearly exhausted." Hongji contemplated aloud. The king's countenance began to pale, and he suddenly asked in alarm, "Hongji, have those 3 young ones from Konoha made any moves?" Hongji shook his head, replying, "I have been monitoring them closely. They have not acted at all in the past 3 days." The king's expression darkened further, and disregarding his still recovering state, he rose and exclaimed, "Gather all our forces immediately. We must capture those 3 brats. Delay may render it too late." "What does this mean?" Hongji was taken aback. "Do not ask so many questions, just act swiftly." The king bellowed, "I shall go at once." Hongji replied hastily, startled by his father's outburst. This was the first time he had witnessed his father in such a state of panic. Previously, his father had always maintained a demeanor of composure. Even during the initial poisoning incident, never displaying such alarm as he did now. As Hongji was preparing to leave the palace, a voice suddenly echoed from outside the hall. "Experience is a force to be reckoned with. Hongji, you remain too young." Just from the voice, Hongji instantly recognized it as Hinata Yuntian, whose formidable prowess he dared not forget. Hence, he was acutely aware of the sound of Hinata Yuntian's voice. Upon hearing it, Hongji saw Hinata Yuntian accompanied by a group of masked ninjas, numbering around 100, appearing in the main hall of the palace. "What do you intend to do?" Hongji felt a surge of unease. Hinata Yuntian cast a glance at Hongji but paid him no further heed. Turning instead to address the king of the land of waterfalls, "Since you wish to send someone to capture me, you must be aware of the current situation. I shall not elaborate further. Simply surrender all the treasures of the land of waterfalls." The king's expression darkened considerably as he glared at Hinata Yuntian, furiously retorting, "What does the village of Konoha intend? Have you no regard for the alliance of the 5 great nations? You audaciously seek to seize the territories of other nations." Hinata Yuntian scoffed disdainfully, replying, "This is my personal ambition and has nothing to do with the village of Konoha. Do you truly believe you can leave this place alive? I am not one to remain calm after being used." The king was rendered speechless. For Hinata Yuntian's demeanor made it abundantly clear that they would not be permitted to leave alive. "I would rather die than allow you to have it easy." The king suddenly erupted with immense chakra, his body engulfed in blue flames as he lunged towards Hinata Yuntian. Secret transmission ninjutsu. Hinata Yuntian observed as the king, fueled by the surge of blue chakra, transformed from a somewhat stout figure into a gaunt one, instantly realizing the opponent had employed a secret technique. Sighing deeply, Hinata Yuntian remained motionless, allowing the king to strike his body, which shattered upon impact. In the next moment, a new Hinata Yuntian appeared beside the king, calmly asking, "Is it enjoyable? Would you like to try again?" Jinjutsu. The king immediately grasped that he had fallen victim to an illusion. The method to dispel Jinjutsu was to disrupt the flow of chakra within one's body, which the king understood well. However, he had no one nearby to assist him. Thus, he unleashed an even greater surge of chakra, attempting to break free from the illusion, only to find it utterly futile. Around the king, numerous Hinata Yuntian figures began to materialize, each indistinguishable from the real one. Realizing that the situation was dire, the king began to frantically attack the illusory Hinata Yuntian. Kill incessantly, kill ceaselessly, kill without end. The king lost track of time, believing he had slain hundreds. Exhausted and devoid of any strength, he collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness and plunging into eternal darkness. In the palace hall, Hongji witnessed his father descend into madness, utilizing the royal family's ultimate secret technique, only to stand dazed before eventually succumbing to exhaustion. Unable to contain his sorrow, he wept, "Father." Hongji yearned to join his father, yet alas, he was incapacitated by the masked ninja, rendering him utterly immobile. The entire royal palace was under siege. Not only Hongji, but also the guards and maidens had been subdued, leaving only the king to converse with Hinata Yuntian. With the king's demise, the royal lineage faced utter annihilation. After subduing the king, Hinata Yuntian approached Hongji and remarked, "As you sow, so shall you reap. If you sought to exploit me, you ought to have foreseen this outcome. Prepare to accompany your father to the underworld. And when you are reborn, remember to never underestimate anyone." Hongji glared menacingly at Hinata Yuntian, struggling against his restraints. Yet the two elite Jainin holding him captive were beyond his strength to escape. He could only shout in anger, "Why? Why? I merely sought to use you. I had no intention of killing you." Hinata Yuntian regarded Hongji with disdain, responding with a tone steeped in contempt. "You dare utter such words? It appears you possess little wisdom. Think for a moment, if I were truly a mere child, could I withstand the onslaught of the ninjas dispatched by the Prime Minister?" Stunned into silence, Hongji hung his head, left with no retort. This was his own folly, and he could blame no one but himself. Observing Hongji's silence, Hinata Yuntian gestured to the two Jainin, instructing them, "Take him away. Once you ascertain the location of the Takigakure treasure vault, dispose of him on the spot. There are other matters requiring your attention." Upon realizing his imminent demise, fear finally gripped Hongji, prompting him to scream in terror. The two Jainin swiftly rendered him unconscious and dragged him outside the palace. The root ninjas were adept in interrogation, and Hinata Yuntian was confident they would soon uncover the treasure vault's location. The prospect of a substantial financial gain filled his heart with exhilaration. In the capital of Takigakure, at the Prime Minister's residence, the operation was led by Hinata Hanabi and Kimura Kokoro, who, accompanied by the remaining 100 root ninjas, encircled the entire estate. The resistance at the Prime Minister's residence proved more formidable than that at the royal palace. The Prime Minister, fearing for his life, had amassed a considerable number of soldiers, which delayed Kimura Kokoro and her team significantly in subduing them and capturing the fleeing Prime Minister of Takigakure. The Prime Minister, unlike the king, was far more compliant. Before Kimura Kokoro could demand his surrender, he was already kneeling in supplication, offering all his treasures to her. The Prime Minister's capitulation caused Kimura Kokoro to hesitate momentarily. Yet she ultimately chose not to execute him. Instead, she ordered the root ninjas to escort him to the palace to present him to Hinata Yuntian, allowing him to determine the Prime Minister's fate. The operation at the Prime Minister's residence was executed with remarkable efficiency. However, Kimura Kokoro harbored dissatisfaction when, during the gathering of treasures, Hinata Yuntian's shadow clone unexpectedly appeared, meticulously recording every item they acquired. Kimura Kokoro understood that the clone was intended to prevent her from hoarding any riches, which incited a deep-seated resentment towards Hinata Yuntian. She resolved to ignore him for 3 days, vowing to avoid that scoundrel. Having completed the treasure haul, he returned to the royal palace at 2 in the morning. Hinata Yuntian felt a bit drowsy from waiting. The wealth of the palace had long been stripped bare by him, with even some antiques handed over to the root ninja for sale, with the promise of receiving the money the following day. Now, as Makemura Kokomi and Hinata Hanabi returned, Yuntian promptly approached them and inquired, "Was everything smooth? You both seem to be unburdened by any troubles." Makemura Kokomi had resolved to ignore Yuntian for 3 days. She merely cast a sidelong glance at him, huffed disdainfully, and chose a spot to rest. Hinata Hanabi offered Yuntian an apologetic glance before following Kokomi to sit nearby. Feeling somewhat awkward, Yuntian retracted his outstretched hand, saying, "Isn't it just a trivial matter? Why the fuss?" Kokomi longed to retort, but recalling her decision to disregard him, she shot him another fierce glare before turning away to avoid further irritation. With a resigned shake of his head, Yuntian refrained from trying to placate Kokomi and began to contemplate the wealth he had accrued this time. The total of gold, silver, and currency, readily convertible assets, amounted to approximately 30 billion. Various antiques, weapons, medicinal herbs, and assorted items were estimated to be worth around 50 billion, though selling them would take considerable time, and he wouldn't see that money in the short term. As he sorted through his thoughts, Yuntian noticed it was already past 4 in the morning. Kokomi and Hanabi were dozing off. He arranged for 2 root ninjas to escort them back to the garden to rest. As for himself, he had some matters to attend to. After sending Hinata Hanabi and Makemura Kokomi away, Yuntian summoned the root ninja who had previously reported to him, the one trained by Kokomi. 5 minutes later, the root ninja arrived, inquiring, "Lord Yuntian, is there anything you need? If not, I must return to my duties." Yuntian smiled and replied, "What is the matter? Has Danzo made all the arrangements?" The root ninja responded coolly, "Lord Danzo has dispatched someone to take over the land of waterfalls. You may leave without concern." That old fellow certainly moves swiftly, Yintian mused, then continued. I don't care how Danzo arranges things. Inform him that I intend to open a few shops here, and he should refrain from disrupting my business. Otherwise, he shouldn't blame me for turning hostile. The root ninja remained composed, stating, Your message will be conveyed to Lord Danzo. I have other matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave now. With that, the ninja departed. Quite the character. Yintian thought with a hint of sarcasm as he stood up and leisurely made his way back to the garden to rest. In the following 2 days, Hinata Kunian finally witnessed the items being sold. However, due to the haste in selling, goods originally valued at 500 billion were unfortunately sold off by unscrupulous merchants for a mere 50 billion. As for the situation in the land of waterfalls, there were no longer any pressing issues as Danzo had dispatched covert ninjas to control the surrendering chancellor. Now, a puppet chancellor managed the affairs of the land of waterfalls, while the true power lay hidden beneath, in the hands of the root ninjas. To be frank, Danzo was quite invested in the land of waterfalls. Not only did he retain the 200 ninjas stationed there, but he also sent an additional 500, ensuring complete control over the royal palace. Nonetheless, Hinata Kunian had little interest in the affairs of the land of waterfalls. He merely instructed Nakajima Ichiro from Ueno Castle to send people to open 2 branches. And he did not concern himself with anything else. On the 3rd day, at 6 in the morning, after enjoying a breakfast, Hinata Kunian sat in the pavilion contemplating whether it was time to leave the land of waterfalls when Kimura Kokomi approached, holding a letter. She handed it to him, stating, This is a letter from Lord Hokage, please accept it. What kind of attitude is that? So unfriendly. Hinata Kunian retorted. Do you want it, or not? If not, I might just throw it away. Kimura Kokomi maintained her demeanor, pretending to discard the letter. Fine, I'll take it, Hinata Kunian said, exasperated, as he accepted the letter and opened it casually, only to find 5 words. Come back immediately. Serves you right. Kimura Kokomi glanced at the letter's content and couldn't help but smirk at Hinata Kunian. What's so funny? Just because the old man wants me to return doesn't mean I have to. I intend to explore a bit before heading back, Hinata Kunian scoffed, and promptly set the letter from the 3rd Hokage ablaze. Are you going back or not? Kimura Kokomi inquired straightforwardly. Hinata Kunian stood up and said, Forget it. There's nothing left to do here. Notify Hinata that we are setting off soon to wander around a big city in the land of fire before returning to Konoha. Upon mentioning Hinata's name, Kimura Kokomi suddenly adopted a serious tone. Regarding Hinata, you should handle it. She has been training hard these past few days and seems eager to improve her strength, yet she feels too shy to approach you. You should directly assist her in enhancing her abilities. Hinata Kunian replied earnestly, I was aware of that even without you mentioning it. However, her nature is too gentle. I wish she would express her desires. If she does not, she will never strive for it. My helping her enhance her strength would be of little significance if she cannot unleash her own potential. After a moment of silence, Kimura Kokomi said, Perhaps you are right, but why must you insist on her changing her character? Let her be herself. She will mature in due time. Hinata Kunian paused and reflected, then replied, Maybe you have a point, but I still hold my views. Should you manage to persuade her, I wouldn't mind extending my help, but ultimately, it depends on her own will. Very well, I shall speak to her, Kimura Kokomi said as she turned to leave. Do not forget to pack your belongings and depart. I shall await you at the palace gates at 8, Hinata K. Sky reminded upon seeing Kimura Kokomi leave. Understood, came the distant reply from Kimura Kokomi, who had already walked away.